Chapter 421. Feet are not okay, too smelly. She is afraid of athlete's foot. It is contagious. It is impolite to touch flowers. Because I heard that flowers are the unspeakable organs of plants. So she touched a branch growing on the side of these plants. Guru as, plant-type beastman, referred to as plant people. Live in groups, live on vines. Lazy self-esteem, obsessed with drinking and foot bathing. More than half of the day is spent drinking and getting drunk. The 7 color flowers and leaves on the body have different effects. Pink can make food taste good. Green can turn into wine. White can turn into sleeping pills. Yellow can turn into preservatives. Blue can turn into sea salt. Red can turn into spicy seasoning, and purple can refresh the mind. Note, TSK. The fate of beasts is really different. A drunkard can make money by lying down and doing nothing. What a life. Gee, he couldn't help but nod when she saw the note this time. This talent is usually possessed by a nitpicker, and she thinks it's a bit like a troll. But when she saw the note, she felt that the troll was right. Look at them, they do nothing every day, just lie down and drink, and the leaves they grow are all valuable. There are even people from the Hihimu tribe begging to buy them. What a life. Like her, she claims to have no worries about food and clothing, but she is usually diligent and hardworking in the fields. It is common for her to stay up late and not sleep in the dungeon. They are so good, everything grows on their bodies. Even if there is no investigation, he can guess the reason why the yield cannot be increased. The talent is clearly written. What else can it be? Because they are lazy. How much money can a plant that only likes to drink and soak its feet spend? It doesn't cost money to live there, and you can pick your own leaves to drink and sell them yourself. What's the point of making so much money? Keep them for good looks? They don't have such worldly desires. Looking at the introduction of the leaves above, he said that the treasure of this mission has come. The pink leaves are the top priority. Now compared to food, the most scarce thing outside is seasoning. During this period, the most common complaint is that the food tastes bad. It is not just bad, but extremely bad. According to an unknown person, it tastes worse than shit. No one wants to eat it, but they have to eat it with their nose pinched if they don't want to starve to death. With pink leaves, everything is solved. Garbage becomes delicious. As for yellow leaves, it goes without saying that they are precious preservatives. In the hot and humid environment now, food preservation has become a problem. With preservatives, the shelf life of food can be extended for a long time. Not to mention that several other leaves are also very useful. Salt leaves can be used to pickle food and seasoning. People will lose strength if they don't eat salt for a long time. Chili leaves can remove moisture. Living in a humid and hot environment for a long time, everyone's body can't stand it. The price of chili has doubled now. It is much more expensive than other vegetables. As for green leaves, this is even better. Not only can you drink wine, but you can also disinfect injured areas. Very useful. This Gurua sea is full of treasures. As for the plant foot bath, the faint smell lingering around the nose gave Jihe a hint. She kept this in mind. She raised her hand and began to shake the plant that was sleeping in front of her. At first, it was just very light, but then it became stronger and stronger. But it was useless. No matter how hard she tried, it would still drool, and there was no sign of waking up. I really don't know if I can take it away and sell it. With this sleep quality, how many people who can't sleep all night because of stress and annoyance are envious? After 5 minutes of Jihe's persistent and crazy shaking, the Guru ACI in front of her finally woke up in a daze. Seeing it open its eyes, Jihe quickly showed a commercial smile and began to introduce herself. When she finished explaining the whole story, the Guru ACI in front of her still opened his eyes and did not move. Jihe had a bad guess in her heart. She approached, pulled it up, and shook it in front of Guru Asi's eyes with her hand. As a result, it was found that there was no reaction. Fell asleep with eyes open, Jihe, speechless. As soon as she let go, the bird lay back down again, making a bang sound. As it shook, many leaves and petals of various colors fell on the ground. Subconsciously, she took out the broom and started sweeping. The leaves fell all over the ground. What a waste. No, it's just a mess. And the leaves have other uses. When two are added together, the lethality to Jihe is simply incredible. Just after sweeping the ground, Jihe spotted another small pile not far away. She quickly put the pile of leaves she swept into a sack, carried it to the other side, and continued sweeping. She was a clean person, and she couldn't stand the mess on the ground. Ahem. She definitely didn't want to take the leaves away. Of course, the garbage collector picked up the garbage on the ground, which was a professional encountering a professional problem. Professional match. When she came to her senses, she turned around and didn't know where she was. Before she had time to think about it, she saw a pile of leaves in the corner of her eyes. She rushed over with a broom and swept again. She had just discovered that this place looked bright and beautiful, but it was actually extremely dirty. There were leaves everywhere, and no matter how hard she tried to sweep, it was impossible to clean it up. As soon as she finished sweeping one place, the wind blew and many more flew over. She had only worked for a short while, and she swept out 2 large sacks. If she worked for 3 days, she was afraid that the sacks would not be enough. It seemed that the Guru ACI clan was drunk and probably acted crazy, otherwise how could there be so many leaves? What a lucky life. Even with so many falling leaves, they are still not bald. While sweeping, he saw another group of Guru as less than 2 meters away from her, sleeping in all directions, with leaves and petals of various colors falling around them. She rolled her eyes, moved over, took the handle of the broom and rolled them to the side one by one, and started sweeping the floor herself. She had tried it just now, and these Gurus were sleeping very soundly, and even if she beat them up, they would not wake up. Sure enough, even if he rolled them to the side, they had no intention of waking up. After changing to a new place, it seemed that it felt that there were no leaves and petals under it, and it slept more soundly. After more than 3 hours, the ACI finally woke up from their sleep. As they woke up, the high wall made of vines in the distance began to rise silently. The feeling of hangover accompanied them, making them feel a little dizzy. Reaching out and grabbing a purple leaf from the body and stuffing it into the mouth, the next moment I felt that the whole plant was clear-eyed and sharp-eyed, and it was a brave man again. It seems that someone notified yesterday that a group of tourists would come up. What tourists? I'm afraid they are spies sent by other races. Humph, what spies can escape my eyes? Assign them all to the most difficult places to grind. Chapter 422. We can't just dismiss it like this. The entertainment facilities have been built with money. People come to play. We just wait to collect money. How good is that? We still need to let them feel our enthusiasm, so that more tourists will come next time. That's right. The gold coins we get can let us lie down for 2 more days without working. Hee. What about the spy? Never mind. What are you in a hurry for? Look at me. I plan to. Hey, wait, who is that sweeping the floor over there? Who let him in? Looking at the figure sweeping the floor with a broom not far away, the Gurus looked at each other in bewilderment. How could someone break into their clan's land? How did he get in? Where is the gatekeeper outside the garden? What does he eat? Several Gurus outside the garden had just woken up and were still yawning. Drank too much last night and couldn't wake up. Seeing Jihe sweeping farther and farther away, several Gurus ran over and blocked Jihe. Hey, who let you in? Jihe looked at the Guru ACI who was blocking her way like a green hill. She was not panicked at all and looked more innocent than them. I don't know either. They told me to come, so I came. The Guru ACI were confused, but they still looked like they had everything under control. Who are they? They are them. Don't you know? The Guru ACI looked at each other and automatically skipped the topic. The mature Guru ACI couldn't say that he didn't know. Then why are you here? Do you even need to ask? Jihe swung the broom on her shoulder. The swing was so big that she almost hit the face of the Guru ACI in front of her. She kicked the pile of leaves under her feet, because I'm good at this. I'm a professional. The Guru ACI were impressed. They looked at each other, glanced at Jihe, and chose to ask the last question, then why didn't you turn green? The tribe that recruited this person was too unprofessional. Why did they forget to turn him green? You have to ask yourself. Jihe crossed his arms, speaking confidently, but his heart was beating fast. Turn green? What green? Can't I come to work here without drinking too much? What should I do? I definitely can't drink. If I black out, she won't be able to control what will happen. Otherwise, she can paint herself a layer of green paint. There are a lot of interstellar dye pastes in the space. Although they will fall off when they are touched by water, it's okay if they are not touched by water, right? If she is really kicked out, she will paint herself a layer of green paint and sneak back in. Anyway, these drunkards were asleep and didn't know anything. If she could sneak in once, she could sneak in twice. She wasn't afraid of being chased away. Who knew that these few people would change their attitude and choose to be gentle? Although several Gurus were at a loss, they didn't want to expose their ignorance in front of Jihe, so they simply nodded randomly. They left a sentence, you can't not turn green. Remember to go to the kitchen to get sour paste later. You look too ugly like this. Then they left in a hurry. After they walked away for a while, one of the Gurus touched his head and asked, do you know what's wrong with this person? I know, but you don't know? Although Guru ACI, who was being questioned, didn't know either, he just didn't want to be looked down upon by his own people. You know nothing. Humph, read more books when you have nothing to do. How could I not know? I test you. The question Guru ACI subconsciously retorted, I already knew everything, and I was afraid that you didn't understand, so I went with you to ask. What a joke. How could I not understand? I already knew her situation. You didn't know it earlier than me. I knew it a few days ago. I knew it a month ago. You guys shut up. I knew it a year ago. Looking at the backs of the guru as, he heard the keyword back kitchen. She was also asked to collect work benefits. This can't be missed. So while sweeping the floor, she asked the guru as around who had just woken up where the back kitchen was. In less than 20 minutes, the entire guru as clan knew that a newly hired employee was going to the back kitchen to collect sour paste. Not only did they know that this person was going to collect sour paste, they also knew that this person was acid resistant, and it would be useless if he ate less, and he had to eat more sour paste to be effective. The group of gifted people finally climbed up the green platform tremblingly. At a glance, they saw the emerald green walls erected around them. It looked like plants growing naturally, and there were beautiful flowers blooming on it. They couldn't spare the energy to appreciate the beautiful scenery around them, and they lay on the vine platform panting. No matter if they climbed up the stairs or climbed up the vines. Now they were all sore and unable to move. The gifted people were physically strong, but they were not supermen. How could they bear such a strong amount of exercise, when they usually didn't have extra energy to exercise? Speaking of not exercising, it's really not their fault. Exercise requires time and food. If you exercise too much, you will get hungry faster, right? If you get hungry quickly, do you have to eat? Then what to eat? There's no food. Rely on bean cakes? If you eat too much of that, you will have black stools, constipation, and swollen buttocks. No one wants to eat it. If they are not starving, they don't want to eat it. Who wants to eat bean cakes to fill their stomachs after exercise? That's simply purgatory, double torture. As for the crazy food in the cafeteria, it is not constipating, but it is not as delicious as bean cakes, so forget it. The food is not enough, and most people don't have time. The word supporting a family is very cruel. Most people are only children, and they have to support their parents, grandparents, and grandparents. Before the natural disaster, these elderly people had pensions. Not only did they not need children to support them, but they could also help them. Now these are all mouths waiting for food. The elderly are not physically fit and can't do heavy work, but they don't eat too little. These talented people have to go out fishing and salvage food with their families during the day. I went home at night to cut the strips and try to dry them. How could I have time to exercise? That was a sport only the rich could afford. You could afford a coach. Before the talented people had rested enough, they smelled a foul smell. It was getting stronger and stronger. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a bunch of vine spirits getting closer and closer, and the stench was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone, ? The Guru ACI were not in a good mood at the moment. Who would be in a bad mood if they woke up and found a group of homeless people lying outside their factory? I thought it was okay to be a tourist, at least I could earn some silver coins. The result? Chapter 423. After checking the accounts, it turned out that more than half of them were job applicants. This is a bit rude. Whose job applicants sleep in the company lobby in the afternoon? This is absurd. A few guru as immediately decided to use rattan to wake up these lazy guys. They jumped up and down and woke up completely. After these lazy guys stood up, Guruas didn't make it difficult. They stood up and issued a series of recruitment details with electronic voice. In the end, they said a lot of words and summed it up in one sentence. If you want to be successful in your job application, you have to eat sour paste. When you eat until you are green all over, you will be successful in your job application. After the voice broadcast, they walked away leisurely. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The word sour paste made their teeth fall out before they even ate it. Someone had the courage to stop Guru ACI and ask him about sour paste and the job application. As a result, they saw Guru ACI in front of them holding his head high, as if he was disdainful of talking to them. After scanning them from top to bottom, he pointed to a small door made of leaves on the side, fanned the wind in front of him with his hands woven with vines, and turned away. The gifted people, What the hell? What are you so proud of? You are so great. Your feet are so smelly, but we still don't dislike you. They are fighting hard in their hearts, but they are submissive on the surface. They are talking about them. No one dared to make a sound until all the ass in the pavilion left. When they walked away, everyone gathered together and discussed it, and decided to go to the house built with huge green leaves. Since they said that they had to eat sour cream when applying for the job, they had to eat this sour cream if they wanted to successfully sneak into the wall built by the vines in front. Just as I was about to take action, I saw fireworks bursting out in the dim sky, and countless petals fell from the sky, bringing a charming fragrance. Then an electronic prompt sounded in my ear. Dear tourists, hello? Welcome to Corrosive's home, where you will appreciate the most beautiful flowers, smell the intoxicating fragrance of flowers, and taste the unforgettable food of your life. What are you waiting for? Please come and line up quickly. Discount price. 38 silver coins / 2 days, including food but not accommodation. Everyone, There are two options before us now. One is to pay to enter as a tourist, and the other is to eat that sour paste that makes your teeth sour. The crowd was divided into two groups. The smaller group was ready to pay. There are always rich people. Those who have abundant material capital are still so rich at this stage of the natural disaster. Others are short of this and that, but they still have a lot. These people can get a lot of silver coins by selling some in the system mall at ordinary times, so they don't feel bad about using them now. Although it was not as big as borrowing another 500 from Xiang Tian, they could still afford 1 or 2 gold coins. After hearing that they could pay, these people stood up without hesitation and went to the gate to buy tickets to enter. Everyone already understood the difference between paying money and not paying money. Paying money to enter the mission is not necessarily easy, but not paying money to enter will definitely make the mission painful. Watching this group of rich people queuing up at the entrance to buy tickets, other people who couldn't afford to spend money or were reluctant to spend silver coins were already jealous before they even ate the sour cream. What's wrong with being rich? Being rich is not a big deal, humph. You will be unlucky sooner or later. Everyone was about to walk to the place where they ate sour paste, when a person with emerald green clothes suddenly appeared from some corner. He looked shorter than them, pulled them, and said secretly, "Brother, are you buying a job?" Everyone, ? The person who came was Jihe. After separating from those assholes, Jihe found the kitchen smoothly and received a bucket of emerald green sour paste that was bigger than a water tank. Sour paste, a paste-like plant that can reproduce by itself. If you eat a lot of it, your whole body will turn into a sour paste color and glow at night. Note, 1 mouthful will make you doubt your life. Isn't this vinegar? It can reproduce by itself? What a good thing. Will you never finish eating it? I don't think vinegar is important. If you don't put some in the dishes, you always feel that something is missing. She did hoard a lot of vinegar before, but she usually used it sparingly. After all, she didn't know whether she was a pure human being or how many years she could live. What if the person didn't die and the seasoning ran out first? What would she do? This sour paste is good. It can reproduce itself. If she knows how much to use, she will never lack vinegar in the future. Looking at the elastic and crystal clear sour paste in front of her, Jihe said that the appearance was okay, and it looked cute. Took a bite carefully. I was still thinking in my heart, I wonder how sour it is? Is it like the sour horn cake? The next second, the sour taste rushed straight to the top of Jihe's head, and his teeth fell out. His face was wrinkled into a mask of pain. The saliva was secreted like crazy, and the whole person could not open his eyes. This thing is too sour. It is many times more sour than the lemon she ate when she was a child, as if the 500-year-old vinegar has become refined. She dared not chew the second bite, and swallowed it down in a hurry. Jihe said that she would never dare to eat a second bite. But how can it not turn green, thinking about it? She simply made up her mind, carried the jar of sour paste, and hid in the corner, and got into the space. 2 minutes later, a person covered with green, even his eyes turned green, stood up from under the green wall. I got a lot of seemingly useless props before, but now I use them, and they always work wonders. Look how pure this green is. It can even reflect light. There is no one greener than her. Jihe, carrying a broom, walked on the ground sweeping fallen leaves with her head held high. When she was getting into it, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. "Hey, newcomer, I have an opportunity to make extra money. Do you want to try it?" "No, I have no worldly desire for money." Jihe was disdainful. How much money can he have? Those little things are not as valuable as if she swept more fallen leaves on the ground. It's a complete waste of time. She has already swept out more than 10 sacks. If she continues like this, she can sweep out hundreds of sacks in this copy. Guru Aci, who was rejected, didn't feel strange, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the dwarf was right, money is useless. He rolled his eyes, and stared at Jihe's back, who was concentrating on sweeping the floor with his head down. He suddenly had an idea and came over, I don't want money. Do you want something else? What? Gee, he was busy sweeping the floor, and she was a little rude. Not only was her skin green, but she was also wearing green clothes. She looked more authentic than Guru ACI, and she was also very confident. Chapter 424. We have a batch of materials in our warehouse that have been stored for a long time and are ready to be eliminated, but it is not yet the final stage. We still have to wait for a while. If you help me to do this, I will make the decision to send you this batch of materials that will be eliminated in a month in advance. Don't look at these materials that will expire in 2 months. They have a short shelf life of only 6 months. If you take them back this time, you can make a profit by reselling them with a 1-month time difference. Gee, he doubted. How can I get such a good thing? Why not? You have to have confidence in yourself. Hey, just work for our Guru ACI clan. You will definitely be indispensable. Guru ACI was afraid that he would ask nonsense questions, so he patted his chest with his rattan hands to assure Jihi. Can he say that he is too lazy to sell? Wouldn't this ruin his image? He claims to be the most hard-working vegetable in the Guru ACI clan. How can he be associated with laziness? Besides, he can't spend all the dividends from the clan every year, so why would he bother? Making money is useless. If he has this time, he might as well drink more wine and have fun at night. Seeing that he was not interested, he quickly increased his portion. Our cafeteria is famous throughout the galaxy. So, as long as you are willing to go, no matter whether it succeeds in the end, I will let the cafeteria give you 3 times the food. He rolled his eyes. I like this leaf. Do you have any more? Guru straightened his body, and the smugness in his tone could not be hidden. I know that there is no beast in the entire universe that does not cherish the leaves and petals of our Guru's clan. That doesn't exist at all. So do you have any more? No. He rolled his eyes. What did you say? Just as he was about to speak, he heard Guru ACI in front of him hurriedly said, Although I don't have leaves, we have work to do. I think you are diligent. Consider what I said just now. If you are willing, you don't have to go to the warehouse to grind the mill. What do you say? Diligence is the greatest praise that the Guru ACI tribe gives to beasts. Beasts that can be called by this adjective must be ranked first in the search for a mate. He felt that he had shown his utmost sincerity. Grinding? He raised his eyebrows. Tell me more about it. I didn't hire you to come here to sweep the floor, but to grind the mill and pack boxes in the warehouse. As long as you help me do some private work, I won't let you grind the mill. Isn't that good enough? Jihi's eyes flashed, and seeing that there was really no extra money to be squeezed out, he nodded and agreed. Forget grinding the mill. Won't this delay her from doing big things? Outside the garden, she became a scalper who sold official positions according to the Emperor's order. He pulled the 2 gifted people, sneaking around, his tone full of temptation. My job is good, only 5 silver coins. Your current salary is 2 silver coins a day, 5 silver coins. You can get your money back in 3 days. The rest is earned by yourselves. It's just fate with you two, I won't tell others. The 2 people were reluctant to spend the silver coins, and were full of resistance. If I am willing to spend silver coins, what can I buy from you? Won't I go over there to buy a ticket to enter? What else do I have to do? What do you know? He looked at them with contempt, as if the 2 had said something stupid. 5 silver coins and 38 silver coins, are they the same thing? 38 silver coins over there cover 2 days, and they have to be kicked out at night. You only spent 5 silver coins to get a job with food and accommodation. What else would you not want? People should be content. He brainwashed them, and the more they listened, the more they felt that this was the truth. But they were still a little hesitant when they paid. He retreated to advance, pointing to the people queuing at the door. Do you think that sour paste is so delicious? Your teeth will fall out if you take 1 bite. You will never be admitted unless you eat like me. If you don't believe me, go and try. I tell you first, I only have 3 places. If you come too late, I won't be able to find a suitable job even if you beg me. After saying that, she turned and left. She quickly grabbed the other 3 people, and said the same thing again secretly. But this time, the number of people was changed to 4. She was not in a hurry. Cast a wide net to catch big fish. Silver coins are not easy to earn, so she asked them to buy directly. She was reluctant to let them come back to her after eating the sour paste. That thing is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. After eating it, you will have sour vomiting. The talents here came to the greenhouse next to them. After pushing the door, there was a long corridor inside, which looked much larger than the house itself. The people who went in first were still a little hesitant. At this time, a man named As came out, raised his head high, looked at them with his lower eyelids, snorted, and played an electronic sound in his hand. Come in, there is a bucket of sour paste in each house. When you finish eating it, your whole body will turn green, and you will be admitted. After saying that, he turned and left. A clear female voice quickly asked, "Excuse me, I can't eat sour food. Do I have any other options?" "Turn left and go home directly." After saying that, he left without looking back. Everyone was silent. They couldn't leave. If the mission was not completed, maybe this would be their future home. Enter the corridor. It was called a room, but it was actually very simple. It was a square room less than 1 square meter divided by green rattan. There was no shelter around it. People around could clearly see what the people inside were doing with a casual glance. There was only a calf-high wooden barrel filled with emerald green rectangular objects. They were bouncy and elastic. It looked like the sour paste. It looked pretty good. But the environment was completely different from the outside. It looked like a black workshop. There were people who usually like sour food. When they saw the sour paste in the barrel, they smiled contemptuously. "Are you kidding? When eating dumplings in my hometown, he would drink vinegar directly. Why would he be afraid of your sourness? Can there be acetic acid in the sour? Today, I will let you know what is the nemesis." The man picked up a piece of sour paste and smelled a strong sour smell before he put it in his mouth. "It doesn't matter. This is normal." He didn't care, put it in his mouth, and bit off a big piece. The next second, a strong sour smell spread in his mouth, and his saliva was secreted uncontrollably, almost unable to hold the sour paste in his mouth. The teeth were instantly sour. Oh my God! There were sounds coming from the surrounding rooms. "This is too sour." It was so sour that they couldn't even open their eyes. Their necks shrank, and their eyes rolled back. It was almost killing them. One strong man was so determined that he simply didn't chew it. He picked up a piece of sour paste, opened his mouth wide, stretched his neck, and swallowed it raw like a pelican. Close your eyes and do it. Chapter 425. Even if he didn't chew the sour paste, he could still feel the strong sour taste rushing up from the bottom to the back of his head when he swallowed it raw. His face was distorted by the sourness. "What kind of ruthless person can eat this thing? It's killing me. I'm afraid that people who are about to starve to death can't rely on this thing to fill their stomachs, right? My stomach is going to vomit acid." After eating for a while, some people who were so vomiting acid that they couldn't eat it anymore thought of the green man selling jobs at the door, and after a lot of hesitation, they decided to give up. In order to prevent the quota from being sold out, they walked quickly. As a result, when they went out, they saw Ji waving his hand to send 3 people away. At that moment, their hearts tightened, and they hurried over. "Brother, do you still have this job? You came at the right time. If it was later, the job would be sold out, and it would be useless for you to come to me." Ji raised his hand and pointed in a direction. "Go over there. Someone will help you get the job. Brother, we will give you the silver coins, and you can give us a discount and let us in?" One of the men rolled his eyes and made an attractive proposal. Ji was also tempted, but there was no way. She couldn't make this money. That Guru ACI was not stupid. She couldn't paint these people green in front of them, right? "I really have no choice. There are inspectors at the door. If you two don't turn green, you will be kicked out." Hearing this, the two looked at each other, thanked Ji and turned away. Ji sat on the ground and performed a Jiang Taigong fishing act. That Guru ACI only asked her to sell jobs, but didn't say how many to sell. If she didn't have a conscience, she would have gotten up and went back to sweep the floor. There is no fixed amount of sour paste to eat. It depends on the individual's body's absorption capacity. Some people don't absorb it well, and after eating several pieces of sour paste, their hands only turn half green. Some people absorb it well, and after eating 3 large pieces, their hands and forearms turn green. This immediately attracted the envious eyes of the people around. They are all eating the same thing. Why does he turn green so quickly? So how much less sour paste should this person eat? While eating, someone angrily cursed, spit out the last piece of sour paste in his mouth, turned around and walked out. "I don't want to eat it. At worst, I climb over the wall in the middle of the night and suffer from your torture?" People who do this are a minority. Most people stay and eat the sour paste obediently. After all, the mission still needs to be completed, and the home must be returned. The sour paste these talents eat is much smaller than Jihee's, and is almost as big as a mop bucket. And Jihee's bucket is even bigger than the water bucket in her hometown. The sour paste in it is at least 5 times more than that of others. After all, she said she is acid resistant. Naturally, give her more. After the group of gifted people overcame the difficulties, and finally ate a bucket of acid paste, their whole bodies turned into emerald green. The kind of green that illuminates everything around. With this light, everyone saw clearly that a fiery red arrow appeared on the ground. Covering their mouths, they supported their teammates and staggered to the end in the direction of the arrow. There was a guru waiting there. Seeing that these people were so slow, he was a little impatient and said something in a gibberish. Everyone didn't understand, but they knew that the last person was given a badge and a set of clothes in the same color as theirs, and an electronic voice reminded them, "Put on your clothes, don't take off the badge, and wear it when you sleep. Where are you taking a shower?" Guru ACI turned around and left, and the electronic voice above his head answered their questions dutifully. "No water, no shower." Everyone, what kind of work will you do there? You know when you get there. Guru ACI, who was in front, was a little impatient when he heard the chattering voice, and reminded them with an electronic voice, "Okay, come with me if you have no problem. Let's get to work quickly, you all have to be hard-working people. Do you know? Don't rest when you have nothing to do, and rest less when you have something to do." Listening to the speech of the black-hearted capitalist guru as who was leading the way. Everyone, Fortunately, they are spies, and are not really here to work, otherwise they would be so desperate. They have not forgotten that the ultimate mission of coming here is to find the reason for the low production, and report it to the Mu tribe. Instead of working in the factory. Coming in is to weigh the pros and cons. These people are thinking crooked thoughts, looking at each other, and look sneaky. They thought they were very secretive. Little did they know. Guru Ez, who was walking in front, secretly took out his laptop and saw their faces clearly. He also sneered in his heart. The all-knowing Guru Ez had known it long ago. At least half of the beasts behind him were spies sent by major organizations. The purpose. They could figure it out with their eyes closed. It was nothing more than urging them to increase production. Humph. They would not do what these beasts wished. What production should they increase? There is so much money that they can't spend it all. Why do they need to pluck leaves and increase production? Wouldn't it be better to drink and sleep with this time? They are plants, and they don't have any hobbies except drinking. Even their family is passed down from their ancestors. The little money they earn is more than enough to meet their living needs. Even if the gods come, they will never work overtime. Never, these evil spies. See how the great Guru is will deal with you. Both sides have their own little thoughts, and the atmosphere is very weird for a while. In this atmosphere, everyone was led by Guru AC to a red warehouse. As the door of the warehouse was opened, they saw ancient millstones, and smelled the smell of flour. Everyone was a little confused. The next second, they heard an electronic voice from Guru AC, who led them, 1 millstone per person, grind 150 kilograms of powder in the evening to eat. After that, he pointed to the pile of brown fruits in the corner. "That's it, there is a bag next to it. Grind it yourself and put it in the bag. Today it will be counted as half a day for you. Grind 150 kilograms. Tomorrow it will be counted as a full day. Each person has to grind 350 kilograms. After saying that, he frowned at the fact that no one was taking action. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. I tell you, we have to have dinner in 4 hours. If we don't finish it before dinner." Hee. After saying that, he turned around and left. After finishing the work here, there is another group of people waiting. Guru Ez came to the next room. The people here are those who paid for the job. These people paid money, and they were thrown into the dyed bucket and painted green. This will be more reflective than the people next door. Make sure they can be seen clearly on the surveillance camera. At this moment, these people are holding a small scale, bending down to measure the weight of the powder. When it reaches the standard, they put it into a bucket about the size of a 2L bucket and seal it with plastic. Hurry up, there are still 4 hours for dinner. Before dinner, all 100,000 kilograms must be loaded today, otherwise. Chapter 426. Guru has walked around and said a few harsh words. Seeing that the badges on the chests of these people were all there, he turned around and left with peace of mind. "Humph, little spy. Control." The people in the room, who were bending over to fill the barrels, rolled their eyes in anger when they heard what Guru has said. "Listen to what you said. Is that human? 100,000 gene? Why don't you just say you want to punish us? Let you keep bending over, try it? You will be exhausted." They felt sore in their backs after working for a short while, and when they thought of what the vegetative man said just now, that they had to fill 250,000 gene tomorrow, they felt their heads buzzing. There is no way to finish the work. There is no way to finish the work at all. After finishing the work for the day, Guru ACI came to the monitoring room slowly. Before he could get close, Guru ACI smelled the smell that made him infatuated. His slow pace instantly accelerated. He suddenly opened the door made of leaves and shouted, "Okay, you actually secretly soak your feet during work time." There were several vines in the room that were inserted into the soil to make a large basin. Guru ACI was not afraid at all and retorted aggressively, "What are you shouting for? Isn't it just that you didn't soak it? This is already prepared for you, come quickly." After saying that, the vines of his arm stretched out and brought a soil basin in the corner to the monitor. Seeing this soil basin, Guru ACI, who was still unhappy just now, changed his face instantly and happily stretched the vines under him into the yellow-brown semi-solid. The branches and leaves on his body began to stretch, and he sighed comfortably, cool. Alas, times are changing. Their lives are not as good as their ancestors. Back then, our ancestors didn't have to work, and they didn't even have to pick the leaves themselves, as someone would pour fertilizer for them. When it was their turn, they had to work hard to sell the leaves for exchange. Life was hard. Several gurus closed their eyes in enjoyment, feeling sleepy. The surveillance in front of them had been diligently displaying the real-time images of the two factories. The talents inside cursed while working, and the curses were clearly transmitted to Guru's ears through the surveillance. It was endless and continuous. Although I didn't quite understand what was said, and was too lazy to open the translation, I somehow felt that the scolding must be very bad. One of the gurus was about to fall asleep, but was woken up by the scolding. I wanted to ignore it, but I couldn't help it. I opened my eyes impatiently, and looked at the surveillance. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Why are you scolding? Why are you scolding for so long? I'm not thirsty after just one look. When he saw the amount of work these people had done, his eyes widened instantly. Damn it, this little spy is so capable. The newly recruited employees, both male and female, curse non-stop, but their work efficiency is beyond reproach. The tasks assigned to them were not expected to be completed by them, and the ultimate purpose of their existence is to punish them. But now, according to the progress bar, no one may complete it in the evening. This is not easy to deal with. If they really complete it, how can we justifiably punish them in the evening? Hey, don't sleep, wake up. Something is going to happen tonight. This guru was extremely anxious. The wildly swinging vines woke up several sleepy gurus around. Look at your inexperience, look, what's the fuss? Little spy, I've been caught by them for a long time. As soon as this guru opened his eyes, he saw the little green men tying the millstone to their bodies, and circling around it crazily. They were almost spinning out after images. The amount of powder ground down was visibly increasing. The footbath water under my feet instantly lost its fragrance. Hey Doe's eyes widened. Fuck, are they stupid? Why do they keep working if they can't finish the work? No way, aren't they all spies? They are all honest employees, who come to apply for the job. No, how can people who pay for jobs here also work? They don't even have a break? What kind of godlike employees are they? But they keep cursing. A slightly childish voice came from one of the shorter gurus, who was just curious and used the translator, and found that these new employees curse so badly. He was shocked. There are so many curse words. He couldn't say fuck, this and that. Hearing this, all the cabinet members were calm. Just curse. A good leader should be tolerant of his subordinates. Yes, you see, although they curse fiercely, their work efficiency is many times that of the previous applicants. They do so much work, so don't we do less? This is called washing underwear with a cold face. You don't understand. You are still too young. You don't know that getting the benefits is the real thing. Cursing a few words. We won't lose anything. If you don't want to, you can increase their workload. Little guru nodded, not quite understanding. The first guru who called out was helpless. Can you focus on the key points? What should we do if these people really finish the work? Oh, what's the big deal? One of the largest guru had his eyes closed the whole time, and he didn't even move when he heard this. Working doesn't consume physical energy. They worked all afternoon and were so tired. They don't even need us to feed them. They will eat a lot by themselves. Maybe the amount of food they eat in the end is several times more than the amount we punish them. After saying that, he smiled with a feeling of everything being under control. He opened his mouth a little, and glanced at the admiring eyes of the other members of the pavilion, feeling proud in his heart. Oh, so what if he is a spy? We will catch him. After working for an entire afternoon, will anyone not be hungry? This is called blocking the way for these people, leaving them with no choice. The talented people in the factory had no idea that they were being monitored at this time. They worked while cursing, at a very fast speed, fearing that they would not be able to finish their work before dinner in the evening and not be given food. They naturally translated what gurus had said into, if you don't finish the work, you can't eat at night. This is absolutely not possible. The children are suffering. Life is difficult at home, and we can't even get enough to eat. If we encounter a task with meals, we would like to eat 5, 7, or 8 bowls of it. How can we give these black-hearted capitalists a chance to find fault and deduct meals? We have to eat dinner tonight even if we risk our lives. As for the task? Why are you in a hurry? Isn't there still night? Can you run away? You can stay up late only if you are full. After finishing his work, he walked towards the warehouse while sweeping the fallen leaves. Is it worthy of being a home for plants? It is indeed beautiful from a distance, with a hint of bright colors in the green. Chapter 427. But if you look closely, you can't see it. There are fallen leaves and petals everywhere, and it's impossible to sweep them clean. You can sweep a lot of them as you walk. She just finished sweeping a road, and when she turned around, she found that 3 gurus were coming together. With their swaying steps, the leaves of various colors on their bodies fell with the wind. Find out why it can't be swept clean no matter how hard you sweep. She is diligent. How can she drop faster than others? Just when she was about to look away, she seemed to see something reflecting light on the guru as from the corner of her eye. Subconsciously, she moved closer to observe carefully. The next second, her eyes widened slightly. There were reflective green bugs crawling up and down on the body of the guru as, in her conscious search, she found that there were quite a few of these bugs, or rather, a lot of them. They crawled back and forth between the leaves and branches of the gurus, but these gurus seemed to be unaware. If it was an ordinary tree, it would be normal to have bugs crawling on it. But why did she find it so strange to see these densely packed bugs on these vegetative people who could talk and walk? Just at this moment, a small insect fell from the guru ACI in front of her, and he quickly picked it up while they were not paying attention. Beneficial insects like to eat pests. Their excrement can increase plant yields, promote plant growth, and reduce the incidence of plant diseases. Note, 1 is useless. Surprise! There is such a good thing? It turned out to be waiting for her here. A bug can increase plant yields? Isn't this almost as effective as earthworms, and even better than earthworms? What a good thing. It's useless to have only 1. He took the beneficial insects back to the space, and thought while sweeping the floor. She hesitated between stealing and cheating. She chose to make money by physical strength. She had obtained many props before, with various functions, and she kept them well, and would take them out to look at them when she had nothing to do. There was a prop similar to scissors in it. Flower branch scissors, used to trim flowers and plants, which can make flowers and plants addicted to them. At first glance, it is indeed useless. After all, what's the point of making flowers and plants addicted to it if they can't move? But now it's different. These flowers and plants can talk. Isn't this useful? He took out the props, enlarged them, and carried them on his shoulders. He walked a few steps quickly and stopped in front of several loft vines. Hey, do you want to trim your shape? I have great skills. I guarantee you will be satisfied. A few minutes later, a group of loft vines lined up in a long line, waiting for he to trim their branches. He held an electric trimmer, and at his feet was a huge plastic basin with several green useless vines trimmed. She was so excited when she was working. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I've been doing this for 120 years. If I'm not skilled, who will be? Ah, why haven't I reached adulthood in 120 years? I grow slowly, you don't understand. Although she doesn't know anything about gardening, it doesn't stop her from being confident. Although she has worked in many places, she really doesn't have much experience in pruning flowers and plants. The biggest thing she knows about plants is how to plant them, and how to pick sweet potato leaves when they are tender. How can she know anything about gardening? But it doesn't matter. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. This thing is similar to trimming a dog's hair. It's a one-size-fits-all job. When I took the bus before, I always saw the flower beds on the roadside, and the flowers and plants on them were trimmed well. They were either round or square, and they looked good. She also knew that the flowers and plants trimmed by the masters in the garden must be more exquisite, and they can also trim various beautiful patterns. But doesn't she have that ability? She can only trim a circle. And she looked down at the enjoyment of ACI under her. He shrugged. They probably don't care. They enjoy the process, the joy of trimming, and don't look in the mirror. These gurus don't care much about the subsequent shape. When the 3 minutes are up, a round guru stands up. It feels a little unsatisfied. So soon? Is the time up? Can I add some time? I feel like I haven't trimmed it well enough. The guru, who has shrunk by at least half, just finished saying this when a voice of stopping came from behind. Shame on you? Shame on you. Why don't you hurry up after the haircut? What are you hesitating about? Yes, hurry up. Don't you know there are people waiting behind you? Do you know? You lazy bastard. Hurry up and make way. It's my turn. This guru ACI put his hands on his waist and retorted loudly, It's not that I don't take out worms. I can do it as many times as I want. I am bald and I am happy. I have plenty of worms. You lazy bastard. Ha! No matter how many worms you have, can they be as many as mine? My bugs are fat and plump. Your skinny bugs are not worth mentioning. Bullshit. Seeing that the parties were about to get into a big fight, he hurriedly said, Okay, pause, next one. By the way, you haven't handed in your bugs yet. Hand them in quickly. Humph. Jeruaz, who had just finished pruning, glared at the tribesmen queuing behind him, plucked hundreds of small bugs from his body, and put them into Jihee's plastic bucket. Okay, no need to look for them. Thank you, boss, you are so generous. Humph. Seeing this person run to the back to line up again, Jihee raised her scissors and quickly called the next person. As soon as her haircut shop opened, business was so good. Come with joy and leave with satisfaction. The price was 100 insects per time, and these people who entered the Asuna were so amazed that they loved it so much that they lined up in a long line in a short while. The line was too long, and the people waiting in the back were anxious, and they fought with the people in front for Jihee. The leaves, flowers, and vines flew everywhere, and he was beaten into a bald man. At least half of the leaves on its body were gone, but it was still unwilling to leave. Crying? In the end, there was no choice. For the sake of peace, Jihee simply agreed to a 3-minute time and timed it. No one should argue. She was alone, and there was not enough for these pavilions to share. She had specially asked about these insects. They were easy to raise, not picky about anything, not even drinking water, just put them on the plants. It was so easy. She just wanted to exchange more. The total number of her space was there. No matter how she planted, the number could not be increased. Now that she has these bugs, she can increase her production to some extent. She can also make more preparations for the cold winter. When the 4 hours are up, the gifted people hear a series of rings. Then there is an electronic reminder. It is time to get off work. Please go to the cafeteria for lunch. The gifted people who are sore from work finally raised their heads from their work and looked at each other. They were all covered in dust, and the dust on their faces was wet with sweat, which made them look like vagrants. Chapter 428. The boys were fine, they were strong and could still walk, but the girls had been pulling the millstone for the whole afternoon and were so tired that they could not even breathe. It was as if I saw my grandmother waving at me. It was so tiring, so tiring. This task was simply not for humans. In this situation, someone suddenly shouted, I haven't completed my task, what should I do? The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at each other. Among the thousands of people, no more than half completed the task, and most people did not finish grinding even if they did not stop for a moment. Let's go eat first. We had to go. We had been working for 4 hours straight, and we're starving. If we didn't go eat, we would have no energy to do the tasks later. Everyone went out in 2s and 3s. A pale-faced girl whispered to her teammates, the space button can't be opened. Are you sure? I'm sure. I wanted to drink some water in the afternoon, but I found that it didn't work. It's not easy. Her teammate looked heavy-hearted and exchanged glances with the others. I subconsciously felt that this level of the game was not easy to pass. After getting the space button, they usually prepared some food and emergency medicine when entering the dungeon. But the remaining larger area was for bringing things back to reality from the dungeon. Since getting the space button, they have never been prohibited from using it in the dungeons they entered. They used it to smuggle some water, branches, or pick up things that others didn't want, and no one cared. Now they are not allowed to use it. The team with the space button all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They were alert for the upcoming work meal. When they came out of the workshop, it was already dark outside. The emerald green color on everyone's body emitted fluorescence, illuminating the red arrow on the ground. The green and red light complemented each other, which looked very strange in the dark night. Some people wanted to take the opportunity to observe the surrounding environment. After all, they were pulled to work as soon as they came in, and they didn't take the time to observe the surroundings. But now, it was pitch black, and they didn't bring flashlights. They tried hard to observe, but couldn't see anything. I could only look away helplessly and concentrate on walking. Following the arrow, everyone turned left and came to a 2-story house built of leaves. The whole house was emitting a green glow in the dark, which looked particularly eerie. All those who had seen ghost movies were silent. Why is this room so dark? They didn't want to go. Just when I wanted to exchange glances with my teammates, I turned around and saw the fluorescent green body and face of my teammates. It was illuminating everything around in the night, which looked very creepy. Silence instantly swept everything around. Gurgle. Someone's stomach suddenly growled, and everyone was about to look for the sound, and then a series of stomach growls came one after another. Well, there's no need to look for anyone now. Everyone is the same. Ha ha, let's go eat quickly. Yes, 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 we're all hungry. Following a few voices, everyone seemed to have never stopped, and naturally raised their feet and walked into the house. It seems that there is nothing to be afraid of. They are now as green as that cafeteria. It's not certain who is afraid of whom. If this color is really returned to my hometown, I don't need to turn on the lights at night, and I can save electricity. It's not bad to think so. What's going on? As everyone entered, they found that it was also pure black inside. Only when they exuded the same color as the safety passage could they barely see the surroundings. There was a row of tables on the left wall, with several square barrels on them, and small basins stacked high next to them. There were rows of tables on the right, and no stools. The table was very high, so they could stand and eat without bending over. Half of the table was emitting red light in the dark, making everyone subconsciously want to avoid it. As if knowing what they were thinking, an electronic prompt sounded above their heads. Latio Tianzi, Tingtu Yulang, Naphtholzi. And others have not completed the task. Please sit in front of the table emitting red light on the left after eating. Those who have not completed the task instantly felt depressed. The table emitting red light was obviously wrong. If they really sit over there, they don't know what will happen. If they don't sit, as if sensing what they were thinking, an electronic voice came from above their heads. If you don't comply with the employee regulations, you will be fired from the factory. Everyone, The progress of the task is basically zero. If you are fired from the factory, you will be finished. Silence spread among the crowd. When the atmosphere was stagnant, a figure stood up and walked to the table for food first. He didn't care what others thought. He was starving to death. Before, he was doing wall building work, so he didn't feel that it was a pain to pull the millstone for an entire afternoon. But now, he was hungry, and he couldn't bear it. Who cares what others think? In the end, he still had to eat the meal. What was he struggling with? Could he poison them? If he really wanted to kill them, he could just kill them directly. And he could poison them in the food? What a waste of food. He took an empty basin and spoon from the left. He looked at them against the green light coming out of his body. The basin and spoon were clean, but a little big. It was bigger than the stainless steel basin he used to get spicy hot pot before the natural disaster. It looked like a wash basin. Without thinking too much, he saw the first bucket of food. It looked a bit like the powder he ground in the afternoon, dry, and the spoonful of it looked very green, not sure if it was green in nature or reflected green. He first scooped up a large spoonful. The second basin was a sticky substance, which was still stringy when it was scooped out, the kind that was broken and tangled. He didn't think it had much appetite, but still scooped up 3 spoonfuls. The third bowl was filled with soup. He hesitated for a moment before serving, mainly because there were no bowls. With the idea of finishing first and then returning to serve soup, he simply didn't even look for a table. He just walked back a few steps and squatted down in a place where no one was. The crowd had already split into several small groups at this time. On the surface, they pretended to chat with their teammates, but in fact, their attention was focused on this side. Is it poisonous? They watched him casually pick up the spoon and take a big bite. The face emitting green light was originally full of numbness, and then the whole person seemed to be frozen. His eyes began to widen slightly, as if he was shocked. Everyone's heart was lifted. Sure enough, there was something wrong with this food. Is this man going to fall down? The next second, this man directly picked up the big bowl, buried his whole face in it, and frantically picked up the spoon and started to scoop rice into his mouth. His eyes were fierce, and his speed was fast. No one spoke. Only the sound of the man's crazy inhalation remained. Everyone, Why is this not right? Chapter 429. Why do you look so addicted? Don't dare to move. No matter how hungry you are, you don't dare to move. Watch for a while. In less than 2 minutes, the man stood up and walked to the dining table while eating. When he walked to the dining table, the food in the rice bowl was just empty. He first poured a bowl of soup, and then stood there, holding the bowl, and gulped it down. Then he poured 3 large spoons of flour-like things, and a lot of sticky sauce. He made a big bowl of rice. He couldn't even wait to return to the place where he squatted just now. He casually stepped back a few steps, and squatted down to eat. Seeing this, what else do people not understand? This meal must be delicious. That person is fragrant. In an instant, the cafeteria, which was just quiet, was instantly noisy. The physical talents relied on their strong physical fitness, and rushed out quickly to grab several rice bowls. Picked up the spoon, and went straight to the last soup. Although they knew that drinking soup before the meal would not help them eat the meal, they were thirsty. I didn't drink a sip of water for the whole afternoon, so it was dry and no one could eat. Let's fill half a bowl of soup first. Please don't grab the rice bowls, everyone is one, and those who take more will be fined. After the mechanical reminder sounded, the person, who was still grabbing more than 10 rice bowls in his hand, silently returned the rice bowl under the angry glare of others. Forget about not letting him take it. He will eat faster and can eat more. The Spicy Strips Emperor and several of his teammates stood aside and watched these people scrambling for food with cold eyes. Oh, you presumptuous guys. Stupid. They discussed it with their friends before, and they all agreed that there must be something fishy about this meal. They can't eat too much. They studied the afternoon task, and they all agreed that this task must be difficult. After all, how could such a large workload be completed? So they kept slacking off for a few afternoons, and took the opportunity to search the entire workshop. Although they didn't go out, they didn't find anything. But compared to those who worked hard, the physical exertion was still within the tolerable range, and they were not particularly hungry. After everyone had finished eating, they looked at the people in the other teams who had not yet eaten, but still walked forward tentatively, picked up the plates, and started eating. Unlike the others who had big buckets, they also only took a little, and then carried the big bowls to the bright red table where the mistake was made. These people did not complete the task. On the way, the Spicy Strips Emperor winked at his teammates, and quickly got feedback. It's not poisonous, eat it with confidence. When several people heard this, they all frowned. There was no poison, this is not right. In the previous speculation, they guessed that the problem with the rice might be reflected in the poison. What is the situation now? The development is completely different from what they expected, making them a little unsure about what to do next. Chili Emperor looked at the eyes of his teammates, and frowned. He threw the rice bowl on the table with a loud noise. He faced the eyes of his teammates, put on a wicked smile, and was about to speak. A ruthless electronic prompt sound came from above his head. Latio Emperor, please pay attention to your personal qualities. Please do not destroy the public property in the factory. You will be fined 50 kilograms of flour tomorrow. Latio Emperor, it doesn't matter. Fine him as you like. He won't do it anyway, humph. At this time, someone made a puff sound. The meaning of ridicule was obvious. Latio Emperor turned around suddenly, and was about to say something, but he found a circle of green figures all lowering their heads and concentrating on eating. He couldn't find anyone who laughed at him. There was no choice but to look away. He said what he wanted to say just now. What are you afraid of? If it's not poisonous, we eat it. After we're full, we have more energy to fight them. Several teammates, none of them completed the task. At this time, four heads with green light stood in front of the table with red light, nodding in unison. The Spicy Snack King felt that the depression in his heart was instantly relieved a lot. He was about to say something, but suddenly felt that his feet could not move. He tried to move his feet, but found that his feet were as firm as glue, and could not move. The teammates also noticed. Latio, what happened to my foot? I can't move it. My foot too. What should we do now? Don't panic. Latio Tianzi felt the anxiety in his heart fall to the ground, and he looked calm. It's okay, I have already prepared myself mentally. Don't be afraid, we can just deal with it as it comes. That's right, we have experienced so many tasks. Why are we afraid of a little glue from him? Well, Tung Tiao Yulang said it well. Let's wait quietly, and respond to all changes with the same attitude. I want to see what tricks it will come up with. At this time, everyone had finished their meals. No one asked those who had completed their tasks where to eat. They could stand at the table to eat, or squat somewhere to eat. Even if they sat on the floor to eat, no one cared. Only those who had not completed their tasks were standing in front of the red glowing table, and waiting quietly. They were not asked to wait any longer. When everyone returned to their seats, less than a minute had passed, and a large red basin was teleported up from the middle of the red table like a teleportation platform. Inside were long green caterpillar-like things, coated with a layer of red juice. It was flowing down the green caterpillar's body. This appearance made them not want to eat it at first sight. The Spicy Snack King and his companions then saw that this red basin was very deep, and there were many green caterpillars in it, each of which was as long as their forearms. I hope they won't eat it. This thought just came up. An electronic reminder sounded in my ears. The punishment for the day is to leave the cafeteria only after finishing the current food. The spicy snack king. Oops. It's too early to brag. What if he doesn't want to eat this stuff? It looks disgusting. No matter how hard his life was, he had never eaten insects. And such a big green caterpillar. Suddenly, he raised his hand and patted a teammate next to him. Brother, didn't you eat that insect feast when you were traveling? This is your turn, hurry up. You are from the northeast, don't you eat silkworm pupae? Eat it quickly. At this time, the real buddy also had to become a fake buddy. He looked at the spots on the big caterpillar and lost his appetite. No, I'm not that hungry yet. Didn't you just say you were hungry? You eat it. After he finished speaking, his stomach growled. But the spicy snack king didn't feel embarrassed at all. Being thick-skinned is his secret weapon to survive until now. The few people tried to give in to each other for a long time, but no one convinced the other, and finally decided to eat together. Looking at the big green caterpillars in the big basin, they all felt a little regretful. If they had known that they would eat this disgusting thing, they might as well have done their task seriously in the afternoon. Don't ask, if you ask, you will regret it. Particularly regretful. Chapter 430. Although they discussed it, no one took the initiative. Finally, after another 5 minutes, the spicy snack king watched the others standing at attention. He gritted his teeth and grabbed a huge green worm. If I don't go to hell, who will? As the captain, he should set an example. As a result, he regretted it as soon as he got the green worm. This example is not necessary. As he grabbed the worm, he got goosebumps all over his body. There is no other reason. It is too real. The feel and appearance of this. It is exactly the same as the chili he had grabbed when he was a child. It is still soft when you pinch it. How can you eat it? He couldn't help but imagine biting it, and the green juice splashing out. How disgusting, he gasped. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he became, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. He just didn't bite it. His unscrupulous teammate urged him. Eat it, Captain, it's up to you. Facing the gazes of his teammates, he held on to his last hope and asked with a trembling voice, Is it poisonous? There had never been a moment when he hoped so much that this thing was poisonous. This way he could legitimately not eat it. Who knew that his teammates' next words ruthlessly broke his fantasy? Eat it, it's not poisonous. His teammate's talent is related to poison. Not only can he use poison himself, but he can also detect poisonous objects around him. He said it's not poisonous, it must be not poisonous. The spicy snack king showed despair. He felt as if he had been fooled. He had been abandoned by the whole world. He had to eat this spicy snack. He closed his eyes, made up his mind, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a big bite. He didn't want to chew it, he wanted to swallow it directly. The next second, the juice filled his mouth. He opened his eyes wide, chewed it carefully, and then said incoherently, It's delicious. The other people looked at him with sympathy. Obviously they didn't believe it. Spicy snacks, just eat it with confidence, it's such a big bowl, eat as much as you want. When you can't eat anymore, we play rock paper scissors. The desperation in his tone made people want to cry. Oh, why would I lie to you? It's really delicious. The Pepper Emperor spoke incoherently and stuffed another mouthful into his mouth. Don't look at it as soft. The taste is not like that. It tastes like lard residue. And it's spicy. It's delicious, especially fragrant and crispy. But no matter how he persuaded these people, they were indifferent. They even coaxed him instead. Then you should eat more. Yes, you eat more. Don't worry about us, we just eat this. After saying that, he picked up their rice bowls. Although this thing didn't have an appetite, it was much better than foreign chili peppers. The spicy snack king saw that he couldn't persuade them, so he simply ignored them, one in each hand, and ate with great devotion. Eat it or not, give it to him. His teammates felt sympathetic at first when they saw the scene. But seeing that he had eaten several strips, and was still stuffing them into his mouth, they also came back to the taste. This thing doesn't seem to be really bad. One of the strong men, who had been hungry for the whole afternoon, finished the rice in the bowl, but was not too full. He looked at the spicy stick emperor eating with big mouthfuls, hesitated for a moment, picked up one, and took a tentative bite. The next second, he sucked it in like crazy. He ate faster than the spicy stick emperor. It was so delicious. God knows how long he hadn't eaten fried food. And this bug was not spicy pork fat residue at all. It tasted like fried chicken. It was so delicious. The sauce on top was sweet and spicy, and he wanted to cry when he ate it. God knows how long he hadn't eaten fried chicken since the natural disaster. He even dreamed about it. He was so worried about it, he didn't expect that his dream would come true now. Oh my God! He wanted to eat 100 of them. The other two teammates were also curious when they saw the two of them eating. Is it delicious? No, don't eat it. The man chewed frantically, and his words were a little unclear. The other two looked at each other, and came to their senses. If they were persuaded to eat, they might not believe it. But even if they are not allowed to eat, hey, I still want to eat it. Tentatively picked up one, tried to ignore the feeling, and took a bite. Oh my god, salmon flavor, cold and refreshing. It's so delicious. Mine is garlic lobster flavor. Oh my god, it's amazing. It tastes just like my dream. Their shouting attracted those who were squatting to eat before. At first, they felt quite sympathetic when they saw that they were going to eat giant caterpillars. But after hearing this conversation, it seemed that it was not the case. A thin figure squatting on the ground winked at his teammates. Several teammates quietly moved and hid him behind them. The next second, a big green caterpillar appeared in his hand. It was one of the ones on the table before. His talent allowed him to steal whatever he saw. He tried a bite, and his eyes widened. Fuck, it's so delicious, it tastes like eel. The other teammates wanted to try it doubtfully, but the man was reluctant, and held it up, and handed it over, snip, snip. He regretted it. If he had known it was so delicious, he would not have done any mission. After eating, several people were shocked. How could it be so delicious? Hot pot flavor. What nonsense, it's obviously barbecue flavor. What does it taste like? I guess its taste should change. One of the teammates chewed the delicious food in his mouth slowly, with nostalgia in his eyes. It can taste anything, but the taste that finally appears in our mouths will be the one we like most. He was eating the roasted lamb chops. His favorite kind. Soft, delicious, and extremely fragrant. How many times had he thought about it in his dreams? All his teammates nodded in agreement. That made sense. I regret it. If I had known, I would not have completed the task so seriously in the afternoon. Although what I'm eating now is also delicious, it can't compare with those. That's right, how can you bully people like this? The food we eat, when we complete the task, is not as delicious as what they eat. Okay, if we had known this earlier, we wouldn't have to complete the task tomorrow, and we could have eaten our fill then. That's right. Faced the envious eyes of others, those who hadn't completed the task stood in front of the red table, and ate a bucket of green caterpillars crazily. At the end, even though they loved it, they couldn't eat anymore. At this time, the taste changed again. Oh my god, ice cream! It's matcha ice cream. Mine is mango ice cream. This taste is amazing. God knows how long they haven't eaten ice cream. This taste only appears in dreams, and now they have eaten it again. They are willing to complete such a task 10,000 times. Great. It's really great. Chapter 431. When everyone finished eating, an electronic reminder sounded above their heads. Please put the rice bowl back in place and follow the arrows to return to your dormitory. The glue on the feet of the punished people had lost its effect at some point. Under the envious eyes of others, they held onto the wall and slowly walked towards the dormitory. On the way, they kept discussing the food they had just eaten. It felt a bit like eating at a buffet, and every bite was the flavor they liked. Many people also tasted the fruit flavor they wanted. There are durian, watermelon, and lychee. These are fruits that exist in their memories, and will never be eaten again. At this moment, they really enter their mouths. Many people are so excited that their eyes are red. They are not greedy. They just miss the stable society in the past through the taste. Even if they are busy at work, they can still eat something delicious with their family after get off work. Not now. They can only eat bitter and fishy food, and they are still in danger of losing their lives. An inexplicable atmosphere of sadness spread among the crowd. When they arrived at the dormitory, everyone went in to take a look. It was a long and large room with nothing in it. No bed, no bedding, only numbers written on the ground and a rectangular block drawn, meaning that this was the place to rest at night. It was quite simple. But no one said anything. They had done a lot of tasks, and sometimes slept directly in the wild. Now it was good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Of course, the most important thing was that they were not going to sleep. After they finished exploring the dormitory, they were going to take action. When they checked the dormitory building, they found that there was no water here. There were no faucets or water rooms. There was only one luxuriously decorated bathroom. You can go to the toilet, but you can't flush. This is a bit strange. After everyone finished exploring the dormitory building, they were about to go out, but the electronic reminder sounded above their heads. Please lie down and rest. Failure to comply with the employee code will be punished. Everyone, Are they still going to let them eat bugs? It seems that it is not impossible. Thinking so, they still lay on the ground. Prepare to deal with it. I didn't want to sleep. A group of talents gathered in small groups and discussed the clues of this level in a low voice. Unconsciously, someone started yawning. It was like an infection. Soon, the second person who yawned appeared, and then the first person who slept also appeared. He told his teammates, "I take a nap, call me in half an hour." "Okay, go to sleep." The person who said this swore solemnly. In less than 20 minutes, all the talents in the room fell asleep. The only sound left in the room was the snoring. The Guru's tribe monitoring room. The Gurus saw through the monitoring that all the talents fell asleep, and they smiled excitedly. "Ha ha ha, I told you. No beast can refuse the food of the Gurus. No. Let's go get off work." "Wait, the badge positioning has not been checked yet." One of the more serious and responsible people in the office, ACI, said that it didn't matter if these few seconds were missed, it was just a matter of taking a look. "Huh? No, why is there another one over there?" The smiles on their faces that were happy to get off work froze, and a group of ACI looked at the lonely little green dot in the monitor, and looked at each other in bewilderment. "What's going on? Why is there one left behind? The kitchen in the cafeteria." He crossed her arms, expressionless. "So what?" She had worked all afternoon and wanted to come to eat earlier, but who knew that those ACI would not let her go, kept raising the price, and tempted her with insects, causing her to work overtime until now. He hurried over and saw that Guru ACI, who was working in the kitchen, was actually locking the door. When he turned around and saw her, he was even more confused than she was. "Why are you here? Where else can I be if I'm not here?" He asked back. Of course, he was unconscious in the dormitory. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Guru ACI swallowed them back. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he didn't want to make things difficult for him. "Okay, just close it, then you can give me some leftovers. I go back and eat it. Oh, by the way, 3 times, promise to give me 3 times the food. Rice is gone." Hearing this, Guru's face became even more stiff. Those new workers seemed to have not eaten for hundreds of years. They were just a bunch of gluttons. They kept serving rice. They ate dozens of buckets. Even the dried oil fruits used as punishment were eaten up. The kitchen was cleaner than his face now. Not to mention leftovers, even cornstarch was eaten up. If we don't prepare it quickly, we will be hungry tomorrow. So what? So I don't have any rice to eat today? No, no, no. There must be food, yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, the kitchen servant ACI was more anxious than her. They had to eat. If an outsider didn't faint, wouldn't the secret they had been trying to hide be exposed? Come with me. ACI winked at the person next to him, and the person behind him showed an expression of understanding, quickly opened the door, and went back to the kitchen. The food in the kitchen was all gone, and it was too late to go to the warehouse to get it now. Fortunately, they had bought a lot of food from outside out of curiosity before, and put it in the space button, so they could take it out and pretend that they made it themselves. Although the cost is a bit high, who can blame them for doing things? Considering the appetite of this group of workers, several Guru ACI took out more than 20 kilograms of fresh fish with concern. After thinking about it, they were afraid that the amount was not enough, so they took out more than 20 kilograms. After a struggle, 3 times, they simply made up their minds and put together a total of 120 kilograms of food. This kind of food is different from the food they give to other workers. It was specially sent by tourists, who came here to play, and were satisfied with their food. It looks like a fish, but it's not a fish. It tastes delicious. It's really a bargain for the young female outside to take it out now. After a few Gurus took out the fresh fish, they quickly reached out and began to pull pink and white leaves from the fish. They threw it into the spray bottle next to them, shook it vigorously for a few times, and began to spray the fresh fish crazily. One sprayed, and the other 2 helped to turn the fish over. The 3 Gurus worked together to ensure that every part of the food inside and outside was sprayed. After spraying, they put the fish into a large barrel made of leaves and carried it out. He, who was waiting outside, looked at a large barrel of food being brought out and was a little surprised. It's ready so quickly. Several Gurus looked at each other. Gurus, who had been serving He, smiled and pushed the food in front of He. "Come, eat." He looked at the large barrel of raw fish in front of her, that was almost as tall as her, and fell silent. There is a delicacy called sashimi in my hometown, which many people love. Not only sashimi, but also drunken crabs and drunken shrimps, all of which are raw, and many people like to eat them. But she is a local dog, she is not used to this thing. She only likes to eat cooked food. Chapter 432. Her mouth twitched slightly, and she changed the subject. Aren't you in a hurry to get off work? I take it back to the dormitory to eat, so I won't delay your get off work. Several of the pavilions looked at each other, and one of them said, why go back? Eat here. If it's not enough, we give you another portion. How embarrassing. Gee, he looked at the raw fish and couldn't open his mouth. Well, I saw someone called you before. Why don't you go ahead and do it? This was originally an excuse, but who knew that as soon as it was spoken, several guru ACI actually showed a trace of anxiety, and their tone was not as insistent as before. Then you go back, remember to finish eating. Go to bed early after eating. Okay. Saying goodbye to the enthusiastic guru ACI, holding a large bucket of fish, he turned and walked towards the dormitory in the direction they directed. The smile on his face remained unchanged. But he had an idea in his heart. Something was wrong. Judging from their eyes and body movements just now, the bucket of fish she was holding must have something in it, otherwise they wouldn't have urged her to eat. Is it poisonous? Is it drugged? Reached out and tried to touch the fish in the bucket. Fresh fish sprayed with pink and white leaves of the guru's white leaves, sleeping pills. So they wanted her to sleep? I didn't plan to go out at night to check the situation, but since that's the case. He curled his lips. I'm afraid I won't be able to let you do what you want. Looking at he's figure going away. A guru as was a little worried. What if she doesn't eat it later? Not eat? How is that possible? After coming to our place, their space buttons can't be opened. Without food and water, and after working for a whole day, how can they survive? The old chef was confident. Don't worry, as long as she takes a bite out of curiosity, she can't control herself. Don't you have confidence in our food? Hearing this, several gurus smiled. Yes, their pink leaves are famous for their deliciousness throughout the universe. Even if you spray it on the insoles can become top-notch delicacies. Moreover, their raw material this time is meat. Not the cheapest powder. It will definitely be twice as delicious. Okay, let's go quickly. If we go too late, it will be too late. Yes. Go. On the other side, the anxious guru as in the monitoring room watched the little green dot finally walk towards the dormitory, and their anxious hearts were relieved. If this new employee doesn't go back to sleep, they will rush out to send her to bed. What time is it now? If they don't go to sleep, they will be late soon. After waiting and waiting, they finally waited until the little green dot walked into the dormitory and stopped there. They waited and waited. First, they asked every 2 minutes. Why haven't you fallen asleep yet? It became asking every minute, and finally asking every few seconds. Watching the time passing by, one of the cabinet members asked anxiously, why haven't you fallen asleep yet? Is our machine broken? The green dot that detects deep sleep is stationary. The green dot that detects wakefulness will keep flashing. Although the green dot in front of them is not moved, it keeps flashing. It makes them dizzy. Several cabinet as looked at each other, and finally one cabinet as expressed his personal opinion. Maybe she hasn't finished her meal yet. It may also be that she has difficulty falling asleep. Maybe she is mentally weak and actually fell asleep, and it is detected that her spirit is still fluctuating. The more Guru has talked, the more he felt that he had guessed correctly. How could the machine break? How could their delicious food not work? Absolutely impossible. Then, excluding all possibilities, there was only one result left. This person was sick. Her physical condition was not healthy, so it was reflected in the machine. Guru has felt that he had guessed the final answer, and was relieved. Coincidentally, at this time, a bell rang to get off work. They directly forgot about He and got up quickly. He rushed out of the room. He is not active after get off work, and his mindset is problematic. As for whether that person sleeps or not, let's not worry about it for now. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. It was getting dark, and a group of talented people who paid for tickets were ruthlessly driven out by the ACI in the pavilion on the grounds that they had to clear the venue after dark. A group of people stood at the door with heavy faces. What should we do? We have been busy eating all day and didn't get any clues. Don't worry, we are trying to find a way, and we still have tomorrow. It doesn't matter, let's find a way to jump in. The ones who said this were a few white strong men. One of them stood at the fence and gave his companion a look, then took a run up, stepped on his companion's back, and jumped into the air. He was about to jump into the high wall. Everyone stopped talking at the same time and looked at the man. Just when everyone thought they would jump in so easily, a bang sound came into everyone's ears. The man hit an invisible barrier and was bounced back at a faster speed and fell to the ground. Haha, it's a joke. The people who laughed were another group standing not far away. These people were reluctant to spend silver coins to get in, and they couldn't eat the sour paste. They couldn't get into the wall successfully, so they could only wait outside. During the day, they tried to jump over the wall to get in, and the result was surprisingly smooth. For this reason, they also laughed at those who spent silver coins as fools. Look at them, they didn't spend a penny, and didn't eat the sour paste, but they got in too, but in less than half an hour, they were pushed out by an invisible force. Unconvinced, they jumped in again, but they were chased out after half an hour. They had been in and out all afternoon, and they actually jumped over the wall. In addition, they found that they could not use the space button inside the wall. After they came out, they were not restricted. This was a good thing, otherwise they would have been hungry for 2 days. His smile angered the people who had spent silver coins to be chased out by Gurus. The white men who had just been smashed out of the wall were particularly angry. They wanted to fight after talking. What are you laughing at, poor bastard? What did you say? I'm talking about you. You're a loser. You have no money, no ability, and you look like a poor person. What do you want? You're looking for death. As soon as the words fell, the two groups of people immediately started fighting. The others silently made way for them, and walked aside to continue the discussion as if nothing had happened. Chapter 433. Kill them to death. They are happy to have one less competitor. At this stage of the natural disaster, their country has entered the wilderness survival stage. Although the food is sufficient due to the small population, what government or organization? It all depends on fists. Whoever has the stronger fist and the higher force value has the final say. Everyone can be the emperor, and this year it will be my turn. As for this kind of fight, it is a piece of cake. Others don't even bother to take a look. She walked to the side calmly, and calmly communicated with the sounds of fighting and screams of pain. After arriving at the dormitory, Ji found that the door of the dormitory was open. Not only was the outermost door open, but even the door of the upper dormitory was open when she walked upstairs. A strong green light came out of the room. She was alert, walked slowly and silently. As a result, she saw people sleeping in a ball, twisted and distorted. There was no one awake. Even when she walked in, he didn't notice, sleeping so soundly. She walked forward and tried to wake up the man who was almost biting the feet of the man next to him. But she found that it was almost impossible to complete the task. This man was sleeping very soundly. No matter how she shouted or slapped his face, he didn't mean to wake up. If he was carried away now, he probably wouldn't know. He had a plan in mind. She stood up and left the rooms full of people and sat in the corridor. With the green light in the room, she saw the red arrow on the corridor. She had painted green before, but it was not fluorescent green, so it would not glow at night. You can't see any difference during the day, but you can see a very obvious difference at night. She couldn't glow even if she was green. And those people seemed to have become spirits with fluorescent agents. Thinking of the difference, she was moved. I don't know why those vegetative people didn't notice it. But he didn't plan to paint herself into those people's colors at this time, because she had other plans at night. It was too bright, and it was not conducive to action. He rested for 2 minutes, took out his dinner, and started eating. Today's dinner was tea snacks. Shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, chicken feet, tripe, barbecued pork buns, and water chestnut cakes. For drinks, I had a cup of chrysanthemum tea, and put some sugar in it. It was so delicious that it was explosive. He ate a shrimp dumpling in one bite, and he was very happy. After eating and drinking, he did not move immediately after cleaning everything up. Instead, he chose to lie on the floor of the corridor, open his eyes, and rest. After a busy day, she took a short breath. Half an hour later, she stood up and walked out quietly. The door downstairs was still open. The whole world was quiet and dark. He did not turn on the flashlight. She put her feet hard and ran forward quickly. The previous sweeping in the yard was not without gain. When she was sweeping the garbage, all the Gurus ignored her. It also gave her a chance to hear some clues. As Chaoyuan. This name is one of the countless courtyards of their Guru's clan, but he heard something different in the Guru as who spoke in the afternoon. She silently memorized the name and the route to this place. This would give her a purpose. The journey would be smooth. Before she even reached the ACI grass courtyard, he smelled a strong stench from a long distance away. Her body paused. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Wouldn't these ACI people in the pavilion be gathering together to cook shit? This was too smelly. What on earth were these vegetative people going to do? She endured it again and again. She still took out a gas mask and put it on her face. She really wasn't being pretentious. This smell was 10,000 times worse than the dry toilet in their school back then. It gave her a headache, without the disturbance of the stench. He heard a commotion. It was very lively. She silently took out the green elf, sat on it, and controlled it to take off into the air. She had been to his grass courtyard in the morning. It was called a courtyard, but in fact, it was a circular field surrounded by tall vines. There was nothing inside, it was extremely empty. If she got closer, there wouldn't even be a place to hide. It would be better to fly in the air, so that gurus wouldn't notice her. Lying on the cloud, he was concentrating. She wanted to see what these people were doing. As the cloud flew closer and closer, Jihee's eyes suddenly widened. Look what she saw. The ground of the originally bare yard was full of that kind of stinking feces. They were actually playing with shit. She said why it was so smelly. It's hard to imagine. The bare yard is now filled with a stinking manure water. The roots of these gurus are rooted in it, and they are drinking like crazy. Is that drinking? In the center of the venue, there is a huge glass transparent vat. The vat is inlaid with various gems, pearls, etc. It looks particularly luxurious. But in luxury, it is essentially just a vat. It is now filled with water, and the gurus are gathered in a circle, pulling out the green leaves on their bodies and throwing them into it. They were so ruthless, pulling out the leaves. As the green leaves were thrown in, the clear water gradually turned green. When the color completely turned emerald green, the gurus stopped what they were doing and started to use containers to hold the wine. Soon, the jar of emerald green wine was empty. Other gurus came around and started to pour water into it, and then pulled out the leaves. This process continued, round after round. And those gurus who got the wine ran to the side and stuck all the branches on their upper bodies into the wine, absorbing like crazy. He watched the wine in their hands disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The guru ACI who had finished drinking gathered together. Like a drunkard. They started to act crazy. They ran like crazy in the ACI grass yard. They let out a huge howl while running. The sound spread 800 meters away. It was enough to scare the kids next door to tears. They were starting to act crazy. It was a group act of drunkenness. Jihee's facial expression also changed from being on high alert to being speechless, and finally expressionless. No wonder they all fainted. If other beasts knew that they drank so much at night, they would probably find a hole to hide in. This addiction is too strong. They produce and sell by themselves. They pick their own leaves to make wine. They are really frugal. They produce and sell by themselves, so they have an internal circulation, right? No wonder they don't like to increase production. They don't eat, and only like to drink. The only place they spend money is to soak their feet with fertilizer. It's useless to ask for money. They probably don't think of where to spend the money they earn. Without demand, there is naturally no motivation. Unless the price of fertilizer increases, they will never increase production. Can the price of fertilizer increase? He looked at the mysterious object in the yard underground and felt that the price would never increase in this lifetime. Chapter 434. He was not going to stay here. But since she was out, she had no intention of sleeping for the time being. She controlled the green elf, flew to the warehouse, and opened the door with the key. This warehouse said that it would expire in 2 months. She wanted to see what was in it. As soon as the warehouse was opened, there was a smell of stale air. Pretending not to smell it, she lowered her head and turned on the flashlight. What caught her eyes were brown fruits, each as big as an adult's fist. They were piled up into a small hill. If other talents were there, they would definitely find that this was the kind of fruit they had ground before. Jihee reached out and picked up one. The skin was very hard, a bit like a chestnut. Montanana fruit, the cheapest fruit in the interstellar world, high yield, slightly bitter taste, often used as feed to feed livestock. Note, there are still 2 months to go before the stale feed is 1 year old. Dogs won't eat it. It's garbage. Jihee, you are really great. Are you overestimating dogs? Isn't it just a bitter melon? Why don't dogs eat it? Go ask the dog what it won't eat when it's hungry. Besides, if dogs don't eat humans, they won't eat humans either. Some people like the taste. Bitter melon is so good, it helps to reduce internal heat. She has planted a lot of bitter melons in her space. She also likes bitter melon fried eggs, and bitter melon mixed with honey. Feed? It turns out that wheat bran is pig feed. Now I can't eat it even if I want to. The bean cakes I eat every day are bitter and sour, and now they have a fishy smell, which is much more unpalatable than wheat bran. If those people were given a choice, I'm afraid they would rather eat this Montana fruit than bean cakes. She thinks it's pretty good. If this warehouse full of Montana fruit can be sold, she will exchange it for some bean cake powder to feed the livestock. If she can't change it, She can feed it directly to the livestock. This can also solve the feed problem that she was worried about before. She felt a little distressed that she always fed the livestock with grains and vegetables. Gee, he thought and pretended, flying with joy. The reason why there are so many Montana fruits in the warehouse that have not been eaten and are about to expire is purely because the gurus are too lazy. They will stockpile a batch of Montana fruits at the beginning of each year, and then take the time to grind them into powder, sprinkle them with the pink leaves on their bodies, and stir them casually. This has become a secret delicacy of their tribe, which is sold far and wide in the interstellar and makes countless interstellar people crazy. Low cost, high profit, hundreds of times the profit. Let them achieve financial freedom early. The pink leaves on them have this kind of magic. No matter what, as long as they are sprinkled with the flavor, it will become particularly delicious. It also has something to do with the taste of the food itself. If the food itself tastes particularly good, and then sprinkled with their pink leaves, it is far from as simple as 1 plus 1. It will definitely make people addicted after eating it. But they are too lazy, and have no place to spend money. They are plants, they don't need to eat, they can live forever just by basking in the sun. They don't have to spend money to live. The only thing they spend money on is buying some fertilizer. But fertilizer is so cheap, you can buy a lot of it with just a little money. So they only worked hard for a period of time a few thousand years ago. They have been letting themselves go for a few hundred years. Even though the food of their tribe that has been circulating in the universe is becoming less and less delicious, they don't care at all. What do they care about? Those people are telling the truth. It is indeed not as delicious as before. The raw materials were good before, but now they are bad, so it is strange that they can have the same taste. Now that someone is bad-mouthing them, they are too happy to wait. If you think it is not delicious, you can just not buy it. When business was the best before, there were always all kinds of beasts coming to their door to urge them to work. Now that business is bad, they can spend more time drinking and soaking their feet. The quality of life has risen sharply. As for the Montana fruit, they don't care if they can't finish it. Anyway, this thing is not expensive. They would rather waste it than work overtime. Overtime is absolutely not allowed. They absolutely do not allow overtime to delay drinking time. But their tribe is very self-esteem, love-face. Do not like others to say they are lazy, just want to hear good words, hear other beasts praise their diligence. So they simply held a meeting to make a unified decision. All those who came here to inquire about the news and urged them to work overtime were all put sleeping pills in the food and knocked down. In this way, they will never find out the secret of their nighttime drinking when they fall asleep. Everyone is happy. At the same time, they are lazy and don't want to work, so they recruit employees all year round. But because they don't want these employees to find out their secret at night, they knock down the employees every night and let all the beasts fall asleep. It's okay for a few days occasionally, but if it goes on for a long time, the employees will naturally notice something is wrong. So they leave one after another. So they can't keep people in this place at all. Even if they improve the food standards, let these people like to eat and eat more. In the end, the employees left in batches. What a sad tale. As their clan became famous, the secrets of the Guru as clan also spread. Countless beasts were curious and wanted to know their secrets at night, but how could the secrets of the Guru as clan be known to those people? So they installed surveillance cameras in the workplace and the garden, to ensure that they could accurately find the spies who came to inquire about the news, and control them. Feed them as much as possible. Let them never get up at night. I will never know their secrets. Gee, he did not stop for a moment, and worked for 6 hours to put all the Montana fruit into the space. Looking at the piles of Montana fruit in the space, she smiled. It seems that the food for livestock has come out. Exhaled. She sat on the ground and prepared to eat supper. The last meal was 6 hours ago. She had been working non-stop, and she was already hungry and tired. After dinner, he was going to the next warehouse to collect supplies. But as soon as she went out, she saw white fog all over the sky. The visibility was extremely low. She stood there, looking down and couldn't even see her feet. She frowned and subconsciously wanted to take out the mask and put it on her face. But as soon as she looked down, she saw that her clothes were corroding. The speed was very fast, and her clothes corroded one after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scales on her hands quickly appeared to protect her from damage. The next second, the energy protection barrier on her body opened automatically. The white fog was isolated. He turned around quickly and went back to the house. The white fog was isolated outside by the door. The energy protection barrier on her body automatically closed after sensing that there was no danger. This white fog is actually corrosive. Chapter 435. He thought about it, and gave up the idea of going to another warehouse. It was really not worth it. The distance between the two warehouses was not very close. Normally, it would take her 10 minutes to run. It was so foggy outside that it was hard to tell the direction. If she wanted to arrive smoothly, 10 minutes would definitely not be enough. Her energy protection barrier cost energy stones. These energy stones were so rare, forget it. On the other side, Gurus had finished today's cocktail party, and was looking for a place to sleep. They don't have the habit of sleeping in the house. Often after drinking too much, they like to walk around on the ground. Wherever they go, they sleep. The arrival of the white fog has no effect on their bodies. This is the protection of their ancestors, and it will not harm them. For thousands of years, they have already adapted. When they die, the branches and leaves will also turn into corrosive white fog, working hard to grow the tribe. And on the ground, they fall in various corners during the day, petals, and fertilizers that have not been absorbed by the grass courtyard. After coming into contact with the white fog, they were all corroded clean. Finally, they turned into various colored mists and drifted away with the wind. The talents outside the courtyard tried their best to get into the house but failed. They had to disperse and rest. When the white fog arrived, the team members, who were responsible for the night watch, immediately called the others. "Is this a thick fog? Why is there a thick fog suddenly?" The center of the thick fog was in the building complex. When everyone discovered it, the thick fog was about to spread out along the wall. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Because they didn't understand, they didn't dare to get close. They all retreated. But the area of the platform was limited, and even though they were retreating, they would reach the end. And the fog was also sweeping downwards. When the first person, who came into contact with the white fog, appeared, a terrified cry appeared. "This white fog is corrosive. There's a hole in my clothes. My nails are corroded too. Damn it, hide." Glass, who brought the glass? Glass can withstand corrosion. Outside the wall, the gifted were in chaos, and inside the wall, the gifted were sleeping soundly. For hours later, he was awakened by the alarm clock. After a simple breakfast, she tentatively pushed open the closed warehouse door. Only a crack was opened. This way, if there was white fog, she could close the door in time. With just one glance, found that the white fog outside had all dissipated. She gently closed the door, and ran quickly to the ACI grass courtyard where the ACI people had a party last night. At a glance, sure enough, all traces inside disappeared. The big water tank inlaid with gems, and the fertilizer on the ground all disappeared. Not only that, even the walls of the ACI grass courtyard and the ACI gates disappeared. He thought of yesterday morning. It was the same scene. She should have come relatively early yesterday. When she came, the green vine platform did not have a high vine wall. Later, when she went to sell her work during the day, the high wall was already there. At that time, she had guessed that the high wall was built by the Gurus, and now it seems that her guess was correct. This white mist should be something that the Gurus have existed for a long time. They appear at night, and disappear during the day. At this time, the others are still sleeping. He is the only one left on the entire vine platform. She carried a broom to sweep the fallen leaves. At first, she didn't see a single leaf, but soon she felt a breeze blowing. Following the direction of the wind, she found the first pink leaf on the ground. Then the second leaf, and the third leaf. He found more and more leaves of various colors, and she followed the familiar smell, and saw the sleepy Guru ACI not far away. It was very similar to the situation when she saw them yesterday. Several Guru ACI were sleeping in a crooked manner. The branches and leaves above were swaying in the wind, and they would fall from time to time. The leaves and branches that he had trimmed yesterday had all grown out now. It looks like it has not been trimmed. Very lush. It looks like I can open another barber shop today. I can collect a lot of leaves. Knowing that I can't call these people, he happily carried a big broom and started sweeping the leaves on the ground. She thought about it, and she would have time to go to another warehouse tonight to load it. She could use the daytime to sweep the leaves. This way she could bring more back. For breakfast, she was curious about what the pink leaves tasted like. Put half a piece in the porridge. Instantly, the whole porridge was no longer the same porridge. It became a super delicious preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and it was salty. It was absolutely amazing. Jihee's plan today was to not miss a single leaf. She was working hard. A few figures came from a distance. They were dressed in rags and looked like they were fleeing, with blood on their bodies. They looked particularly embarrassed. They surrounded Jihee in the middle without making a sound. Ji-hee stood there, narrowing his eyes. Are they trying to rob her? Wei Lixian said, Excuse me, little brother. We have no ill intentions. We just want to know some clues about this mission. Ji-hee held a broom in his left hand and stretched out his right hand, making a gesture of connecting the world. Where's the money? The men didn't move, so Ji-hee asked again, if there are no silver coins, there must be props, right? Are these men planning to get her for free? That won't do. The men looked at each other. Wei Lixian frowned. Is it true? You go to the vegetable market to buy oranges, and you ask the owner if they are sweet. What does the owner answer you? Ji-hee said that this person seemed stupid. Who would say that their stuff is fake? Even if it is fake, you have to say it is real. The four people looked at each other and exchanged glances for a long time. Ji-hee ignored them and lowered his head to continue sweeping the floor. After a long time of mumbling, the few people decided to take out the props. They did not make good progress yesterday. If they cannot enter the park today and encounter the acid fog again at night, their mission will be in danger. I hope your information is useful. Because I am lazy. After collecting for props, Ji-hee generously told them the answer directly. What? The four people instantly turned into bead eyes. That's it. Ji-hee put the props in his pocket, very confident and sure. I've told you the answer, and I won't accept refunds if you are not satisfied. The four people thought it was unreliable. One of them nodded to the other three, indicating that this person was telling the truth. The other three, This is not easy to deal with. Ji-hee gave herself a thumbs up. She is simply a good young person of the new era. Who tells the correct answer directly in the exam? Only her. Let them spend little money and do big things. After saying that, she saw that the four people looked thoughtful, carrying brooms, and turned away. She thought about where she would go to make a fortune next. Chapter 436. Selling answers. She wants to take someone else's path and leave them with nowhere to go. Dare to get ahead of others and take a chance. I also want to thank the four people who copied my homework. They helped her get rich. Looking at Ji-hee's back as she left, the four people fell silent. One of them questioned, Do you think she's telling the truth? From her natural reaction, she's telling the truth. Su-in first affirmed the answer, and then said, But this answer is subjective, just like a multiple choice question. If she chooses the wrong answer, but she is very sure that she chose the right answer, the polygraph will also show that it's the truth, because she believes it herself. So we can't say she's lying. Wei Lixian frowned, quickly followed Ji-hee's disappearing figure, and stopped in front of her. I don't want the final answer, I want other clues. Ji-hee looked at his expression, and quickly realized that he didn't believe her answer. If you don't believe it, forget it. After those people are admitted, they come to work and grind the mill. After grinding the mill, they can eat and sleep. Others buy tickets to come in just to see the scenery and eat. It's just that employees get 1 meal a day, and tourists get 3 meals a day. Oh, by the way, you can also buy a job for only 5 silver coins. The current salary is 2 silver coins a day. With 5 silver coins, you can get your money back in 3 days. It's very suitable. If you want to buy it, just go to the door and line up. Someone will receive you. After Ji-hee said what she knew, she walked forward quickly. She collected the props. If these people didn't want the results, but wanted clues and re-guessed, she didn't care. It was just a matter of words anyway. The leader saw his teammates nod, and felt relieved. It seems that the clue this time is also true. However, from this clue and the answer given by the young boy at the end, there is really no connection point. Could it be inferred that these people are lazy because they hired people to grind the mill? But isn't it a bit far-fetched to understand it this way? Is this really the correct answer? In the following time, Ji-hee put a sack on his waist and sold answers while sweeping fallen leaves. In a short while, he earned more than 20 props. Some believed it, and some didn't, and some even wanted Ji-hee to prove himself. She turned away because she thought it was too much trouble. How can this thing prove itself? She said that she had a talent to see the personalities of these gurus? Or did she stay up all night to fly to the sky to see these gurus drinking while others were sleeping? After revealing their secret, she found the root cause? She couldn't say any of this. Anyway, most of the supplies she got in this level came from those gurus, and the others were brought to sell. Whatever props she could earn were for nothing. She didn't force it. As the news spread, many people knew about the mission. They gathered together to analyze. They said all kinds of things. Some people sneered at Ji-hee's answer, thinking that the people who bought the news were cheated. This answer was not right no matter how you listen to it. They planned to eat the acid paste today, sneak into the factory, and verify it themselves. Of course. The main reason was that they had consumed too many props last night to withstand the acid mist. I have no confidence that I can make it through tonight. They dare not think about what will happen if they don't have props and their bodies are corroded by acid mist. They have to choose between eating acid paste and losing their lives. Anyone who is not a fool knows how to choose. So today, no matter what, they must eat this acid paste. Those who didn't spend money yesterday didn't suffer much loss. Those who paid for tickets to enter are now vomiting blood. Who said that money can buy everything? Who can tell them why money is useless here? This is unscientific. In order to avoid being chased out at night, they also have to eat sour paste. He wandered around outside, sold a lot of clues, and turned around and started to walk back. She made a lot of money, and the rest was a waste of time. She stopped when she passed by the gurus, carrying the flower scissors, and tried to cut them. She found that no matter how she trimmed them, the gurus were all drowsy and had no intention of waking up. Looking at the large piece of leaves that fell at her feet, Ji felt that she had been conservative before. Why sweep the floor? How many leaves can there be? How stingy? Just use the scissors. How fast is that? They can't wake up anyway, so it's up to her to do whatever she wants. As for the beneficial insects, no one knows where they are hiding now, and Ji can't find them, but she has received enough yesterday. It's enough. If the whole morning is wasted for the beneficial insects, it's a bit like losing the watermelon and cutting the sesame seeds. Just now, when Ji was selling information, he heard from other talents that after the vine wall is erected, the space button cannot be used. Now there is no vine wall, and the space button can still be used normally. She needs to do more. Ji's space button has always been used for decoration, and she has never used it, so she naturally doesn't know it. Anyway, her space is not restricted. Recalling yesterday's actions, she felt that she was not exposed. Yesterday, she was urged by these inmates to turn around on the ground. The trimmed vines and leaves were not immediately tightened up in the space, but piled up behind her. She waited until all the inmates left at night before she cleaned them up by herself. Ji's hands did not stop, and quickly trimmed the guru as into yesterday's shape. If she were guru as, she would not work hard. The leaves on her body grow faster than the flowers. She can grow a new one overnight. Why should she work hard to make money? Isn't it better to lie down? Yesterday, all the gurus that passed through Ji's hands basically lost half of their bodies and turned into lollipop shapes. Now it's broccoli again. This growth rate is simply amazing. Ji continued to trim it according to the lollipop shape. Her feet kept touching the trimmed leaves, trimming and putting them into the space. Looking at the layers of leaves of different colors, Ji was happy and painful. There were so many leaves with different functions, and it would take a lot of time to classify them when she returned. But thinking of their functions, her mood instantly improved. If she could not take them away, she would have wanted to keep a few in the space. Isn't it just that he likes to drink? Just let him drink. They are already very tired just growing leaves every day. Is it too much to want to drink some wine? It seems that they feel comfortable, and the guru ACI sleeps more soundly. The wrinkled bark face can see the shadow of a smile. Time passed quickly, and it came to the time when the guru ACI woke up yesterday. Chapter 437. When the Aces woke up, they felt their bodies lighten, completely different from the groggy feeling before, as if they had a full spa. What happened? They looked up. Why are my leaves gone? They looked at each other and couldn't figure it out. Forget it, it's gone, so don't think about it. They stood up together and slowly went to the place where they were on duty today to start working. As they woke up, the vine plane that was originally endless began to grow vine walls silently. It kept rising higher and higher, until it reached about 4 meters. The ground did not shake at all during the whole process. All the As had gotten used to it. The huge vines under this plane were formed after their ancestors died. They naturally protected them, and would grow according to their wishes. If the grandson asked his grandfather to help build a sand castle, would the grandfather disagree? Of course not. Their ancestors would protect them from generation to generation. Even if they lost consciousness after death, they would be planted underground by their companions to continue to protect the next generation. To ensure the continuation of the race. This is glory. It is the faith that has been engraved in their bones for thousands of years. What's so terrible about losing consciousness? They can grow into towering vines and continue to live with their people forever. The few guru as on duty today came to the monitor, looked at the little green dots that had woken up, and pressed the sound prompt button. The gifted finally woke up in a daze when the sun was high in the sky. They were confused at first, and then suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did they all fall asleep? Something is wrong. We clearly arranged for people to be on duty at night. How could everyone fall asleep in the end? I have insomnia. I have been suffering from insomnia and nightmares since the natural disaster. I can't sleep all night long. Even if I fall asleep, I will wake up with nightmares. How could I sleep for such a long time and sleep so soundly now? Oh my God, what's going on? The talents and those who are familiar with them gathered together, and their faces were very ugly. Leishiao Tianzi and several of their teammates gathered in a corner. There must be something wrong with yesterday's meal. He looked very serious and spoke in a very low voice. Do you think the state of our eating yesterday was like some kind of powder? We couldn't help reaching out. We were addicted, we kept wanting to eat, and in the end our stomachs were full, but we still didn't want to stop? His three teammates also looked very ugly when they heard this. After thinking about it carefully, what the spicy snack king said was really right. Their inability to stop yesterday was just like taking drugs, wasn't it? Rather than saying that they were greedy, they thought that the food was drugged. After listing a series of evidence, the Leishiao Emperor finally concluded, the rice cannot be eaten. Something must have been put in it. 3 people agreed. Okay, we definitely won't eat it today. We can't let them control us anymore. But I tested it yesterday. The food is not poisonous. A baby-faced gifted person was a little puzzled. He was very confident in his ability. My talent must be correct. If there is some kind of drug that makes us addicted, I can definitely detect it. Stupid, maybe your talent has not yet advanced. This medicine is of a higher grade. Leishiao Tianzi gave him an example. We have seen it in the game chat channel before. Those big guys have the opportunity to encounter a kind of energy fruit in the game. The effect of those energy fruits is not comparable to those garbage props in our hands. Each one has a heaven-defying effect, and I heard that there are also grades. Babyface listened to him, and felt that it made sense. This should be the same as technological progress. His ability is weak now, so he can't detect anything more advanced. It's normal. When the Leishiao Emperor saw him like this, he smiled with satisfaction and continued to analyze. It's not right that we fell asleep together yesterday. I'm a severe insomniac, and I can't sleep for a long time. How could I fall asleep? Then they must have put drugs in our food. Think about it. Why did they knock us down? There must be some secrets they didn't want us to know at night. So the key to breaking the situation is tonight. As soon as this was said, it was agreed by 3 people. They thought so too. They were made to sleep for no reason, so there must be a secret. Tonight, they would expose the secret no matter what. Then we must complete the task today and make sure they can't find a reason to punish us, otherwise our feet will be stuck, and we won't be able to refuse to eat. You're right. I saw that they don't have a set amount of food for the big pot meals, so it shouldn't be a big problem if they don't eat. Yes, then we won't eat today. As they were talking, one of them had a rumbling stomach, and the 3 of them shut up instantly, and looked at the spicy snack king. The spicy snack king blushed a little. I was hungry for too long before, and even a full meal occasionally didn't make me feel better, plus I slept for a long time, so... The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of them touched his nose, and looked up at the sky. Actually I also. Then let's finish our business later, and eat more breakfast. In order to make us work for them, these black-hearted capitalists will definitely not put drugs in breakfast. Leishiao Emperor said that even the most black-hearted capitalists would put free black coffee in the tea room. They would not let these people find excuses to delay work. As soon as these words came out, an electronic reminder sounded above my head. Good morning, everyone. Since you have woken up, please move to the workroom and complete today's work. After the words fell, the room was silent. The next second, a voice came from the crowd. Where's breakfast? Where are we going to eat in the morning? Yes, we have all slept for more than 12 hours and are already hungry. The factory only provides 1 dinner a day, no breakfast and lunch. Please don't delay. If you don't finish the work, you will be punished, everyone. This bastard is really wicked. Even the most evil capitalists are not as cruel as them. Even in my hometown, I let the donkey pull the mill and let the donkey eat half full. You are so kind. Just let them work while hungry, and the workload is several hundred kilograms? I really want to peel off your green skin and see if your heart and liver are black. It's so abominable, especially for the gifted who just decided not to eat that night. When I heard this, I felt like the sky was falling. The air was stagnant. The next second, it was as if they had discussed it. The stomach growls one after another rang in the whole room. It was like a big ensemble. Extraordinarily loud. But the reminder sound above my head was still urging me mercilessly. Give you 10 minutes to go to the toilet. Latecomers will be punished. Everyone, Really chilling. It was never a big fight. Chapter 438. It cannot be said that those who paid for tickets have no benefits. After Guru has woke up today, these people enjoyed their distinguished VIP treatment again, came to the landscape courtyard and started today's buffet, considering the silver coins they paid. Although Guru did not eat themselves, they still arranged for a chef to cook for them. Although the variety was not very rich, there were only 3 dishes and a soup. The appearance was also very ordinary, making people look unappetizing and unable to smell any fragrance. But the few people who had eaten it yesterday all knew that the taste of this dish was very good. It was unforgettable. It was better than the 5-star hotels they had eaten in the past. Wei Lixian reservedly used a spoon to scoop a spoonful of emerald green and poured it on the brown powder, then gently scooped it up and put it in his mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. It was delicious. His subordinates at the same table had already wolfed down one plate after another. While he was savoring it carefully, these people scooped out a plate that stood out, and swallowed it quickly without talking. After eating the 8th plate, I felt something in my stomach, so I calmed down and prepared to discuss the plan for the next moment. Brother, what should we do next? I'm afraid that the way of using money to open the way won't work. Wei Lixian leisurely scooped another spoonful. After dinner, we all go eat sour paste. They had asked those who had given up before, and the taste of sour paste was very difficult to swallow. Then can't we buy jobs with money? As soon as he said this, he heard Wei Lixian above him chuckle. These vegetative people will give us a chance to exploit loopholes? Use your brains. There are 3 directions for the mission. We are the ones who spent the most money, so we naturally enjoy the best treatment. We were not tired yesterday, but we were not drugged at the same time. The second group is those who spent less money. They were treated specially. None of them completed the mission smoothly according to the regulations yesterday, and they were punished to eat the big green caterpillar. Speaking of this, the man showed a disgusted expression on his face. The last one is the people who didn't spend money. These people are the most, and they also emit green light. The green light on them is not completely useless. It can illuminate them at night. In addition to this, there must be some use that we don't know. So, if we want to succeed in the mission, we must eat sour paste. The more they listened, the more they felt that it made sense. As expected, he was the boss, who was far-sighted. Looking at the admiring eyes of his subordinates, Wei Lixian smiled reservedly. Hurry up and eat. We will eat sour paste in a while. Oh, by the way, don't eat too much, otherwise you won't have enough stomach to eat sour paste in a while. Yes. Outside the door, people who didn't eat the sour paste yesterday are now queuing up. They couldn't stand the sour taste yesterday and chose to quit. They thought they could climb over the wall at night, but reality gave them a hard blow and rejected their wishful thinking. There is no other way now. They have to come here to eat the sour paste in order to pass the mission and avoid the acid fog at night. For this, they have to face the sarcasm of Guru and greet him warmly. Please, we regretted it when we went back yesterday. Such a good job is really a gift from God. If you don't cherish it, you will really have to swallow 1,000 needles. Thank you very much for giving us another chance. We will definitely seize it and work very hard. Please rest assured. No, we are not coveting your acid paste. Please rest assured that we definitely don't mean that. After a round of begging, these talents, who threatened yesterday that they would never come again, were let in by the magnanimous Guru ACI again to accept the test of acid paste. With psychological preparation and their lives threatened, these talents were silent after being let in. They silently picked up the sour paste and swallowed it. All for the mission. Even if they didn't want to. In order to successfully complete the mission, the talents still started the mission on an empty stomach. Only those who have worked on an empty stomach know that this feeling is very bad. Long-term 50% fullness and occasional full meals will not only not give you a sense of satisfaction, but will increase the degree of discomfort in your body. When feeling hungry, the stomach and mouth want to eat more urgently. At this time, whether the talents are willing or not, their attention will naturally be devoted to their stomachs. In addition, doing physical work will inevitably make them sweat. They want to drink water, but it is not provided, so they will be hungry and thirsty. This is not like yesterday. Even if the task is not completed, it is not a big problem. If they want to avoid eating those addictive big green worms today, they must complete the task of the day. But today's task is twice as much as yesterday's. It's even more difficult than yesterday. Even if they don't stop for a moment, they may not be able to complete the task smoothly. Everyone will regret not eating so much yesterday. Who would have thought that these black-hearted capitalists would put drugs in the food? It's too late to say anything now. Male talents are fine. They have strong physical fitness and fast grinding speed, which gives them an advantage, and they can still hope to complete the task. Even if the female talents are not weak in combat power, they are still weaker than male talents in grinding. They calculated their work speed. This means that if they work non-stop, they won't be able to finish the task by night. Thus, a new work mode emerged. The support mode. Leah had completely given up on completing the task. I calculated that at my work speed, I won't be able to finish the task even by the time I get off work in the evening. So I might as well share the flour I grind with the three of you, which will also reduce your burden. I will accept the punishment, and you will complete the task, find clues, and share them with me. Do you think it's okay? Leah still has a lot of trust in her three teammates. They are all relatives. At this moment, that does not involve life and death decisions. They are just sharing clues, and they should not cheat her. After all, there is no need to do such a thankless task. Sure enough, the other three looked at each other and quickly agreed. Leah, don't worry, we will definitely tell you when we get the clues. There are many plans like theirs. Soon the factory formed a 242, 143, and 341 model. Jihee's gardening work is in full swing. Although a lot of Montana fruits were harvested last night, the taste was average and a bit monotonous. She must not give up her career of pruning branches and leaves. How can there be enough materials? This is just like making money, it is addictive. Chapter 439. When have you ever seen the big boss of a billion-dollar group go home to rest? They will work until the day they die. They will not retire at the age of 80. It is because earning money can bring enough sense of achievement. Jihee's small gardening shop is not large in scale, but the principle is similar. After discovering that Guru ACI had woken up, she started her business today at the same location as yesterday. With the foundation laid yesterday. No need to say much to those who come today, just lower your head and cut. While cutting, a waiting Guru ACI whispered to Jihee, my beneficial insects didn't come back yesterday, how about yours? Mine didn't come back either. It's strange, with the white fog, where can they hide? They will die if they don't come back. Could it be? The Guru ACI glanced at Jihee quietly, and the meaning was very clear. It's impossible. Don't you know the ability of our clan? She can't open the space button at all, and living things can't be put into the space button. This Guru ACI sneered quietly, not even thinking about that possibility. There are two things that their tribe cares about. One is the emerald green leaves, which can be turned into wine to drink at night. The other is the beneficial insects that grow on their bodies all year round. Although they are insects, the beneficial insects are so useful to plants that they can prevent them from losing hair, so they are reluctant to give them away. They were so generous to take them out yesterday, purely because they thought he couldn't take them away. It's like getting something for nothing. Every night, white fog would appear, corroding everything. No one could survive except their clan and the factory. At that time, the beneficial insects would naturally return to their bodies, under the cover of night, because they had nowhere to go. Anyway, the insects would come back, so it didn't matter how much they gave. Who would have thought that not long after they opened their eyes this morning, they found that the beneficial insects they had distributed yesterday had not returned? How could this be possible? It caught the Guru ACI off guard. It was like pretending to pay for a meal at a restaurant, waiting for the money to grow legs and run back by itself. But the money legs were broken. How can this not be annoying? Don't panic, this has happened before. Maybe they went out to play somewhere, and when they have had enough fun, they will naturally come back to us. Seeing them like this, an older man named ACI sat on the fishing island calmly, not in a hurry at all. These insects can only live for 2 days without plants. Without us, they will die. You must have confidence in yourself. How can the beneficial insects survive without them? Little insects, grasp them. That's right. The anxious Guruas thought about it, and relaxed instantly. It was indeed the case. It made sense. The acid mist would hide in the gaps between the vines under their feet during the day, killing bacteria and insects in the gaps between the vines. At night, all plants and objects except the houses where the workers slept would be corroded. Even if these insects could hide today, wouldn't they still come back to them tomorrow? They didn't need to be too anxious at all. When they thought of this, they suddenly understood. As for he who was working beside them, they didn't think about her at all. This person is obviously not a vegetable. Even if those bugs followed her, they would starve to death. She had no place to hide. Or even if she hid, what would happen? Those bugs would always break through the difficulties and obstacles, go through all the difficulties, and return to them. This is the charm of Guru as he listened to the conversation of Guru as behind him with his whole heart. His expression did not change. Even her movements were still so neat. What was there to be angry about? Anyway, she would never put these insects back into her pocket. Want the beneficial insects to go back by themselves? Haha. She could only give them 3 idioms. Wishful thinking, daydreaming, fantastic. These beneficial insects have already lived in her space, and they will be hers in the future. Her space is so good. With such a large area, and so many different plants, she can go wherever she wants without being restricted. How great. She doesn't steal or rob, she earns some insects by physical labor. You still expect to get it for free? Just wait. Okay, pay here. After pruning a ruse, he bent down and moved all the branches on the ground to the other side, and picked up the plastic bucket on the ground and lifted it up. This ruse had just finished enjoying it, and was in the best mood, so he didn't hesitate much, and counted the beneficial insects, and put them into the plastic bucket smoothly. These beneficial insects will crawl around when they are on them, and they are very lively. But once they were in the plastic bucket, they seemed to be immobilized and could not move. No matter how many were put in, as long as they were away from the plants, they would be in this state. After work yesterday, he thought they had been dead because they had been kept there for too long, but once they were poured into the farmland, the insects instantly became active. She was relieved. It seemed to be a racial characteristic. At this moment, a regular ringing sound came from the distance, followed by the sound of objects sliding through the air. He looked up and saw huge packages dropping from the sky. But he could not find any airdrop planes. Guru ACI, who was lying on the ground in the sun, sat up instantly. The branches in his hands stretched out infinitely long and wrapped around the packages. He hugged them happily, and his good mood was obvious. Guru ACI, who had not finished pruning the branches, continued to line up beside he, while others who had finished pruning the branches flew away quickly with the packages in their arms. The speed was more than 10 times faster than their previous slow walking posture. It disappeared in front of he in a flash. Her pupils shrank suddenly. This speed. It seems that the fighting power of these guru as should not be bad. It really fits the saying. You can paddle, but you can't really do nothing. Usually slow and like to drink, it turns out that he is a hidden talent. The ringtone was very loud and spread throughout the platform. Not only he heard it. Those who were grinding in the factory also heard it. There is one good thing about working in gurus. That is, they will not restrict your personal freedom. They will assign you work tasks, and come to check the results at night. But during the day, they don't care whether you are grinding in the workshop, packing powder into boxes, or strolling outside the workshop. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you will have to bear the consequences if you can't complete it. If you can afford it, you can do whatever you want. So there will be many interstellar beasts, who will come to the guru as tribe to eat free food when they are too poor to eat. As long as they endure a little hardship in the early stage, climb stairs, and eat sour paste. They can even eat here all the time without spending a penny. Chapter 440. You don't have to work during the day, and you can eat at a certain time in the evening. The food tastes especially good. You can also have a good sleep at night. Where else can you find such a good place? Every poor interstellar beast can be well taken care of by the guru as tribe. And the guru as tribe doesn't care. They are not short of money, but of labor. As long as the people who come can help them do a little work, and let them do less work, it will be fine. As for the cost of the meal at night, it is not even an expense for them. The food eaten by the workers, who completed the task, was all Montana fruit that they ground themselves. It was just a little processed in the back kitchen. The difference between dry and liquid, how much effort would it take? The task was not completed. In order to make them sleep more soundly, some silver coins would be used to buy high-end livestock food. But that kind of food was also very cheap, and it was not important to them at all. So the two hit it off. When the interstellar beasts were poor and had no food to eat, they came to the guru as tribe to live a life of eating and sleeping every day. When the time comes, I will recover and leave here to start a new life. The gifters are now roughly divided into 2 groups. One group works in the workshop. These people have to work all day and cannot eat at night. They need to go out to explore the specific situation at night. The other group is responsible for continuing to explore the places that were not explored yesterday during the day. These people are running all over the Vine platform. When they see the express delivery flying down from a distance, no matter what they are doing or what they have found, they subconsciously go straight to the express delivery. Perhaps this is the key clue to break the deadlock. One of the gifted people used his talent to steal one of them from a long distance. He was about to leave with the package, but when he turned around, 2 people blocked him from behind. Give me the package. Bullshit. I got it by my own ability. Why should I give it to you? You are stealing. Give it to me quickly. I want to return it to those vegetative people. What a hypocrite. The man didn't want to argue with him, but when he turned around, 2 more people surrounded him. Everyone wants this package. After a few rounds of fighting, one of the men snatched the package and took the opportunity to leave, hiding in a corner. A few minutes later, his teammate ran over. Before, they pretended not to know each other outside, otherwise they would not have escaped so smoothly. Bean, open it quickly and see what's here? Okay. The 2 men squatted in the corner and unpacked the package stealthily. From time to time, they looked up and looked around. If someone came to snatch it, they would run away immediately. The outermost layer of the package was a slippery skin. Without tools, it was difficult to apply force. The 2 finally managed to open a small hole, and then they smelled a foul smell. They choked and coughed. What's that smell? Why is it so smelly? It's not stinky tofu, said by male. As the package was opened, the smell became stronger. The faces of the 2 became much uglier. They pinched their noses hard. It was so smelly that it made people's heads hurt. Finally, when they unpacked the package, what appeared in front of them were shit yellow cubes. Is this Northeast soybean paste? Shut up. Don't smear our Northeast soybean paste. It's not that smelly. The other young man was unhappy. His grandmother made soybean paste specially every year. He smelled it, and it didn't smell like this at all. Soy sauce cubes don't smell bad. The 2 pinched their noses and bent down to study carefully. What exactly is this thing? How can you not tell the function of this thing from the appearance? I can't even guess what it is. He tried to crush a small piece with his hands. It feels hard, but you can crush it with force, like powder. I can't guess what it is. How about trying it? Maybe it smells bad but tastes good. He worked all afternoon, and although he didn't go to grind, he was so tired that his waist and legs ached all over, and he wanted to eat everything he saw. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by the strong man in front of him. Eat, eat, eat. You dare to eat it when you know what it is? Aren't you afraid of eating you to death? Then what do you think we should do? The young man felt a little wronged. If he didn't want to eat it, then he didn't eat it. Why would he fight with anyone? Let's wrap it up again, take it away, and ask someone else. After these copies, the eldest brother felt that his brain was not enough. The clues in this copy were too scattered. For a while, he really couldn't connect this thing with the secret at night. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, guarded the express and walked out carefully. There were many people in the same posture as them. They all thought this thing was their clue to break the situation, but they couldn't guess it, so they thought of asking around. The talents of the gifted are all kinds of strange, and there is a gifted person in this game whose talent is to identify the essence of objects. He just used up his talent, his face was red, and he lay on the ground coughing non-stop, accompanied by dry heaves. His talent will absorb part of the object in his body when identifying the essence of the object, and then give the final test result. So although this talent is very useful, he is always cautious and careful every time he uses it. If the item he was testing was a poisonous item, then with the detection of his talent, the poison would enter his body. If it was a mild poison, it would be fine, but if it was highly poisonous, then he would be in trouble. After obtaining the talent, he had been very careful, and this time he confirmed again and again that this thing was not poisonous before starting the test. Who knew this thing? This thing was actually. When he thought of this, he felt a wave of nausea surge in his heart, and he knelt on the ground and began to vomit crazily. Hosey, what's wrong? Is it poisoned? No, the item doesn't read. One of the men was holding an interstellar version of a food contamination detector, sweating profusely. The detector just said it clearly. Natural product, contamination level 30%, non-toxic, not recommended for consumption. It's natural, non-toxic, it should be fine. How could this happen? The key is that they could only watch him suffer, without even a sip of water. I have some water here, give it to my little brother. Looking in the direction of the man's voice, he was a man over 185 centimeters tall with a big green, back-combed hair. Even in his green work clothes, he could still see his aura. The green light was more dazzling than others. Wei Lixian and his team stood 2 meters away and did not approach. As he finished speaking, a man stood up behind him, and a ball of water appeared in his palm out of thin air. This was a water-type talent. What do you want? The man did not relax his vigilance. The talent who could complete the task until now did not have the thing called kindness. Chapter 441. He didn't believe that he was so lucky that he would meet a kind person. It's very simple. I want to know what this thing is. Wei Lixian stepped aside. One of his teammates behind him also held a package that fell from the sky. The man's eyes darkened, and he kept weighing it in his mind. Finally, he nodded, okay, but the water can't be too little. We want 1L. Deal. After drinking the water, the smell was suppressed. The man who was lying on the ground and retching continuously exhaled with red eyes. The man immediately helped him up. Biozi, how do you feel? Much better. The thin man felt weak all over, and the psychological shadow would not go away in the short term. What on earth is that? Without letting Wei Lixian wait any longer, the man asked quickly after comforting his teammates. When he mentioned this, the thin man's face instantly turned ugly. He moved his mouth, wanting to speak, but he seemed to be unable to open his mouth. In the end, he still spoke, but his voice was so small that the man opposite him didn't hear it for the first time. After speaking once, it was easier to speak the second time. The man heard clearly at this time. But his expression became ugly. His face was complicated. He reached out and patted the thin man's shoulder and sighed earnestly, Hosey, don't worry, we all know you're suffering. If you can pass this mission, you will be the first to make a contribution. When we go back, we will give you an extra 10% of the supplies. Thank you, big brother. Hearing this, the thin man's face looked better. He had already eaten, and a little reward would not be in vain for his suffering this time. The man comforted his teammates, then stood up and faced Wei Lixian. Wei Lixian was also listening carefully to the fair-skinned man, but he spoke too softly, and they didn't hear clearly. Since they had all agreed, and Wei Lixian looked like someone who was not easy to mess with, the man didn't waste any words and spoke directly. Fertilizer, or shit. As soon as these words came out, even Wei Lixian, who had always been very calm, had a momentary blank in his brain. What? What? Fertilizer? Who would buy so much fertilizer online? They had seen it before. The express delivery was so numerous that it almost covered half of the sky above their heads. Who would be so kind to buy so much fertilizer? But when I thought about buying it for plants, it made sense. The man didn't care what the other people thought, and after saying this, he turned around and pulled his teammates away. The rest of Wei Lixian and the others who were standing there were thinking. Just now, they saw a lot of people snatching packages, and the contents were all a shit yellow square brick. This means that there is a high probability that all the express deliveries are the same thing. But now the question arises again. What do those vegetative people want to do with so much fertilizer? Eat? Wei Lixian pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He didn't believe that things were that simple. There must be some secrets that they hadn't guessed. But he believed that this matter would not be difficult for him. Jihe's character when working in the Guru ACI clan is to talk less and work more. This afternoon, she basically didn't say a word except when she asked someone to pay. Seeing the express delivery everywhere, she was a little curious and wanted to steal one to take a look. However, there were too many gurus around her, and the line was so long that she couldn't leave it all. She thought that this matter would just pass. Soon, Jihe learned the content from Gurus. Although Gurus is lazy and doesn't like to move, they are not lazy. Lying on the ground, they can talk about anything, and when they get together, they basically don't stop. From interstellar gossip, the Marshal's daily recuperation, to the new flavor express delivery just received in the afternoon. Jihe heard it all clearly. He also knew that the overwhelming express delivery was all fertilizer. It was both unexpected and not unexpected. They were essentially plants. Other things were useless to them. Essentially, these plants still needed to absorb nutrients. Fertilizer was like a drink to them. They all tasted good anyway. They even had a wider range of choices than humans, and they would change new flavors from time to time. Sometimes they didn't even need to spend money, and other races would voluntarily bear the express delivery fee to deliver fertilizer to them. Jihe was silent, and she pruned the branches more vigorously. Although she had never tasted these spices, she was about to leave this copy, so she had to hurry up. Just when she was pruning, someone who was exploring the entire vine platform from a distance found this place. People like to join in the fun. When they see a lot of people, they will be curious and want to get closer to take a look. Seeing a green person holding a large pair of scissors to prune the branches of a plant person here, it is inevitable to be curious. Squatting in the distance to observe this side, Jihe noticed it, but pretended not to see it. Just watch it, it won't hurt. Someone else gestured at Jihe with props. She didn't react either. At this moment, her face was her husband's face, and this face was nicknamed the God of Plague by others. I guess no one wants to take the initiative to provoke. After squatting for half an hour, this group of people didn't know what they had detected, and finally dispersed, giving up on starting with Jihe. The cabinet member ASU, in the monitoring room was shocked. In the past, They could quickly find out the foreign spies by looking at their diligence. But what happened this time? Let's not talk about the people who went out for a stroll. They must be spies, and they must be treated severely at night. Why are the employees who stayed in the factory working hard? Why are these new employees so diligent? There is not a single lazy one. The ones who are grinding are even leaving after images. Could it be that the ancestors have blessed them, and they are finally going to welcome a group of good employees who love their work? When they thought about the future, someone would grind and package the Montana fruit, and they would have more time to drink and soak their feet. The few people in the monitoring room were so happy that they were about to explode. Even the fertilizer for soaking feet felt more fragrant, but this good mood did not last long. As time passed by, the employees who stayed in the workshop had to complete their work within the specified time. Guru Az was a little panicked. What was going on? How could he find a reason to punish them and make them eat more tonight? What if they don't eat and wake up at night to find out their secrets? But what if they are punished for completing the task and such excellent and hard-working employees resign? It's so tangled. You know, the workload of new employees in a day is more than 20 times that of previous employees. In the past, those old employees would sleep until noon, wander around here for a while, and after walking for 10 minutes or so, they would run out to the garden in groups and play until dinner at night. Chapter 442. Compared to the lazy ones before. Now these employees are simply too good. They can be called interstellar model workers. Not only are they grinding the mills fast, but even the employees bending over there are so busy that their faces are flushed without even raising their heads. They are so hardworking that they want to cry. Wow. But there is still a small problem. They grind so much Montana fruit powder. How many pink leaves do they have to pluck? This is really too lazy to pluck. They are afraid that the employees are too capable, and they are also afraid that the employees will not work at all. Several gurus looked serious, as if their tribe had encountered a huge dilemma. How about we give them an extra meal? One of the gurus bravely suggested. Think about it. Eating takes up time. The longer they eat, the less time they have to work. Are you stupid? What if they feel more energetic after eating? What if they work faster? The gurus, who was shaking like a vine, said with great regret that he was still too young. Then give them more work. What if we scare away such good employees? The next batch of employees may not be as capable as them. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. What should we do? How about this? We give them something good to eat at night? With the delicacies of our tribe, I don't believe they can resist. So this time we will add some oil and fry them. One of the gurus was confident. Just a small worker. Can there be a foreign spy that is difficult to deal with? All the gurus agreed with its words. That's right, little employee, you can handle it. It wasn't long after he put his mind at ease. One guru made a puzzled sound. Huh? Some employees came to our monitoring room. Why are they not going to the garden? Each employee's work badge has a location, and the guru sitting in the monitor can see the location of each employee through the location. But this monitoring room is not very useful during the day. They don't care what the employees do during the day. As long as these employees eat and sleep well at night, it's fine. Usually they just soak their feet and chat in the house. Just glance at the surveillance when they have nothing to do. Now they see the little green dot approaching the monitoring room and are a little puzzled. What are these employees doing here? I go out and ask if they have anything to do. Wait, don't ask. I suddenly have an idea. A cabinet member's eyes lit up. Think about it. Weren't we worried just now that they had completed their tasks and didn't sleep at night? Now that these people have run into us, isn't that a handle that is delivered to our door? Let's let the vines wrap up the house, pretending that there is a secret inside, and see if they will destroy it. The group of cabinet members looked at the elder, who spoke with admiration. How did he come up with such an idea of touching porcelain, cunning old man, on the Fujiwara platform? The talents kept running, but apart from the large and small gorgeous garden circled by various vines, they didn't even find any covered houses. Along the way, they saw many gurus lying on the ground. They were in groups of 3 or 5, lying in a corner as if dead and motionless. They would only turn over when they approached. It really looked like a big tree. As the sky gradually darkened, they found nothing. They were inevitably a little anxious. At this moment, from a distance, they saw a huge house wrapped in vines. There is a secret. The closer they got, the more unusual it seemed. There might be treasures of this clan inside. But the more curious they were, the less they acted rashly. They rolled their eyes and planned to find a place to hide and wait for others to come first. But they found that there was nothing around them. There was no way to hide, unless they could hide in the shadows. Everyone simply sat on the ground and pretended to be very tired. Anyway, They would never be the first to eat crabs. Why don't they come to destroy our room? A young Corrosive, whose leaves were crisp and tender, looked a little anxious when he saw these employees sitting still. Corrosive, who made this suggestion, smiled mysteriously when he heard this. You ask him? Who should he ask? How would he know why this person didn't move? He is not a parasite on him. The Corrosive opposite saw the old man so calm, and suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and gave a thumbs up. As expected, he is a wicked boss, with a plan in mind and everything under control. I didn't let the others wait for long. After a while, I found that there were more and more people here. Everyone was sitting or standing, surrounding the bud made of vines. Seeing that no one else took action, the first impatient person walked forward anxiously. Everyone pretended not to notice, but in fact all their attention was on this person. Even the speed of talking to his companion slowed down, and the corner of his eyes was always paying attention to that side. The man was a person with physical mutation talent. Although his muscles were not particularly strong, they looked very strong. He walked forward and grabbed the vine. He found that the vine was very strong, with thick and solid roots. It was not easy to pull it apart. He used all his strength, and the vine had a tendency to be pulled up. But when he relaxed a little, the vine had a tendency to shrink back. After a little thought, he hesitated. According to this force, if he did not transform, it would be almost impossible to tear the vine apart. But he had not eaten for a day, and was already exhausted. If he transformed and consumed more energy, he would lose his mind if he could not find food. The consequences at that time. Thinking of this, he quickly let go, and watched the vine return to its original state. He walked back to the crowd quietly. When the sky fell, there were tall people to support it, so he decided to be a short man. Seeing this scene, the gifted people had already made their own plans. After a while, a man walked out of the crowd. As he kept walking forward, first his arms turned into the forelimbs of an insect, then the legs, body, head, and finally the whole person turned into a huge black cap insect. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, this black worm, which was only more than 2 meters tall, climbed onto the vine, opened its mouth, and began to eat crazily. The vine began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. It soon ate a whole. Insects, the nemesis of plants. After the man turned into an insect, not only did he become much stronger, but he could also eat all kinds of plants non-stop without worrying about being poisoned or not being able to eat. Chapter 443. Compared to human bodies, insect bodies are much stronger. Not only do they become stronger, but their digestive abilities are also stronger. Just as everyone was shocked by the man's strength, another person walked out of the crowd. Wei Lixian, wearing a green work suit, walked out gracefully. He first took out 3 incense sticks and an incense burner from his arms. He held the burner in his left hand and the incense in his right hand. The 3 incense sticks drew a strange track in the air and ignited without fire. He knelt on both knees and respectfully lit the incense on the incense burner. Then he supported himself with his hands, kowtowed 3 times towards the incense burner, and shouted loudly, "Unfilial descendants, please protect us, ancestors." Aloud, a solemn voice suddenly came from midair. The next second, a man's shadow suddenly appeared behind Wei Lixian. His face was not clear, but he was very imposing. The shadow took a step, walked to the vine house, stretched out his hand and started to pull it apart. The vines that were so firm just now were easily pulled apart by the man's hands like cabbage. Layer after layer. Effortless. Everyone was jealous. What a talent! This is too amazing. He can even summon his ancestors, which is really enviable. Wei Lixian felt the enthusiastic gazes of everyone and calmly glanced at the person behind him. The person understood and immediately came out with a friendly smile. "Hello everyone, I am Su Yin, the secretary of Wei Lixian, the former president of Tiankui Group. This is our boss Wei Lixian." Everyone was surprised. So he was the president of the world's top 500 pharmaceutical group, looked so young. But that's all, the surprise passed in a moment. Times have changed. Now there are natural disasters outside. No matter if you were a Fortune 500 company or a world leader, natural disasters will teach you how to be a human being equally. Su Yin also knew that his expression did not change at all, and his smile was still friendly. Since everyone has heard of Mr. Wei's name, then the fact that our company has tens of thousands of employees must not be hidden from everyone. With the arrival of extreme heat, Mr. Wei immediately established an organization called Tiankui, absorbing some of the group's employees and their families, giving them certain help, and helping everyone overcome difficulties. Tens of thousands? How much food do these people need to eat every day? Su Yin neither admitted nor denied. "We have a factory under our company name. You can imagine how many employees we have. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. Naturally, they understood that it was an extremely large organization. Suyin smiled even more. In order to better overcome the difficulties, we at Tianque also welcome talents from outside to join the big family and work together. What is the threshold for joining? Isn't your headquarters in City A? Even if we want to join, we can't go if we're not in City A. What's the benefit of joining you? Suyin has said this many times, and it's easy to say it again this time. Don't worry about supplies. We are a pharmaceutical company, and the last thing we lack is medicine. Yes. Not only do we not need supplies for employees, we will also distribute medicine regularly. Of course, including family members. We have a gifted person who can pull people remotely. As long as he knows your real name and some personal information, he can send you directly to City A. Of course, the higher-ups know about this and allow it. Don't worry, we are a private organization, and we are not breaking the law. You should know the reputation of Tianque Group after hearing about it for so many years. Our boss and his family have been doing charity work for many years, and will not violate laws and regulations. Looking at Suyin, who was like a fish in water in the crowd, Wei Lixian's smile became more gentle, and he seemed very approachable. If you want to live well, you must master all the power you can. This way you can have more say. Just when the atmosphere was harmonious, the vines that had been motionless and allowed them to touch suddenly twitched. First, they twitched away the several talents close to him, and the ancestor summoned by Wei Lixian. Then they rushed straight to the crowd. Countless vines quickly approached the crowd like green snakes. The talents dodged quickly. Under Suyin's protection, Wei Lixian found the right opportunity to complete another round of kneeling and summoned another ancestor to protect him. Suyin then pulled his hands out to deal with the vines. The talents showed their abilities, and the vines had some concerns. For a while, the vines really had no way to deal with them, as the battle between the two sides became tense. When the losses of the vines became greater and greater, a gap opened in the house made of leaves behind the vines, and several gurus came out. Seeing this scene, the talents had a bad feeling in their hearts. Aren't these gurus basking in the sun? Why would they hide in the house? In every instance, if they dared to fight against the natives, there would basically be no good results. As a result, they now want to stay away from the natives as soon as they see them. As expected, after these pavilion aces came out, they didn't say a word, and the vines on their bodies quickly grew longer and joined the battle directly. As a result, the vines before also changed their previous fatigue and became as hard as steel. The battle that was just going back and forth suddenly became one-sided. Compared to the thick vines at the beginning, the vines on Guru ACI were thinner, but more resilient and flexible. Some talents saw that things were not going well, and had already planned to retreat. They just wanted to find clues, and didn't think of provoking the natives. When the time was right, some talents turned around and ran. The battle situation, which was already vaguely prone to defeat, collapsed directly with the departure of a group of people. The remaining talents reacted a step slower, so even if they wanted to run away, in this case, they had to see whether Guru ACI agreed. Did Guru ACI agree? Of course not. I had been waiting for them to come to me, so that I could find an excuse to punish them. How could I not seize this opportunity now? After a few rounds, more than 10 talents, who did not escape in time, were tied up like dumplings by vines. Guru ACI left half of his men to continue guarding the monitoring room, and the other half held the talents with vines, held their heads high, and ran straight to the workshop with a fierce momentum. The tied talents looked at the sky in silence. There was only one thought in my mind. It's over. Barbecue. This is definitely not going to end well. A few minutes later, several Guru ACI rushed into the studio. They threw the people tied behind them to the ground. Chapter 444. After saying that, without giving others a chance to react, all the Guru ACI rushed out like a gust of wind at a speed faster than when they came. The room fell into silence again. A bunch of talents who were tired like dogs. Are you fools? You can be caught like this? The talents lying on the ground. Tired, let's destroy it. These Guru ACI left the room, but they didn't forget the next door. Throwing the other two talents on his back to the ground, he expressed his anger, and finally left a sentence. In order to punish you, after finishing today's work, you have to move all the packaged goods to the empty third workshop next door, all of them. Otherwise, you will be punished tonight. After saying that, he disappeared quickly. The talents who were bent over in the room and couldn't stand up. He looked at the two talents with bruised faces on the ground. Damn it. The real purpose is revealed. Damn it. After arranging the tasks, The few members of ES returned to the monitoring room happily. All solved. Perfect. It was completely dark. The long queue in front of Jia's pruning stall had disappeared. Yesterday, she was still curious about what these gurus were doing. But today, she just wanted to show respect after knowing the truth. She didn't want to see that eye-catching scene at all. After sending off the last customer, she bent down, picked up the broom, and began to clean up the vines. There were many scattered leaves around. Knowing that the space ring could not be used, she did not put these vines into the space in front of those gurus. Some gurus did express curiosity about how she would take the things away. But Ji showed a mysterious smile. No word said. You can figure it out on your own. The leaves and petals of the gurus will not lose moisture even if they are separated from the vines, and they look very thick. Ji swept them all into a pile, and began to put them into the space while no one was around. There are more leaves today than yesterday, and many are still connected to the vines. The leaves and flowers of the gurus are useful, but the vines are useless. Ji will pick the leaves from the vines after returning home. These vines can't be wasted, they can be dried and used as firewood. If you want to survive the extreme cold, you have to prepare in advance. Of course, Ji has almost prepared all the fuel for winter, but she is not going to throw it away casually. After collecting all the leaves, it was past dinner time. Ji hesitated for a second whether to go to the cafeteria for dinner, and decisively chose to give up. The food with added ingredients yesterday was still in the space. Even if she went to get it again today, it was very likely that it was also added with ingredients. She didn't eat it, so it was better not to waste time. After thinking it through, Ji took out the broom and continued to sweep the floor. She was going to the warehouse to collect supplies. On the way there were still many spice leaves on the roadside. If they were not swept away, they would be corroded by the white mist. What a waste! It would be better for her to keep them. Hearing the reminder sound of leaving work from above, urging them to eat. The talents in the workshop finally got out of their busy work. Originally, most people could complete the work, but because of the vegetative people's bad morals, only a small number of people could complete it. At this time, both those who completed the task and those who did not complete the task looked very ugly. Those who didn't complete the task were worried that they couldn't pass this level. After all, they had to upload the answer tomorrow morning. If they didn't find the correct answer tonight, they wouldn't be able to pass this level, and would be left behind as slaves for life. When they thought about grinding every day, they instantly felt black in front of their eyes. They didn't want to work for a day like this. Those who completed the task were also in a bad mood. After a day of physical work, they couldn't eat in the cafeteria. Not only could they not eat, but they had to watch others eat. It would be strange if they could be in a good mood. Now when they thought about the delicious food in front of them, they could only look at it but not eat it, and they would have to go home hungry to eat the bug cakes at home. They felt their hearts ache. A group of people followed the red arrows on the ground with gloomy faces, and came to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was dark, and only the green light from their bodies could see the surrounding environment clearly. It was still the same layout, food and tables. But unlike yesterday when there was no smell, today's cafeteria exuded the tempting aroma of food. Like barbecue. Tempting people to eat. Suddenly, a large number of hungry bellows rang out in the crowd. No one laughed at them, because everyone's stomach was bellowing. Even those who did not work and ran in the vine plains for a day would have been hungry by now. But no one took action. The food smelled delicious. But the task could not be left unfinished. Confusing. But soon, someone in the crowd walked out. Those who did not complete the task and were destined to be punished did not know whether they were in a good or bad mood at this moment. But the movements of his hands were very honest. He picked up the rice bowl. He found that today's food looked different from yesterday's. There were golden fried things in the powder. It looked like meat. The man couldn't wait and lowered his head to take a bite. It's meat, fried meatballs, very delicious. After the man shouted, he quickly served himself more than 10 pieces. He filled his big bowl. There will be punishment later. You can't eat too much. Take a small bowl. The man walked while eating, and soon stood in front of the red punishment table. With yesterday's experience, people quickly divided into groups this time, watching others line up for food. Those who decided to go on hunger strike today found a place to sit down. Everything is for the mission. Today's punishment meal is not green caterpillars, but yellow caterpillars. There are also various seasonings sprinkled on it. It looks a little better than the green one yesterday, but only a little. With the experience of eating caterpillars yesterday, they are much more tolerant of insects. With the sound of her stomach growling, a girl reached out and picked up a huge yellow caterpillar and bit it. As the skin was bitten open, Everyone saw that the heart inside was actually the color of salted egg yolk. It looked bright yellow. A strong aroma emanated, and the hungry people around swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. This smelled so good. I was already hungry for a day. Who could stand this? Damn it! A gifted person really couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly turned around and squatted against the corner, pinching his nose with one hand and covering his mouth with the other. This is simply torture. It's better to be beaten. The people who were eating were reluctant to eat, but the taste of the food soon soothed them. The double satisfaction in their mouths and stomachs made them unable to stop eating. Hey, actually, think about it. This mission is the best I've ever eaten. Yes, it's a pity that I can't take these foods back, otherwise I can give them to my daughter to try. It's really delicious. Even before the natural disaster, I didn't eat such delicious food. Chapter 445. Wei Lixian and his team were also on the list of those punished. They had already inquired about the mission, and knew that there was something wrong with the dinner, which would make people sleepy after eating it. But after thinking about it, Wei Lixian finally decided that instead of staying to complete a mission that 4 people weighing more than 1,000 pounds could not complete, it would be better to use a prop to force several people in the team to wake up. His family business was originally a world-ranked pharmaceutical company with a deep foundation. Even if he handed over some of the drugs in exchange for a position in the base, the drugs left in his hands would be enough for his family to survive. He even lived a relatively affluent life compared to ordinary people. With a lot of supplies, he naturally had a lot of props. At a time when alcohol seemed particularly expensive, he could easily exchange a box of cephalosporin for a prop. It was no exaggeration to say that he was extremely rich. The sleeping pills that other gifted people worried about were not a problem for him at all. After taking the first bite, even Wei Lixian, who was used to eating delicious food, had to admit that this yellow-green caterpillar was really delicious. Every bite was his favorite flavor. Even he didn't care about his manners at this moment. He lowered his head and ate one bite after another, unable to stop. Before, he had eaten something similar to the big pot meal next to him. He was punished here, but he ate better than buying a ticket. This is totally illogical. How could someone give such a good meal to employees who didn't complete their tasks? Isn't this encouraging everyone to be lazy? Then what is the purpose of opening a factory like this? If you want to do good things, why not just give the money to charity? Someone will thank them for this. His head was full of question marks, and he felt that he was in a mess. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. But this didn't stop him from eating. He ate with big mouthfuls. On his way to the second warehouse, he happened to pass by the dormitory where he slept yesterday. At this time, everyone else was eating, and the dormitory was dark. Even the creepy green light from last night didn't come out. After thinking for a while, he walked in, found a corner, took off his badge and put it away, flashed into the space, and changed into a pure black assault jacket. They were told to keep wearing it and not take it off, but she was going to leave the dungeon tomorrow morning. This night, according to the crazy level of the party of the ass, they probably didn't have time to catch a small shrimp like her. After changing her clothes, he walked towards the warehouse slowly, sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom along the way. After more than half an hour, she finally found the second warehouse in the corner. The location was very remote. The warehouse was dark. She turned on the flashlight, and as soon as the light came on, she looked directly into the eyes of a giant caterpillar. Shock. The heartbeat was so intense that it took 2 seconds to calm down. He was not afraid of all kinds of insects, but when she suddenly looked up and saw a caterpillar bigger than an Australian lobster facing her face, anyone would be shocked. Breathing steadily, she took a flashlight and shone it around. The caterpillars were piled up in front of her. From the ground to the ceiling. All of them were green. They were almost out of the warehouse. Her whole family was shocked. I never thought that someone would fill their own warehouse with caterpillars. Mainly because these ruse do not eat caterpillars. Reach out and grab one. It is full of elasticity, as if it is made of rubber, and it is somewhat like the decompression toys she played with before. Dried oil fruit, a plant that looks like a worm, can be used to extract oil, and has a high oil content. It is 4 times that of soybeans, and the extracted oil can be used for cooking. Note, because it is too ugly, the price is low. Surprise! She raised her eyebrows. Soybeans? It's amazing. She actually discovered something that can replace soybeans? Can she grow this thing? Just for the 4 times oil yield, if she had discovered this before the natural disaster, she could apply for a patent and make a fortune. But now, forget it. The universe is so amazing that you don't know until you see it. This big green caterpillar, If you don't tell it, who would know it is a plant? It really looks exactly like a bug. Even the feet and thorns on the body are vivid. It makes people lose their appetite. The cloudworm meat we ate before was big, so it didn't look like a worm. This time it's good. In case they had an appetite, they gave me a plant that looked exactly like a worm. I guess those people in my hometown who were about to vomit from eating worms won't be able to support us this time. But maybe, oil is a good thing. People don't touch oil for a long time, and eat boiled vegetables and bean cakes. Not only are they greedy, they have a big appetite, but they get hungry quickly. At the beginning of the natural disaster, I could hear neighbors trying to make fun of the situation, saying that eating bean cakes saves food more than rice. In the absence of vegetables, one can eat a pound of rice in one meal. I can't eat 2 bean cakes in one meal. It's really unpalatable. Don't eat it if you can. Now the average person can eat 3 to 4 bean cakes in one meal. If you don't eat, you will be so hungry before the next meal. It's like you're going to die. Just like the current natural disaster situation. The limited land in the base can only grow high-yield potatoes and sweet potatoes, not to mention soybeans, and now even rice and wheat are not grown. The yield is really low. So many people are hungry, they should be thankful to eat potatoes and sweet potatoes. How can they spend a lot of resources to grow rice and wheat? Never mind the taste. In the face of starvation, potatoes and sweet potatoes are already a rare delicacy. Oil will only become more and more scarce in the future. This kind of dried oil fruit may be like soybeans. People can use the oil squeezed out to cook, and the bean dregs can be used to feed livestock. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. While thinking about all kinds of things in his mind, his hands acted very quickly. After a while, a large row of dried oil fruits in front of him were all collected into the space by Jihi. Since she knew it was a plant, she no longer regarded it as a caterpillar. Plants are all kinds of strange, and it's not strange to grow in any shape. She was actually quite curious. Guruas didn't eat this, so why did he buy it and store it? She could understand the Montana fruit before. After all, it was cheap, and they grind it into powder and sell it to make money, which was also a business. Did they buy this to soak the pink leaves after extracting oil? Thinking about it this way, Jihi felt that it seemed possible. She had watched a video before, where some food bloggers fried various spices in oil, then fished out the dried spices and fried them in oil, saying that they were very fragrant. It tasted different from the ones fried directly in oil. The more Jihi thought about it, the more she felt that this was the truth. It's true that although the Guru ACI tribe is lazy, they are quite creative in making food. Awesome. It took Jihi more than 2 hours to pack all the green dried oil fruits on the outside. Now in front of her was a pile of golden caterpillars. Chapter 446. Dried oil fruit, a plant that looks like an insect, can be used to extract oil and has a high oil content. The extracted oil has a fragrant aroma. Jihi understood. Sesame oil. The oil extracted from the green dried oil fruit is used for cooking. The oil extracted from the yellow dried oil fruit is sesame oil. Sesame oil is good. It can be used in cold dishes or hot pot. Jihi smiled with his eyes curved. Although this fruit is a bit ugly, it is very refined. It is also sensible. It will grow different flavors by itself. Ugly or not is not important. Some insects in nature grow eyes and other things on their bodies to scare predators in order to prevent being eaten. This fruit must be the same principle. It doesn't want to be eaten, so it must be ugly. Durian is smelly and has thorns, but it doesn't stop people from eating it, right? It's delicious if it looks better. Wouldn't it be extinct if it wasn't eaten? When she thought of the effects of these plants, she looked at their appearance and thought they were round and cute. The gifted people finished their meal and returned to the dormitory. The people who had eaten and drunk their fill suddenly remembered the mission tonight, and their joy was reduced. They began to worry that they would fall asleep and not wake up when the mission was completed tomorrow morning. How would they submit their answers? The other group of people who had not eaten were also full of resentment. Compared to those who were punished, they only worked for a day and were seriously lacking in physical strength. They smelled the fragrance of food for so long. At this moment, he was full of anger. After returning to the dormitory, everyone skillfully found the place where they were yesterday, gathered together, and kept a distance from each other. Soon, those who had finished their food began to feel sleepy. The more they ate, the faster they felt sleepy. They were still talking in the last second, and fell asleep in the next second. The other talents did not feel sleepy even though they did not eat. They were resting their eyes, and waiting to go out for action. In the monitoring room, several people were a little confused. Why are these little green dots still not sleeping? If they don't sleep, when can we get off work? The party is about to start. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Forget it, they may not be sleepy yet, and will fall asleep soon. What if they are not asleep and wake up at night to walk around? Will our secret be discovered? Then this is the only way. The As in the pavilion looked at each other and nodded. In this case, don't blame them. One of the As in the pavilion pressed the white button. A fist-sized hole appeared in the four corners of a dark dormitory building, and a straw-like object slowly stretched out from it. And it stretched out quickly. At first, it did not attract the attention of the people below. Until the first man shouted, "What is that?" The talents who were still awake looked up, and were a little surprised. What is this? The straw kept getting longer and gathered at a point in the room, forming an X shape, cutting the entire room into 4 pieces. The next second, it started to spray openly under everyone's gaze. The spray was very fast. When everyone saw a rows of small holes appearing above, it had already started spraying. Everyone in the room, whether awake or asleep, was sprayed in the face. The gifted people were a little scared at first and wanted to dodge, but when they found that the water had no taste, they were a little puzzled. Did they also spray water when they were asleep yesterday? What on earth is this? Soon, the talents found something wrong. Their thoughts began to stagnate, their brains slowed down, and their eyelids frantically wanted to fight. They wanted to sleep very much. Damn. There are sleeping pills in this water. Some people took out the props with trembling hands and used them on themselves, barely restraining their sleepiness. Others could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep completely. In the monitoring room, Guru has watched the jumping green dots gradually decrease. Satisfied? You must force me to use my ultimate move. Okay, we've finished spreading the medicine. Let's go quickly. It will be too late if we don't go now. What if there are still people who haven't fallen asleep? Oh, don't worry, they won't fall asleep now. If you are worried, just wait here, we leave first. Hey, wait for me, I want to go with you too. As the last person in the room, left, the monitoring room gradually returned to calm. In the dormitory of the gifted people, those who were still awake squatted in the corridor, and decided not to wait any longer. Although it was still early, and the plant people might not have fallen asleep yet, they were afraid of another accident if they stayed like this. Everyone was silent, and went their own way from the moment they left the door. No one asked for a companion tacitly. Since the mission started, I have rarely seen the kindness of human nature. I have also seen a lot of ugliness. Unless they are friends who know each other well, it is better not to have such temporary teammates. The mission that I could have completed alone, with the drag of these temporary teammates, the failure rate reached 90%. Their teammates had gone out to inquire during the day, and had a little understanding of the situation of the Vine platform. They went straight to the monitoring room. They didn't go into this room during the day, and their teammates guessed that there might be a secret. When they arrived outside the monitoring room, the talents were dumbfounded. Where is the monitoring room? How could the house disappear? They searched for several times in the same place, but couldn't find it. There was no choice but to disperse. Deoj was a physical mutation talent, and his nose was very sensitive. On the first day he entered the dungeon, he smelled the strong stench of the Guruas. This time, in the dark, he followed the faint stench at the tip of his nose, and went straight to the location of the Guruas. Almost there. Feeling the increasingly strong smell at the tip of his nose, Dalgu knew that he had not found the wrong place. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The truth was before his eyes. The smell reached its peak as he arrived outside a yard. He felt a little choked and wanted to vomit. Everything was for the mission. He tore off 2 pieces of cloth from his clothes and stuffed them into his nose. Dalgu climbed up the wall nimbly, and in a pull-up posture, carefully poked his head into the yard. As a result, he almost fell down. The scene in front of him shocked his whole family. He felt like he was going blind. Tell him what he saw. How could this happen to an intelligent creature? Paige would jump into a mud pit, not a manure pit. At this moment, he even suspected that he was under some kind of illusion. He remembered clearly that he had bought the answer from someone before. The answer was because of laziness. Chapter 447. He felt it was unreliable. That's why he decided to reinvestigate. But looking at this scene, he felt it was even less reliable than writing that they were lazy. Could it be that he was going to write that the Guru ACI clan was addicted to alcohol and loved to jump into the dung, so they didn't increase their production? When he thought of this answer, he felt suffocated, not to mention others. After him, talented people found this place one after another. Everyone lay on the wall in silence, hanging in a row. Without saying a word, they secretly looked at the scene in the yard. Shocking. All the vegetative people were soaking in fertilizer and drinking alcohol. What an eye-catching scene. No wonder they were asked to sleep. Anyone with a bit of shame would not want others to find out if they could do such a thing. But this scene was the reason for their coma, and it was not particularly related to increasing production. Everyone just felt it was difficult. Unable to find a satisfactory answer, the gifted people struggled for a while, and decided to continue lying on the wall and smelling the smell. What if there is any change? If they leave like this, won't they miss the opportunity to find the right answer? Wait and wait. My arms are sore, and my nose is numb from waiting. The guru has finished their drinks and left the yard in 2s and 3s. They didn't find anything special. There were fewer and fewer gurus in the yard, and finally only a messy yard was left. The gifted one gritted his teeth and didn't want to give up, ready to risk his life to go in and look for clues. The next second, something seemed to emerge from the dark yard. Like a cloud of fog. It was clearly black, but you could still see some white floating in the air. Go, corrosive white mist. Someone in the crowd shouted this. The next second, a group of talents rushed to the dormitory at a speed faster than when they came. At noon today in the factory, the two groups of talents exchanged clues. The talents outside knew the situation of the mission, and the talents in the factory also learned about the corrosive white mist. Now that they knew that this white mist was difficult to deal with, naturally no one would stay and fight against the white mist head-on. Even if everyone ran at full speed. The speed of the white fog was still much faster than they thought. Like a gust of wind, it was chasing behind everyone at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking back, it seemed as if a white wave was chasing them, trying to engulf them. The group of talents gritted their teeth, held their breath, showed their abilities, and ran straight to the dormitory. As for whether they were hungry, or whether they would feel sorry for the props, this is a question that can only be considered later. Now we have to stay alive. In the warehouse, Jihi had just collected all the golden dried fruits. She exhaled, stood up and stretched. She sat on the floor and started to eat. She was not going to sleep today. She would stay up until dawn and still have time to eat. She wanted to eat spicy hot pot now. The hot pot base had a lot of her favorite mutton, meatballs and vegetables. After a big bowl of it, she felt alive. She didn't drink the spicy hot pot soup because it was too spicy, and she couldn't drink it. She took back the space, took out a cup of Yongji Ganlu and drank half of it in one breath. The green and yellow ones were all collected. Now a red caterpillar appeared in front of her. Red dry oil fruit, a plant that looks like a bug, can be used to extract oil, and has a high oil content. The extracted oil has a spicy taste, and can be eaten directly. She had guessed that this should be chili oil before, and it turned out to be true. Chili oil is not bad, although it is not as widely used as soybean oil, but it is also good. She likes spicy food. I just don't know if it's spicy or not. The talent also said that it can be eaten directly, meaning it's similar to chili peppers. Can it be used to cook? Jihi's thoughts were constantly diverging, and her hands quickly put a large row of red dried oil fruits in front of her into the space. After working for 2 hours in a row, a purple caterpillar appeared in front of her. This smells like Sichuan peppercorns. Jihi grabbed one and put it close to her nose and smelled it, but it didn't smell anything. While she was putting it together, she was thinking about where Sichuan peppercorn oil could be used. I feel that this is not very useful. She has not eaten many foods with Sichuan peppercorns. Sichuan peppercorn boiled fish, Sichuan peppercorn chicken. There are only 2 kinds in total. Or she would put a little in the noodle soup when eating noodles. After Jihi finished packing the purple dried oil fruit, she encountered the milky white dried oil fruit. She likes this one, which tastes like butter. Butter has many uses. Not only can it be used to make cakes, but it can also be used to fry steaks. The cakes she had stockpiled before were eaten long ago. Now Jihi eats the Mimi cake fruit she got from the Star Kitchen. It is delicious, but after eating it for a year, she is a little tired of it. Last month, she exchanged a lot of cake flour and asked the chef if he could make cakes. The chef said he could make cakes, but he didn't have the raw materials. Sugar and eggs were easy to deal with, but butter and cream were not easy to find. The cows in Jihi's space did produce milk, but the milk they produced had to be fed to the calves, so there was not much left. If she wanted to use the milk to make cream and butter, she would have to wait. Jihi was quite happy to get the butter-flavored dried oil fruit, which meant that she was one step closer to cake freedom. After packing the milky white dried oil fruits, a large transparent box appeared in front of Jihi. Inside were a series of emerald green rectangular objects. They looked very familiar. Jihi was silent for a moment, then reached out and picked up a piece. Before she got close, the sour smell made her understand what it was. Sour paste. Sour paste. A magical food that can be eaten raw, soaked in water, or fried in a pan. The taste is extremely sour, and animals love it, but also hate it. Note, if you eat too much, you will turn into a little green man. Jihi said that it was right, and she had seen the real version of the little green man. It even glows at night. It can be used as a light bulb. Speaking of glowing, Jihi suddenly realized that she hadn't washed off her green clothes yet. She glanced at the time, and then at the warehouse that had been mostly packed. She hesitated for a second. She decided to continue pretending. She could go out with green, but the warehouse couldn't be left with it. This is the principle. She had thought about the acid paste before, and it was probably used in the same way as vinegar, more like vinegar turned into a solid. There should be no problem using it for cooking. It takes a bit of effort to eat dumplings. But it doesn't matter, she still has a lot of vinegar she bought before. She doesn't spend too much on seasonings, so if she saves them, it shouldn't be a problem for her to eat until she's 60. But if she can live to be over 100, it might take a bit of effort. Jihi was loading quickly, and finally packed all the sour paste away more than 10 minutes before the task was completed. Standing in the empty warehouse, she exhaled. Because of her anxiety, her arms were shaking from fatigue. Chapter 448. 5 minutes later, Jihi, who had returned to her original appearance, flashed out of the space with wet hair. At this moment, she shook her hair while applying dark foundation on her face. She had already written the answer on the note. One word, lazy. In order to prevent the system from not recognizing it, she wrote more, lazy and not short of money. The gurus are really a race without desires. They produce and sell by themselves. Their desires are so low that it's outrageous. If everyone is like them, no one needs to make money, and they can spend their lives lying down. As time passed by, 1 minute before leaving the mission, all those who did not fill in the answers on time were forced to receive an electric shock by the system. No matter how soundly the talent slept, they were awakened by the current. Hearing the system's question, everyone reacted instantly. What's the answer? What's the answer? The teammates in front of them looked embarrassed. This answer. Because of laziness. Because of alcoholism. Because I like to enjoy myself, like to spend money. 3 completely different answers were shouted out, making everyone fall into silence. Why are there so many answers? Which one should I fill in? Their teammates were also devastated, they didn't know either. According to their observations in the past few days, Gurus is indeed lazy, belonging to the kind of race that would never take a step more if they could lie down. When they go out to visit the Vine Plains, they can be seen lying in different places in various postures. If you say lazy, it is indeed possible. But how does this explain their secret? Is it a smokescreen? They thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. Oh, it's too late. Don't ask anymore. Fill it out quickly. If you don't write it, you will be left in the game. Then which one should you fill in? Lazy. What did you fill in? Lazy. Everyone was skeptical, but as the countdown sound in their ears kept reminding them, in the end, several people had no other choice but to grit their teeth and fill in the word lazy. Hope everything goes well. Finally, as the countdown ended, everyone heard a familiar system prompt. Hello, all gamers. The final correct answer to this game is lazy. Those who answered correctly will be teleported out of the dungeon, and those who answered incorrectly wish you a smooth career and goodbye. Oh my god, so lucky. Woo woo woo, how could it be possible that I made a mistake? I don't want to stay. Please system, send me back please. The cries and painful wails of the crowd were still ringing in my ears, and the next second, my eyes went black. Came to a familiar space, a familiar lottery session. He looked at the slot machine in front of him, and this time, he chose the lottery without much hesitation. He had always chosen the lottery when he earned gold coins before, so it made no sense not to do it when he earned less. The cheap little colored lights flickered in the dark space. He was already familiar with this step, and after a 500-word speech of flattery with only content and no emotion, a square, pure silver object like a Rubik's Cube appeared on the left side of the scale. He was a little curious about its function, but she couldn't guess it just from the appearance. But she summed up a rule. You can guess whether the props are precious or not by the amount of food required to exchange them. Based on the experience of the previous times, this system will never let them take advantage. It has put the so-called principle of you get what you pay for into practice to the extreme. According to this principle, the props this time should also be very precious. He spent about 28 plates of food. All the ripe vegetables in the space were used up, but it was still not enough. She also handed in a lot of apples, bananas and other fruits that she didn't particularly like to eat, and then successfully exchanged this white square. She wanted to see what was so precious about this item. It actually cost her so much food. The next second, before she could use her talent, she was thrown out. After feeling the wind blowing on her cheeks, and falling down again, she knew she was out. With the experience of falling from the sky last time, Jihi installed a spring before coming out, and now she also paid some attention to look at her feet. There was still a large piece of mud, and nothing was done. But now no one was standing under their feet, and they were all watching them from a distance. With the system, the free fall from the sky, the anti-falling props on the trading column were in short supply. The props that were originally worthless, and could not be sold increased in value by 5 times. Jihi also took the opportunity to sell a few of them, and exchange them for some fuel to store in the space. Anyway, one of these things is enough, and keeping so many will not be used. Because there is no need for buffering, it is the first one to land as usual. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jihi nimbly jumped up on the ground, jumping 3 meters away, and was away from the crowded place in a few jumps. Previous experience told her, be careful. Sure enough, she had just left the empty field and came to the edge, and the springs under her feet had not been taken off in time. She heard a cry from behind. Smoke bomb. Be careful, protect yourself. My food. Don't steal my food. Who touched me? I'm a fucking man. Hearing the shout, Jihi immediately turned his head. The big pit, where the talents landed behind him, was now covered by smoke. There were bursts of exclamations from inside. The person in charge of the base was obviously prepared. The next second after the smoke bomb was covered, huge high-pressure water guns began to spray out from all angles in the middle of the field. The smoke, which was barely maintained in the drizzle, disappeared completely in less than a minute under the impact of the high-pressure water gun. The person in charge took out a loudspeaker and began to shout skillfully, everyone in the field, stop all actions, squat down, and put your hands behind your head. I say it again, everyone in the field, stop all actions, squat down, and put your hands behind your head. Facing hundreds of submachine guns in front of them, the talent squatted down obediently. Strangely enough, this scene is quite familiar. But squatting down, someone yelled, my vegetables are lost. The thief must still be around, don't let him go. My props were stolen even though I was holding them in my arms. The damn thief even scratched my clothes, let him compensate me for my clothes. Jihi stood at the edge, looking at the mess in the field, and shook her head. She knew it would not be so quiet. I once saw a highly praised answer, when will a man stop being unfaithful, and the answer below was, men will only be honest if they are hung on the wall. This question is the same for thieves. If you want to make people with ulterior motives quiet down, it is impossible unless you hang them on the wall. Such a talented person who returned with a full load is like a whole roasted lamb exuding an alluring aroma. How could this thief not be tempted? Chapter 449. Looking at the base officers and soldiers, who began to check and search the site, Jihi felt that this time, nothing would be found. Since these people have made up their minds to take action, they must have made full preparations, and it is impossible for them to be found so easily. At least the prop just now could not be held in your arms, and let you search it out. Sure enough, after searching around, nothing was found. Jihi thought that this was the end. As a result, the person in charge of the official base pointed at several people in a row, these people stay, and the others can go. Why should I be left behind? Hey, you can't let them go, these are my vegetables. She took my vegetables, you ask her to give them back to me. What do you mean your vegetables? Call her and see if she will respond? This is my vegetable. The two groups of people were fighting for the ownership of a portion of vegetables, each saying that they were right. They cursed and spitted. The vegetables would indeed stick to a person when they landed, but with the smoke bomb just now, it was not impossible for someone to take advantage of the 1-minute opportunity to do something. In this case, it is still a bit difficult for the owner to provide evidence. This problem is the same as how you prove that your father is your father, and your mother is your mother. In addition to this problem, there are a lot of people shouting that they have lost something. The head of the base kept shouting with a loudspeaker, everyone with a problem stay. Jihi stood in the family for a while, and her whole body was soaked by the rain. She felt a little uncomfortable, and didn't want to watch the fun. She took out her mobile phone, and sent a message to Chili and others that she was safe. Turned around and walked home. She landed early, at least half a minute earlier than those people. At that time, the smoke bomb had not yet covered her. Now she was leaving, naturally no one stopped her. Before the main force arrived, Jihi entered the base smoothly. Last month, there were still many people queuing at the gate of the base, but after a month of heavy rain, there were no more people queuing at the gate with their families. Most people had already moved into the base before, and those who didn't want to come before would not come now. As soon as she entered the base, Ji-hee smelled a familiar stench. It was familiar to the smell she had smelled in the previous copy. She realized instantly that it was the smell of feces. This stench permeated the entire air. Although it was not strong, it was hard to ignore. If you have to say a source, it can only be said that the entire D area has this smell. The base did build toilets in each dormitory building, but they were not flush toilets as the public imagined, but dry toilets built indoors. Special people have to be sent to clean up every day, otherwise it will overflow. Mainly, they have to build flush toilets and dig underground sewers. For the base, there are too many things to do now, and they choose to ignore trivial things like going to the toilet that do not affect the continuation of the race. Ji-hee guessed that the upper echelons of the base may have predicted the next natural disaster, otherwise it would be impossible to organize people to build the underground city day and night like now. Everything is put on the back burner. The lack of attention to infrastructure construction and the overdense population have made the living environment in Area D extremely bad. The feces are already smelly, and there are few toilets. Now, not to mention the house, even walking outside, you can smell the faint stench. The environment in the house is probably terrible. The base has issued a recruitment notice to recruit special staff to clean toilets. But after several people fainted and were choked to death by feces, this job has become a deadly job. No one is willing to do it unless they can't survive. But they could not clean it up, because it would pile up in a day. In the end, the base had no choice but to arrange the prisoners who had committed crimes to clean the toilets with handcuffs and leg shackles. As a result, there were too many toilets in the entire B, C, and D areas, and the prisoners were not enough. In order to quickly replenish the prisoners, the base also issued several wanted lists in a row. In addition to personal information, photos, crimes committed, there are also addresses where the mechanical talents detected the last time they appeared. Now we can't spare more staff to catch criminals in the crowd. But the base said that as long as everyone has this heart, everyone can be a sheriff. I don't know whether it's because the toilet is too smelly, or the food rewarded by the base is attractive enough. For a period of time after the wanted list was released, there were indeed many criminals hiding in the crowd, who were reported to the patrol team by the base residents. Those who are capable will directly send people to the patrol team, so they can give more food than simply reporting. Thanks to the contribution of these criminals, the stench in areas C and D has been greatly improved. It was even stinkier before. Now when adults scare their disobedient children, they no longer say that they will be taken away by the wolf grandmother, but instead say, if you don't obey again, you will be caught and made to clean the toilet. All the children who heard this will behave themselves. But despite this, the stench can only fade, but it cannot disappear. The main reason is that there are too many people, and there is a queue for the toilet every moment. If you don't wait in line for 5 minutes each time, it will definitely not be your turn. In this case, those who clean the toilets will not stop for a moment, and they will be exhausted, but they can't clean it thoroughly. Ji-hee thought of the dissolving agent in the space. Maybe it's time for it to work. In addition to the stench, people are also wearing tattered clothes. All the people Ji-hee saw along the way, including the group of talented people standing outside, at least half of them were wearing patched clothes. If there is no new clothing production, I guess everyone ended up worse off than in primitive society. At least there were leather jackets to wear back then. She came home early, and most of the talents in Area A were still walking behind. When Ji-hee returned home, she didn't see anyone in the corridor. The whole building was very quiet. After going upstairs, she took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a metal block more than 2 meters high stood on the ground. Compared with the main door, she had a higher degree of trust in the metal block. Since the last collective theft incident, she no longer had any trust in this door. But after a walk around the base, I couldn't find a suitable one. There's no need to change the poor quality ones. The good ones are just asking for too much, with the word slaughter engraved on their faces. The kind that doesn't open for 3 years, but can only eat for 3 years after opening. Even if Ji-hee doesn't lack food, he doesn't want to be a sucker. In the end, he didn't choose a suitable gate, so he had to make do with this old one. He put the metal block into the space. Ji-hee closed the gate. Chapter 450. The room was still the same as when she left. It was just a little stuffy. When she left the house, she took away all the things that were not suitable for being there. They would have to be put back in place now. Desiccant, one in each of the 4 corners of the room. After putting the desiccant, she soaked the disinfectant tablets in water and sprayed them all over the room. After spraying, She took out the insect repellent incense and lit it. Watching the insects hiding in various corners running away, Jihi released 5 more chickens. 3 old hens and 2 half-grown chickens. Although they were bald and ugly, they were quite adaptable to the surrounding environment. When they saw the insects, they rushed up with flapping wings. They started pecking madly. Chickens are the natural enemies of insects. No matter what kind of insects, when they encounter chickens, they will definitely be cowardly. At this point, Jihi came to an end. She flashed into the space, and threw the beneficial insects she had taken from Guru ACI into the ground. She was always worried if she didn't go to check it now. After arriving at the space, Jihi took a look at the somewhat messy breeding area that had not been cleaned up for several days, sighed, and began to work tirelessly. Why couldn't she be given a robot that could do farm work automatically for this task? After finishing her work, she came to the sweet potato field and looked at the beneficial insects. They were quite adaptable, and were quite comfortable lying on the plants. They didn't hide when they saw her coming. The same was true for animals. As long as they entered the space, they naturally had a good impression of Jihi. These insects were the same now. She flashed out of the space. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed, and took out the cube she had won in the lottery. She really wanted a door lock or a tool to protect the safety of the family. Energy converter can convert edible plants with a pollution rate below 40% into energy stones. The lower the pollution rate, the higher the quality of the converted energy stone. Jihi, who had not taken it seriously at first, sat up suddenly after seeing this explanation. Damn, what a good thing. Her food is worth it. Isn't the energy stone that has been making no progress now? This thing is useless to anyone. But in Jihi's hands, it is completely different. This is a treasure. Not to mention the aliens in the interstellar space. Plants with a pollution rate below 40% can be sold as long as they are not poisonous. How could a large number of plants be consumed to convert energy stones? If you really have that money, wouldn't it be better to buy energy stones directly? Why bother with this twice? In my hometown, there has been no outbreak of pollution rate for the time being, but Jihi thinks it is a matter of time, and it is estimated that the top management has known about it for a long time. After all, eating highly polluted food is not without side effects. The base cannot spare any effort now, but it will take care of it sooner or later. If those people eat too much and the pollution rate is high, they will eventually become turbid beasts and make trouble in the base, and the base will still have to clean up the mess. So by then, the price of plants with a pollution rate higher than 40% will definitely be very, very low. Then she can just collect these plants to exchange for energy stones. As long as the plants are placed in the space, the pollution level can be slowly reduced. This is simply a bug in brushing energy stones. The space is upgrading from level 5 to level 6, and it has been stuck at the energy stone step for a long time. The progress has been very slow, but now there is finally some hope. Clicking on the mall, Jihi took out the melting agent and hung it up. This melting agent is almost useless for her, and it is the best to use it to exchange for supplies. The exchange items are various plants, regardless of type, but they must be non-toxic and edible. After filling up all the stores, Jihi clicked on the search bar and started searching for home protection shields. Unfortunately, there was no suitable one. Either it's extremely expensive, with tens of thousands of kilograms of rice, or it's extremely cheap, with ambiguous introductions, like a liar. After looking around, she closed the interface with some regret. Forget it, let's look for it again. According to the habit of exiting the game, Jihi clicked on the system notification. At a glance, he saw the latest update. From now on, all talents will enter the game once every 3 months. Please remember the time, the right of interpretation belongs to the system, and no protests will be accepted. Jihi raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Why is the mission deadline extended so much? Going once every 3 months means that even if there are 12 months in a year, you can only enter the game 4 times. And it is not known whether the game time will continue to be extended in the future. This has no impact on her. Anyway, she has enough supplies and food and drink. Even if she doesn't go to the game to pick up trash now, she can survive. But this update has a big impact on those players who rely on the game to get supplies to live. Jihi's first reaction was that prices could go up again. Forget worry. I suspect that games are slowly withdrawing from our lives. Tornado little golden bean. Isn't that just what some people wish for? You've been swearing at games all day, and now you don't have to go. Happy little genius. I don't want the game to be shut down. If there is no game, there will be one less channel to get supplies, and it will only get harder and harder in the future. I don't want to eat that stinky fish at all. Ha ha ha. Maybe the natural disaster was brought by the game. When the game is gone and the natural disaster is over, we can live our own good life. Elim, I think you don't have a brain. Then, there was a war of words between the two sides. He looked at it for a while, and then closed the chat channel. She didn't think the natural disaster was caused by the game. From the game's missions, its behavior was not that bad, and it gave many people the opportunity to choose. It was just a bit stingy, with a higher handling fee and a bit stingy. Take the matter of participating in the game as an example. The system also gave humans the right to refuse. It no longer uniformly teleports humans to the interstellar. If you want to give up and no longer enter the game to perform tasks, just don't appear in the teleportation channel during the mission time. The system will automatically assume that you have given up. Directly deprive you of your official player status. Except for no longer entering the game, everything the game has given them is still there. Talents and props are also yours. This point has been confirmed after the last game. Those who gave up the task in the end had no loss in life except that they no longer had the opportunity to enter the dungeon. Isn't this much better than many black-hearted bosses before? If you don't go, do you still want the game to give you unemployment benefits? As for the constant scolding in the chat channel about being left on the alien planet if the mission fails, it is indeed a bit cruel. But we are all adults and must be responsible for our own choices. If you participate in the mission, you can get supplies and props if you pass it, and you have the courage to bear the consequences of failure if you fail. If you can't accept it, you can choose not to participate. Since you have participated, you must also be responsible for your own behavior. Chapter 451. Every day, countless people refresh the shop that borrowed 50 billion from Xiangtian. Although in the past few months, the shop that borrowed 50 billion from Xiangtian has been as high-end as other shops, and the materials exchanged are beyond their reach. But people always have a lucky mentality. What if one day, Xiangtian borrowed 50 billion and no longer needed gasoline, diesel, coal, energy stones, but gold, silver, copper, and iron? Then wouldn't they be able to exchange for the materials they needed in the first place? With this kind of mood, there are always people who want to pick up the leaks and refresh again and again. After leaving the dungeon, the soldier assigned by Chung Jun started refreshing the dungeon while walking. This was originally a daily job, and he didn't expect any accidents. As a result, he saw 200 identical props on the shelf at a glance. He curiously clicked on the exchange items below, but was stunned. He stood there and wiped his eyes, feeling as if he was dazzled. He looked again, and it was right. It really requires plants, and there is no restriction on the type, as long as it is edible. Now, the most rampant things in the water outside are water and various insects. Doesn't that mean that if you go into the water, you can catch as many as you want? Isn't this a payout? Is it free money? He shuddered and turned around and ran. He just saw the leader. He must tell the leader this good news. In the base outside, there are talents who have completed the task and have also swiped the updated products of the 50 billion store. At first, he was stunned, then without saying a word, he turned around and ran to the vegetable recycling counter. Seeing the various plants waiting to be handed in at the gate, he shouted from a distance, "Collect vegetables, 45 caddies for 1 point. Everyone, shock. Me. I can do it. Collect mine." The man smiled and shouted, "Line up, put your things in place, and if you want edible plants, you could eat them in front of me." Definitely edible. Our whole family eats this. This scene happened in various bases. To these people, exchanging plants and water for props was like pie in the sky. Even if the boss of 50 billion wants a large quantity, so what? It's okay as long as there is some profit. The money has fallen to the ground, and it's just a matter of bending over. Can you complain about being tired? These days, he has been at home except for going to Coach Luo to exercise. It takes at least 2 hours a day to stock the store. Although it is not as intensive as before, I do it when I think of it, and it takes half an hour at a time, which adds up to a lot of time. There is also a lot of daily work in the space, which basically consumes her about 2 hours. In the remaining time, he sat at home, picking up the various leaves and vines that had piled up into a small mountain from the previous copy and sorting them out. This was a considerable workload. He thought he was very quick, and it took him more than a week to sort out all the leaves, flowers and vines. The vines were thrown into the planting space to dry. Flowers and leaves of the same color were put together, crushed with a wall breaker, and put into a sack. After the dissolving agent is exchanged, she can exchange the preservative first. Before, when buying bread, people always complained that there were too many preservatives in this one and that one, and even joked that it would not decay for 1,000 years after death. It has only been a short time since there were preservatives, and the preservatives that were once common have become treasures. With this thing, the shelf life of food can be greatly extended. As long as it is taken out, I am afraid those people will fight for it. He tried to hang a little after it was squeezed into powder. As a result, it was instantly gone. Even though this thing is not a prop, the price is not low at all. He also tested the various edible plants that were exchanged with a detector. Most of them had a contamination rate of about 25%, and very few had 20%, and occasionally there would be a few that exceeded 40%. The major bases have not yet made a specific division. She also tried the plants she exchanged with an energy converter, and it was indeed usable, but because the plants were highly contaminated, only D-level energy stones were converted. Moreover, the number of plants needed for one conversion is very huge, at least hundreds of kilograms. This has to lead to a wave of price increases. Anyway, it is definitely not okay to lose money. After checking several times, he stopped looking at them one by one and threw all the collected plants into the space. Let's purify them slowly. Anyway, the pollution level of the plants will be reduced in the space, just a little slower, but it is much easier than purifying them bit by herself. As more and more plants are collected, he slowly discovered that the pollution level of these plants was gradually increasing. She had tested before and found that the pollution level of plants was about 20% to 30%. It has only been a short time since then, and the pollution level of plants has risen to more than 30%, and even a small part has exceeded 40% pollution, which is obviously no longer suitable for human consumption. Does this mean that more people will become turbid beasts? Has the base been prepared for this? Is this why they are recycling all kinds of edible food during this period and constantly encouraging people to salvage from the water? Just want to take advantage of this breathing opportunity to save as much as possible. At 3 p.m., he woke up from the bed slowly. Listening to the quarrel of the neighbors downstairs, she exhaled. The quality is too poor, no sound insulation at all. The heavy rain outside the window never stopped, and the house was dark at 3 p.m. She just used the all-knowing fruit yesterday, and she was a little lazy now. I still remember the first time I used the all-knowing fruit. She seemed to be hollowed out, her face was pale, and she was sweating. This time, she felt much better. Although she was still a little tired, she didn't sweat. He turned on the bedside lamp and looked at the ceiling above her head. The mushrooms and mosses there grew too fast. They grew much faster in just one night. Before, it took only one corner to grow in one night. Now it can grow to 1/3 of the entire roof in one night. At this rate, the entire roof will be covered in a while. This is the effect of her continuous spraying of desiccant. She couldn't imagine how those people could live in this house without desiccant and disinfectant. Smelling the faint smell of mold, he put on a mask and climbed up the ladder. With tools, he first cleaned the mushrooms on the roofs of each room. He went to see the plants planted in the house, and changed a few pots of desiccant before going to the table to eat. He put the water balls that had grown larger after the desiccant was put in one place. She didn't lack water yet, so she didn't want to drink it for the time being. For breakfast, she had hot dry noodles, grilled sausages, fried eggs, and 5 deluxe hand-grab pancakes. Finally, a cup of sweet soy milk. If this meal were taken out, it would be better than what the people living in the villa next door eat. Chapter 452. Chile posted a circle of friends on his phone. I was on duty at work yesterday and fell asleep. I was bitten by a bug. Please give me some insecticide. In addition to the picture of him being bitten by a bug, there was also a picture of the roof of their bureau. At first glance, it was lush green. I thought I was in a grassland. It was so tall that I could even see a lot of bugs making nests inside. A circle of people in the circle of friends asked for the same thing. Some people said that the bugs were infectious and asked Chile to remember to disinfect. Just as he was about to leave a message, a notification sounded from his phone. He clicked it. It was a notification sent by the base group. There were 3 messages. Hello everyone. According to the research of the Academy of Sciences, our world is being infected by unknown substances, and water and plants have been polluted to varying degrees. Long-term consumption of food with a pollution level of more than 40% will cause irreversible pollution to the human body. In order to protect your health, from now on, supermarkets and major windows will sell pollution detectors. Due to cost reasons, the tentative price is 300 points per unit. Please queue up and buy in an orderly manner. We also provide mortgage leasing services. For details, please consult the relevant counter. From now on, the base will no longer recycle food with a contamination level of more than 40%. Please spread the word. There are 3 days left before our nation's traditional festival, the Spring Festival. In order to celebrate our nation's unity and overcoming difficulties, all food will be sold at a 50% discount on the day of the festival. At the same time, everyone can go to the major windows with their identity cards and receive 2 dumplings. In addition to the news of these 3 announcements, there is also a private message. Dear Ms. Jihe, hello, you are invited to attend the charity party held at the base office building at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. The items to be auctioned can be food or various props, and all the materials earned will be used to invite all residents of the base to enjoy a dumpling feast in 3 days. At the same time, the contribution made will be offset according to the contribution of the second year. You are welcome to attend on time, Jihe. She has indeed heard about the base fleecing. The last time the base was short of food, a lot of people in the villa were fleeced. But she really didn't expect that it was her turn as a person living in a high-rise building to be robbed. Is her status so high now? How can she get such an invitation? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is an activity where the government wants rich people to donate money. According to her personality, it shouldn't be that bad. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Chile. The other side responded quickly. Hey, don't you have 1,000 credit points on your card? I guess it was detected. But it's okay, just take any prop. It doesn't have to be too valuable, I'm also inviting people. Jihe understood it now. It seems that she just did it by chance, so she shouldn't be too harsh. She had sold props in exchange for the rent of this house before, and she didn't think of defrauding the base. It's normal for the base to know that she can take out props. As for props, she has a lot of them in her space, several large baskets, and she can just take an inconspicuous one at that time. It's easy to do. Open the regional chat channel. It exploded again. Yu Jiao, I told you about the pollution level of plants a long time ago, and you still said I was exaggerating. Are you dumbfounded now? Yu Jiao, not only do I know that plants have pollution levels, I also know that if you eat too many polluted plants, you will turn into a turbid beast. This is inevitable even for us gifted people. Don't blame me for not telling you. Plants with more than 40% pollution levels cannot be eaten at all. You are blessed to have me. What can you prove? Who knows what your intentions are? Yu Jiao, prove what? I don't want anything. Anyway, I won't eat it. Believe it or not, forget it. Love to eat plum powder. Have you seen it? Xiantian borrowed another 50 billion. The boss's shop did not write the pollution level. Do you think she has some inside information? Forget me not. I think Yueju is right. If there are no sequelae, why don't the higher-ups let us eat it? Xiao Xiao, can the system shorten the time to enter the game? I swear I will never scold it again. It takes too long, and there is not enough food at home. Radar, any inside information has nothing to do with us. It was not long ago that the incident happened. I advise you not to make trouble. Seeing this, Jihe raised his eyebrows. The plum powder lover looked familiar to her, and she quickly realized that he seemed to be from the God's Aid Society. He was still jumping around in the world. The person Chile caught last month seemed to be a peripheral member of the God's Aid Society. So what role did this plum powder play in it? It's not important, but the more important thing now is to change the price. It seems that the news just announced by the base is unified across the country, so she has to keep up with the times. Clicking on the store, Jihe's store that was sold out in seconds before. This time, there are still a few hanging on. It seems that someone got the news. But it doesn't matter, she will be more expensive this time. She took down the plants she exchanged before, and hung the dissolving agent again. The plants she chose to exchange this time must all have a pollution level of more than 40%, and the number will be 10 times the original. These plants are garbage to these people. If they can exchange garbage for props, they will consume some physical strength. She thinks this transaction is simply charity. If these people don't want to, it doesn't matter, there will always be people who are willing. When she opened the backstage, there was a group of people who wanted to use props to buy dissolving agents. She took a quick look and closed it. These people were obviously the kind of people who were reluctant to part with good props, and wanted to try their luck with cheap props. Are you kidding? When it comes to garbage, who else can have more than her? Since the dissolving agent was put up, sales have been very good. Don't think that this thing is not very useful for individuals. But it has a huge effect on the overall environment. Long-term rain makes the treatment of feces much more troublesome. But if these feces are not treated in time, they will breed a lot of bacteria. This bacteria is transmitted to insects, and the insects are ground into powder and made into bean cakes, which are eaten by humans, and then humans transmit it to other humans. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Just as she was about to close the backstage, she saw the message sent by Chung Jun. Can we really exchange weeds with a pollution level higher than 40% for props? Borrow another 50 billion from the sky, yes. But it must be edible and non-toxic. Chung Jun, living bodhisattva who saves the suffering, thank you, bow. Chung Jun thanked her profusely, and then closed the conversation. This person who borrowed another 50 billion from the sky is really a good person. Thinking of this, he came to Chef Sheng in many ways. There is something that I am afraid I will let down the chef. Chapter 453. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the chef making grilled lamb chops. The golden oil slid down the roasted and charred skin little by little, falling onto the iron plate, golden. Smelling the fragrance, he swallowed hard, forgetting what he wanted to say, and stared at the sheep fat. Do you want to keep the sheep fat that fell? Finally, he managed to get his attention back, but changed what he wanted to say to, it's a waste to throw away this oil, otherwise. Chef Sheng rolled his eyes when he heard this. What's the point of wasting? This oil can be used to cook many dishes. This is good stuff. If you have to fart, just fart. This person is always up to no good, and Chef Sheng doesn't like him very much. Hey, it's okay, I just came to ask if you need any help. Don't be polite. If you are too busy, just tell me if you have something to ask. It's okay, I can handle it. No need for others. Chef Sheng didn't respond at all and focused on his work. Chung Jun was polite for a long time, but Chef Sheng refused to respond. No matter what he said he was not tired, he could handle it himself, he didn't need anyone else, and he could still work for 50 years. In the end, Chung Jun had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, the higher-ups have arranged that you cook alone, and they are afraid that the 50 billion boss will get tired of it, and they are also afraid that you will be too tired. It just so happens that Mr. Gu is here too, and he may come over soon. Before Chung Jun finished speaking, Mr. Zheng was unhappy. If the cucumber in his hand was not too precious, he would have wanted to slap this kid in the face. You are so good, Chung Jun. I usually treat you well. Last time you came, I treated you to sweet potato peels, and this is how you repay me? Poaching my clients? What benefits did that good guy give you? I tell you, he is just a relative. He is nothing, but he always thinks about climbing up the social ladder through connections. He is far worse than me. I tell you, get him out of here. Chung Jun was embarrassed and was about to explain. Do you think he can be blamed for this? He was not the one who arranged it. I can't tell him. At this time, a kind old man's voice came from behind. Old Zheng, you are wrong. As a chef, isn't it to give everything to the boss? Let 100 flowers bloom and seek common ground while reserving differences. You are a little ungenerous if you keep stopping customers from tasting other foods. After all, the boss's taste changes in real time, and you may not be able to control it. Old Zheng looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an old man in a white coat standing there with his hands behind his back, followed by 4 apprentices. He sneered, formalism. When did you keep so many helpers? Aren't you afraid of starving to death? Hey, who is this? Isn't this my defeated opponent? Go back to where you came from. This place doesn't need you. I will naturally protect my boss. I can cook thousands of dishes. The boss will never get tired of them. Haha, this is what you are wrong about. You cherish what you have. Do you think I am like you, doing the same old 3 things every time I compete? You don't feel embarrassed to do it for a lifetime without any innovation? You can't cook without a recipe. You and I are different. I do it for innovation. If I bring out my Wensi tofu and Dompa pork, you can't beat me. Gu Lao didn't give in at all, smiling but hiding a knife, and his words were not polite at all. In that competition, he innovatively used osmanthus. Although he did lose in the final stage, it was better than that old Zheng who always had the same taste. Don't mention the guests, he was tired of it. Bullshit! Zheng Lao was so angry that his eyes were burning with anger. Losing is losing. Do you have the guts to compete with me again? As long as you have the materials, I'm always here to accompany you. Gu Lao snorted, turned around, and looked at the people who were about to leave the room. Chung Jun, I came to see you today. Chung Jun was suddenly called, and his whole body was stiff. Bad luck. He came here to care about Xiang Tian's borrowing of 50 billion vegetables, just to protect the boss, but didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the 2 kitchen bosses. But now he can't leave, so he can only turn around with a bitter smile. Gu Lao, what do you want to do? To be honest, this person has a higher status than Zheng Lao. He used to cook for the biggest boss. Although eating became a problem after the natural disaster, who can blame the 50 billion boss for his taste? In order to win the boss's heart, the status of the chef has also risen. Well, I have a few dishes here, and I want to give them to you. As soon as Gu Lao finished speaking, an apprentice stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a plate appeared in front of him, with 5 dishes on it. Wincy tofu, boiled cabbage, squirrel mandarin fish, dongpa pork, longjing shrimp. This person is actually a gifted person. It's rare to find a soulmate. I learned that Xiantian loves food and wanted to make friends with him through food. I hope he will do me a favor and help me identify it. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, I will improve it. This is of course a humble remark. He has been cooking for more than 50 years. These dishes are his specialties. I am afraid he can make them with his eyes closed. Everyone who has eaten them will praise them. Looking at these familiar dishes, Zheng Lao's teeth were about to break. Damn old man Gu. Shameless. Why don't you send down a thunderbolt to kill him? He just scolded him for not making progress, and then turned around and made it according to the recipe. Why didn't he innovate at this time? The new apprentice behind him secretly glanced at Zheng Lao's trembling body, lowered his head, and dared not speak. Hey master, you have to work harder. He just bought a chicken. He can't be fired at this time. He has heard of this old man Gu. He is not a pushover. He pushed old Zheng down, and went there to cook for the biggest leader. He looked smiling, but he is actually very capable. He is more flexible than old Zheng, and knows how to adapt. Although he thought so, the young apprentice felt that he had finally arrived. Because he was a popular person in front of Xiangtian's 50 billion loan, the master status in the base was higher than Cheng Jun. He became famous for buying healing mushrooms from Xiangtian's 50 billion loan some time ago, and curing the most powerful talent in the base. Everyone respects him for a while. How can outsiders not be jealous when they see this? Then Xiangtian borrowed another 50 billion yuan and refused to accept any persuasion, but he just loves to eat delicious food. No one can buy healing mushrooms except the master. This is the identity. This is the status. The threshold of the house will be broken by those gift-giving people. Cheng Jun looked left and right, knowing that he couldn't influence the current situation. After all, it was a decision made by the higher-ups, and he couldn't say anything. He had to bear the angry eyes of Mr. Zheng and obediently deliver the food. But Mr. Good didn't mean to let him go. Chapter 454. He kept talking to him, from astronomy and geography to local customs and practices. It was obvious that he would not let him go until he got a result. Zheng Jun secretly complained. The look of Mr. Zheng on the other side was like seeing a traitor, which almost ignited him. He felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Mr. Good did not wait for long. After a few minutes, there was a response from the other side. After Cheng Jun finished reading the content, he looked at Mr. Zheng with a hint of apology. Then he looked at Mr. Gu and took out 5 showdown fruits and handed them over. This Xiantian borrows another 50 billion was hung in the store once. They have never bought it, and don't know what it tastes like, but it must taste good. Xiantian borrows another 50 billion, likes those dishes very much, especially the squirrel mandarin fish. She said these 5 fruits are given to you, and asked if she can order dishes from you. Cheng Jun felt that he still had a lot to learn. Look at him, he is over 60 years old, and still so flexible. He took the initiative to extend an olive branch to an 18-year-old child. Otherwise, he would be successful. I can bend down. Of course. Gu Lao smiled calmly, and when he took out the 5 special dishes, he was determined to win. No one who had eaten the 5 dishes he made could refuse him. The two sides discussed very enthusiastically, and Zheng Lao was shaking with anger. Killing people and destroying their hearts, destroying someone's money is like killing their parents. Okay, you are joining forces to steal my girlfriend, right? Okay, you wait for me. He was still a little surprised when he received the dishes sent by Cheng Jun. But she didn't take it too seriously. But she could tell the difference when she ate it. The cooking skills were completely different from Mr. Zheng's. Forgive her lack of knowledge, so she couldn't tell what was good about it, but it was delicious. Although she had already eaten breakfast, and was no longer hungry, he still ate half of each dish before stopping. She didn't think of taking advantage. After all, the food was not cheap now. She sent back the 5 showdown fruits she had picked before as a return gift, and made an offer. Spicy hand-shredded rabbit, cold rabbit, spicy rabbit head. Let's try the new chef's cooking first. The time agreed with Coach Luo soon came. He put on her patched clothes and walked downstairs slowly. She happened to meet the aunt on the 15th floor. She looked much older now than before. She was originally a very energetic person, but since she found out that it was her greed that led to the thief's visit to her house, she looked like she had aged 10 years. Because of this, everyone in the family blamed her except her son. But she didn't want to do that. Her original intention was to earn more food for her family. Who knew that this would happen? When he met Ji he didn't say anything and just walked downstairs with his head down. When Ji passed by the talent exchange center downstairs, He happened to see two loud-voiced Annies yelling at the top of their lungs. The day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening, the Talent Exchange Center will hold a prop exchange meeting. All talents are invited to participate. No admission fee, no handling fee. It doesn't matter whether you exchange or not. Everyone who is interested can come and have a look. As far as Jihe knows, this should be the second time that the store downstairs has held a prop exchange meeting. It was held once before, and some people exchanged for satisfactory props in it, while others were cheated by scammers. This store only provides a place for everyone to communicate freely, and does not care about anything else. Whether it is true or false, it depends on people to judge for themselves. Although it only provides a place, the last exchange meeting also made the store famous. Now in Area A, there is no one who doesn't know the owner of this store. Choosing the day after tomorrow should also be to avoid the charity auction at the base. The next night at 8:30. Jihe wore a black sportswear, a backpack, a raincoat of the same color, locked the door, and walked towards the office building. Under the streetlights, it was pouring rain, but people were used to it. Since she was going to participate in the auction, she naturally prepared the props for a while. True Love Identifier. A prop that was a bit useless after the natural disaster. It looked like a heart-shaped gem. If two men and women in love touch this gem together, if they really love each other, the diamond will emit pink light. If one party is not sincere, the diamond will not react. This thing must have been a treasure before the natural disaster. Every day, there are so many men and women who are troubled by love. Wouldn't it be a sure kill if this is taken out? A magic weapon to identify scumbags. But now, you can't even afford to eat. What's the point of love? Just take it out for fun. Jihe has no interest in becoming a so-called superior person. Taking out a prop is just to give face to the base. After all, you have to continue living there in the future. Arrived at the door of the office building. There are still 10 minutes left before the stipulated time. There are several people wearing raincoats at the door, and the security guards are checking their identities. None of these people are wearing patched clothes. Although they are not wearing suits and leather shoes like in TV shows, the clothes they wear are relatively new. It can be seen that they should be in good condition. After passing the inspection, Jihe walked into the door. There is a big staircase directly after entering, with long corridors on both sides and rooms distributed one after another. There is no decoration, just cement floor. It is quite clean. This way, please. The person who spoke was a staff member in her 40s, with a friendly smile, looking at Jihe as if she saw the god of wealth. Villa District 102, 5 props, they are. Thank you, Villa District 102, thank you, boss. I wish the boss good luck, good health, and good fortune in the new year. The staff member who led Jihe inside stood still, and started shouting with a happy face after hearing the loudspeaker broadcast. It was like a shot of chicken blood. This kind of shouting also came from the rooms behind Jihe. The voices of a group of people gathered together, and were particularly uniform. Deafening. Jihe, It was sloppy. This was completely different from the high-end and serious she imagined. It was like a huge makeshift team. She secretly glanced at her phone. The address was correct. It was an office building, not a pyramid scheme. Why was it so frivolous? The staff stood there and shouted this, then led Jihe inside with a smile on his face. As we walked, he introduced, "Boss, I can tell you are a kind-hearted person. If you have extra money, we will accept multiple donations, which will bring you many benefits. If the donation reaches a certain amount, it will be included in the list of good people and good deeds by the base, and will be written in red letters. The base will also write your name into the charity manual for future generations to admire." Jihe, We met many staff members along the way, all of whom were full of joy, looking more festive than the Chinese New Year. Boss, take it, you have donated 5 props. This is the tea that our director fan specially sent to you. It will quench your thirst, don't be disgusted. Chapter 455. The front door opened, and an old man in his 60s dressed very simply walked out, followed by a flattering male staff, holding a teapot and a glass in his hands. Talk is not enough. I don't drink it, don't think I don't know, old fan's tea leaves are damp. Who knows if they were taken out of the water and dried? If he is really sincere, you can ask him to treat me to a meal. Old fan knows that you look down on our tea, so let's not force you, come, we will treat you this way. The staff took the teapot back and followed him upstairs. Director Fan said that there was only one pot of tea tonight, and if it was all poured out, he would have to find a way to get it himself. Humph, I can't kill him. Please go slowly, go slowly. Jihe, Eye-opening. The scene of the door opening alone made her trip worthwhile. The female staff member who led Ji-hee turned a blind eye to this scene and led Ji-hee to a room on the first floor. As soon as the door opened, there were 4 staff members sitting in the room, one of whom was an old acquaintance of Ji-hee. Lee Kwan. Lee Kwan stood up quickly when he saw Ji-hee, smiled, greeted Ji-hee, and tried his best to attract customers for himself. Hello, we meet again. If you have no objection, I will help you identify it this time. After saying that, he smiled and hinted to the people who were about to stand up, I know him. Hee, this is his customer. The leader said that whoever identifies the most customers tonight can take home half a pound of sweet potatoes tonight. This is a good thing. Some people rolled their eyes at him and sat down in dismay. Lee Kwan then looked at Ji-hee and smiled until his eyes narrowed. Please sit down. Seeing Ji-hee appear here, Lee Kwan couldn't help but feel lucky that he knew the situation last time. You can't judge a person by appearance. Look at him. He is so young and can appear at this kind of gathering where only the upper-level people of the base will participate. But what about him? He is almost as old as his father, and he is still working here to make a living. Alas, the moment Ji-hee came in, she saw the surveillance camera next to her, the peeling table in the room, the compact office environment, and the green-haired roof. It's really not easy to survive in a natural disaster. Even the base office building has such an environment. How can it not be as good as an ordinary service hall in a natural disaster? Is it intentional? She sat down on the lame stool carefully, fearing that she would break the stool if she pressed hard and she would have to pay for it. After sitting down, she took out the props and handed them over. Lee Kwan took it with both hands, sat back on the stool, and began to test seriously. There was a sound of the door opening behind her, and the 3 staff members beside her stood up instantly, smiling. Boss, come to me, I can check quickly and accurately. Boss, come to me, I have many years of experience in the industry, I do the best job. Ji-hee was inexplicably familiar with this flattering look. It seemed that the boss sold fish in the market before. Feeling someone sitting next to her, Ji-hee turned her head. Captain Chi? Chi-Li was sitting next to her, doing horse stance. His butt was lightly touching the stool, not even sitting firmly. Captain Chi, why don't you sit down? Compared to Ji-hee's curiosity, Captain Chi was more surprised. You didn't fall down? Ji-hee, why is this so wrong? Should she fall down? Chi-Li gave Ji-hee a look. I tell you later. While talking, Lee Kwan put down his hand, pulled out a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down the name and purpose of the props, and handed it to Ji-hee with both hands. Please take a look. If you check it, please sign below. Ji-hee checked it, and signed her name. The function was indeed correct, and even more detailed than hers. Wait for me. Chi-Li signaled Ji-hee not to leave. Let's go up together. At this time, another voice came from behind. 47 villas, for props, they are. The people around him stood up, and shouted again. Chi-Li's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He whispered to Ji-hee, Go Langfan came to the house yesterday, and my grandfather couldn't bear to take out 4 props. My grandma didn't even make breakfast for him this morning. Ji-hee nodded in understanding, and it was indeed painful. So you're still paying now? I have no choice. This is paid on my behalf. Chi-Li's face was bitter. He didn't want to come, but he had to come, unless he wanted to be bullied by Go Langfan. You took out useless props, right? He was afraid that Ji-hee was ignorant and stupidly handed in useful props for auction. No. Ji-hee said that she was not stupid. The base asked them to come here obviously to make money. She just had to bleed a little. Why should she be so arrogant? If she wants to show off, as long as she says something about borrowing another 50 billion from Xiantian, the world will turn around tomorrow. Didn't you see that the price of coal has risen as she acquired it before? She can really change the situation. Smart. Just take out some discarded props. The people in front of Chi-Li pretended not to hear what he said. What discarded props? They knew nothing. After a while, Chi-Li signed, stood up, and the two walked out together. As soon as they went out, they heard a bang from the house next door. Then someone exclaimed, How come this stool is broken? Oh my god, this is the stool that Director Fan has used for more than 20 years. How could it be broken? Without this stool, Director Fan will not be able to work in the future. Director Fan, your stool is broken. Ge Longfan's usual routine. Chi-Li's voice reached Ji-hee's ears, but his lips did not move at all. Believe it or not, all the stools in this room will sell you a wave of feelings as long as Ge Longfan's but touches them. I won't let you go unless I extort 2 kilograms of food from you. Ji-hee was curious. Does the base commander not care? What should he care about? He's so busy hiding from Ge Langfan now. I heard that he didn't even dare to go to the office, and went to work at his secretary's house. I also heard from others that the base commander got excited and gave 2 dumplings to each person. It sounds like a small amount, but the base people plus the troops and other personnel estimated that at least several million dumplings would be made. Gul Langfan was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage and even lay on the table in the conference room. He cried so hard that his nose was choked with snot, but that didn't change the base commander's decision. Of course, if I were that Grandfan, I would have quit long ago. It's very difficult to collect food at this time. There are so many mouths waiting to be fed, and so much food was given away with just a few words. It's incredible. Half of his hair has turned white in the past year. Since the notice was issued, he has been wearing ripped pants and moldy clothes every day, going to the family compounds and villa areas one by one. The families with the most food have been plundered long ago, and now it's your turn. Chapter 456. Jihi nodded beside him and suddenly asked, there must be some follow-up, right? Rich people's food is easy to earn, but also hard to earn. Although there is a lot of food, it is just the little that slips through the cracks of the hands. If there is more, don't expect it. They are very smart. They are all very good at crying poor. Just like the broadcast above, people who have to pay at least 3 props can be on the broadcast. People like her who pay 1 are just here to make a cameo appearance and go through the motions. They don't even have the qualifications to be on the broadcast. Smart, in a moment. Chile sold a lawsuit, mysterious. I heard there's going to be a party. He didn't bother, just walked and looked around. Many people were smiling, and it was obvious that they were in a good mood. The base commander said that we celebrated because we didn't celebrate last year, and we're afraid that the people below will be in a bad mood if we don't celebrate this year. By the way, remember to recycle winter supplies, such as quilts, cotton clothes, coal, etc., from the talented mall during this period. You know that she borrowed another 50 billion from the sky. Some time ago, her store collected coal, which caused the price of coal to rise a lot. Many people followed suit and predicted that the next disaster would be extreme cold. This extreme cold is not easy to survive. If it rains now, we can still catch fish and grow some food. The extreme cold is likely to freeze a lot of people to death. There is also a reason for the massive storage of food during this period. The main reason is that the current situation. Everyone wears patched clothes. If it is extremely cold, those people can't even get together a cotton coat for the winter. It can really freeze people to death. There are still many things Chile didn't tell Jihi. He was afraid of affecting her mood. Although the base looks bright and beautiful, it is not easy to feed so many mouths. In order to cope with the possible extreme cold, the breeding farms no longer breed. After the livestock are raised and killed, the remaining few will be used as fire. But there are still many difficulties. First of all, there are not enough clothes. How can we survive the winter without cotton? There is not enough firewood. It is estimated that it will be extremely cold, at least minus 60 degrees, right? Maybe it's minus 80 degrees, so the base work day and night to dig the underground city, just thinking that if it's too cold, they can organize people to go underground to avoid the cold. Although the environment is not comparable to the ground, as long as they survive, they don't have to be so picky. Changing the subject, Chile said, it will take 3 months to enter the game this time. You know that, right? Some people predict that the game may be evacuated. If the game doesn't give us supplies, at least 1/3 of the people alive now will die. You are also saving this little bit. Who knows when this natural disaster will end? Jihi nodded in agreement. Indeed. She was very grateful to the game. If it weren't for the game, she wouldn't have been able to save up such a huge fortune. As they talked, Jihi and Chile went up the stairs to the 16th floor. There was a row of tables on the corridor on the 16th floor, with glasses filled with water. There was a staff member standing next to them, watching, and everyone got a free glass. Chile went to get a glass, and when he gave it to Jihi, she refused. Chile didn't say anything. He drank his glass, poured Jihi's glass of water into his own glass, and returned the empty glass. According to him, he took out a prop and got nothing, so he couldn't drink water? Smacking his lips, Chile finally tasted it. Is this lemonade? The taste was too light, and the water also had a bitter taste. If he hadn't eaten light food recently, and had a sensitive taste, he might not have been able to taste it. It's a pity that you didn't drink it. Grandfan actually put lemon in it. Although it may be a lemon to wash it all off, it's not easy to drink some flavorful water. Jihi didn't think it was a pity. She took a bite of the sour paste in the last copy and rolled her eyes. She didn't want to eat sour food for the time being. The two walked into the house while talking. The house was already full of people, standing in groups of 3 or 5 chatting. It was completely different from the scenes in the TV series he had seen before. Although the people in the house didn't have patches on their bodies, they were all wearing casual clothes, and some of them were even wearing flip-flops, chatting with people they knew. He even saw some girls wearing skirts. In addition to those wearing skirts, many people were wearing combat uniforms, which looked very cool. You could tell at a glance that they were gifted people. The overall atmosphere was quite relaxed. And it was obvious that their living standards were much better than those of people outside. Several aunties in front of he's left were chatting about gossip. They seemed to be complaining, but they were actually showing off. Hey, my Dawei is so filial. Seeing that I didn't sleep well yesterday, he insisted on giving me Xylus purified water. I said no, that was for him to use when he was on a mission, but he insisted on giving it to me. Your son is really filial. My son is also filial. He knows that I love to eat green vegetables, so he specially exchanged 10 seeds from the talent mall to plant all of them in my villa. My daughter is also filial. This time she brought me a small cake. I told her to eat it herself, but she insisted on giving it to me. Well, I am already this age. It doesn't matter if I eat more or less. The main thing is that my daughter has me in her heart. I really envy you. Unlike my disappointing son, I don't know what happened. The sister of the chef's son-in-law of the 50 billion boss insisted on marrying him. He couldn't refuse no matter how hard he tried. This time he brought back several shushu tablets. What is shushu tablets? The women who had been showing off just now became curious after hearing this thing they had never heard of. You don't know this, right? The shushu tablets are the treasure that the 50 billion boss doesn't sell outside. They are specially given to the chef. They are very effective in treating rheumatism. When the woman said this, she couldn't hide her face. It's because my son is so kind. He saved the girl once in the dungeon. That's why the girl realized my son's character and strength. Otherwise, how could she give us this good medicine? Everyone could not hear anything, and their attention was focused on the words 50 billion. Will your son be able to borrow another 50 billion from Xiantian in the future? Oh, that's incredible, incredible. When you become rich in the future, don't forget us old sisters. The woman's eyes were smiling into a line, but she still tried to restrain herself. Not really, not really. Everyone knows that the boss of 50 billion values the chef over there the most. We are relatives. What does this mean? It's telling everyone in disguise that 50 billion values the chef, so if they can get in touch with the chef, then maybe they can get in touch with Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion in the future. When this was said, the people around her became jealous, and they had to force a smile on their faces to try to establish a relationship. Chapter 457. For a moment, the woman was held in the center of the crowd, and she was about to become the center of attention. Everyone was originally showing off the spinach and rice porridge they had at home in the morning. As a result, one of them was going to ascend to heaven with the help of her son. They were so jealous. Even though the shop that borrowed 50 billion yuan from Xiantian no longer collects metals on a large scale, they, the business people, know it best. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. People are only getting better and better, not worse. All I can say is that they are getting poorer and poorer, while their standards have not changed. Any of the supplies that were taken out before, if they were grabbed, would be kept for use at a critical moment. Now this person can get out of print supplies? This is incredible. Oh, some people, don't brag and hurt your back. Who doesn't know that the boss and chef of the 50 billion are all in the base of City A? It's tens of thousands of miles away from us. When you said this, I'm afraid you were not awake? The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman with well-maintained skin. Although she looked a little haggard, it was obvious that she must have lived a very comfortable life before. She said this with great vigor. Hey, isn't this Mrs. Zhao? You don't have a gifted person in your family, so you don't understand the twists and turns here. I don't blame you. You all know Wei Lixian, the son of the Tiankui family, who is now also a leader among the gifted people. They said that if my son is willing, they can bring our whole family to City A. They have repeatedly invited us, but my husband said that we need to think about it again. After all, our roots are still here. Our ancestors have been here for generations. If we leave, we will never see them again. Mrs. Li covered her mouth and laughed while talking. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Her son was doing well, and she was also proud of it. While talking, she glanced at Mrs. Zhao from time to time and made eyes to others. This made everyone cover their mouths and laugh. These two people didn't get along before the natural disaster, and Mrs. Zhao seemed to have the upper hand. Naturally, she suppressed Mrs. Li in every way at that time. When she teased Mrs. Li, everyone covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Now the situation has changed, and Mrs. Zhao has become the one being teased. Mrs. Zhao's face was stiff, her nostrils contracted violently, and her hands holding the bag were clenched pale. Her family's status is not as good as before, and she has long been accustomed to these fence-sitters stepping on her. I just don't know if Miss Ming knows about your family's climbing up the ladder? I heard that if your precious son hadn't relied on a pretty boy to hold Miss Ming's thigh in the dungeon, I'm afraid he would have been eliminated in the first dungeon. Has he tasted the sweetness of relying on women and is ready to go all the way? I just don't know if he can step on this ladder steadily. Don't step on the air, or you fall flat on your face. After saying this, Mrs. Zhao snorted, and without giving Mrs. Li a chance to react, she turned around and left. Mrs. Li was so angry that her face turned red, and her fingers pointing at Mrs. Zhao's back were shaking constantly. Why did you curse my son? Come back, come back. You know shit. My son is in love. Do you have any shame? The other onlookers exchanged meaningful glances, and quickly stepped forward to symbolically persuade them to stop fighting. After all, Mrs. Li's family was clearly in the upper hand. Hey, why are you doing the same thing as her? What are our identities? Okay, getting angry too much will hurt your health. He stood aside, and listened to the whole thing silently. She said she didn't understand the conversation between the two and didn't comment. But she thought the woman's words that her son brought back several tablets of shushu tablets must be false. She gave 2 to one chef, and the 2 chefs only gave 4 slices in total. This chef is not stupid. How could he give both slices to his son-in-law's sister? He doesn't need them at home, unless there is some private affair. Jihe's thoughts just diverged to the plot of the old house on fire, and he heard Qi Li whispering in his ear, "These 2 are from the villa. According to the gossip I got, Mrs. Zhao is not a pushover. Her family is looking for someone to help find props that can promote the second awakening. Have you found it?" Jihe imitated Qi Li and acted stealthily. Are there any props that can promote the second awakening now? Some people with talent produce them, but I heard that the success rate is not high and the price is very high. We haven't made up our minds yet. How expensive? Jihe was curious. They said they want tens of thousands of caddies of grain. Qi Li pouted when he talked about this. How dare he ask for it? He thought it was before the natural disaster? Tens of thousands of caddies of grain now. Even if the Zhao family can take it out, they have to think about it. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid my son and food will be gone. Besides, being a gifted person now doesn't mean you can enter the game to do tasks like those before. There is no obvious benefit for these gifted people now. Not only are their abilities much worse than those of the old gifted people, but they also eat more. Jihe was silent when she heard the number of tens of thousands of caddies. She recalled in her mind the amount of rice she had bought. She found that she didn't seem to have bought more than 10,000 caddies of rice. These people are really bold. They just say tens of thousands of caddies. What shocked her the most was that the Zhao family could still pay out. They were just weighing the pros and cons. It seems that we really can't underestimate those rich families. They are indeed very wealthy. She still has a lot of room for improvement. Thinking about the price of rice before the natural disaster, tens of thousands of kilograms of rice, that is, tens of thousands of yuan, he quickly accepted it. Is it strange for a billionaire boss to have tens of thousands of kilograms of rice? Not at all. Qi Li sighed to himself. As for me, they have narrowed their paths. They might as well find a way to hire a chef to please 50 billion, and maybe they can find a way to rise. If we can establish a relationship, why worry about whether someone is gifted or not? It will be very powerful in the future. Maybe the 50 billion has the props to awaken talents. Jihe, I'm wrong, she really doesn't have it. At this time, Jihe didn't know that if she used her ability on a person many times, the person would also awaken his talent. Including using the healing mushroom that stores talents, the effect is the same. She was still a little curious. Who said that the 50 billion likes to eat? She wanted to see who was spreading rumors about her. She obviously loves money the most. This can be seen from her name. You don't understand this. You should go to the chat channel more often when you have nothing to do. Qi Li looked at Jihe and shook his head. An insider has already revealed that she likes a cook named Zheng the most. Every time she comes out of the dungeon, she must chat with the cook the next day, and the cook responds to every message she sends. This is a treatment that no one else has. How many girls and boys are so angry that they are biting their teeth? Jihe, Chapter 458. And the cook is already 50 or 60 years old. If she doesn't like the food she cooks, does she like him as a person? She could almost be Wu Bai's grandfather. Qi Li said this with some regret. What military school did I apply for back then? Why didn't I become a cook? I have taken a wrong path. Otherwise, I would have taken off long ago. I don't want more now. I just want to chat with Wu Bai. If this big guy reveals a little, I will benefit a lot. Oh, I don't know if I can make it now. The day before yesterday, I was practicing making porridge at home. My mother complained that the porridge was too watery. She drank too much and went to the toilet. Gee, maybe the 50 billion was just a message to be polite. You think too much. That was because Chef Sheng always asked her to try new dishes and order dishes. She had to respond out of politeness. I didn't expect that it would be spread like this outside. It's all slander. Chung Jun, who was happy to get a response after sending 10 messages, said at this time that he had something to say. Why didn't you feel rude when you didn't reply to his message? Chili curled his lips. Come on. I sent her a few messages. Why didn't she reply to me out of politeness? In order to get closer to her, I sent her the best porridge I made, but was rejected by that dog system. That dog system also said that my porridge tasted bad, comparable to poison, and if you poisoned it randomly, you would be fined, which seriously hurt my dignity. What kind of porridge did you make? Gee, he was a little curious. Could porridge be made to taste bad? Chili was excited when talking about this, my creativity. In addition to 18 kinds of rice, I also put beef jerky, wolfberry, longan, lotus seeds, carrots, and fresh tomatoes. It is absolutely nutritious, with both meat and vegetables. Gee, fortunately the system rejected you, otherwise Wubu would have blocked you. She couldn't imagine what such a pot of food would taste like. She couldn't even drink a sip. Do you know how to cook? This is called innovation, the most popular, my new creativity. You call this taste retardation porridge. The two stood aside and joked. The time was up soon. The cups in the corridor were removed, and an old man wearing patched clothes and patched pants walked in from the door. Although a little thin, he was smiling and looked quite friendly. Not at all like what was said outside. He stood at the front of the room and said in a loud voice, "Hello everyone. Thank you for giving me face and coming to support me. I won't say much about thanking you. The glass of lemonade just now represents my greatest sincerity. Who didn't drink? Did you drink it all? That's a pity. It seems there won't be much left. I was thinking I could have a couple more drinks when I get home tonight." As Director Fan walked in, the voices below gradually became quieter. Hearing this, there was a burst of good-natured laughter around. Director Fan cheered up the atmosphere and gestured for everyone to be quiet. We hold this charity party mainly to respond to the call of the base commander, show love, and let the people of our base have a good new year and eat dumplings. I hereby guarantee that all the food I obtain will be taken from the people and used for the people, and I will never embezzle any of it. Everyone knows my character and trusts me. I will never let you down. First, we must not let your love go in vain. Please don't leave until the auction is over. The old man has a business to make money with everyone. Of course, this business also has a threshold. Whether to take everyone to play together or not, we will look at today's auction rankings. Okay, I won't waste any more words. Let's officially start the auction. Don't bother the two masters about this matter. I will shamelessly be the auctioneer today. Next, please bring out our first auction item. Luminous water cup. This water cup is great. It glows when you pour water into it. It's both good looking and practical. It's really a treasure. He praised this water cup with hundreds of words, saying that it is the best in the world. Gee, he admires that being cultured is different. He praised it in the opposite way after praising it in the positive way, and even quoted ancient poems to praise it. The water cup looks different. If she wants it, she can say 3 words. Good, good. Bye, bye, bye. Go, go, go. How to say this thing? In Jihee's opinion, it is just like her gem that detects true love, which is not very useful. In the end, someone bought it for 4 kilograms of grain. Jihee was shocked. Is this thing worth 4 kilograms of grain? What a joke. Chili introduced it to Jihee in a low voice. Before the natural disaster, his family ran XX chain supermarket, and there was plenty of grain, and he didn't buy this for the cup. There is something behind the words. Jihee nodded. There are still 3,000 nails in the broken ship. Not to mention that he can open such a large chain supermarket. The uncle looked healthy and his face was ruddy, completely different from those pale and thin people outside. He didn't look too bad. When natural disasters come, one group of people will go down and another group will stand up. Those who were in the food business before, they all made a fortune now. Soon the second and third items were auctioned successfully. Although the auction prices were not very high, none of them failed to sell. Keep the fluctuation between 2 and 5 caddies of food. Some useful items can be worth 10 caddies of food. This is considered a high price. And the props that everyone took out were basically flashy and impractical. Not to mention healing props, There were no attack props or teleportation props. No one would take out the truly priceless props. After all, it was clearly stated at the beginning that it was a charity auction, and no matter how much the props were auctioned off, they would not belong to them. Only a fool would take out his own treasures. He originally wanted to find a prop similar to a door lock, but he didn't find a suitable one. It was a bit regretful. Li felt a little bored after standing for a while. He quietly took out 2 grasses from his pocket, put one in his mouth, and handed the other to Ji. It's sweet, eat it. Ji knew what it was at a glance. Sweet grass. Looking at Li chewing with relish, she really wanted to see if this person would still eat it so deliciously if he knew that this was the grass used by chickens to pad their buttocks. Ji thought about it, but still reached out and put the sweet grass in her mouth to chew. She didn't dislike it. This thing tastes like chewing gum, but the more you chew it, the sweeter it gets. She casually took out a few dried sweet potatoes she made from her pocket and gave half to Li. This dried sweet potato is made by herself. Although it looks ugly, it tastes good. The more you chew it, the more delicious it tastes. Li didn't take it seriously at first, but when he put it in his mouth, he found it was quite delicious and immediately gave a thumbs up. Delicious. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Then you take a look. Or you can give her 50 billion as a gift. Maybe she will accept it, and you will be a celebrity in front of her in the future. Chapter 459. Li said that his idea of becoming a leg pendant for the boss would never change. Loyal, lol. Hee. The two stood in the corner, eating and watching. Li made comments in a low voice from time to time. He knew all these people. This guy was in a technology company before the natural disaster. Now he is just a superficial person, but in fact he has nothing. He can't take off Kong Yiji's long gown. This time he brought his daughter here, thinking of finding a gifted son-in-law. He doesn't like ordinary ones. This guy used to run a farm, and he surrendered it immediately. Now he has no worries about food and drink. Let's not talk about this. This old man is my grandfather, and he is also superficial. He followed Li's gaze, and looked at the old man who made the bid. He was strong and stood straight, competing for a disc in his hand. This disc can be attached to the top of the head, covering the head with a layer of bubbles to block bacteria. It sounds good, but the bubbles will burst when you go into the water. It can only be used on land. This is a bit useless. Li carefully put away the last 2 remaining ones. It seems that the family's food supply will be exhausted in the future, so I'd better save some food. The life of the second-generation official is like this? Is it really that serious? She knew a little about Li's family. They have been in the army for generations, and their conditions are quite good. Under these conditions, it is impossible for them to live a miserable life. She thought so and asked so. Alas, it's just a superficial thing. Li became vicissitudes when talking about this. My grandfather and my father both have comrades who need to be helped. Each family doesn't give much, but when added together, it's a lot. Li didn't mention himself, but he also had comrades to help. Life was naturally tight. The auction was very fast, and Director Fan didn't drag his feet. After more than an hour, all the items were auctioned off. He thought that at this time, no one would buy her true love identification device. Unexpectedly, it was sold at a good price. 5 kilograms of food. It was considered high. She was surprised. If she took these 5 kilograms of food back home and ate them sparingly, it would last for a long time. What's the point of buying this thing? Is love so important? After all the materials were auctioned off, Director Fan cleared his throat. Don't leave in a hurry, today's highlight is coming. Everyone looked at each other. Those who got the news in advance perked up. They had heard about it a long time ago and were waiting. The previous charity auction was just an admission ticket. If they didn't participate in that auction, the base would not take them to play. Who would be willing to pay for food? They are not stupid. He blinked, a little curious. The environment outside is so bad, what business can be done? Now, apart from eating, people are not very interested in wearing clothes. Director Fan did not sell the lawsuit. Seeing that everyone was silent, he continued to speak. Everyone has received the notice from the base, and many people have bought the detection props. You should know that the plants outside are now polluted, and the pollution level exceeds 40%. They cannot be eaten. But many people don't know why they can't be eaten. Now I tell you that after eating, the human body cannot excrete it, and it will become a monster without consciousness. The gifted are no exception. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar below. Some people got the news earlier and looked calm. Some people just found out, and their faces turned pale. But relatively speaking, they were all stable and did not riot. After all, everyone present was in a relatively good condition. The food they ate was either stored before the natural disaster or grown later. They had never eaten the unpalatable fish and water plants fished out of the water. Director Fan also knew about this situation. Seeing that everyone accepted it, he continued, no matter if they are gifted or ordinary people, as long as they become unconscious monsters, their combat effectiveness will increase several times. It takes at least 4 gifted people to kill a monster. Think about it, there are millions of people in our base, and the food they eat every day is almost all fish and water plants in the water. If we don't control it, the pollution in these people's bodies will accumulate too much, and a large number of monsters will appear. Our base will collapse from the inside. Not to mention our current lives, how many people here can survive? The room was silent. After a long while, someone spoke up, Old Fan, don't sell the lawsuit. Just tell me, what does this have to do with business? Yes, even if you tell us, we can't solve it. We can't afford to feed so many people now. Director Fan changed his serious expression and said with a smile, why is it okay? Why do I say it's okay? Our business is to save them from the water and fire. These people, even if you tell them that they can't eat food with pollution exceeding 40%, they will eat it even if they are really hungry. So we have to give them a job opportunity, generate income, and let them have choices. As long as they have choices, they will not go down the road of no return. What I want to talk about now is our business. Have you all heard of the person who borrowed 50 billion from Xiang Tian? Gee, As the voices below answered one after another, Director Fan continued to say happily, she is really a good person. She recently recycled plants with a pollution level of more than 40% in her store. You must have heard about this, right? Let's not worry about why. Let's just say that there is a lot of story here. As long as we master it, our base can be revitalized. Gee, Speaking of this, the atmosphere in the audience also became lively. Yes, we said it. And then what? You won't ask us to provide food to hire people to collect plants with pollution levels exceeding 40%? Director Sue is worthy of being the pillar of our base. Smart. Director Fan raised his hand happily and gestured to a man in the audience. That's right. The plant with a pollution level of 40% is garbage to us, worthless. We can sell it to Xiangtian and borrow 50 billion to exchange for materials, turning waste into treasure. Why not do it? Can I use credit points? Someone in the audience shouted. This is the most important question. Points or not are just a number. If you really take out food, it will be different. Points are not something you can get as many as you want. It's just a number. Forget it. Last time, I got too many points, and everyone moved into the villa area. They won't keep the points, they will all use them. Yes, the props in the store of the 50 billion boss are real. You go to exchange credit points with her. Do you think she will be happy? By the way, don't worry, our base will guarantee this business for you, you don't have to pay taxes, and we will also provide venues and help you recruit employees. Of course, the base will do all these things, and it will definitely take a part of the shares in the end. Chapter 460. Believe me, this is a business that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. You get the props, ordinary people get food, and we can borrow another 50 billion from the sky to get the waste grass. We have great potential. Director Fan's calculations were crackling. He even thought about what kind of people to hire. He can first hire people from Area D. These people have the worst conditions and poor physical fitness. When the time comes, let them sit there and pick the fruits. It is not too tiring, and there is no threshold. This will solve the employment problem of a large number of people for the base. The discussion started directly. What price are you going to pay for the recycling? The 50 billion store has it, and the price is transparent. If you want to make a profit as a middleman, you have to see if the people are willing. Yes, they will sell it to you when they have time. They might as well sell it directly to 50 billion. That can't be said. The pollution level is also divided into grades, 40% for one grade, 50% for another. If we provide good service, maybe we can negotiate with 50 billion. Will 50 billion be willing? We still need to make some efforts from ordinary people. There are many of them, and they have great potential. Yes, we recycle in large quantities. Each person earns a little, and the people in the entire base will earn a lot by then, and other talents can't help them for free, they have to charge a handling fee. We can also open a few more recycling windows, so that they don't have to carry back hundreds of kilograms of waste grass. Gee, 5 billion heard it. Thank you. In order to get the wool from me, they even gathered their ideas and held a meeting. You are really good. At this time, she felt someone touching her arm. Turning around, she met Chili's puzzled eyes. What are you thinking about? I called you several times, but you didn't respond. I'm thinking about 50 billion. He chose to tell the truth. Chili agreed and sighed. You should think about it. We are both 18 years old. When I was her age, I was still in high school. Look, she can do such a big business. If my family hadn't run out of food, I would have gotten involved. Hey, you don't know how to help. After get off work, I go to the dock to carry the big bags. Can these people take me with them? This business looks very profitable. Gee, what's the matter? You didn't join in the fun, and you still feel it's a pity? Chili sighed for a while, and suddenly touched Gee with his arm. Why are you pretending? Do you feel sorry too? I can feel it all. You don't have to hide it in front of me. I know everything. Children of your age have the strongest self-esteem. Don't worry, I understand. Gee rolled his eyes. What do you know? You are not the one being discussed about fleecing. If you are being discussed by hundreds of people about which angle to fleece, you should react more strongly than me. Haha, little brat, you don't understand anything, right? In fact, Lao Fan plagiarized this proposal, just repeating what others have said. You see, the people present seem very surprised, but in fact, they have known about this news for a long time. Many of them came here just for this. Otherwise, no one would spend food to buy those junks when they were auctioned at the beginning. Moreover, the admission qualification had been finalized before the auction started. The grains were taken out just now for outsiders to see. Otherwise, how could such a big business be treated so lightly? Now grain is life. Within half a minute of posting the acquisition information, City A organized a meeting to discuss this matter. There is still a lot of room for development. There is a lot to be done in it. Gee, what? The whole country is involved in this matter. What do you think? It's so hard to have a poverty alleviation project now. After the natural disaster, all businesses have failed. This is the only one that seems to have some prospects. Don't you have to seize it? In fact, you don't have to feel inferior. People are different. Although you can't compare to her 50 billion, you are far behind her, but there are many people in the world who can't compare to her. One more person won't make a difference. Haha, how do you know I can't compare to her? He squinted at Chili. At first, I thought he was quite serious, but now it seems that it's just a superficial impression. Chili didn't say anything, but patted Jihee's shoulder. Okay, I understand. You two are not on the same track, so there is no comparison. You don't need to compare with her. She eats delicious food all day, and it's easy to get 3 highs if she eats too much. We are different. We don't have this problem. She has to open a store to buy bean cakes when she wants to eat them. We are different. We can eat whatever we want. Jihee gritted his teeth. Although this was not an insult, why was she so unhappy to hear it? You are the one who gets 3 highs. You have been standing for so long. Are you hungry? Come and try it. Jihee took out the interstellar snacks he had gotten before. Didn't you envy the fact that 50 billion gave food to others before? Now 50 billion is given to you. Are you not grateful? How can I be so embarrassed? Chili said this, but his hand had its own ideas and quietly reached out. He had been hungry for a long time. Before leaving, his grandmother said that he would not go to work today, and the whole family would clean their intestines for a day, so he didn't let him cook. The piece of dried sweet potato and sweet grass he had just eaten had been digested long ago. Now he had no resistance to seeing food. What is this thing? It looks so strange. Chili looked at the outer packaging. I don't recognize it. This is normal. Many people bring back supplies from outer space like this. It's just that this thing is as long as a chopstick, like a tree stick twisted, and with spots of different colors on it. If Jihee hadn't given it to him, he would definitely not eat it. It doesn't look delicious. Without thinking much, Chili stretched out his hand and put the stick into his mouth. As a result, as soon as it entered his mouth, he was choked by the sweet and stinky taste. He vomited subconsciously and quickly covered his mouth. Food is precious, you can't spit it out. Captain Chi, are you okay? Oh, it's all my fault. I couldn't bear to eat it after I got it, and I didn't know what it tasted like. He was so angry that he saw Chili rolling his eyes, and took out a bag of nutrient solution from the space and handed it to him. Drink this quickly and suppress it. Chili was choked by the strange smell, and took the nutrient solution and drank half of it in one go. As a result, he was suffocated by the cheap plastic bag smell and the slippery taste, and rolled his eyes, covered his mouth tightly, and looked at the new mushrooms growing on the ceiling. Oops. I feel like I've been fooled. No, I've already eaten this, I've already suffered this, I can't vomit no matter what. After rolling his eyes several times, Chile suppressed the nausea and looked at Ji accusingly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly found that the hunger that had always accompanied him disappeared, and his stomach was rarely satisfied. Chapter 461. Without complaining, he asked, "What is this?" "Expiring nutritional supplements." Ji laughed. "I bought it from the 50 billion store. Isn't it delicious? Seeing that you admire 50 billion, I specially brought it out for you to eat, so that you can be considered to have eaten together. It's because of this. Tell me earlier that I shouldn't drink it so fast." Chile smacked his lips, and the strange taste in his mouth disappeared. His stomach was rarely satisfied. He felt a little distressed now. "Oh, I keep it. I'm not on a mission. Why should I eat so much? What a waste." After muttering for a long time, she suddenly realized and pointed at the snack bag in Ji's hand. "What is this?" "It's given by the system task. It tastes good, right? It's meat. It said that it can beautify your skin after eating it." Ji smiled. "Anyway, just blame it on the system. The snacks are not big, and her store has never sold them. No one can get 50 billion. Those floating cloud beasts have money but nowhere to spend it, so they bought a lot of strange snacks. This is one of them. They said it tastes like grass wrapped in sugar and has a bad smell. She had no shortage of food, and she had never eaten it since she got it back. This alien has a really weird taste. Oh." Looking at the tree trunk in his hand, Chile couldn't bear to throw it away, so he put it in his mouth and held it for a while. The first taste was still a bit strong, and he was about to roll his eyes again, but he held it back and insisted on eating it. After a while, he tasted it better and better, and it was quite addictive. "Do you want the rest? If you don't want it, give it to me, and I take it back and eat it slowly." "You're rolling your eyes, and still eating it?" Ji was speechless. She found that Chile was also a ruthless person. "It tastes good if you savor it carefully. It tastes sweet and stinky." Chile ate it well. He smacked his lips. He took the bag from Ji and put the half stick in his mouth back into the bag. He looked at it and found that there were still 6 or 7 sticks in it. It was not a small amount. "You must be really hungry." "How do you know?" Chile smiled and said, "Come to my house for dinner during the new year?" He accepted the snacks from others, so he had to return the favor. He himself had no money or props. He handed them over to his family after the dungeon, but it was still okay to invite friends home for dinner during the new year. "No, I have an appointment with Coach Luo for training." Ji's words were not a humble word. She had tested it with the all-knowing fruit before, and knew that there would be heavy fog in a while, and it was not suitable to go out in the fog. So she planned to take advantage of this period of time to go out and visit Coach Luo more often. With the heavy fog, she couldn't go out. It's not that she didn't want to tell others the news, but she planned to release it on the World Channel after the Chinese New Year. After all, seeing the people around her happily discussing the New Year, she really didn't want to stand up and pour cold water on them at this time. Chile thought about it and gave up. "Then I won't go back either. My company also needs to work overtime. Not only will they get overtime pay for overtime work, but they can also provide a meal." His grandmother said that those who can get a free meal at the company should not come back. Ji nodded. She knew this. The patrol team was busy as hell every day. Now they patrol not only at night, but also during the day. As the two were talking, a man rushed out from behind, snatched the thing in Chile's hand, took out a cigarette, and was about to put it in his mouth. Chile was stunned, and when he reacted, he immediately started to fight with him. "Zhang Xuqiang, I'm telling you, if you don't want to go to jail for robbery, you'd better give it back to me. This is a prop, precious prop." Zhang Xuqiang hid the food behind him and yelled, "Chile, you are so good, everyone is only 30% full, and you still have snacks to eat. I'm going to report you for accepting bribes. Here's the evidence. The briber is the little girl next to you." After saying that, he pointed at Jihe. "Jihe, eh." Chile laughed angrily, and went to grab the food directly. "I take your mother. I bribe you right now, and give you 2 big slaps, and I let you go back and eat well." Zhang Xuqiang was no match for Chile, and he finally snatched the snacks back. Chile carefully put it back in his arms, and when he looked up, he saw Zhang Xuqiang took out a stick, and was about to put it in his mouth. "Shut up, give it back to me." Zhang Xuqiang showed a provocative look and stuffed it into his mouth. "Isn't it just a stick? You're so stingy." As soon as the provocative words came out of his mouth, his face changed. He rolled his eyes because of the strange smell. "You!" He took it out suddenly and shouted in disbelief, "Chile, you actually ate shit in public?" "Bullshit, have you ever eaten shit? Do you know what shit smells like?" Chi rushed up and was about to continue beating him. Stop slandering me. It was you who did that to me last time. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You were unlucky and ran into that. What does it have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense here. Zhang Xuqiang didn't admit it. It wasn't him who asked those people to cause trouble. If I say you don't have the ability, you should give up your position as soon as possible and go to your B area. Let the A area be given to those who are capable. It's not your turn. The two of them started fighting again after a disagreement. The surrounding people were suddenly vacant. Zhang Xuqiang was not able to perform well with the food in his hand. After being punched several times, he stuffed the food directly into his mouth. When fighting with Qi Li, he didn't think it was unpalatable. The more he chewed, the more he enjoyed it. Neither of them transformed, but their punches hit the flesh. Zhang Xuqiang had been holding back his anger for a long time. He had just taken office in Area A for less than an hour when Qi Li squeezed him out. Everyone around him laughed at him. He couldn't raise his head. He and Qi Li were irreconcilable. People around him stopped discussing business. Seeing the excitement, they immediately gathered around, and some people applauded. Even the few people who were chatting with Director Fan in the front looked over. Qi Li's grandfather saw that the person who made this joke was his grandson, and narrowed his eyes. When he saw that his grandson had the upper hand, he was no longer anxious. Little fatty, what are you doing? Can't we talk about it? Tell me what you've been wronged about. Zhang Xuqiang's grandfather saw that his grandson was at a disadvantage, and he quickly said, Stop it, Xiaoqiang. Xuqiang, that stupid boy, couldn't beat Qi Li but insisted on fighting. He didn't even look at Qi Li's strong physique, he could handle him. Zhang Xuqiang stopped when he heard it, but the next second, he was punched in the face. Despicable, you sneak attack? Qi Li took advantage and ran away immediately. All is fair in war. You always be the runner-up. Zhang Yimou. Fuck you, I beat you to death. The two fought further and further away, and the farce finally stopped. Seeing that there was no way to continue the conversation, Director Fan announced the parties involved in the base operation according to the list on the leaderboard and happily dismissed the meeting. Prepare to talk in another place. Anyway, the list of participants has come out. Chapter 462. Ji listened to the list and matched it with the people present one by one. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Zhao's families were both on the list. Qi Li's family and Zhang Xuqiang's family were also on the list, but compared to those business tycoons, their share was very small. Ji was just here to make soy sauce, and she would not participate in the matter of fleecing her own sheep. As she walked downstairs, Ji heard those people happily discussing how to make money from both ends. According to what Qi Li said just now, City A should have held a meeting a long time ago and thought about how to fleece her. But this time, no one came to see her. Ji was a little curious. Back home, clicked on the store. At a glance, he found that the store had been sold out in seconds. The 200 Montana fruit she had just filled before leaving were gone in the blink of an eye, and countless people in the background urged her to put them on the shelves. Have they started to fleece her already? Sure enough, they are active. Put the weeds they collected into the space. He quickly filled 200 shells. It was still Montana fruit, this one tasted average, and the quantity was large. As for the dried oil fruit, it is a bit ugly, but it can be used to extract oil, which is quite useful. He plans to sell it last. Sell the ones that are not easy to sell first, and then sell the ones with good quality. Finally. She finally became a profiteer. He felt proud when she thought of this. Good people don't live long, and evil people will last for thousands of years. She doesn't want to be a short-lived ghost. Click on the backstage. Found that Chung Jun really didn't look for her. Is he going to steal it? In less than half a minute, the group of people squatting in front of Ji's store began to swoosh down the supplies. No matter what she posted, just close your eyes and buy it. Ji opened the shop, and more than half of the 200 items that had just been put on the shelves were gone. In the blink of an eye, the items were all sold out. At this speed, even if she had 8 hands, it would not be enough. After thinking about it, Ji opened the system and chose to ask the system to help put the silver coins on the shelves. The supplies accumulated in the space for 2 or 3 copies are not small. This time, they should be able to exchange for a lot of wheats. After all, she is just a person. She needs so many things that she can't eat or use them all. It's better to exchange them for wheats. Wheats are replaced with energy stones, so there is hope for space upgrade. I spent 2 gold coins and entrusted the system to take care of this for a while. Ji flashed into the space and ground the various leaves picked from gurus into powder with a wall breaker. You can't do it at home. The houses built in the base are very thin and not soundproof. If she dares to use a wall breaker, it is estimated that the whole building will be spread when she returns. Even if she doesn't say it to her face, there will be guesses. Grinding the leaves is what he had thought of long ago. It is easy to expose the leaves directly, so selling them can also add one more procedure. After squeezing the leaves, he also squeezed a lot of straw into powder, and filled it in to make up the number. She didn't feel guilty about doing this. What's wrong with the straw? At this time when pollution is gradually becoming king. Her straw is a good thing. The pollution level is less than 5%. Now look around the world. Even Mamoyun can't eat such a good thing. The straw powder with a pollution level of less than 5% is mixed with good as leaves with a pollution level of 28 to 30%. Once the pollution level is tested, it is directly reduced to less than 15%. Absolutely perfect. Isn't it a way to get something for free? Go ahead. Let you know that buying is not as good as selling. He happily put the mixed powder on the shelf, watching those people grab it with their eyes closed, feeling happy. She absolutely dared not sell the vegetables and food grown in the space directly. Now she either keeps them for herself or exchanges them for props for the system. Even when she sends them to the chef and asks him to help cook the dishes, she has to soak them in dirty water in advance. In this way, the pollution level will be raised to about 10% before it will be sent over. She is not cheating when selling mixed seasonings now. The product notes are clearly written below. Some kind of mysterious mixed seasoning, please buy with caution. Even the pollution level is written. It is much more honest than some merchants. Her straw can be regarded as waste recycling. There is a pasture in the space, and the grass there grows vigorously, which is enough for cattle, sheep and rabbits to eat. She has fed the straw from the mature crops here to cattle and sheep, but they despise it and don't touch it. She can also improve the utilization rate of crops, just right, mixed with various leaf powders. Let those who have no taste in their mouths feel what a unique delicacy is. The relevant staff of Cydia here have been ordered that as long as the goods are on the shelves, no matter what they are, just close your eyes and grab them. The leader thinks clearly. The pollution level of those weeds exceeds 40%, and they are useless. If they are not consumed here, the manpower and material resources spent will be wasted. This is not okay. They must all be replaced. Countless bases acted in unison, and the fight was 10 times more fierce than before. Those who were slow could only curse in the base. Not even a shadow could be seen. On the other side, the system's energy was seriously insufficient. Looking at Jihe's busy figure, he blinked and began to think. He had to think of a way to get to his Baichilan and receive some purification. A few days ago, a city base. The base set up a special team to study the action of borrowing another 50 billion from the sky. When she just put up the recycling of plants with a pollution level of 40% in the store, it was immediately reported by the special staff. The experts held a meeting to discuss and analyze. She must have a use for these plants, otherwise she wouldn't recycle them. An old man with gray hair said loudly. Nonsense? Do you think she is a rag collector? What you said is nonsense. Whether they are useful or not has little to do with us. Let's just talk about whether this thing can be done. A skinny old man wanted to slam the table, but was afraid that he would have to pay for it if he broke it, so he lifted it high and then gently dropped it. In the end, it turned into a caress. The people in the finance department saw this scene and were a little disappointed. Why did he stop? Oh, it was also his fault that the table he found was too sturdy and of too good quality. In fact, it doesn't need to withstand such a test. Don't do it? Are you stupid? You don't do it? She took it, so why don't we do it? Isn't that enough? Why do you care if she wants that plant? If you have time to worry about these useless things, you might as well worry about when the apocalypse will end. How is your research on new food going? You ask for so many materials every time, but what has been achieved? It's unreasonable. You are disrespectful. We can't even afford to eat. How polite. Look at those people who are almost starving to death, and they are still polite. Okay. Let's talk about how to make it worthwhile. These plants can't just be delivered to our doorsteps at home, and we need manpower to salvage them. If the price is too low, I'm afraid those people won't go. We have to find a balance. Chapter 463. Should we chew them up and feed them? The discarded plants are all recycled, so what else can we do? There is another problem. Although we have tried our best to reduce the cost of the pollution monitor is still there. There are still many people who cannot afford it. We cannot abandon these low-income people. These people are the ones who need assistance the most. What if they want to sell plants with a pollution level of more than 40% but don't have a detection machine? We can set up an organization and find people to specialize in detection. How many people are needed? There are so many people in the base. How many people can handle it? How much will it cost to borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian? Will it be suddenly not needed? Who will pay for the increased manpower expenses? The prices on her side are transparent. Will the people below be dissatisfied if we earn food? You have to consider all this. Why don't you let her set 2 prices? We are in large quantities, so we can raise the price a little? Bullshit, you are the only one who can calculate. The prices are posted in the store, and there is a system to help check, and she doesn't have to do anything. You increase her workload in order to make her earn less food. Do you think she is happy? This won't work, that won't work either. What do you think we should do? Don't forget that some of the gifted people have completed their transformation. If the 50 billion become fish, they may not live in the base. If they are really greedy and tear each other apart, and then she dives into the deep sea, what will you do? Who is greedy? I am the only one who eats the food I get. Can you talk? The parties discussed for a while, and finally came to a conclusion. Keep the troops in place. The 50 billion was already worthless, and if they wanted to raise the price, it would be a bit irritating, and they were afraid that it would break the originally peaceful situation. Since they were not going to let her lower the price, why did they cause trouble for them? The orders were all hung up there, and they could be collected and sold at any time, right? Chung Jun was outside the door, watching the old men and women who left in a bad mood and sighed. Everyone became much more irritable. For a year, almost everyone in the base had not had a full meal, and the leader set an example by only eating half full. With him taking the lead, the rest of the people usually eat only 50% full, and don't even eat 60%. Doing so not only puts a burden on them physically, but also makes them mentally anxious. Only people who have been dieting for years can understand this feeling. In the past, there were countless such meetings, and they would never argue to such an extent that everyone's face turned red and their necks became thick. Now this has become the norm in the base. Just as he thought of this, there was a bang in a meeting room behind him, and Chung Jun hurried over. Pushing open the door, a 40-year-old uncle was lying on the ground, and water began to ooze out of his body, soaking the cement floor around him, and his skin began to grow things like fish scales. His expression was stern. Hurry up, someone, send the person to the infirmary. After everyone left, the noisy atmosphere in the room suddenly became as quiet as death. The colleague who was still banging the table and yelling at him in the last second fell down and lost consciousness in the next second, and might even turn into a turbid beast. They saw it with their own eyes, and they couldn't help but feel depressed, watching the person being carried away by the little soldier. I don't know who said, "Hey, what are you arguing about? How many years have we been colleagues? How many days can we live?" Yeah, what were we discussing just now? Defense against turbid beasts. Otherwise, I listen to you and announce it after the new year. We can't hide it anymore. There were no pollution monitors before, but now the equipment is available. There is no point in hiding it. Let me tell you, the fate of mankind has never been carried on the shoulders of a few people. Yeah, I now hope that the game can recruit a group of people. Otherwise, what should these talented people who awaken later do? Fortunately, the system couldn't hear these people talking, otherwise it would have to spit at them. Shameless. He spent energy to send these people there, and even found jobs for them. What can he get from the wages these people brought back? Interstellar teleportation doesn't cost energy. If it wasn't for giving back to the planet whereby Qilin awakened, he wouldn't do this losing business. Go outside and see how many planets are awakening every day in the interstellar space. Didn't those species survive without help? Humans should have reached this point in time, and the energy of the awakening planets in their bodies would accumulate to a certain stage before the transformation would be completed. This transformation has a success rate. The success rate depends on the character of the race. The awakening success rate of the kind-hearted race is high, and the awakening success rate of the evil race is low. In the end, they turned into turbid beasts, and they can only blame their dark hearts. But with the help of the system, all young and middle-aged people of mankind can be transformed into gifted people without failure regardless of their personal conditions. What else can be asked for? If the growth of the white unicorn did not need to be kept secret and let nature take its course, I am afraid that all the races in the universe would fight to the death for this opportunity. You got the advantage, but you still act like a fool. The people in the room mentioned the talents who awakened later, and the dead silence began to warm up. The faces of 2 of them became much better. They also completed their awakening some time ago and became talents, so they don't have to worry about turning into turbid beasts for the time being. The natural disaster did not leave humans no way to survive. In addition to the first batch of talents, others also have the opportunity to awaken, and these talents are more suitable for the world after the natural disaster after awakening. The talents awakened in the game can be roughly divided into 2 types. flesh mutation and mental mutation. But the talents awakened by humans are more like a combination of the two. There are both physical changes and mental abilities. It seems to be stronger than the talents awakened in the game. Many people think that the talents awakened before are defective, and this time the hope of mankind is coming. Ahem, of course, we still have to give the newly awakened talents some time. What are their current abilities? It is definitely not comparable to the veteran talents. Although the people in the room did not completely agree with this view, they did not deny that they saw hope. After all, ordinary people are too powerless in natural disasters. The stronger the ability, the greater the possibility of surviving natural disasters. Before the people in the room could continue to be depressed, a soldier rushed in at the door. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Leader!" Someone below reported that they grabbed a disinfectant. One person in the room stood up instantly and walked out quickly, and the meeting was not held. Did you get the water purification tablets? Our logistics are really bad. We have to get every water purification tablet. When he left, the people behind him were not happy. Old Wang, don't leave yet. I heard it clearly. Disinfectant? Yes, Old Wang, you are so cunning. If you don't say that the disinfectant has side effects, don't you want to use it? Chapter 464. The man who was called pretended not to hear, but his pace increased a lot. Hey, Lao Wang, don't go. One person just chased out, and when he looked up, he saw his own soldier running over with a happy face. After being surprised, he quickly winked. Shut up, shut up. As a result, the soldier was too happy to react. Leader, we grabbed a desiccant. It's refreshing. The captain has taken people to continue fishing. Hey, what did you say? The room is too damp. Oh, hurry up. I need to go back and take a look. These people can't do without me. Hey, Lowly, you are so unkind. Why are you pretending? We all heard it. Desiccant. Refreshing desiccant. Good Lowly, you said at the beginning that the weeds must be very useful and would never be exchanged in the 50 billion store, and you also told us not to exchange them. But now you have snatched the supplies. You are so unkind. You are old. The water that the desiccant turns into will make you unable to sleep at night after drinking it. You don't need so much. Share some with us. Oldly refused without changing his expression. The past is the past. The present is the present. That was my suggestion. Will you eat shit if I ask you to? My willpower is not strong. It has nothing to do with me. He firmly refused to admit that he was treacherous. This is a tactic. All is fair in war, understand? They haven't been able to grab the things in the 50 billion store for a long time. If they don't seize this opportunity, wouldn't they be stupid? Before, they only needed winter supplies, but they didn't have any in their regiment, so they were willing but unable to do so. This time, they wanted weeds, so why hesitate? Just treat it as training, send all the new recruits out, practice rowing and salvage, and assign a talented person to each team to sell on the spot. Several people refused to give in, and surrounded the people in the corridor, as if they would not let them go unless they gave them the things. Let go, what are you doing pulling and tugging? Hurry up and let go, I tell you. If you don't let go, I lie down and my high blood pressure will flare up. Those people just pretended not to hear. Why let go? No matter what you say, you have to scrape off half of it today, otherwise this person will never leave. While they were pulling, they heard a series of reports. Leader, our team got it. Leader, we got it. One soldier after another came to report. Several people looked at each other. They all let go. They began to calmly adjust their wrinkled collars. Lao Li and Lao Wang were both so angry that they laughed. So you sent your subordinates to rob? Didn't you say you didn't care about that little bit of stuff? Several people denied it. Who said that? Anyway, I didn't say that. The subordinates acted on their own. They didn't know, didn't understand, didn't know. Don't go. Give us some of your bare hair. Why? It was robbed by your own ability. What does it have to do with you? You are shameless. That's not what you said just now. The next day, Ji-hee had just finished her daily chores, and was eating at the table, when she heard the bass broadcast outside. During this period, the bass got a prop similar to a loudspeaker broadcast. In addition to sending vocal talents to sing on it every day to relieve everyone's anxiety. The bass's notices will also be broadcast on the loudspeaker, including the dumplings given tomorrow. In order to prevent someone from not being able to receive them, the bass has specially opened 30 collection points, so that people can choose nearby. Ji-hee listened and found that the collection point was near her home, about 7 or 8 minutes walk away. It's just estimated that it will take a long time to line up tomorrow. She found the lunch box in advance and planned to join in the fun tomorrow. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ji-hee turned off her phone and ate faster. She planned to go to the auction downstairs today. She wanted to buy a prop like a padlock to protect the room. She had been searching in the mall for the past few days, but couldn't find a suitable one. She would try her luck today. He didn't eat a single bite of food when she got up in the afternoon. She worked for more than 4 hours before sitting down to eat. She was already hungry. I ate 2 steamed dumplings and 2 steamed dumplings. I still felt unsatisfied, so I ate 4 more pies with a big bowl of mutton soup, and then I felt satisfied. Sitting on the stool, He sighed. Then she felt something rubbing against her feet. He looked down and saw that it was the bald chicken she raised. I don't know if it's because it's too hot now, but the chickens raised at home have different degrees of baldness. This chicken is a bald baby. The hair on her head has fallen off, and it has become a Mediterranean, looking a bit like a kappa. It was rubbing against her feet. He touched her nose. She ate very cleanly, and the food on the table looked as if she hadn't eaten anything. Even if the chicken was anxious, there was nothing to give it. They were all chickens, but the treatment of the chickens raised at home was much worse than those in the space. The ones in the space had shiny fur and lived in a comfortable temperature every day, which made them look noble. As soon as these chickens entered, the chickens excluded them like they were avoiding the plague, leaving a large open space. It just doesn't fit in. He saw it. She couldn't say with a clear conscience that the chicken wasn't ugly. The scene was like a group of white swans hiding from toads. Although it's a bit unkind to say, these ugly bald ones really don't fit in with those. But it's a bit unrealistic to say that they should be kept in the space all the time. The expert didn't ask about it for a day or 2. If her chicken was too beautiful, it would be wrong. So it's ugly. It's energetic. He broke off some bean cakes and put them in her palm for it to eat. When it finished eating, she waved and put it back in the space. Turned around and started looking for chickens. There were many insects at home, so basically whenever she was at home, she would light up the insect repellent incense. The insect-eating team of 5 little chickens would also wander around the house. In addition to this one, there are 4 more outside now. After putting all 5 chickens into the space, he checked again in the house to make sure there was nothing missing, and then put a big stone at the door, closed the door and left. She did this every time she went out, and she had long been accustomed to it. Including the front door of his house, there are 2 doors, just to prevent others from seeing into the house. After walking downstairs for a short distance, he saw a huge transparent canopy with a few dim lights inside, which looked hazy in the rainy night. With the help of the lights, he could see that the transparent canopy was full of people. Is this an exchange meeting? Is there not even a room? When he got closer, he saw that it was noisy and many people had come. There were rows of large stones on the ground of the entire prop exchange meeting, and a person stood in front of each stone. Chapter 465. He guessed that these people might be the ones who wanted to exchange items. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, he saw the shop owner stand up. He found a tall ladder from somewhere and stood on it. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. He raised his hand above his head and patted it, signaling everyone to be quiet. Welcome everyone to the talent exchange meeting. Everyone should know what the content of our exchange meeting is before coming. That's right, it's to exchange items. Sometimes the items we get in the dungeon are not applicable. If we keep them, it will inevitably accumulate. It is better to take them out and exchange them for something more useful. Everyone can voluntarily exchange them on this occasion. You can negotiate the price and other things by yourself. I just provide a venue for everyone. I am not responsible for the authenticity. Let's be frank. When you buy things, you should open your eyes wide. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's get started. After he finished speaking, the shopkeeper jumped off the big rock and flashed into the shop behind. Show your attitude. He saw the shop owner at the auction at the base yesterday. He also bought a few props. It seems that he is worth a lot. Retracting his gaze, everyone has started to introduce the props in their hands enthusiastically. Just as he guessed, the person standing in front of the big stone took out the props to exchange. She walked and listened to several introductions. Although the environment looks a bit low, even worse than the previous wholesale market. But listen to the props. Quite high-end. Don't miss it if you pass by. Top secret file. With it, the world will have no secrets in front of you. You will own the whole world. My family is really in a difficult situation. My parents are sick and my child is only 4 years old. If I hadn't been desperate, I wouldn't have sold this treasure. You met me today. You are lucky to have found a treasure. A circle of people gathered around. Some people were interested and asked several questions in a row, but they didn't touch it. He glanced at the prop, which looked like a badge, a small piece, not even as thick as her finger. If the man hadn't introduced it as a prop, she would have thought it was a plastic sign. Originally, the boss didn't want others to touch it, for fear that someone would take it away. But if they didn't touch it, those people wouldn't buy it. Seeing that the person was about to leave, he finally gave in. I hold it for you to touch. This is my treasure. He also touched it curiously. She wanted to see if this prop was as useful as he said. Although she was skeptical. Top secret file. You can know everything in the world. Note, oh, I haven't congratulated you on discovering the ultimate treasure. This display is really big. You could only write 6 words in total, and the first 5 words are fixed. I think you can use the remaining word. I know there will be no loopholes. There are 6 words in total, and the first 5 are fixed. What else can I say? Even if you find a Taoist fortune teller, it's not possible to write 1 word at a time. At this time, many people are interested in this prop. But some people have reservations. After all, if this thing is so good, why would that person sell it? As long as you can predict what the next task is, isn't it a priceless treasure? How much do you sell it for? 50 kilograms of food. The man smiled honestly, and kept muttering in his heart. If the system hadn't blocked him, and prevented him from trading, he wouldn't have sold it offline. Although the store is expensive, you can ask for a higher price. When he got the prop, he thought he had found a treasure. I count out 3 times to the ancestral tablets at home happily. After all, even the system detection is just a simple sentence. But I realized how rubbish this thing is after using it. Not only did he not answer complex questions at the beginning, but when asked whether it was true or false, he would reply with 6 words. I think this is it. And then there is nothing. It is gone. What is it? Is it true or false? It is simply the pinnacle of nonsense literature. When asked whether it is true or false, just say it is true or false. Why do you add so many prefixes? The rubbish among the rubbish. This time he took it out with the intention of cheating everyone. Anyway, no matter how much food he sold, he would not lose money. He saw a circle of people bargaining around, their faces full of excitement, and some people showed expressions of determination to win. She turned and walked forward. Not long after walking, she heard another slogan. Super invisible cloak. After using it, the monsters will ignore you, and the task will be easy from now on. This cloak is more interesting. Although it is invisible, it will emit a smell. Everyone who wears it will emit a foul odor. And the owner can smell it. It is a typical example of hurting the enemy 1,000, but hurting yourself 800. And this odor will get worse over time. It is absolutely amazing. The creatures in the dungeon can't see you, but it's not like they have bad noses. You can catch them with 1 shot. If you catch someone who dares to emit a foul odor, then a beating is the least of your punishment. Of course, it can't be said to be completely useless. If you wear it for half a minute or a minute, the odor is still tolerable. Eye of Medusa, top control item. How should I put it? The boss gave this name himself. The 8-hour stable sleep treasure with his own name. After using it, the person attacked will fall asleep after 8 hours, and after falling asleep, the whole person will turn into stone and be invulnerable to swords and guns. It sounds good, right? The problem is that after the sleeping person becomes invulnerable to swords and guns, although he can't be hurt, he can't be woken up either, and can only sleep until he wakes up naturally. This is embarrassing. It doesn't take effect immediately after use. There is an 8-hour buffer, and those 8 hours are enough time for people to reincarnate. In addition, you let others kill you, and when you go back to sleep, you add an invulnerability buff to the enemy. This is a bit infuriating. It's okay to use it on your family, but you don't dare to use it in the dungeon, because you can't wake them up when they fall asleep. If something happens while you are running for your life, you will probably be in the monster's stomach when you open your eyes. It can't be used outside the dungeon, and there is no danger. You can sleep whenever you want. Who still uses this thing? Many people are disgusted. But he has some interest in it. This thing can be used when the white fog comes in a while. When everyone suffers from insomnia, this prop will be useful. How much is it, boss? Oh, little girl, you really have good taste. I want 5 caddies of sweet potatoes for this Medusa, or 3 caddies of dried sweet potatoes. He nodded, but before he could say anything, the people who heard it nearby immediately stopped talking. Oh, boss, you really want a lot. Are you bullying me because I am young and ignorant? What kind of broken thing is worth 5 caddies of sweet potatoes? Chapter 466. The boss was no pushover. Why isn't it worth 5 gene of sweet potatoes? I'm telling you, this is a defensive item. How can being invulnerable while sleeping not be a defensive item? Do you know how much a defensive item costs? Country bumpkin. Many people advise Ji-hee, little girl, don't buy it, it's useless. Yes, it's a lie. This thing is such a waste, girl, leave now. The boss was very unhappy and kept chasing people away. If you don't want to buy it, leave now, don't delay my business here. You, I'm talking to you. What are you watching? I'm not selling it to you, hurry up and leave. After saying that, he quickly grabbed Ji-hee for 0.5 kilograms of sweet potatoes. For 0.5 kilograms of sweet potatoes, just take it, how about it? He had no choice. Since the beginning of the trade fair, only this person has the intention to buy. If he doesn't sell it, he will have to keep it in his hands. The natural disaster has been going on for now, who knows what will happen in the future? This prop is useless in my hand, it's better to take it out and exchange it for some sweet potatoes. Ji-hee nodded. For caddies of sweet potatoes, the pollution level is 15%, how about it? If you buy food now, you are a hooligan if you don't mention the pollution level. No one will pay attention to you. The value of the food varies according to the pollution level. Food with low pollution level is much more expensive than food with high pollution level. Ji-hee's price is quite fair. Sure enough, the man smiled when he heard about the 15% pollution level and agreed immediately. In fact, he got a bargain for the 4 kilograms of low-pollution sweet potatoes. After all, the pollution level of the food grown by ordinary people nowadays is between 15 and 20%, which is considered low. Ji-hee took out the sweet potatoes from the backpack behind him. These sweet potatoes were planted in the living room. They were small and twisted, and looked far from the ones in the space. Even this kind of sweet potato had a much lower pollution level than those grown by ordinary people. The man took out the pollution detector and carefully scraped the sweet potato's skin a little bit. After testing it one by one, he was very happy. There was a sweet potato with a pollution level of 12%. Apart from this, most of the pollution levels were around 15%, which was good stuff. The man quickly picked up the sweet potato and put it in his arms, handed the prop to Ji-hee, and said, "The goods are out, no return or exchange." He turned around and disappeared in the crowd. He was afraid that Ji-hee would regret it. Many people around him were envious of him. Who doesn't know that the prop is useless? How can it be sold now? Where did this silly girl come from? Beauty, look at my prop. Okay, you can shine after using it. Save electricity. Girl, mine is good too. After using it, you can see the scenery thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye at noon. I don't want 4 pounds of sweet potatoes for this prop. I only need 2 pounds of sweet potatoes, as long as the pollution level is less than 15%. Ji-hee, You used to sell insurance, right? Why do you only say half of what you say? The magnification of the scenery thousands of miles away refers to a cell. What's the use of it whether you can see it or not? Can she judge what the thing is through cells? Does she have that ability? Continuing to browse, Ji-hee did not find any bargains, but found a few useful props. But since it is not a scam, the owner's price is really expensive. The cheapest is 50 kilograms of rice. There are many people around bargaining. Props are like this, the good ones are more expensive, and the unusable ones are considered good if they can be sold. The difference is huge. Ji-hee just watched the excitement, and had no intention of buying. She didn't use it much. She looked around but didn't find the prop she wanted. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw someone selling props from the 50 billion store. This is hard to judge. The moment she saw the props, Ji-hee's expression was numb. In order to avoid suspicion, she tried to separate herself from the store in her life, and tried not to let people know that she used the props in the store. These people wanted to become her agents. She typed the words 50 billion on her forehead, and hung them on the top of her head. I don't know where she found the luminous material. It will shine in the black, and is particularly dazzling. A simple woman held up a palm-sized bottle of liquid to show everyone. I'm telling you, this is disinfectant sold in a 50 billion store. I managed to get it with great difficulty. It works great. Just wipe it once, and you can avoid infection on the wound. I've tried it, and it's much better than our expired iodine. Just a little bit, and you can save your life. Keep some at home, it can save lives. I'd like to call it magical. Last time I was injured, I used it, and my skin didn't get infected. I saved my life. Someone in the crowd echoed. The area was already full of people. After all, this can be considered a medicine, very precious. Many people were very interested. No, your bottle is wrong. I saw the boss selling it in the store before, and it was much bigger than yours. Wouldn't it be more expensive if it was that big? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to buy it and divide it into small bottles and sell it? Let me make it clear first. I can accept inspection, Absolutely authentic. There are only 50 bottles in total, and they will be gone after they are sold. They sell one bottle, and you go home and take out 50 bottles. You are really a scoundrel. Yes, if you calculate it this way, your price is 5 times higher than that of the boss with 50 billion. You are trying to rob me. Why are you scoundrel? It's a matter of mutual consent. If you don't want to buy, leave now. How can you grab it when they sell it? My fast hands are also my ability. If you grab it, I will buy it from you too. The woman selling disinfectant was unhappy. She is not selling fake goods. Why do you say that to her? What's so expensive? Buy it or not. Okay. Can I trade you some weeds? A bottle of weeds here is 8,000 kilograms, and your small bottle is 160 kilograms, right? The man was about to reach out for the disinfectant, but the woman slapped him away, and he put the disinfectant under his arm. Okay, you're here to settle accounts. The 50-billionaire boss is collecting waste weeds because he feels sorry for a poor guy like you. He's doing a good deed. He's doing good deeds. What do I need that broken weed for? I want food. I need food. Is there anyone from the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau? This person is full of nonsense. She is disrupting the market. The man shouted while pushing the weeds behind him to the woman. You can trade with me now. It's not too late, or I report you. Recently, there have been many small vendors in the base, selling all kinds of supplies. Although the food, clothing, and daily necessities are all things left after the natural disaster, it is easy to get confused when the quantity is too large. So the base has issued new regulations, not allowing pricing to exceed a certain standard, to ensure the people's livelihood to the greatest extent and balance various market relations. Chapter 467. Don't you understand what I'm saying? A bottle of 5 gin of sweet potatoes. I don't want your broken grass. If you have the guts, go and sue me. I won't sell it to you even if I drink it myself. Look at how poor you are. The man was unhappy. Aren't you a scammer? You traded the props for the weeds and come back to sell food? Is there anyone who does business like you? Then you don't have to buy it. The woman was already a little impatient and stretched out her hand to push him. Hurry up. Get out. I won't sell you now. There was already a circle of people standing around the two men to watch the fun. Many people were watching with great interest, and they almost took out a handful of melon seeds. He was watching very well, but suddenly she felt that the brick in her backpack was gone. The backpack suddenly became light. What happened? What kind of thief? You didn't even let go of a brick. It was Jihee's habit to put a brick in it. After all, she carried a bag every day when she went out. If it was empty, it would be a bit obvious. So she threw a brick in there all year round, and every time she took something out of thin air, she would create it. I didn't expect that it would be so lively just standing there, but the brick was actually stolen. This is out of the question. Jihee was confused, and quickly turned around and reached out to touch her backpack. Sure enough, it was gone. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, "My props were stolen. My props were also stolen. My food is gone. Catch the thief." The shout of "catch the thief" was so shocking. The crowd immediately became agitated and began to search their bags frantically. The stall owner quickly hugged his large props and supplies in his arms, and laid down with his head raised like a hen holding eggs. These supplies are more important than their lives. If anyone dares to steal, they will step over them. Jihee looked up and saw the inexplicable look between the woman and the man in front of her. She seemed to understand something. Is it possible that these two people are quarreling here to attract the attention of others, and the thief talent takes the opportunity to steal things? This trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west really made them understand. But these are all Jihee's guesses. She has no evidence now, so it's useless to say it out. After someone shouted that there was a thief, the crowd dispersed, and the two quarreling men and women disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing the people around shouting to find the thief, Jihee, holding the empty bag, followed others to find the thief. That brick is not an ordinary brick. It's a companion brick. How sad it is to lose it. It's been carried for more than a year, and it's become emotional. The boss in the house heard the shouting outside, and came out to help find the thief. This was a slap in his face. Although he didn't make money, he initiated it. If someone's things were stolen, he would lose face. But there were so many people present, and it was dark, with only a few lights above the head. There was not even a fence around. To put it bluntly, the thief might have run away. Everyone was busy for a long time, but in the end they found nothing. Their faces looked a little bad. After more than 10 minutes, they no longer had hope of getting the props back. After all, thieves will definitely find a way to hide the props after stealing. This prop does not recognize the owner, so anyone can use it. Let me tell you the simplest way. As long as he puts it in the mall, no one can find it. No one can do it. Although the move is simple, it works well. Another is the latest regulation issued by the base. If a criminal is captured, the criminal's property belongs to the capturer. This policy is essentially to reduce the crime rate and increase everyone's enthusiasm for capturing criminals. This is not the time before the natural disaster. If you can't catch the criminals after a long time, the base will confiscate their property. In the end, you will have nothing but 10 kilograms of food. That will seriously dampen everyone's enthusiasm. After all, those who dare to come out and make trouble at this time are all very capable. This policy means that unless these people catch the thief on the spot, even if someone catches the thief later, the props cannot be recovered. This trip not only did not exchange anything, but also lost money. There were many people who lost things in the crowd. He saw that there were several places, and it didn't seem like one person committed the crime. Seeing that some people in the crowd were getting impatient, the boss knew that he couldn't stop everyone from leaving, so he had no choice but to let everyone go. Those who still wanted to continue trading could stay, and if they wanted to leave, he didn't care. Seeing that it was time to go to Coach Luo's house for training, he didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked into the rain. She was still a little depressed. She missed her bricks. 5 hours later, the training was completed. He said goodbye to Coach Luo and walked slowly in the rain without even an umbrella. Coach Luo was very attentive and designed training programs specifically for her shortcomings, which could squeeze out her physical strength every time. After a day of training, she often felt sore all over. She even walked like a crab. After walking for a while, he felt that the rain today was particularly heavy, twice as heavy as usual. The people around her had long been accustomed to it, and they all walked silently in the dark. The base used to have streetlights. But after being stolen several times in a row, the base got angry and simply stopped installing streetlights. Isn't it stealing? Let's go in the dark. It's pitch black in the B, C, and D areas now. It's no exaggeration to say that if you take the child out and don't grab him, he will be gone as soon as you turn around. Don't even think about finding him. It's not certain where to put him. After walking for a while, he found a random entrance to the corridor and went in to take shelter from the rain. The rain was really heavy. She wrinkled her nose as soon as she came in. The smell outside was bad enough, and it was even worse when she came in, with the smell of the bathhouse mixed with the smell of shit. It's so wet and smelly. It's just too bad. Forget it, she should just go back. At most, she can just hold an umbrella. He just had this thought, and she seemed to vaguely see Ji-Eun's face in the dark. She frowned. Ji-Eun lives here? The two of them had no intersection, but she suddenly became curious about why she was here, so she walked in. This is the junction of Area B and Area C. The environment is actually much better than Area C and Area D. Walking in the narrow and dark corridor, Ji walked forward carefully through the light from the crack in the door. She felt that she was not mistaken. That person was indeed Ji-Eun. But she disappeared as soon as she turned around. After searching for a while without finding her, he was about to give up. Just as she was about to turn around and walk out, she heard a slightly familiar voice coming from the room next door. Ji blinked. This was not Ji-Eun's voice. It was the woman from the prop exchange meeting in the afternoon. The next second, a slightly familiar voice came. It was the man who quarreled with the girl in the afternoon. Chapter 468. There were two strange voices in the room. We're rich. If the shop owner hadn't gathered everyone together, we might not have had this good opportunity. These gifted people are usually very cautious, and they can't find opportunities to steal. It's a pity that my talent has a distance limit, otherwise, I definitely can't just steal this. I don't know which idiot brought a brick to the exchange meeting. I thought it was a prop at first. After studying it over and over again, it turned out that the thing was actually an ordinary brick. Psychopath. Who would bring a brick with them when they go out? Is it some poor guy showing off? He was unhappy when she heard this. That brick was not an ordinary brick. It was a brick that she had a sincere relationship with. Not only did these people steal, they also scolded her, which she couldn't stand. Taking out her cell phone and squatting at the door, he started recording. After all, she had to find evidence of these people's crimes in order to exchange for food, right? Otherwise, how could she prove that they were criminals? She squatted for a few more minutes, waiting for the evidence to be confirmed. He hesitated for a second between violently breaking the door and drugging, and chose the third way. Spreading money? She swallowed the sand scorpion fruit and the big wind mushroom in one gulp. The whole person turned into a gust of sand and went in through the crack of the door. Several people in the room were counting props together, and suddenly they felt a gust of wind blowing. Still a little confused. Why is there wind in the room? The door is not closed properly. The next second, two of them felt a pain in the back of their necks, and the whole person rolled their eyes and fainted. Yes. The sharp female voice just shouted a word, rolled her eyes and fainted. The other man who was still awake had already crawled to the door. This evil wind was too weird. He wanted to run, but before the door was opened, he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. It was less than a minute. All 4 people in the room fainted. He pulled the 4 people together, stacked them into a monk, and tried to breathe. They are all alive. It's okay to be alive. It's more valuable to be alive than dead. She can control the strength so well now, thanks to Coach Luo, otherwise she would not dare to hit people's necks easily. Imagine, she just wanted to knock someone unconscious, but she used too much strength and smashed the person's head like a watermelon. How scary. After she piled up the people, she fed each of them a hand-rubbed rattan ear. These people saw her just now, and there is no death penalty in the base now. What if he runs out to settle accounts with her after serving his sentence? Although she is not afraid, she does not want to cause trouble for herself. It's better to be stupid. No worries. Turning around and looking at the bed, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Good guy, he stole a lot. There are at least 20 props, more than those people said. It's a pity that there is no brick she loves. She picked them up one by one and found some use, but not much. There is a flying prop, with an antenna on the top of the head, which can rotate, so that this person can fly in the sky and not fall to death. Looks good, right? But there is a time limit. It can only be used for 20 minutes. There is also a tracking prop, a hair, which can be attached to a person, and the owner can track the location. This is okay if used properly. Put all these props into her prop box, and keep them away. He was reluctant to part with her brick, so she just searched around the room. The room was not big, a bed took up most of it, and the rest of the space was a narrow wardrobe, and the aisle between the two was less than 10 centimeters. Fortunately, there were no fat people at this time, otherwise the room would be too small to live in. The bed and wardrobe in the room were also assembled by the owner, with the supplies he brought back. There were a lot of things piled under the bed, and a wooden board was placed on it, which looked like a bed, but in fact, it was just sleeping on the goods. The wardrobe was even more pitiful, with only a shelf and a few boards as a partition. There were 3 sets of old clothes hanging in it that were intact and without patches. The remaining clothes that were overgrown and full of patches were randomly piled under the wardrobe. He put away the props first, and then began to search quickly. She had experience in this job. She planned to proceed in 2 steps, first the whole, then the details. She was pleasantly surprised when she reached the first step. Although this house is small, it is very beautiful. I don't know if it was inspired by corrupt officials, but this man really hid a lot of food. There were a lot of food hidden under the big bed, several sacks of food. He flipped through them. Most of them were potatoes and sweet potatoes, fresh, not well preserved, and some had sprouts. Some of these sweet potatoes were malnourished and grew crooked. The thinnest one was only as thick as a finger, and it looked like it was difficult to grow. I don't know where these people found it. He didn't mind, and she would have the next batch of seeds for planting later. She picked out 3 of the ones that didn't sprout and put them aside. In addition to these, there was a small amount of rice and flour, which added up to about 40 vacuum packed, which was already pretty good. After taking away all the food, he continued to search in the house, and found some daily necessities, rice cookers, and cracked bowls. She didn't want these, and would hand them over to the patrol team later. The base now has a new rule. If you find a criminal, you can legally inherit the criminal's property. But everyone is also encouraged to donate. What can I say? The latter rule is basically ignored. Because everyone is poor, who would donate the loot that they have finally found. After the first search, he took away what she wanted, and then she started the second search. She picked the places where things were hidden secretly. In the wood of the bed legs, on the top of the wardrobe, etc. She actually found several props. Much better than the previous props that can't be raised or lowered. Each one has its own use. One of them is even a precious healing prop. Of course, what makes he happy the most is a golden prop that looks like a padlock. She has been looking for a good prop that can prevent others from entering the house when she goes out. I really didn't expect to come across it here. Home Guardian. After use, you can set the homeowner information and take care of your healthy growth with all your heart. When a stranger tries to destroy or break in, multiple ways will be taken to protect your home. For example, A loud voice will make it shout at a minimum of 100 decibels and a maximum of unlimited decibels that someone is knocking on the door, and the volume will gradually increase over time. The electric arm will instantly electrify the entire room. Note: if perfect things have a little flaw, then please tolerate it. Gee, no. Forgive her ignorance. Why should she tolerate a door lock? She had a guess in her heart. But thinking that she had been looking for so long and had not found a suitable protective prop, he was reluctant to take this prop. Chapter 469. Now everyone knows how precious a tool that can protect a home is. Anyone who gets it will use it in their own home and will never sell it. Everyone knows that if there is no safe place to rest, you can't sleep well at night. Who knows when a gifted person with strange talents will rush into their home and empty their house? During this period, he found that large-scale thefts had occurred in several cities when he watched the gifted people chatting in the chat channel. Some places have found the supplies, but most places don't. There are too many people who take risks now. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to use it when she got home. If it's similar, she's willing to endure it. After happily putting away the props, he searched the house from top to bottom again. She didn't find her brick either. Poor her baby, it must have met with an accident. Looking at the 4 people, he kicked each of them again. Even the brick was not spared. What a loss. Standing in place, he took out her phone and sent a message to Chi Li's subordinate Muyu. It's not that it feels heavy, but this place is not close to the patrol team. It takes about half an hour to walk there. If she drags these 4 people who weigh at least 400 kilograms to the patrol team, I'm afraid those people will make a fuss again. In order to reduce trouble, she should wait for someone to come. 3 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Help me move the 4 criminals to the patrol team. Do you want to? When Muyu received the message, he was hiding and taking a rest. It was the New Year's Day these days, and the base was busy. Many businesses organized activities, which made petty thefts more frequent. He received more than 100 reports today, and the soles of his shoes were worn out from running. He was full of rainwater just by drinking, not to mention eating. When he saw the message, he didn't notice anything else, but the words 3 gene of sweet potatoes were immediately noticed. He instantly felt full of strength. Sister, you are my sister. Fuck, send me the address, I will be there right away. After getting the address, he ran out to find the patrol team with him, talked about the key points of the matter, and turned around and ran away quickly. Bringing criminals to justice is, after all, the work of the patrol team. He is now going to bring the criminals back to the station, which is not dereliction of duty at all. As for the 3 kilograms of sweet potatoes, it doesn't matter. Muyu ran very fast all the way, and under the temptation of sweet potatoes, he burst out with greater strength. In less than 10 minutes, he ran to the door and knocked gently. Big sister, Muyu, I'm Muyu, open the door. He heard the voice, and just opened the door. Muyu slipped in through the crack. Carefully closed the door. Looking back, he saw the scene in the room and raised his eyebrows. He turned on his phone and played the recording. Although the sound was a little low, it was barely audible at the maximum volume. Muyu nodded and confirmed their identity as thieves. He then took out 3 gene of sweet potatoes and handed them over, along with 2 props. These 2 props are useless, and they can probably only sell for 1 gene of sweet potatoes. Let Muyu play with them. I found all of these in their house. Muyu took them happily, carefully put them in his arms, and patted his chest to assure, Sister, you can rest assured, this matter is all mine, you just follow me, and we will go to collect the reward. He was satisfied. That's it, Muyu rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed on his face. Big sister, I just want to ask, it's the things in this room, do you still want them? He had searched the house, and she took away everything she wanted. Now the only things left were some pots, old wardrobes, and window panels, which she would not take away. If you want them, take them. They were supposed to be donated. He shook his head. Muyu nodded. Although he believed in some procedures had to be followed. He took out his phone, pointed it at the faces of the 4 people, and began to scan. With the mechanical talents, their technology developed rapidly. Although many hardware facilities were not as good as before, the technology had improved, and they could barely maintain the standards before the natural disaster. His work phone has photos and personal information of all wanted persons. Didi, 10XX, Wang XX, robbed a mobile phone last month, was reported, and then fled. He was a little curious. Doesn't the base have surveillance? How do you know they robbed the phone? The base does not have surveillance, but we have a memory export prop. As long as the person who comes to report the case recalls this part, the memory can be exported, So the photo will be here, right? Muyu put away his phone. Among the 4 people, there's a woman who is not wanted, and the house is rented under her name. But she must be not clean to play with 2 people who are wanted. If they dare to steal, they will definitely be deprived of all political and personal rights. Without rights, how can there be personal belongings? Everything becomes ownerless in an instant. Muyu smiled slyly. You sit down first. I still need to be busy for a while. Ji blinked, found a place to sit against the wall, and watched Muyu send a message, and then started to dismantle the house. It seems that what she had just done to feed these people with rattan ears was right. This was the first time she had heard of a memory extraction tool. This was too outrageous. Wouldn't everyone's eyes be monitored in the future? I still had to be more cautious. Recalling her behavior outside. Still low-key. At least she had never used anything in the 50 billion store. As long as the 2 were not connected together, other problems were not a big deal. Muyu moved quickly, and now, he did not let go of all the supplies in the house, whether it was a screw or a piece of rotten wood. Take everything down and put it aside. In less than 5 minutes, the whole room was packed. He looked at the supplies he had piled aside, which were large and small, scattered and not heavy, but hard to carry. After Muyu put everything aside, he did not sit idle, and started to strip the clothes of the 4 people. He had searched the 4 of them a long time ago. They had nothing on them except the patched clothes they were wearing. It's a waste to let them wear these clothes. I can use them as curtains when I go home. Muyu saw Ji and explained with a smile, my sister is very handy. She was bored at home, and just wanted something to do. Ji nodded silently. This is normal. If she was not well off, the material she looted would probably be cleaner than Muyu's. Muyu was a decent person after all, and left a set of clothes for the female thief, but he stripped the other 3 men naked, leaving only their underwear. Chapter 470. Just after I finished taking off and folding my clothes, there was another knock at the door. Muyu went over and opened the door. 2 more people came in, both familiar faces, from Ji Li's team. The 2 smiled silly when they saw Ji. Congratulations, sister, for destroying the enemy's hideout. Miners bravely broke into the enemy's base camp and outsmarted the criminals. It's an imminent danger. Ji. The latter sentence is unnecessary. Muyu patted the 2 on the shoulders, a discerning eye recognizes a hero. These 4 people are such brutal criminals. We are nipping the danger in the bud. We must punish them severely when we return. Just like that, Ji didn't say a word, and her identity changed from catching thieves to catching vicious criminals. The 3 people quickly took out bags and started to pack supplies, and no one even asked Ji how she got into the house. You're kidding, those 4 people have committed crimes. How can criminals have human rights? Forget about human rights. This house will be recycled. Since it belongs to the base, there is no such thing as trespassing. Protest? What are you protesting? If you have the guts, don't commit a crime. The 3 people quickly emptied the house, and after each of them carried a sack of supplies, they dragged the 4 unconscious thieves out. There was still a person standing in the heavy rain at the door, guarding a cart. When he saw someone coming out, he hurried over to help. Let's go back to Area A, it's easier to do things there. After Muyu sent everyone to the car, he walked beside Ji and explained, this area belongs to Zhang Shiqiang's management area. If we go there, he will definitely make a fuss. They all knew that Zhang Shiqiang and their boss were at odds. If they came to Area B to arrest people, and were discovered by Zhang Shiqiang, it would be endless. Ji understood. The few people were running very fast, with 1 person in front pulling the cart and 2 people behind pushing it, running very fast. Ji and Muyu jogged behind. The few people came to the patrol brigade of Area smoothly. As soon as he entered the door, Ji felt a busy scene, so busy that he was almost taking off. A large loudspeaker was brought from somewhere above his head, constantly broadcasting the content of people's reports. At 4:58 a.m., a robbery occurred on XX Street in District A. The criminal was a man who robbed a man of 1 gene of sweet potatoes. At 4:59 a.m., on XX Street in District A, someone maliciously released toxic gas, which has knocked out 4 people. The loud voices, and the occurrence of one case after another made the staff in the room anxious. Muyu and his friends seemed to have gotten used to it, and signaled Ji to wait aside, and they took the person in. Although they believed that Ji would not lie. But the procedures must be followed. After entering, there are special talents who can detect lies, so they can naturally know whether these people are really committing crimes or pretending to commit crimes. Ji stood aside, listening to the non-stop broadcast above her head. You don't know until you hear it, and you will be shocked when you hear it. Usually, Her daily life is very regular, either at home or at Coach Luo's house, and at most she will go to the bean cake stall to buy a bean cake. There are many people on the route back and forth, and she has not encountered any blind people robbing. I really didn't know that there were so many crimes in the base every day. I thought the security in the base was very good. Now it seems that there is no report of murder. There are many petty thieves. Less than 10 minutes later, Muyu came out with food to find her. Before she could say a word, she was called away to work. Ji-hee waved her hand, signaling Muyu to go to work, and turned to go home. For people gave her a total of 20 kilograms of food. It's okay, not much for Ji-hee, but it's a lot for others. It seems that the base is still very determined to fight criminals. After returning home, Ji-hee took a shower first. Her hair was wet, and she didn't blow dry it, so she just wiped it casually. It's okay as long as it doesn't drip. She took out the props and couldn't wait to click to use it. The next second, a golden transparent light circle spread out with Ji-hee as the center. Bound to the master, Ji-hee, unique. The next second, the whole room was brand new. The previously mottled and yellowed roof and the surrounding walls were instantly replaced by metal walls. Even the outermost large window was replaced with a new one. The main door was originally the most ordinary blue iron door. It has now turned silver white. The whole room is full of technology and metal. Ji-hee raised her foot and began to observe each room. She found that the overall layout has not changed. It is still a 2-bedroom and 1 living room environment, but the interior decoration has changed. Even the bathroom has been changed. A somewhat childish voice came from above. Ji-hee, are you satisfied with what you see? Ji-hee, help, it's so oily. Can you stop talking like that? She was a little disgusted. Don't you teenage girls like this kind of tune? As the childish voice fell, a metal ball condensed on the wall in front of Ji-hee. It fell to the ground and bounced. Don't play hard to get with me. You've already caught my attention. Ji-hee, She really wanted to cry for help. If you can't talk properly, shut up. Metal ball. It just learned a special move, and was going to leave a good impression on Ji-hee, but why does it seem to have the opposite effect? Oh! Ji-hee saw that Yuanqiu didn't say anything and raised his eyebrows. He was quite humane. Can you introduce me to a house? What's there to introduce? I can become any house you want. I can fly and dive into the water. This is just a simple way to wrap your house. If you want other layouts, I can also make them. If someone comes to pry open the door, I will automatically fight back. I will also call the police and shout for help. If I can't defend myself, I can hide. Anyway, don't worry, you'd be absolutely safe with me. Listening to Yuanqiu's introduction, Ji-hee felt much better. This Yuanqiu seemed to be more useful than she had imagined. If it was useful, she would tolerate a few minor flaws. Seeing Ji-hee's expression ease, Yuanqiu jumped happily around her again. Oh, your property probably doesn't even use 1/10 of my ability. You grow some vegetable leaves and think they're treasures. You don't grow as much as the people next door. The brother and sister raised 4 chickens and 2 rabbits. The biggest chicken has laid eggs. Ji-hee reacted for a moment before realizing it was the main family next door. How do you know all this? The ball was stuck for a moment before it naturally continued. This is my ability. You won't understand even if I tell you. Ji-hee was about to ask again, but the metal ball turned into a table and a chair, and then another metal ball condensed on the table, calling Ji-hee. Little Ji-hee, it's time for you to eat. Ji-hee, Chapter 471. This crude ability to change the subject. Just watching the changes in the metal ball. The corners of her mouth rose. It is still very useful. As for the secret, no hurry. There is a long way to go. Ji-hee sat down, took out a roast duck with a roll, and pretended not to see the ball. The little ball was relieved when Ji-hee stopped asking questions. It is difficult to lie and difficult to tell the truth. It has too much burden every day, but it is so comfortable next to Bai Qilin. Finally got in. Happy. Now he will let Ji-hee know what it means to invite a god, but it is difficult to send him away. He will not leave even if he is beaten to death. The white Qilin is the nemesis of the turbid beast. In addition to her ability to purify the turbid air, even if she stands still, she is equivalent to a purifier. In other words, as long as she is alive, she is contributing to the universe. If she takes the initiative to purify, there is nothing to say. When the turbid air touches her, it will be defeated. It doesn't matter if she doesn't take the initiative, as long as she stays alive. Every time she breathes, every time she rests and sleeps, she will absorb some turbid air invisibly and purify the surrounding environment. Although this frequency is very low, if someone is interested, they will still find it. A very simple truth. Where there is a white unicorn, the probability of becoming a turbid beast will be greatly reduced, and the probability of awakening to a gifted person will be greatly increased. Even if he doesn't want to, she can't control this. But at the same time, according to the principle that the stronger the ability, the more troublesome the awakening. White Qilin is not eternal. White Qilin will stabilize after becoming an adult. In the stage from juvenile to adult, if it cannot think straight, degenerates, and gets stuck in a dead end, it may become a black Qilin. The black Qilin not only does not have the ability to purify the turbid air, but also converts this ability into devouring planets. This makes the cosmic consciousness very painful. If all the planets are eaten up, who will it manage? Will the universe not collapse? But the black Qilin cannot die, because the black Qilin may also give birth to a white Qilin. The cosmic consciousness must coax this race. It is afraid that it will melt if it is held in its mouth day by day, and it is afraid that it will break if it is held in its palm. If it gets angry here, it will go back and scold the heavens, the earth, and the air. It scolds the president of the Federation, the marshal of the empire, and those people for having a bump on their heads. But it dare not scold the white unicorn and the black unicorn. It is afraid that the white unicorn will fall, and it is also afraid that the black unicorn will not have children. It is bitter. But now it is different. The white unicorn, a sensitive and fragile race, has a tough baby. This time he must seize the opportunity to let this white unicorn recognize him as the boss, when he is still ignorant. From now on, I have everything under control. Ha 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 ha. You're choking, drink some tea. He frowned and directed the metal ball. Hey, here I come, here I come. The ball, like an old woman, flattered and turned out a metal hand, rolled up a cup of chrysanthemum tea, and steadily brought it to Jihee's mouth. Jihee took a sip, picked up the duck rack and started to chew. Roll me a few duck pancakes. Okay, I put some cucumber in it, otherwise it's a bit greasy. The ball was so servile that it manipulated the metal hand to roll the pancakes and pass the water, and it was very busy. The first step to being the boss. Let the younger brother know that he can't do without him. The next day, Jihee woke up in silence. The walls of this house were thin before, and the sound insulation was very poor. In addition, there were many neighbors living around, so Jihee could always hear the noise. Sometimes, even if the voices downstairs were a little louder, she could hear them clearly. She was still a little uncomfortable with the silence around her. When she looked up, she saw that there was no moss on the roof, and she was also a little uncomfortable. Boss. Woman, I know you can't live without me. A ball quickly condensed on Jihee's head, grinning with a wicked smile. Jihee, speak nicely. This is too slick. What's the matter? The ball flew around in the air. After you finish the decoration, what will you do with the moss in this house? Jihee was a little curious. Don't worry about it. I built another metal house inside your house. As for the moss, just ignore it. That thing can't be cleaned. That thing will grow when it touches water, and it will grow even if it is frozen in the future, so it is impossible to clean it. Jihee nodded. He glanced at the ball, dragged it, and flashed into the space. The ball was a little confused when it first came in. Jihee blinked and directed the ball without any courtesy. Go feed the livestock, pick up the feces, and remember to pick the ripe vegetables. What? The ball stuttered. Didn't we agree that I would be the boss? Yes, when you are the boss, don't you have to follow the younger brother's orders? Jihee said confidently, if being your younger brother doesn't bring any benefits, do you think you can still have younger brothers? You only have one younger brother. If you don't cherish him, you will become a commander without any troops. Giving a slap in the face and a sweet date, Jihee saw that Yuanxio was confused and started to make big promises. Don't worry, as long as you satisfy me, you will be my only boss in the future, and I will listen to you. After a while, Yuanxio, who had watered the vegetable garden, taken care of the livestock, and shoveled away the feces, felt more and more that something was wrong. He is already the boss. What else does he have to do? Besides, there are so many people in the universe who are his subordinates. He only needs Jihee. Just as he was about to throw the shovel away, he heard a voice behind him. Boss, you are so capable. Look at your quick movements. You will be my role model in the future. Come, eat a grape. I don't want to eat it. The ball pulled up and turned his face away. Jihee put the grape into his mouth, with an expression that said, you are being unreasonable. Yesterday, you licked my duck skeleton. The ball froze. It thought it was very careful. How come it was discovered? Seeing that the ball was guilty. After suppressing its arrogance, Jihee began to reason. You said you wanted to be the boss, and I let you be the boss. What else are you dissatisfied with? Can you stop being so unreasonable? But this is different from what I imagined. The ball felt very wronged. The pig shit was particularly smelly. Now he felt that the whole ball was smelly. It has lived for so many years, and has never suffered such a grievance. Why is it different? Gee, he reasoned with it. If you want to be the boss, you have to be more capable and better than me, otherwise why should I recognize you as the boss? Think about it yourself. Are all the bosses better than the second? The ball nodded. Yes, so we are both doing farm work, only if you do more and better than me, you can be my boss. Do you think what I said is correct? Yes. Isn't that enough? Go feed the fish, boss. Oh. Chapter 472. Gee, he looked at the back of the ball going away. She sighed in her heart. Look how well it does farm work. The chosen ball for work. Although the space is not big, it takes a lot of time to do farm work. Usually, she has to work for nearly 3 hours a day. This does not include picking during the harvest. In order to save that little time, she dared not stop for a moment and worked like a cow. Now, she just tried to see if the ball could work well when it entered the space. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Look at the speed of work. It's not even an hour now, and all the work in the space has been done. Better than what she did. As long as he is willing to work, he can be the boss in the future. During the day, he went out for exercise, and Yuanchio stayed at home alone to make feed. Before he left, he arranged a job for him, asking him to make 300 kilograms of feed. Yuanchio thought while working, and finally found something wrong. It shouldn't have asked he to call it the boss when he asked its name yesterday. Doesn't this expose its true thoughts? Damn it, it was actually controlled by he. This won't do. How can it be so easily controlled as a cosmic consciousness? Go home and tell he that it doesn't want to be the boss anymore. This way, he can't figure out its thoughts. So naturally he can't do anything about it, but think about it. This is the white unicorn that can purify the turbid air. The treasure of the universe. This is not an ordinary little brother. It would be so glorious if Bai Qilin was his little brother. If he gave up his position as the boss so easily, it would be difficult to get it back in the future. What should he do? Maybe he should find a way to arrange a robot nanny for he. He walked on the road with a complicated expression. Not only was she complicated, but so were the others. The base planned to have a good new year and get rid of bad luck. But they couldn't bear to give up their things. I don't know where I found some broken pots and pans, all with holes, tied red ribbons on them, and found a group of old ladies and old men to knock and beat along the way. While knocking, they shouted, New Year's Day, New Year's Day, New Year's Day, New Year's Day. It was neither yin nor yang. People moved away. If you can't afford firecrackers, don't buy them. What's the point of doing this? This is just the beginning. The base got some fluorescent red paint from somewhere, and painted the street lights red along the way. On a dark rainy night, the red poles emitted a creepy light. Anyone who has seen Chinese horror is familiar with this color. It seems like some kind of red-clothed female ghost resurrection ceremony. The whole base is red, eerie, accompanied by the hoarse shouts of the old man and the old woman. Absolutely. He is usually so rough, but now he feels numb. Which genius came up with this? Gu Langfan stood in the base building, looking at the red downstairs, smiling happily. Why red cloth and red paper? What if it is thrown away because it is not easy to read? This red paint is good. A certain gifted person has a talent skill, which does not cost a penny. As long as you give 3 tails of dried sweet potatoes, you can get as much paint as you want. Then let the government workers work overtime for free. Wouldn't that liven up the atmosphere? Although the environment at the base was a bit weird. But for the sake of the dumplings, everyone was still happy. Although each person only had 2 dumplings, it didn't seem like much, but if there were 3 people in a family, they could make 6 dumplings. If there were more people, like several relatives living together, they could make a plate of dumplings. This is incredible. For a moment, even the dull atmosphere at the base became cheerful. Even while walking, they were discussing the dumplings for the new year. On the other side, at the base in City A. I don't know who came up with the idea to bring Chef Zheng and Chef Gu together. They work in the same kitchen. They have been arguing with each other for a while. When they were cooking for He, they had different ideas. Your rabbit meat looks a bit old. It's a bit overcooked. Chef Gu came over at some point and shook his head at the rabbit meat that had just been fried. What a waste! You should take care of your eggplant. It's changed color. Chef Zheng was so angry that he wanted to smash the pot, but he couldn't bear to do so. Finally, he raised the spoon and wanted to throw it, but he was afraid that Old Man Gu would report him for wasting ingredients. Don't ask him why he knew. Old man Good just reported him yesterday. The reason was that when he was cooking meat, he subconsciously used kitchen paper to absorb the blood on it, and as a result, he was reported by that wicked old man Good. He said he didn't eat meat paste. It was a waste of paper and blood. It really pissed him off. Hey, how do you know that the 50-billionaire boss and I agreed to have 18 dishes? 14 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes? Old Gus smiled, and the smugness in his expression could not be concealed. Look at you, the villain who has succeeded. Chef Jing's lips trembled with anger, holding the spatula across his chest. I know the boss's preference is better than you. You just take advantage of the novelty, and when the novelty wears off, the boss will know that my cooking is still the best. Chef Gus smiled, did not accept the challenge, and deliberately poked people's sore spots. I heard that I agreed to 16 dishes with you. There are 8 more vegetarian dishes. It's okay, you have to accept it, and work hard, do you know? I can't be mad at you. You dare to report him for wasting salt, you old man. You are so wicked. Isn't it just that I used salt to marinate the fish for the boss in advance, and rinsed it with water before cooking? You are doing this to me. Okay, you wait. So what? The boss gave me a lot of New Year gifts. There are meat and fish, and fruits. You? Haha. Looking at the old man Gu, Chef Jung wanted to spit in his face. Haha, you're talking as if no one has it. Isn't it just because you work 2 more days? It's nothing. Chef Ji's face fell when he heard this. The boss also gave him a New Year gift on the same day. As soon as the things were taken out, it was obvious that although they were the same, they were much less than Chef Jing's. Chef Jing's was a 2-gene carp, a 1-gene piece of top-quality pork belly, half a pig's head, and 6 red apples and 6 oranges. His was a 1.5-gene carp, half a gene of pork belly, half a pork, 2 apples and 2 oranges. Although he knew that Chef Jung came before him, and had more experience, it was normal for the 50 billion boss to divide it like this, proving that the boss was not the kind of person who liked new things and hated old things. He came later and had only been working for a few days, so it was good enough for the boss to give him. But he still felt uncomfortable. He had never lost to old Jung once in his life. The dishes he cooked were better than old Jing's. The store he opened was bigger than old Jing's. Even when they were fighting when they were young, old Jung couldn't beat him. Why did he lose to him now? He didn't believe it. Just with his cooking skills, he couldn't make the 50 billion boss take him seriously. Chef Jung and Chef Gu wanted to say something, but a shout came from outside the kitchen. Chef, how are the dishes? The base commander said that dinner will be served on time in 2 hours. Chapter 473. The 2 men finally stopped fighting, snorted, and turned to the edge of the room, with their backs to each other. Seeing him was disgusting. The kitchen helpers behind them looked like helpless quails, not daring to say a word. Working in this environment every day, their spirits are almost weakened. But if they were asked to resign, they would definitely not resign. There are so many benefits to working in the kitchen, not to mention potato skins, sweet potato slices, and eggplant skins. Sometimes when cooking, if a few accidentally fall out, they pick them up and eat them, and the chef will not say anything. If you want to have this opportunity outside, dream on it. On the day of the new year, he was afraid of affecting Coach Luo and his son, who were queuing up for dumplings, so he deliberately set the time earlier. It was not yet 12 o'clock in the evening after the exercise. In addition to preparing New Year gifts for the 2 chefs, he also prepared gifts for Coach Luo. But not as much as the 2 chefs. 2 eggs, 3 pounds of white flour, a handful of leeks, and 5 pieces of the cheapest fruit hard candy. Although it can't compare with the chef's, it is already a pretty good New Year gift. Seeing her take out something, little Luo Yu's eyes widened. He couldn't move his eyes away from the egg. Coach Luo refused. You've already paid for the training, you must take this back. He had nothing to give back, so he might as well not take it. This isn't just for you, why are you refusing? Come on, little carrot, come here. Luo Yu looked at his father, and didn't dare to move. Coach Luo looked at the child's hungry and skinny head, which still had a pair of big eyes, and his lower lip trembled, but he didn't say a word of no. He felt sorry for the child. Okay, it's New Year's Day, little carrot, come to your sister, listen to your sister, you have to eat well, so that you can protect your father when you grow up, okay? He touched Luo Yu. After spending more than a month together, they have become somewhat close, and this child is very well behaved and very sensible. Keep it, you have to get overtime pay for working overtime on New Year's Eve. Okay, I still have to queue up to get dumplings, aren't you two delaying my getting dumplings? Luo Yu was somewhat at a loss, blinking his eyes, and looking back at his father. Coach Luo was usually so cold and hard, but when he saw the expectant look in his child's eyes, He couldn't say no. He knew that he was being humble when he spoke. In this day and age, there was no way there was any overtime pay. If someone gave you a job, you should be grateful. Keep it, thank you, sister, do you know? Thank you. Luo Yu smiled happily, holding the food tightly. Okay, leave the bag here first. I come to get it tomorrow. I'm leaving first. He touched Luo Yu's yellow hair, said goodbye to the father and son, and walked into the rain. Luo Yu looked at he's disappearing back and whispered, Dad, she is a good person. Yeah. Then shall we go get dumplings? Go now. Okay, let's eat dumplings. Walking on the road, feeling the atmosphere of the new year, the whole person became happy. She had a good impression of the new year. Although she had nowhere to go on the days when other people were reunited, she would choose to go out to work. But it's a lot of money. Even the stingy bosses seemed to become more talkative on the New Year's Day. In a better place, you can get 5 times the salary, and in a worse place, you can get 3 times the salary. In addition to these, she will also be given a lot of food. If you find a better restaurant, after 12 o'clock, you can also get a staff meal. At this time, she felt the enthusiasm brought by the people around her, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She walked quickly to Area A to get dumplings. The population of Area A is still much smaller than that of the 3 areas outside. There weren't many people in the queue. He waited in line for less than half an hour, and got 2 dumplings in his lunch box. The dumplings were not big, and a little thin. The outer skin was white with a hint of yellow, and it looked like it was not made of pure white flour. But people were still very happy. After getting the dumplings, they hurried home. At this time, even the poorest families had to come up with a few dishes to improve their meals. Those living in Area A were even more so. They had to cook at least 3 dishes. On the way, he smelled the aroma of cooking from many people, and it was obvious that they were cooking big dishes. Back home, the room was quiet. He moved his nose, and the musty smell and damp feeling disappeared, and the whole room was incredibly fresh. Just as he was thinking, the ball rushed out and shouted, I've made up my mind. I don't want to be the boss anymore. He's expression remained unchanged. There are 2 people in the family who speak. If you don't want to be the boss, then be the second. The ball was stuck. It felt that the boss must be better than the second. Seeing it like that, he smiled, took off his shoes, and began to take off his clothes. Go to the bathroom and take off your clothes. You are not a human being. Why are you pretending? You. How can you curse me? Isn't this the truth? After taking a shower and drying his hair, he sat down at the dining table. With a wave of his hand, 16 dishes were laid out. 8 dishes per person. After the natural disaster, the food was not the same as before the disaster. He did not order the complicated dishes he had seen on TV. He made dishes that were slightly more homely. These dishes tasted good and were simple to make. As long as it is done well, it will definitely taste good. In addition to these, she also took out the dumplings set by the base. It looks much worse than those dishes. Pick up a dumpling and put it in your mouth. How to say it, it is very amazing and delicious after one bite. He widened her eyes and looked at the dumpling filling, but couldn't tell what the raw materials were. After taking another bite, she figured out that this was the pink seasoning from her store. Otherwise, the base would never be able to make this taste in its current state. It was so delicious that my tongue almost fell off. It was actually filled with sea urchin. He ate the dumplings happily. Knowing that Yuanchio couldn't eat vegetables, but could taste the flavor, he sprinkled some chili powder on it. This chili powder has its own flavor, and it tastes good even when dipped in shoe insoles. Yuanchio hesitated. It seems that you finally recognize my identity as the boss. I will follow your instructions in the future. He smiled and didn't take it seriously. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Although there are many kinds of dishes, the quantity of each dish is not large. She has a special bucket for ordering meals, which is the same bucket used in the canteen before. Every time the chef pours the food into it, there is a bucket for each dish. She serves it out herself when eating. Even though the conditions are better now, he has seen the suffering of people outside, so she did not waste it. She ate all the dishes, even the soup, with rice. After eating and drinking, he lay on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. So satisfied. After lying for a while, he got up and strolled around the rooms. Chapter 474. In the 2-bedroom, 1 living room house, she made full use of the living room, bedroom, and kitchen, in addition to her bedroom and the bathroom. In order to make her life more transparent, she went to the Bay supermarket and bought a lot of planting soil. Based on the amount of planting soil she bought, If the base wanted to check, it could also estimate the amount she planted. After a period of careful care, the vegetables in each room were in the period of fruiting, and they were flourishing. It makes people feel happy when they see it. In the vegetable planting group recommended by the experts at the base, she saw that many people's vegetables were infested with insects, and it took a lot of effort to pick the insects every day. But she had ugly ghost bugs, and none of her plants were infested with insects. She roughly estimated that one ugly ghost bug in a flower pot could guarantee less than a week. She had dozens of flower pots in a room, and she needed dozens of ugly ghost bugs every time. For fear of not having enough, she never took her ugly ghost bugs out to sell. After all, they are seeds from the system mall, and they grow much earlier than local seeds. Many peppers and tomatoes are hanging. Of course, these are still slow-growing vegetables. The fastest-growing vegetables are still lettuce, water spinach, and chicken feather vegetables. She picked them all and sold them at the base. Among these vegetables, water spinach is the best growing. Water spinach likes a hot and humid environment, which is just right for its growth. It grows much more vigorously than other vegetables. After a round, she picked the ripe vegetables. This time, a total of 2 lettuces and 2 bunches of water spinach were picked. Taking out a small piece of water spinach, he cut a small hole and took out the pollution monitoring tool. Ding, pollution level 12%. Edible pollution level 12% is already very low. As the pollution rate was made public by the base, the most talked about topic now is pollution level. Some people tested the surrounding environment out of curiosity. The pollution level of rainwater is about 15% to 20%. The pollution level of general food is also above 20%, and there are some below 20%, but they are rare. If you are lucky, you can catch about 10% when fishing outside. Most of the vegetables grown at home have a pollution level of about 15%, and some have 10% or 11%. The ones grown by he can be said to be precious, but they are not suspicious. For example, the ones grown in the space, anyone taken out has a pollution level of less than 5%, and they must not be taken out. If you take out one plant, I am afraid there will be endless trouble. With the emergence of the concept of pollution level, the places where items are recycled have also kept pace with the times. The recycling price was reclassified according to the pollution level. The recycling price is low for high pollution levels, and vice versa. He carefully packed the vegetables, and planned to sell them at the recycling station to exchange some points for going to the market. In order to celebrate the new year, the base not only organized people to put up an awning to show outdoor movies, but also invited people to perform crosstalk on the loudspeaker. He stayed at home at this time, and asked Yuanchio to open the window a little, so that she could hear the crosstalk clearly. She listened for a while, and found it quite interesting. Many things that happened this year have become jokes. Looking at it from a different perspective, it is quite fun. After listening for a while, he started to look through his phone. There were New Year greetings from Li and others. Tang Xiaoshu also asked he to have dinner with him, but he replied and refused. It was New Year's Day, so it was not good to go to someone's house for dinner. He opened the forum, and it was full of New Year greetings. In addition to these, there were also some posts asking for medicine. Now not only individuals are asking for medicine, but even hospitals are asking for medicine. When he went to the hospital, he diagnosed a disease, but there was no medicine, and even the most skilled doctors could do nothing. The disinfectant and disinfectant tablets that he had put up before had very good sales. They were many times better than she had imagined. It was simply crazy. Basically, they were sold out after they were put up. Many people left messages in the background asking her to change them. Although her disinfectant was inconspicuous, it would make the whole person change color after using it, but it was in short supply. Now, among all the major organizations, she was the only one who sold drugs on a large scale. Others could try to buy some food, but forget about drugs, they were all holding on to them very tightly. They are not fools. In this situation, it is hard to say when production can be resumed. No one would be so generous with medicine. He is not short of medicine. In addition, her own talent is healing. She only needs to keep a few bottles of these disinfectants. If someone buys them, she will put them up. It is not that she does not know that as time goes by, medicines will become more and more expensive, and may even increase 10 times or even 100 times in the future. But there is no need. Although she cannot give them away for free, there is no need to hoard them. As long as it is worthwhile, she will sell it normally. The wild grass obtained in this way can be put into the space to reduce pollution, and it can also ensure that the energy conversion props are running 24 hours a day. In this way, she can basically get at least 3 energy stones every day. Although it seems a little less, as long as the wild grass stays in the space for a longer time, their pollution will be lower, and the more energy stones will be exchanged. In general, the sooner the wild grass is exchanged, the better it is for her. What's more, it will be foggy soon, and it will be difficult for everyone to go out. Even if they want to change weeds during that time, they probably won't be able to do so. After reading the post for a while, I guess it's about time. Ji got up and put on the patched clothes. She had only worn good clothes for about 2 months, and now she was back to work clothes. This set of clothes was specially made by Ji. Today was the first time she wore it out, so it was suitable for the occasion. After all, it was the new year, so she had to wear a new dress. This set of clothes and pants only looked patched, but they were actually fake, made of sewn cloth. Before, when Ji went out in good clothes, she always felt that someone was watching her when she walked on the road, and she couldn't find anyone when she looked back. Now she is wearing this outfit, she feels much more comfortable. Walking in the rain, Ji has a holy basin on her head. This is the standard for poor people in the base. Basically, everyone walking on the road will have something on their head. Those with better conditions carry umbrellas, and those with worse conditions carry all kinds of rags. It's not that they are afraid of getting wet in the rain, but the rain is too heavy, and if they don't wear something on their head, they can't even wipe their face while walking. Since pretending to be poor again, Ji felt the long-lost freedom. She blended perfectly into the crowd. She walked smoothly to the vegetable recycling center in Area A and handed in the vegetables in her arms. She got 30 points in exchange. She went to the next door, spent 10 points to buy 10 bean cakes, wrapped them in plastic, put them in her bag, and turned around and left. No one paid attention to her the whole time. Chapter 475. After exchanging her things, Ji walked quickly towards the night market at the junction of Area B and Area C. The night market at the base has been open for a while, twice a week, a bit like the free market before. You need points to set up a stall, but not to buy things. She had been here once before. Before reaching the night market, Ji saw a huge awning emitting red light from afar. This red light could not be extinguished even by heavy rain. If this was in a dungeon, it would be a small boss's lair. I don't know which boss in the base did this. This aesthetic is amazing. This is not a wedding. Why do you want to wear this red? It looks like a monster's mouth. I'm a little scared. Why don't you go? What are you thinking? Why are you so timid? Some people really retreated, but most people didn't take it seriously and continued to go to the night market. Ji's mind moved, and she had some bad premonitions inexplicably. Since she ate the omniscience fruit, if she had this kind of premonition, generally speaking, something bad would happen. But this premonition was not strong, and it should not be a big threat to her. After thinking about it, she still did not go back. While thinking, she followed the flow of people and walked into the market. This market is not particularly long. She has been here once before, and it only takes less than 15 minutes to walk around. The night market is very different from before. There are many stalls for gifted people. Water gifted counter. Water with pollution level less than 10% can be drunk directly, first come first served. Flame. A flame that can last for 1 hour. A fire can. Bring your own can for a cheaper price. Planting soil. Planting soil for earth type talents. Affordable price. Pollution level 16%. Fortune telling. Fortune telling by the talent. Fortune for the past week. Potatoes. Potatoes grown by plant type talents. Delicious and inexpensive. Dehumidifying patch. Alien product with heating function. He stopped curiously. How much do you sell this for? The stall owner looked at Ji's outfit and lost interest. 15 points per piece. After that, he ignored Ji and continued to call, Sister, sister, look at my dehumidifying patch, it's very good. Ji squatted down and was about to pick it up, but was stopped by the stall owner. Stop, put it down. He stopped selling things and looked at Ji vigilantly. This man looks poor, don't let him steal your things. If I want to buy, you have to let me see it, right? Ji was not angry. There were many thieves in the base during this period, and everyone was very nervous. Then I take it and show you. The boss glanced at Ji, held the dehumidifying patch, and showed it to Ji. Ji turned it over and over. But he couldn't see how it could dehumidify. Isn't this just a heating patch? Make it cheaper, I buy 10. Ji put down his hand under the increasingly vigilant eyes of the elder brother. 10? This is a big customer. The man's face was immediately filled with smiles. The two of them talked back and forth for a long time, and finally he bought 10 at the price of 12 points per piece. It can be regarded as a winter product. After collecting them, he continued to move forward. In addition to a series of stalls of various talents, there were also some stalls of ordinary people. Most of them sold metal products, such as pots, pans, and bowls. This kind of thing is easier to preserve. You can continue to use it after taking it out of the water. Some pits don't matter. In addition to these, there are also some stalls selling vegetables. He took a look and found that the vegetables were more expensive than those in the unified recycling place of the base. There were many people around the stalls, looking more and buying less. Buy the root. After all, the price of a vegetable is more expensive than bean cake, and it can only satisfy your cravings. Normally, bean cake is the main food. But the business is not bad. In such a short time, 10 points have been sold. After all, the vegetable recycling station at the base only recycles vegetables and does not sell them. If these people want to eat vegetables, they can only buy them at the night market except growing them themselves. As they were walking, Jihee's right arm was suddenly grabbed. She grabbed the man with her left hand and pulled him in front of her. Ah, my hand is going to break. This is a woman wearing patched clothes and with a haggard face. But Jihee looked familiar. After thinking for a while, she realized that it was the woman who bought a mobile phone for her son in the mobile phone store last time. She let go. What's the matter? Girl, do you recognize me? We met last time when we bought a mobile phone. The woman showed a flattering smile and approached Jihee. An unpleasant smell came. There were few teeth missing from her grinning mouth. It's only been over a month, but she has changed so much. Is there anything? Jihee said, leaving a message and walked forward. I just thought of you for something good. The woman followed Jihee, not caring about her attitude at all, and secretly slipped a note to Jihee. Big sister, come here, you know everything when you come. The woman was a little weird. She looked a little off. Jihee was a little surprised when he first got the note. At that time, paper was not cheap, and the price was expensive. Most people couldn't even touch it, let alone use it. I used cloth to wipe my butt. I washed it after use, and used it again next time. I opened it, and took a look. It was an address in District D, with the word Self-Help Association written below. This world is over. We can only save ourselves if we stand up. Sister, I am saving you. Come here, you will know everything. Jihee turned around and saw that the woman's eyes were dazed and a little abnormal. It was completely different from the last time she saw her. She frowned. Last month, the God's Help Association was not completely resolved, and this month, a self-help association appeared again. Can't you go fishing in the water to earn some points to survive the winter when you have nothing to do? Why do you think about these crooked ways all day long? Why do the leeks in the field seem to be harvested one after another? Sister, will you give me points when I go? The elder sister raised her head when she heard this. Her eyes were cloudy, but she was also a little more energetic, and said in a puzzled way, No. Jihee nodded, very frankly. Why would I go if I don't get points? At least give me an egg. When the time comes, call me again and I promise to be the first one in line. The elder sister didn't seem to hear Jihee's words. She stood there and kept muttering, Come, you will know everything when you come. Come, you will know everything when you come. Jihee thought she was a little abnormal. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw her whole body melting from the beginning like a wax figure in the heat. Beast transformation. In such a densely populated place, this woman is going to be beastly. In an instant, many images flashed through Jihee's mind. She didn't even need to speak. The crowd that was still bustling around the night market in the last second was silent for a moment when they saw the change in this woman. The air froze in an instant. The next second, screams pierced the night sky. The crazy people were like ants thrown into a hot oil pan, running away in panic. Chapter 476. The orderly flow of people just now was instantly dispersed. They didn't care about anything and tried desperately to escape. Some people knocked down the stalls and rushed onto the gifted people, trying to walk behind the stalls. Some people knocked down the people around them and stepped on them without caring. Some people even took advantage of the chaos to steal things. Ah, don't push me, don't push me. Help, is there anyone to save my mother? My mother was pushed down. Put it down, that's not yours. Run quickly, a monster has appeared. This scene appeared everywhere in the night market. There were several turbid beasts that turned into turbid beasts at the same time. If they were not dealt with in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Jihee immediately took out the props, tied them to the turbid beast, and jumped up suddenly, trying to pull it away from the crowd. The transformation process of the turbid beasts is irreversible and cannot be destroyed. When they change, they will absorb all the negative energy around them, including emotions and substances in the air. If you attack it at this time, you have to kill them instantly. Otherwise, they will absorb the energy that is full of hostility towards them and grow. In other words, if you keep attacking it, it is originally an E-level turbid beast, and it may be fed to D-level or higher. Wouldn't that be more difficult to deal with? He didn't know if she could kill the turbid beast in seconds. But if she still wanted to stay in this base, she couldn't kill this turbid beast in one knife in front of so many people. He dragged the turbid beast, and before he ran out of the night market, he heard the loudspeaker in the base that was still playing songs a second ago suddenly changed to a siren. The cheerful music was instantly replaced by a piercing alarm. The base is under attack. All ordinary people in the base, run to your homes as soon as possible to take shelter. All ordinary people in the base, run to your homes as soon as possible to take shelter. Say it again. According to the test, the base will be attacked by a group of monsters in 2 minutes. Please stand up actively and unite to help the base overcome difficulties. The base is everyone's base and our last home. Once the base is breached by monsters, the casualties will be unimaginable. Please stand up and protect our families. In addition, in this battle, all monsters killed by the gifted will belong to the individual. The base will erect a protective shield in 2 minutes to protect everyone in the base before the energy is exhausted. In order to save energy stones, please move outside the barrier to intercept the turbid beasts. I believe that as long as we unite as one, we will be able to overcome all difficulties. Our nation will never give up. Fight to the last moment. The loudspeaker kept issuing notifications, trying to calm the panicked crowd. Under this familiar voice, the panicked crowd calmed down a little. The 3 words protective shield made them less panicked. They had seen it in the previous science fiction movies. As long as the protective shield was opened, they could hide inside and survive the danger safely. People felt relieved. Jihee's expression was not good. Monster equals turbid beast. She was not as optimistic as others. These people didn't know, didn't she, who had the protective shield, know the specific situation? The protective shield that could protect the entire base consumed a terrifying amount of energy stones every minute and every second. It can be called an energy stone crusher. This is just turned on. When the turbid beast attacks, the energy consumed by the protective shield will increase with each attack. If there are always energy stones, it will be fine. I am afraid that there are not enough energy stones. Once the protective shield is broken and the turbid beast enters the base, the consequences will be disastrous. The city wall in the distance was not built with the possibility of turbid beasts in mind. It is not very tall and has more symbolic significance than practical use. It can only stop ordinary people. If it stops turbid beasts, it is simply wishful thinking. The turbid beast in the base is owned by an individual, which can make many talented people take action. Benefits are attractive. During this period, not only her store recycles energy stones, but also 199 other stores. Everyone is competing to collect them, and the price of energy stones remains high. To be honest, Jihee's strength is still a little different from those big forces. Before, they were stingy and reluctant to give up this and that, but now these forces are willing to give up food and meat for energy stones. She showed Jihee how she changed her face faster than turning the pages of a book. When she contacted her in the backstage to buy props, her attitude was humble, sincere, and servile. When she hung up the shop to recycle energy stones, the price was 1 tael higher than hers every time. She charged 1 E-level energy stone for 2 caddies of vegetables, and those things were 2 caddies and 1 tael. She charged 2.5 caddies, and those things were 2 caddies and 6 taels. They also marked the pollution level. She was even more angry when she said this, because the pollution level of vegetables in her space was less than 5%. But she couldn't trade them out like this when she traded. She also had to take them out and soak them in rainwater to raise the pollution level before selling them. People sprayed pesticides on fruits to make the plants grow better and sweeter. She, on the other hand, had vegetables that grew too well and were a burden, so she had to downgrade them. It was simply a loss. A lot of work was added inside and outside. But even so, they were no match for those animals. Unless they used disinfectant, they could not collect energy stones directly, and they would not be able to collect even one. Roar. The roar behind her brought Jihee back to reality. She frowned, and the turbid beast behind her had already changed halfway. We must leave the crowd quickly. She dragged the turbid beast and ran quickly out of the city. The base was crowded with people, and there was no place without people. Her idea was good, but she realized it wouldn't work after just a few steps. There were more than one turbid beast found inside the base, and people were running in panic. She walked against the flow of people, but she couldn't speed up at all. In desperation, she had to find a mask and put it on her face, took out the props and put them around her neck, and played loudly on a loop. "Get out of the way, there's a monster behind me. Get out of the way, there's a monster behind me." This worked really well. Just now, it was hard to move, but the surroundings suddenly became empty. People looked at Ji-hee in horror, as if they saw a plague. Ji-hee didn't care what others thought. Taking advantage of the crowd around him to get out of the way, he quickly dragged the turbid beast away. Not long after running, he turned a corner and ran into the patrol team that had just lined up to go out of the city. The leader was Zhang Xiqiang. The two sides met, and before they could talk, he heard Ji-hee's loudspeaker playing. His pupils shrank suddenly. "Take the turbid beast to a place with fewer people." Ji-hee kept walking. "I want to take it out of the city." Chapter 477. While she was talking, she had already passed the patrol team and ran out for dozens of meters. Zhang Xiqiang gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Follow me." The turbid beast tide had not yet begun, but the turbid beasts appeared inside the base first, which gave him a bad feeling. Ji-hee dragged the turbid beasts and ran wildly in front, and Zhang Xiqiang led everyone to chase behind. He just couldn't catch up. The host of the base tried his best to keep his voice steady. "More monsters have erupted in the base. Please ask the talents to move the monsters outside the base within 1 minute and 38 seconds. Now report the monster outbreak site in the city, B-Zone XX. Please deal with the above 8 places nearby, all talents. The monster tide will reach the east gate in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The loudspeaker above the head kept playing the call, and the familiar host's voice had a soothing effect. He did his best to soothe the people in the base, and calmed everyone's panic. Because of the existence of the protective shield, he did not ask the people to hide nearby. This was a last resort. The base is not big enough to provide a large shelter, and the existing owners will not let people in. After all, no one knows what their momentary kindness will bring them. If we still emphasize that everyone should take shelter nearby, it will undoubtedly cause more people to fall into disputes. Just fighting for houses is enough for these people to fight. And the gifted people can't spare the energy to stand up and fight the turbid beasts in order to stay at home to protect their families. At that time, it is not only afraid that it will have a counterproductive effect. And for such a large-scale siege, it would be far from enough if only the army and patrols were relied on. The gifted people were also a little panicked at this time. Unlike the common people who knew nothing, basically all of them knew about the existence of the turbid beast. This has long been no secret in the chat channel that comes with the game. Every day, countless people speak in the chat channel, and someone on it carefully explains the situation of the turbid beast. This thing is ferocious, lethal, pollutes the land, air, and water sources, and is simply useless. It is garbage among garbage. But a large-scale tide of turbid beasts happened. It frightened them. Compared with the ignorance of ordinary people, the more they knew, the more depressed they felt. The turbid beasts were not easy to fight, not only because their weaknesses were hard to find, but also because they were contagious, and no one wanted to touch them. But now, they could not fight. If they didn't fight, even 100 ordinary people couldn't beat one. That was a one-sided massacre. Some of the gifted people who had figured it out, after settling their families, quickly went out and ran to the gate of the base. Protecting the base is also protecting one's home. When they built the base, they took heavy rain into consideration, and the location was high. One side was surrounded by mountains, and the other 3 sides were plains. Now the plains were flooded. Although it was not flooded by long-term heavy rain, as the heavy rain continued, the water level was getting closer and closer to the base. It used to take 15 minutes to walk to the dock, but now it only takes 5 minutes. If the base was breached, they would have nowhere to escape. The cliffs were so steep that ordinary people could not climb up. This road is basically impassable. The survival rate of escaping from the water is also not optimistic. Humans are not good at fighting in the water. If they escape by boat, they will simply feed themselves to the mouth of the muddy beast. Even if some water-related mutants can survive, their families will not survive. The protective shield will be opened in 56 seconds. Please rush to the outside of the protective shield in time. After saying this, the host wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his voice was a little hoarse. If you say that God is still taking care of them, today is the new year, and most families did not choose to go out to fish. Even if they went out to fish, they would come back before the New Year's Eve dinner. Otherwise, if it were normal, most of the young men in the base would go out fishing. Even if they found a turbid beast hide, they would not have time to return. No, it's not that they don't have time to return. It's that they can't return at all. People are scattered outside fishing. Once they encounter turbid beasts, they can only fight on the water. I'm afraid that few will come back alive. When the host thought of the consequences of this incident, he felt a little flustered. What are you doing? Count down quickly. When the leader heard the interruption of the broadcast, he ran over and hit him hard on the back of the head. Hurry up. It's already this time, and you're still distracted? Hurry up and notify me. And your talent, use the soothing effect. Oh. The host suppressed his panic and continued to report. He ran for her life. She ran faster and faster. Zhang Xuqiang was chasing her with his men, but he found that someone on the other side had already started fighting with the turbid beast. The ground was covered with blood and body parts, and the red blood was washed by the heavy rain and spread around. It seemed that the two talented people were about to die. The turbid beast was about to rush towards the crowd. He gritted his teeth. Follow me. This was more urgent. He ran all the way and saw the shadow of the gate from afar. The turbid beast behind her had already completed the transformation. It roared and tried to break free from the chain, but found that it couldn't do it at all. The chain on its body emitted a golden light, trapping it firmly. He felt the change of the turbid beast behind her, and her steps became faster and faster. She exerted force on her feet and moved forward quickly. This was an Area D, and the surrounding houses were densely packed. If she fought here, she didn't know how many eyes were hiding behind the windows, and she couldn't move at all. We still have to leave the city. She had thought about finding a deserted place along the way, but there was none. In order to accommodate more people, the base was very densely populated, and all places were filled with houses and people. To put it bluntly, a flower pot falling from the roof could kill 2 people at once. Just imagine the density of the population. But the muddy beast behind him did not cooperate, and it began to struggle. He had to run while trying hard, just like fishing. She was impatient, stood still, used her right hand to lift it up, and smashed it madly on the ground in front of her. The splashed mud hit her head and face, but she didn't care. She swung the golden chain vigorously, her eyes were calm, and swung the muddy beast as easily as swung a potato. It broke its bones in a few hits. It no longer had the momentum just now. Hiding behind the bed to avoid the peeping crowd. Is it so cruel? She looked over here. The crowd squatted down, hugged their heads, and exposed the back of their necks. They didn't dare to look at Jihe. They didn't know why they made this move, but they did it subconsciously. When they looked up, the person in front of them had disappeared. So awesome. A childish voice sounded in the crowd, full of admiration and envy. Countless people nodded. It was really awesome. Chapter 478. Such a thin person picked up a huge monster and smashed it. The huge contrast in size gave them hope, as if the monster was not so difficult to defeat. Jihe ignored the people peeking from behind. She had just noticed that the turbid beast behind her was an ordinary E-level turbid beast, which was not difficult to beat. If there were not so many people watching, she could have sent it away just now. To be frank, she could have kicked the turbid beast away with one kick a few months ago, and now that she has become stronger, it is so easy to beat them. After hurrying up and down, Jihe finally arrived at the east gate in the last 3 seconds of the countdown, and took a look at the dense crowd at the gate. She paused, stopped under the gatekeeper's eyes, and stopped on the spot to fight the monster. The gate and the city wall were full of people, and her position was really sparsely populated. Seeing her stop, the official talent guarding the gate hurried over to help. Come quickly, there is another turbid beast over here. As they fought, they found out, why is this turbid beast so weak? The resistance was somewhat weak, and not very ferocious. Even the shouts were not loud. They relaxed slightly, and their attacks became more and more fierce. The turbid beasts were defeated again and again. At this moment, everyone felt that the continuous heavy rain above their heads suddenly stopped. Jihe looked up, and a huge barrier quietly erected above her head, wrapping the entire base inside. The light shield reflected light in the dark night sky. It was like a silent protection. All the rainstorms and dangers were isolated outside. Like 2 different worlds. People inside and outside the wall all looked up at the top of their heads. The feeling of seeing the protective shield for the first time was undoubtedly shocking. This kind of protective shield that covers the sky and the sun has only been seen in science fiction blockbusters. I didn't expect to see it in my own base. The panicked heart could not help but calm down. At least they knew that there was still a way out. Don't stop, fight quickly. The turbid beast outside is coming. Hurry up and fight. This one is particularly weak. Someone cried out in surprise. Jihe, who dragged violently all the way, was a well-known person. The bones of this turbid beast were broken into small pieces by her on the way here, and it had just been resurrected and had not even eaten. Its energy had long been consumed in the repeated limb repairs, so it was naturally powerless to resist. There were some talented people watching, and when they found that the turbid beast was resisting slightly weakly, more than 10 people rushed over in an instant. "Brother, let me help you." This person knew that the turbid beast had energy stones on it. He finally found a weak one. He couldn't let it go. There were people watching from a distance, seemingly confused as to why someone would fight for this monster. There were more than 20 people fighting for one monster now. He ignored them, aimed at the right eye of the turbid beast, and with a quick cut, its entire body instantly lost its vitality and collapsed to the ground. She stepped on the struggling piece of meat, exerted force with her hands, and a piece of E-level energy stone was picked out. Everyone around saw it. "What is this?" "Energy stone." "Damn! The energy stone is actually inside the turbid beast." Some people suddenly realized what the broadcast said about the monster belonging to them. Some people secretly hated he for revealing a secret that only a small number of people knew. But no matter what, the turbid beast that was just regarded as stinky dog shit is about to usher in the first round of their values skyrocketing in their lives. He held the energy stone and looked up at the people around him who had not dispersed. "Anything else?" Seeing this, everyone pursed their lips, looked at each other, and did not move. At this time, the official talent frowned. "There are plenty of energy stones outside the door if you want them. You can form a team, and finally distribute the spoils according to your contribution." This turbid beast was brought here by this girl from afar, and she was the one who beat it in the end. It is reasonable that this energy stone should belong to her. After hearing these words, everyone weighed the pros and cons in their hearts and chose to give way. Although they were still reluctant, they had just seen the strength of this woman, and she was definitely not to be trifled with. The turbid beasts are coming. It is unwise to provoke a strong man for an energy stone. And judging from the strength of the turbid beast just now, it is only a low-level one, and the energy stone is not much higher. Thinking of this, they are calm. When they were fighting, the turbid beasts outside the city had already attacked, but the first batch was not too large, and people could still handle it. In the distance, countless talents rushed towards the east gate. He took back the props and walked out of the base. The base has special follow-up staff to deal with the dead turbid beasts. They wear uniform isolation suits, pick up the broken meat, and put it in a special closed box. These boxes are made of props obtained by the talents from the dungeon, which can effectively prevent the turbid beasts from further polluting the land. Thanks to the StarCraft, there are relatively mature methods for dealing with the turbid beasts. The official talents come to the dungeon with a purpose, get the methods and props to deal with the turbid beasts, and then return to reality and hand them over to the country. With the standard answer, just copy it. Although the method is a bit crude, it is the best way to do it. Standing at the gate, looking at the crowded crowd in front of her, he hesitated for a moment and jumped onto the city wall. The guards standing around looked at her and frowned. They wanted to let her go down, but their leader glanced at he and didn't chase her away. "No noise allowed. If you cause trouble, go down." He blinked, made a zipper gesture on her mouth, and quietly stood aside. The man glanced at he again and turned away. He stood on the wall and looked down. There were only 28 turbid beasts outside the wall, not enough for the gifted. It was an unwritten secret that the turbid beasts had energy stones. Everyone was fighting fiercely. There was no turbid beast in the distance for the time being. He hesitated for a moment, and still did not choose to use the omniscience fruit. The omniscience fruit is useful, but it consumes too much energy. At first, she felt weak when she used it, and later she found that she would turn into a beast uncontrollably for several hours a day. It was fine at home before, but it's not appropriate now. More and more talents gathered around, and now there are 30 talents fighting for a turbid beast. It's almost impossible to grab them all. I just don't know if it's Jihee's illusion. Why do these turbid beasts always approach her? At first they were scattered, but now they are gathering a little, but it's not obvious. Jihee shook her head and felt that she was overthinking. She is not a popular girl. Why would the turbid beasts want her? Chapter 479. Before, many gifted people didn't know that there were energy stones in the bodies of turbid beasts, and they ran faster than dogs when they saw turbid beasts. Now they know the benefits of energy stones, and when they see turbid beasts, they are like seeing gold and running towards their own home. I am happy. At first, I felt a little tragic, but when I came to the scene, I saw it. There are too few. It feels like I am chasing the sea. There are 10 times more people than crabs, And there are many gifted people coming from the city. Just catch them. If you are slow, you will miss them. He watched as the people below were about to fight over the turbid beast. Although they couldn't guess where the energy stone in the turbid beast was hidden, they could chop the beast into pieces. Did the butcher see it? The people below were not much worse than the butcher. They chopped the turbid beast into small pieces. Wherever it moved, the energy stone was hidden inside. On the city wall, the defense soldiers shouted with props stuck to their throats, and shouted at the top of their necks, "Don't rob! Don't rob! There's more behind! Calm down! Keep calm! The next batch will be here soon! Make way! Let the people behind go out! People in front, squeeze in, there's still room! Don't all block the door!" Although they said so, no one planned to go far. If they were at the city gate, they could still run back to the city if something happened. If they ran far away, they wouldn't be able to come back if something happened. Everyone was crowded at the door, and if the people outside didn't go far, the people inside couldn't go out either. The guards who shouted didn't relax their brows, and when they turned around, they saw several people killing turbid beasts and making it look like a crime scene, with thick black and smelly blood splattered everywhere. He got angry immediately. "Hey, you, the four of you, clean up, don't get blood everywhere, that stuff pollutes the land. Do you know how expensive it is to dispose of garbage? Fine you like this." The following people immediately restrained their actions and said carefully, I know, pay attention next time, pay attention next time. The price of a lowest level energy stone has now risen to more than 3 kilograms of green vegetables, or 1 kilogram of rice. There is still a price but no demand, and there is a trend of continued upward growth. As long as they grab one, they will get a pound of rice. At this time, the protective shield above their heads suddenly disappeared, and the next second, a loudspeaker rang throughout the base. Due to the scarcity of siege monsters and the shortage of supply, the protective shield is now temporarily suspended. Please rest assured that we will open it at any time if there is an accident. There are many things to say, but I don't know where to start. I feel that something is wrong with the development of this situation. These scenes interrupted her thoughts. The turbid beasts under the city had already been killed, and the garbage collectors quickly went out to collect the bodies after the turbid beasts died. They also dug up the soil contaminated by blood. Those who didn't get in later felt a little regretful. Why are there so few? There's not enough to share. I hope there will be more in the next batch. I saw that the foreigners were also attacked a few days ago, but they have few people and suffered a lot of losses. I suggest that they outsource the turbid beasts. As long as they are responsible for the pickup and drop-off service, we can go and help for a fee. I've been abroad before, and there were few people in a town, so even if a turbid beast came, it would be hard to defeat it. Now you can see the benefits of having more children, right? I told my daughter to get married and have children, but she refused. How old are you, sister? I'm 40 this year, and my child is 20. I had a child early. Everyone, that's pretty early. The talents below are loose, and the guards above are on high alert. They are not that optimistic. Sure enough, the second batch of turbid beasts came soon. He counted them, and there were about 100 of them. Sounds like a lot, right? But there were more than 2,000 gifted people standing under the city wall, and many of them were crowded on the city wall. It was a huge crowd. This was a base with millions of people. Even if there were fewer gifted people, if they were randomly divided among the 4 gates, there would be more than 10,000 people at each gate. These more than 100 were probably just there to deliver food. These turbid beasts looked strange, like a few pieces of firewood sticking out, with black mud wrapped in the middle, no mouth, no eyes, no hands, no feet, rolling forward, and the land became pitch black wherever they rolled. He observed it carefully. It looks like a sea urchin. This thing rolls very fast. If it is used to attack the city, it is a great weapon. Unfortunately, they are now the attack party. A group of talents have been waiting for a long time. When they saw the sea urchin spirit, they immediately rushed up. The sea urchin spirit is coming. Everyone, please be careful. It is best not to touch the hard thorns of the sea urchin spirit. It will bleed profusely. The guards on the city immediately spoke. We must remember, the essence of everything is to find patterns. If we don't find them, it must be that we haven't discovered their weaknesses. Find a way to get rid of the mud wrapped in the middle. Don't waste your energy. Soon someone shouted, sprinkle sulfuric acid. Sprinkle sulfuric acid, the mud on them will disappear. Get out of the way, let me do it, this is my home. After that, a man turned into a black and red ant. He was very strong, about 1.8 meters tall. The ant he turned into was more than 2 meters, and nearly 3 meters long. The tail lifted up and shot out a stream of white liquid, which splashed on the mud essence, making the sound of water dripping into an oil pan. Soon, the black mud on the sea urchin was corroded to form a deep hole. Before everyone could be happy, the hole on the sea urchin was healed quickly. Everyone was a little frustrated. Why didn't it work? These sea urchins were very difficult to deal with. The spikes on their bodies protruded out and protected the black mud in the middle. Many people's weapons couldn't cut them. Once they were inserted, they couldn't be taken out. For a while, the battle became tense. The gifted wanted to attack, but they had no way to deal with the spikes. The gap between the spikes was too small, and the knife couldn't be inserted. If you get close, you may get stabbed. This one is much harder to deal with than the last batch. Seeing the sea urchin spirit approaching the city wall, the guards on the wall are getting a little impatient. We must not let this thing into the city, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The relaxed atmosphere just now was instantly replaced by tension. Now, on average, there are more than 20 talents surrounding a sea urchin spirit. Despite this, everyone still looks at the sea urchin spirit helplessly. The turbid beast has a low IQ, but it does not mean it has no IQ. They will rely on their thorns to be overbearing and unscrupulous, stabbing anyone they see. The gifted people dare not approach them, and they are a bit helpless for a while. Gradually approaching Jihi. Jihi, She stood high and could see far. The more she looked at these muddy beasts, the more they looked like cacti. Her expression became more and more complicated. She used her consciousness to search in the storage space, and soon found a prop she had obtained before. She had several large buckets of this kind of props that were not very useful, and she didn't sell them, so she kept them in the space. She didn't expect it to come in handy. Chapter 480. Love to eat thorns. Just stand in front of a spherical object with thorns, and shout, "I love thorns, thorns love me." You will activate a 2-minute immobilization spell, allowing thorns and you to look at each other in true love. You can use it once within 24 hours. Note, within 2 minutes, neither of you can move, understand? Isn't this just right? He was carrying a pink cactus and had just taken a few steps towards the guard when he was discovered. The man turned around with a stern look. "I'm very busy right now. You'd better speak up if you have something to say." Although she said so, he still felt that this man had no ill towards her, and he looked familiar. She did not choose to approach, but pointed at the prop in her hand. "Maybe I can help." Ding lowered his eyes, and glanced at the prop in Ji's hand. A pink cactus, the thorns of which were carefully held by the girl. He was under a lot of pressure at this moment. Someone with the gift of foresight had predicted before that there would be at least 6 batches of turbid beasts in total. These turbid beasts in front of us are just the beginning. If they are not dealt with in time, more and more turbid beasts will gather at the gate of the city wall. The wall being breached is only a visible danger. The biggest danger is that the longer these turbid beasts stay outside the wall, the higher the pollution to the surrounding environment will be. Pollution is everywhere, in the air, in the water, in the soil. Ordinary people may absorb pollution even if they just walk by. This is tantamount to chronic suicide. If possible, the shorter the time the turbid beasts stay near the base, the better. Suppressing his thoughts, he asked, "What is this?" "Control props." He briefly explained the function of the cactus. Ding's brows relaxed slightly, and he quickly thought of the key point: how many can be fixed at a time? A row? Maybe it's within the line of sight. He was not sure, after all, she had never used it. Line of sight? You can give it a try. Ding waved his hand, and the thorn ball in Ji's hand floated over. "Give it to the replicator." "Yes." The soldier behind him quickly took it, and turned away. One prop is useless for such a large battlefield, it must be in batches. He had heard of the replicator. It is said that it can replicate props, but the ability and function of the replicated props are inferior to the original ones, and there are various restrictions. It is like a low-end knockoff. But this skill is already amazing enough. It is said that every time you enter the dungeon, you enter in a formation of 3 protecting one. It is a treasure of a large base. I didn't expect it to be here too. It is hidden. Ding turned his head and looked at Ji. "I will return the props to you after you use them up, and I will also give you a unified settlement reward. Is 100 kilowatt hours of electricity okay?" Ji smiled subtly. She knew the base would not let her work for nothing. "It doesn't matter whether it's electric or not. I mainly want to make some contributions to the base." Ding pulled the corner of his mouth, signaling Ji to relax. "I am Chi Li's elder brother, Ding. Chi Li went home and talked about you. So they are relatives." Ji blinked, hit the snake while the stick is, and immediately called people, "Hello, elder brother." She had planned to go down to mix energy stones before. But now she has no plan. She is not going to go down. If the group of muddy beasts chase her, then she will not be able to explain even if she opens 8 mouths. Well, find a place to stay. Someone called him from behind. Chi-Ding didn't say anything. He left a word and turned away. He looked at Chi-Ding's back, blinked, and walked to the other side naturally. Sure enough, the turbid beast began to change direction again. It seems that she wants to go down to mix energy stones, but it's not possible now. She needs more of them. The replicator should be nearby, and the props will be sent to the battlefield soon. After the guard shouted, they took over the helpless talents. None of the talents present felt that they were robbed of their monsters. After getting rid of the hatred, they quickly turned around and ran to the bottom of the city gate. He stood on the wall with a good view. She watched the guards pull the sea urchin spirit into 4 circles through movement. 1 circle was too much, and 3 circles were too little. Then he watched the 4 guards stand in the middle of the circle. A huge Q-version big eye suddenly appeared on the top of the head and blinked. The next second, the 4 men stretched their necks and shouted, "I love CICI, CICI loves me." The voice was particularly loud and firm, just like swearing an oath to join the party. The next second, more than half of the turbid beasts in the field were immobilized on the spot. The others who were not immobilized belonged to those small circles. This is the case with copy type props. They are copied by talent, so they are naturally many times weaker than props. But the same thing still applies. What do you want? A free bicycle? It's good to have one. The guards were well prepared, and the rest rushed up in an instant, pulling out a hook-like tool from their backs and attacking the turbid beasts quickly. While they were unable to resist, they quickly picked up the mud from their bodies. There were dozens of people standing around each beast, standing so densely that some could not stand and jumped up to attack. There were also special personnel in charge of the muddy beasts that were not immobilized. When the 2 minutes were up, most of the muddy beasts in the field were successfully dealt with. There were also a very small number of them that had no choice but to be beaten by people. The beating was extremely brutal. He stood on the wall, pursing his lips. The thorns on the bodies of these muddy beasts were long and dense, and there was no way to deal with them without special weapons. These people can only rely on brute force to break all their thorns and find the energy stone. As for why they don't use props, he knows without thinking. They are reluctant to use them. Control props are too precious. In this life or death moment, they are reluctant to use them. He has completed so many levels in the game, and he has obtained only a few attack and control props, let alone others. Each one is fought for with life. When the last turbid beast fell, more than 10 groups of people had been replaced in the field. The base really values human life, and will replace any soldier if they are injured. No one has died in the battle so far. But there are already thousands of injured people. The base is quite reliable, and the injured soldiers have all used the blue potion they exchanged from her shop, which is now emitting fluorescent blue in the dark night, illuminating the surrounding area. Although the color is a bit dazzling, the quality is definitely no problem. In this period without antibiotics, using disinfectant, there is no need to worry about wound inflammation. How can it not be called a magic weapon? With the help of these disinfectants, the doctor directly sews the needle without anesthesia, which can be said to be the ultimate use of disinfectant. Since there is no need to worry about infection, what are you hesitating about? Just sew it. Chapter 481. It doesn't matter if it's beautiful or not, what matters is how fast it is. He heard waves of tragic wails, louder than the ones on the battlefield just now. The doctor stretched his neck and yelled, "Hold it! Hold it! Don't move! It will be fine soon!" It was like torture. The treatment here was not completed when the 3rd batch of turbid beasts came. This time, the turbid beasts came from above and underground. The flying turbid beasts were matched with the land turbid beasts, and the number was more than the previous 2 batches combined. The faces of the gifted people turned ugly instantly. It was fine on land. Fighting in the sky and in the water were 2 areas that humans were not good at. This battle was extremely fierce. The base also opened a protective shield. Otherwise, the turbid beast would definitely fly into the city. After the air raid, he squatted in the medical station to care about Muyu, whose 2 ribs were broken by her. She didn't expect this development. The fight was going well, but suddenly a speed-type turbid beast came and knocked her off the city wall. Just hit it. As a result, she happened to hit Muyu, who was also thrown out by the turbid beast, and broke his ribs. This is embarrassing. Why are you running under my body? He took the initiative. Muyu felt that he was more wrong than Dou-Yi. You are made of steel. How can you be so hard? You hit me harder than a billboard hitting someone. Don't you know the power of falling objects from high altitudes? He felt a little guilty, but she refused to admit it. She brainwashed you. A flower pot falling from the sky and hitting a person's head can kill a person. I am at least heavier than a flower pot. It is reasonable for me to hit you like this? Muyu felt something was wrong. After all, they collided in midair, so he shouldn't have been injured so badly. But it was meaningless to dwell on it now. He just lay on the ground. Okay, go do what you need to do. My condition is not serious. I will be fine after a while. He looked at Muyu's hopeless look and touched her nose. She felt a little embarrassed. Although she didn't mean to do it, she did break 2 of his ribs. Ahem, I have a healing item. As soon as he said this, Muyu sat up and covered Jihee's mouth. The action was so fast that it didn't look like a broken rib. Jihee just raised his hands, and then he reacted and quickly sat down with his hands under his buttocks, and then he exhaled. It was a close call. Just now, he almost couldn't control himself and punched Muyu in the head. At that time, he couldn't die. But she had to pay for another healing item. Muyu looked around like a thief. Are you stupid? Why are you shouting when there is something good? Why don't you use a loudspeaker to shout? Look at how many people are around here. Aren't they all using the base's disinfectant? Is there anyone using props? He told the truth. Most of them are ordinary people, not gifted, and don't have props. Speaking of the base, he was convinced. The battlefield was too vast before, and she couldn't see it all. Now she realized that the base was really brave. These soldiers are all ordinary people, and they were sent to the battlefield just like that. If they are contaminated and turned into turbid beasts, wouldn't their descendants be inexhaustible? By then, after fighting outside, we will fight inside, and we will end up with a nesting doll? Although the gifted and ordinary people were sent out together, ordinary people fighting against the turbid beasts, even the king of soldiers can't do it. Muyu rolled his eyes. Do you know that walls have ears? Okay, keep the props you got with great difficulty. I can't use them. This injury is nothing. If you really don't trust me, I give you 2 sweet potatoes to nourish your body. What he said was not a lie. The gifted have strong recovery ability, and fractures are common. There was a saying before that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, but now it is gone. He ignored him. 2 sweet potatoes? It was a bit unfair to her status as the richest man. She took out the healing item, and was about to do the same thing as forcing a cow to press its head when it didn't eat grass. She happened to pick up a healing item when she caught those thieves before. Now she can use it without fear of exposing her identity. Stop! Stop! Muyu's shout was so heartbreaking, even louder than when he broke his ribs. It was as if he was going to do something to him that would anger the heavens and the people. He held him down with one hand, watching him resist violently like a pig being slaughtered. She didn't want to pay attention to him, but he struggled too violently and started to kick his legs. She had no choice but to let go, with a look of you are being unreasonable, be obedient, it will be quick. Muyu panted violently, like a dehydrated fish. Sister, you will be my sister in the future, you must not waste it on me, it's not worth it. He sighed, I have a conscience. Although it's not much. No, really no. Because Muyu's resistance was too strong, and he said that if he used it, he would not live, which made he feel guilty for the rest of his life. Although she didn't think Muyu could commit suicide in front of her, but because of his true wishes, he still chose to respect it. Although the healing item was not used, he forcefully stuffed it into Muyu's hand. Anyway, I gave it to you. It's up to you whether you use it or not. After saying that, she turned around and left quickly. She also wanted to take the opportunity to go to the front to get a few energy stones. After she left, Li and several people in his team quietly crawled out with their mouths covered. Their eyes flashed with surprise at discovering gossip. Oh my god! Look what they found. Stop, be obedient, quickly, not worth it. This series of keywords outlined a 1,000-word robbery in their minds. In the end, Muyu threatened to die, so should the next step be to play a sadistic love story? It's mainly about torturing Muyu. They have already felt that although he looks thin, if it comes to real Muyu, the weak chicken, seems to be really no match. Everyone walked into the tent with a weird look, and as soon as they entered, they saw Muyu holding something and laughing foolishly. He kissed from time to time. He didn't even notice them coming in. They looked at each other. Muyu, how are your ribs? Yeah, how can you still think about it? The man who was talking changed the subject. Since you don't want to live anymore, can you give me the egg you had last time? It would be a waste. Bah, you don't want to live anymore. Muyu glared at the man, then looked at Li. Captain, I'm fine, just a broken rib. It will grow back in 2 weeks. Yeah. Chile nodded. He didn't come to see Muyu on purpose. The base asked him to be responsible for the safety of the wounded, and he just inspected the area. Chile didn't leave after he finished speaking, and several people did the same. After winking for a long time, Muyu realized that he was misunderstood. He rolled his eyes. You know shit. I'm afraid you'd be jealous if I tell you. Chapter 482. He waved to a few people, whispered about the healing props, and finally concluded with a smile, I have to thank the elder sister. She is really a lucky star. I will send her my egg later. Forget it. It has been half a month. I don't know if it can be eaten. Don't give it to others and get diarrhea. Good guy, you have to give away an egg 800 times. That egg is really valuable in your house. After looking at the healing props, Chile stuffed it back into Muyu's arms sourly. Do you think she can give me another one if I rush out and get hit by Jihe and break my bones? Although this healing tool can only be used once, it will be scrapped. But it is a healing tool. Okay, if you throw it out, it will smash a person's head into a pig's head. Captain, what is your identity? How can you have such an idea? It will easily be misunderstood if you tell others. The person who spoke directly said his true thoughts. It's better for me to go. I have no identity. Get out. While everyone was playing around, they didn't notice that the treatment room, which was dead silent just now, had some life. There were some voices and groans on the bed that had been silent before. Before Jihe came, the wounded soldiers were lying on the bed, feeling pessimistic. They didn't want to say a word. All kinds of tragic futures kept popping up in their minds. They knew they were scaring themselves, but they just couldn't get out of it. When they thought about the consequences of their injuries, they felt uncomfortable. They were in a pessimistic mood. Why were they the ones injured? At this time, if they were disabled, what would they do in the future? They would be gossiped about, despised, abandoned, and barely alive, and anyone could step on them. As they fell deeper and deeper into the trap, they gradually felt the pressure on them slowly eased, and finally all their stubborn thoughts disappeared. There was no more buzzing in their ears. They began to hear the voices of people around them, and they thought of their families and some happy things. They didn't know what was going on, but they knew that they survived. The upper echelons of the base had no idea that they had luckily avoided a disaster. They have not completely changed their mindset. When they arranged ordinary soldiers to fight against the turbid beasts, they just wanted to cooperate. They wanted to kill as many turbid beasts as possible by using the human wave tactics, which was also a training for ordinary soldiers. But they thought well, and did not consider the defense of ordinary people against turbid beasts. The air they breathed in from the turbid beasts would be polluted, not to mention that when fighting with the turbid beasts at close range, they would inevitably get stained with the turbid beasts' dirty blood. Some of this dirty blood would also stain the soldiers' wounds, aggravating the pollution. Then, they are polluted when they are physically and mentally weakest, and the possibility of turning into turbid beasts is basically more than 80%. No one in the Interstellar will make such a stupid mistake. It is almost common sense. Not allowing people with weak resistance to contact turbid beasts is not only to protect them, but also to protect themselves. The huge harm caused by these ordinary people after turning into turbid beasts is far greater than the contribution they made by participating in the battle. There is no need to measure it. But humans don't know. So countless bases chose this way of fighting. After they defeated the turbid beasts, they would face a large number of counterattacks from the turbid beasts in the base. This would deal a heavy blow to countless bases. Finally, they also found that the conversion rate of turbid beasts after the war in one base was much lower than theirs. Countless people sent telegrams to inquire, and the bases began to check and check again. But there was no surveillance and no lights, and they were busy but found no results. No one made any suspicious movements. This matter is a mystery, and it is unsolvable. There is no reason at all. The final conclusion is good feng shui. A holy place born and nurtured by nature, Dragon Vein, the nemesis of pollutants, the last pure land of mankind. In order to verify this conclusion, these people also found a series of truths to prove it. Not counting this time, the probability of people in this base turning into turbid beasts is lower than that of other bases. Even the pollution rate of the vegetables they grow is 2% lower than that of those grown in other places. Don't underestimate this 2%. On a huge base, this 2% can influence the development of the world. The final conclusion is that the land here has spiritual energy and can purify pollution, protect humans. Because of this, the value of this originally unnoticed base immediately skyrocketed. Of course, this happened a few days later, and the current base didn't know about it at all. He didn't fight to the end. Including the energy stone she got at the beginning, she got a total of 3, and then let it go. The main thing was that the group of turbid beasts would always turn and approach, which was really inconvenient. Although this battle was dangerous, and several groups of turbid beasts rushed over in succession, they were not as many as he imagined. With the efforts of a group of gifted people, they finally got through it safely. Although several gifted people died, it was much better than expected at the beginning. After the battle, he took back the props he had lent out, and came to the ward with 3 sweet potatoes. There were many patients at this time, and there was a lot of noise. Miyu had already sat up, and was laughing foolishly. He saw through his true nature at a glance, and that smile was exactly the same as when she took advantage of him. "What? I take him back for you." Miyu refused, shaking his head frantically. "No, the hospital will take him back for me later. Don't worry about me. By the way, the base said that as long as each patient injured in this battle gets a boiled egg, don't leave yet. I give you half of the egg later." Thank you, I appreciate it. The two chatted for a while, and when they saw the hospital people taking the patient away, she turned around and went home amid Muyu's entreaties. At this time, except for the gifted people, all the ordinary people in the base were hiding at home, secretly observing the outside. He looked at the quiet houses around him, and could vaguely feel someone's sight. These people were not asleep. This was normal. It would be strange if they could sleep with such a fight outside. But if they don't sleep now, it will be difficult to sleep in the future. The disaster just now sounded scary, but in fact, it was nothing big for these ordinary people to hide. But the fog that followed was not simple. He returned home. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the new props, which have built-in ventilation function, the musty smell that could not be dissipated in the house has disappeared, making it particularly comfortable. She walked around the house. The room was very clean, and the hygiene was cleaned. She looked around but didn't see the ball. I don't know if it fell asleep. Chapter 483. He ignored him, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After she was refreshed, she dropped a bomb on the world and turned off her phone to sleep. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. The world will be covered with fog in 3 days. There are unknown creatures in the fog. It is best not to contact them directly. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. If you have to go out, you can spray your whole body with wine. She slept peacefully here, not knowing that this bomb made everyone in the world dizzy. Some people sneered, while others were ready. In the chat channel, he was still talking about the turbid beasts attacking the city, and showing off the energy stones he had obtained. In the next second, he was overwhelmed by the information. Pineapple half rice. Either keep silent about the 50 billion, or just say some bad news. Can there be some good news every day? Lead a secret book. Wine? Where can I get wine now? Why not eat meat porridge? Do you know how expensive wine is? What's the difference between saying this and not saying it? Hawkeye, is it true or false? It rains every day. How can there be fog? Arctic Wolf. The 50 billion boss rarely speaks in the world, and the only time he said it was fulfilled. Do you think this time is true or false? I am Rochung. I would rather he is lying. This fog doesn't sound like a good thing. Stamina Master. Are you guys stupid? You believe everything he says? The rain outside is so heavy that it's like there's a leak in the sky. How can it stop just like that? And he said it was foggy. So why did he collect winter supplies before? This has nothing to do with the fog. What he said doesn't match what he did. Little Fatty runs fast. I think so too. The two sides quarreled. That being said, there are still many smart people who quietly click on the mall. Although it was expensive before, there were still some wines on the shelves. With the entry into the 2-star version, it is much easier to obtain supplies than the 1-star version. In addition, some people have obtained the space ring, so some wines can still be found in the mall. But in less than a minute, all the wines on display. Either they were taken off the shelves by the owner, or they were sold out and disappeared in an instant. The search was 0. The message was quickly transmitted to the heads of various countries. When the chat channel was in a mess, the countries also started to hold meetings and quarrel. Country A had just survived the turbid beast when they received this bad news. They were in a state of panic. They were even more anxious, and now they were arguing loudly. Several gray-haired old men stood up and accused each other. I told you not to celebrate the festival. Now the food is wasted. Now the white fog has appeared. Where can we eat the food? Can your 2 dumplings save the world? We are in a meeting to discuss the fog. Can the fog that was specially notified by 50 billion be easy to deal with? It must be a disaster like a rainstorm. Where's the wine? Where did you get the wine? Where are the people with foresight? Ask them to help us find out what's going on with the fog. Since Wabei has the ability to foresee, why didn't he tell us about the turbid beast? People should be dignified and trees should be barked. You didn't pay them a salary. So why should they tell you? They don't care about you. Don't you know what's going on? The news about the fog wasn't told to you. They told the world. How come you can sit in this position without any respect? I told you to stock up on wine earlier. Why didn't you? Now, with so many people, where can we get wine? We are now discussing the fog. The fog. Do you know how long the fog will last? What if it lasts for several months? What are the creatures in the fog? How can people live without contact? How to solve the problem of drinking water and food? Where are the protective suits? How many sets of protective suits are there? Will I be safe if I put on the protective suits and go out? Will the turbid beasts attack during this time? Too many turbid beasts were killed this time. What should we do with the bodies? We don't have enough materials. If we deal with them all, what will we do in the future? What if we don't deal with ordinary people? The crowd quarreled from dusk to dawn about a series of things. This time, no one doubted what Xiang Tian said about borrowing another 50 billion, but this news was not good for them. 5 billion dropped a bomb, and no one answered no matter how they were asked. They all entered an emergency state of preparation. On the other side, other countries. They are different from those in Country A and other countries. They have now entered an era of war among the heroes. Countless Wall Street elites are fighting for a potato. Farmers are singing songs of emancipation. Isn't it racial discrimination? Isn't it looking down on them? Good. They have food now. They have guns. They can also recruit talented people and directly establish themselves as kings. Countless small countries have been established. There may be more than 5 countries in a place that is not even as big as a district in Country A. The number of countries depends on how many farms there are in this place. How many farms? How many countries? In this mode, there are many organizations that secretly peek at the screen. The bomb dropped by 50 billion directly made me dizzy and panic. Where's the wine? Where's my wine? Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm rich. I have a winery. I wonder which idiot dares to look down on my wine. My era has finally arrived. From now on, I will be the first wine king. Raise the price. 10 times. No, 20 times. Double it immediately. Only accept food transactions. Kick out all the ordinary people. Trash. Recruitment of talents. The next day, Ji opened her eyes and saw the message sent by Chung Jun. He was very polite, asking her about the fog. Ji simply replied and got up to wash up. She didn't know how long the white fog would last, but conservatively estimated that it would last more than a month, and it might appear at any time in the future, not that it would disappear after this time. In the past month, if people want to avoid the white fog, they have to store enough food and water. This was not too difficult before the natural disaster. But now, it is harder than climbing to the sky. Apart from other things, the base can't make enough food for everyone to survive for a month in advance. They can't die of exhaustion. And what about drinking water? There are countless visible insects and invisible insect eggs in the white fog, and they are floating in the wind. It is impossible to avoid it completely. There are always gaps in the doors and windows, and those insects will get in through the gaps. You can only reduce contact as much as possible, and then it depends on your luck. It's the same cold. Some people are in good health and can get rid of it after a night's sleep. Some people are in poor health and have been coughing for half a month or a month. In the end, they can even break their ribs. Who can you complain to? The same goes for the insects in the fog. Chapter 484. Of course, if you are a rich man, you can still find a protective shield like before the natural disaster to cover your house with 10 or 8 layers, or have air filtration equipment to filter your air dozens of times, and it is estimated that nothing will happen. These insects will not kill people immediately when they bite them, but they will make people insomnia and cause sleep disorders. It's just not sleeping, which doesn't sound serious. But you can go without sleep for 1 day, 2 days, 3 or 4 days, but what about a week? People's spirit will be like a taut rope. They will start to have headaches, trances, and even hallucinations, and the whole person will become very tired. Even if they do nothing, this feeling will follow them like a shadow. Not to mention the series of sequelae that long-term insomnia will bring. People's memory and judgment will be reduced, and their personalities will be particularly irritable and anxious. The incidence of various diseases will also increase significantly, such as heart disease and stroke caused by high blood pressure. The immune system, digestive system, and nervous system will also have problems to varying degrees. If the insect bites in the water some time ago were external problems, it would test a person's attentiveness. If you know the reason, as long as you pay attention to wearing long clothes and long pants and avoid being bitten by them, there will not be too much of a problem. Then the little insects in the white fog are a test of a person's financial resources. If you have money, you can buy wine and sleeping pills and spray them at home, then you can spin the white fog safely. If you don't have alcohol, you can have sleeping pills. Take them when you feel sleepy, and then rely on the body's natural metabolism. Over time, the toxins from insect bites will be naturally excreted from the body, and it's no big deal. If you don't have either, you can only rely on your luck. Chung Jun stayed up all night. His eyes were red now, and seeing these messages, he felt a worse headache. I sleep first, you guys are busy, call me if you need anything. Chung Jun decided not to stay up any longer, and lay on the table to sleep for a while, otherwise he was afraid that the white fog would not come, and he would get sick first. But he had just laid down and fell into a deep sleep for a few minutes, when he heard the alarm being sounded again. He stood up suddenly, and rushed out before he could react. As a result, he had not gone far when he saw countless turbid beasts rushing out of the hospital not far away. They ate people without reason. Damn it! Chung Jun's eyes were red. Beast, how dare you? He transformed into a monster more than 3 meters tall, and rushed over in an instant. He fought with the turbid beast in front of him. The alarm sounded throughout the base. The real disaster had just arrived. The terrifying side of the turbid beasts was quietly unveiled. Chung Jun was breathing heavily, and his whole body was covered in blood. But he became more and more frightened the more he fought. What was going on? How could so many turbid beasts suddenly appear? What happened? Isn't this a hospital? How did it become the lair of turbid beasts? Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Damn it! What exactly was it? In the next few days, Ji lived a very regular life. I wanted to go to the hospital to see Muyu, but I heard that 2 turbid beasts suddenly appeared in the hospital. After they were finally eliminated, they were afraid that the patient's minor injuries would become serious injuries, so all the patients were sent home. Muyu was also like this. After she got the news that he was going to be discharged from the hospital, she went back and forth between her home, the beancake sales point, and Coach Luo's home. In addition to selling beancakes and exercising, she also started selling watered wine. Since she announced the news that Bai Wu was coming, the wine in the mall was consumed. Even the wine in the system store was sold out. This will show that it is sold out. The system has no intention of restocking. Everyone cursed for a long time, but there was nothing they could do. When the price of wine was rising wildly, Ji took a look at the inventory in her storage space. She adjusted the way of purchasing weeds, raised the price, and diluted the wine she got from Guru ACI in the last copy by 10 times the water, and hung it up. She didn't feel embarrassed at all to sell diluted wine. The previous grand plan to get free stuff. Did she really think she was indifferent? It has only been a few days, and 90% of the materials accumulated in her space, including the seasonings and Montana fruit from the last copy, the dissolving agent from the last copy, the Mandinka disinfectant tablets, the Sanhua pig soup treasure and Sanhua pig canned food from the last copy, etc., have been exchanged for by her. If she hadn't spent silver coins to ask the system to help put it on the shelves 24 hours a day, she would have been so busy that she couldn't sleep. How could she bear the fact that she was the only one who was getting free stuff from the whole world? It has only been about a week since she started recycling weeds with more than 40% pollutants, and these people have already bought out the stock in the space. She now not only collects junk in the dungeon, but also picks up the garbage that people don't want. She also collects junk when she returns to reality. She carries out the work of recycling and reusing resources to the end. The difference in price is her patented technology, and she doesn't feel guilty about making money. The pollution level of the weed she collected is more than 40%, and even if she doesn't collect them, no one will want them. Even after she bought it back, she couldn't use it directly. She had to put it in the space to let the weeds reduce the pollution before returning it to the energy converter. The energy and time consumed in the middle weren't blown away by the wind, right? She put the watered-down wine on the shelf, thinking she would be scolded, but no one scolded her. Everyone rushed to grab it. The ordinary talents over there didn't even see their shadows, and they were all snatched away by the speed talents, who were waiting in front of the store interface. You're kidding. Even if you add water to it, it is still wine. If you exchange weeds for gold, will you feel sorry for 2 caddies, or 5 caddies of weeds? Aren't they all garbage? 2 caddies, or 5 caddies, isn't it just a net bag? Haven't you seen that those hateful foreign winery owners have set a sky-high price for their wine? The exchange items are either fine grains or precious props. It is much more shady than borrowing another 50 billion from the sky. Although they didn't add water. But their wild boars can't eat fine bran, so they like this wine diluted with water. It has a natural taste. After hanging the wine with water, he continued to make the sleeping tablets at home, grinding the white leaves of as This sleeping tablet was obtained from the underground mushroom. After getting it, it has been kept in the space. I didn't sell it because I thought it was useless. Now it is used, isn't it? What if the white fog makes everyone insomnia? She has magic against magic. It can be hedged. It doesn't matter if you have insomnia, you can take sleeping pills directly. You can still sleep when the time comes. Gee, he is so energetic now. Pinching the sleeping tablets is like playing. The crushed sleeping tablets and the leaves squeezed by the wall breaker are mixed, and they are directly hung in the store for mixed sale. Chapter 485. Anyway, it's all the effect of sleeping pills, and if they're mixed together, you can't tell where they came from. She's really smart. In fact, she thinks these people don't need to be so pessimistic. Although Bai Wu is a bit miserable, he's not going to die. If you can't fall asleep naturally, you can fall asleep unnaturally. If you're determined to hit the back of your head, won't that give you 6 hours of sleep? If you're determined to do it once a day, won't that save money? You don't have to die then. Gee, he did what she thought, and quickly replied to Chung Jun's question about whether she had any countermeasures. Fight each other, one person chops the other on the back of the neck, so that everyone can fall asleep. The technique is well mastered, and there are no sequelae. Chung Jun, speechless. The base got the news of 50 billion, and did not hide it. The main reason is that it can't be concealed. There are so many talented people. Even if they want to shut them up, they have to see if the talented people are willing. So, simply announce the news that Bai Wu is coming early the next morning. Whether they like it or not, Bai Wu will come. At this time, it is nonsense to expect others to protect you. How far you can survive depends on yourself. You can definitely survive by relying on the base, but the standard of living is uncertain. In addition to this news, they also told the news of the transformation of the turbid beast. Of course, they did not say that humans must die. But they changed to a statement that everyone can accept more. A series of shocking messages were sent, hoping to minimize the resistance of ordinary people. Humanity will usher in another awakening, and everyone has the hope of becoming a gifted person. Ordinary people's hope, second awakening. Everyone has love in their hearts, and the awakening of talents will not be eliminated. People are inherently good, and kind people will not fail. The titles are different, but the content is basically the same. In addition to telling everyone that ordinary people can also awaken to become gifted, it also talks about some possible reasons for the failure of awakening. Promote kindness and a positive and sunny mentality. This can effectively avoid the transformation into a turbid beast. In addition to some private goods, it mainly promotes the serious consequences of eating vegetables with a pollution level of more than 40%, which makes everyone afraid. The main concern is that some people are stubborn and insist on eating highly polluted food. The main concern is that old men and women may not be able to let go and do bad things in the name of saving. It doesn't matter if they harm themselves, but if they turn into turbid beasts, the harm will be great, just like a weak cannon turning into a nuclear bomb. It was originally starving to death, but later it became a mass death. Is there any need to mention the lethality? So those foods with a pollution level of more than 40% must not be eaten, not even a bite. They would rather starve to death than let them eat them. In order to publicize the cruelty of the turbid beast, they also made up a piece of evidence for the turbid beast. Eat the family first. Although there is no clear evidence, it does not stop them from making it up. Under normal circumstances, the family lives together. After becoming turbid beasts, they have lost their rationality. No matter whether you are close or not, they will definitely eat the meat that is closer. The base thinks there is nothing wrong with it. Even if these people are not for themselves, they cannot eat the highly polluted food for the sake of their family members and children at home. Otherwise, if you become a turbid beast, won't your whole family die? Middle-aged and elderly people are most afraid of causing the extinction of their family. This time, it depends on whether you still want to eat it. With the foreshadowing of selling pollution detectors before, plus the base's occasional propaganda hints, people are quite accepting of not eating food with a pollution level of more than 40%. The base even shouted a slogan. Foods with a pollution level of more than 40% are called grass that cuts off descendants. It's so scary, as if the whole family will die the next second after eating it. It was mainly used to scare those old men and women who were reluctant to eat or drink. Under a series of notifications, the entire base quickly took action, entering the era of national preparation for war. Since the lightly injured soldiers, who were injured some time ago, could not do heavy work, they were sent to the kitchen to help make bean cakes. In addition, those who were not injured actively went out to stockpile food, water, and look for protective clothing, protective props, and fuel. The props that could be used in the sun that were paid before were also fully utilized. The Al-Qaeda fighters entered the lost underwater city and carried out a 3-day salvage of supplies. In addition to seizing the last minute to salvage supplies, people also transported batches of supplies to the underground city. During the white fog, tens to millions of people will live in the underground city. If supplies are not enough, there will be chaos. The excavation of the underground city is no longer a secret in the entire base. After all, such a large machine works day and night, and the people in the entire base are not deaf, so how could they not know? Now not only the upper echelons of the base have set their sights on going underground, but ordinary people have also begun to find ways to get in. The underground environment is very bad now. There is only a rough hole dug, and there is dirt and mud everywhere. There is no time for follow-up construction. It is impossible to live there. But with such a bad environment, it is impossible to move all the people in the base underground. Only a part of them can move in first. This part of people has something to say. There are technicians, family members of senior officials, and residents of villas. These people want to live there because they have power, food, or technology. In addition to these people, a group of ordinary people must be selectively relocated. After all, ordinary people have the largest base. If they are all abandoned outside, riots may occur. However, there are also arguments about who to relocate and who not to relocate among these ordinary people. Time is tight, and there is really no time for them to drag their feet. In the end, it is still a decision, credit points. Commonly known as spending money to buy life. Set a threshold, and those who want to enter the underground can spend credit points to buy an admission ticket and get a temporary residence. This temporary residence has nothing but a piece of land. You can move in with your own bedding and tent. The points are not sky high. The purpose is to select a hard-working person from ordinary people. The base has been posting jobs continuously during this period. If ordinary people are diligent, it is not difficult to buy a dungeon ticket. And those lazy people, or those who have no credit points in special circumstances, have to find ways to survive outside. Now it's time to Krypton life. After all, although the white fog makes people unable to sleep, what if you sleep well, and the fog can do nothing to you? This is possible. Although those who can't afford the tickets are panicking, they have to get busy now. They go out to sea to pick up garbage, piece together plastic sheets, and try their best to fill the gaps in their windows to prevent the fog from coming in. They are busy like ants who don't know how to get tired. The day before the fog came, he said goodbye to Coach Luo. Chapter 486. Just continue to train according to the training plan I gave you. If you don't understand anything, come to me after the white fog passes. You have a good foundation now. As long as you practice hard, there will be no problem. Coach Luo is very responsible. He has a strong sense of responsibility, and he will do his job well. He nodded and said, wait until the white fog is over, and then we will continue this training. She didn't mean to criticize Coach Luo, but everyone has a dream, right? If people don't have hope, what's the point of living? Sure enough, after listening to her, Coach Luo's serious face also showed a smile. The two talked for a while, and after he took out today's reward, he also took out a plastic sheet and bulk wine. Not big, 150 milliliters. Just an ordinary small bottle, but it was already very precious at this time. Coach Luo refused to take it. You take it. This thing is very expensive now. I don't want it. It's not that he doesn't understand the market price. During this period, the whole base was in a frenzy of looking for wine. Before, you could find some cheap wine, but now everything has doubled, which is more expensive than food. If you want to get some, you need to spend a lot of food and have a way, otherwise forget it. Take it, I have more. He did not let Coach Luo be modest, and stuffed it directly into Coach Luo's arms with brute force. Coach Luo felt a huge force hitting his stomach, and he was immediately a little breathless. In order not to embarrass himself in front of he held his mouth tightly to prevent the groan from coming out. Seeing that Coach Luo did not speak, he was very satisfied, waved goodbye to the two of them, turned around and went downstairs, and walked into the rain. Luo kept waving his hands and looked at Ji's back. He didn't dare to leave his father now. The base was in chaos recently, and there were many cases of children missing. If he left the adults, it was hard to say whether he could see his father in the future. Coach Luo took a long time to breathe. Even so, he felt a little pain in his abdomen. He just felt that he was really worrying in vain. If anyone dared to provoke I'm afraid that person's lungs would be knocked out with an elbow. He should worry about that person. As for the wine in his hand, he owed it to He had no other ability. If he came to him in the future, he would waive his tuition. He walked in the rain, and went straight to the bean cake sales point. She was not planning to go underground. She had asked Chile about it once before, and heard that the environment underground was extremely bad, damp and cold, and full of mud. Although there was no need to worry about the white fog, it was quite uncomfortable to stay in such an environment, with no privacy for more than a month. Besides, who said there was no white fog underground? The underground also needed ventilation, otherwise so many people would suffocate to death. As long as there is air, white fog will enter, but it is just less than on the ground. And she has a ball at home, so the white fog can't enter, so she won't go there and eat it. After buying 20 bean cakes, Ji walked home with them in her pocket. These days, she bought more than 20 every day, a total of 100 bean cakes. According to 30 days a month, she eats 2 a day, a total of 60. If the white fog lasts for 2 months, she eats 1 a day, so that outsiders can see that she will not starve to death. Thanks to the bean cake, although it tastes extremely bad, without it, at least 20% more people will die. After the fog, it will be extremely cold. At that time, people without thick clothes will still stay at home and eat bean cakes as usual. The humid rainy season seems to be a special rest and recuperation for humans. During this period, food and rain are abundant. Although the food is unpalatable, it is large in quantity, and you won't starve to death. But it's hard to say what will happen after that. At the base, after finding a person with foresight to confirm that the white fog is real, it quickly started to operate. If you want people to go out as little as possible, at least they should have enough food and water. Otherwise, in order to avoid starvation, people would definitely go out to look for food, and even rob people. After a discussion, the development of food finally fell on bean cakes. Other methods of use, the preservation of food is not as long as bean cakes, it is easy to rot, and the production process will waste more resources. It is better to grind everything into cakes, and people can buy them and eat them, and save the trouble of finding fuel and igniting them. And when making other food, we have to consider one thing, that the people have no fuel. The little firewood they usually store can't last for less than 2 months if they really cook. In addition, if they use it all, what if there is no firewood in the winter? Will they freeze to death? So in order to ensure the survival rate, they still have to make it ready for them to eat directly. So in the last 3 days, the base made bean cakes frantically, and the more they made, the drier they got. Before, they sold it directly after it was made, but now they don't. After it was made, it was air-dried, and the fire-type talents baked it, and the wind-type talents dried it, and then sold it. Originally, it was like a brick, which could be used in fights, and could give people a bump on the head. Now it is like a steel bar, which can send people to see their grandmother if it gets stuck in the throat, and can break teeth if you bite it directly. When eating, you must hold it in your mouth, let the saliva fully soak the bean cake, and you can eat it only after it is softened. Otherwise, your teeth will definitely fall out before you die. By then, you will not starve to death, because you have no food to eat, but because you can't bite the food on the way home. He saw many people carrying the rags they picked up and walking home quickly. Since these people couldn't find plastic sheets, they sewed rags together to cover their doors and windows. If they sewed a few layers, they could still be used. Some people also glued together plastic bags of various colors, and they could also paste doors and windows. In addition to these, people also sewed masks. If there were no ready-made ones, they tried to use transparent plastic sheets instead of hard plastic as glasses, so that they could see the road ahead clearly when wearing the mask. Although it was a bit ugly, it was still practical. After walking a few steps, someone shouted, "The first 200 people can buy it. The people behind you don't have to queue up. There is no stock. Go back quickly." "Why? We have been queuing for several hours. Please sell us some. I have finally accumulated enough points." "Yes, distribute a little. I just want 50 milliliters. The staff was very embarrassed. It's not that she didn't know that these people had been queuing for a long time, but there was only so much wine, and even if these people made things difficult for her, she couldn't make it. This is a wine sales point specially opened by the base to survive the white fog, selling some inferior wine and blended wine found from nowhere. Chapter 487. The blended wine sold by He is good stuff, drinkable, and not sold here at all. Although she diluted it with water, it is a bit watery, but it is not bad to drink. It is regarded as a good thing by the base, and sold to rich people in exchange for food. The counters selling wine at the base now are all the worst wines, and the raw materials are industrial alcohol, which is not drinkable at all. But this is also in short supply. The wine that he gave to Coach Luo was bought by queuing here. Each person is limited to one bottle of 150 milliliters, 150 credit points. An ordinary person's half-month salary was gone. But even so, there were too many people and too little porridge. The base only got this much, and now this is the last 200 copies, and it will be gone after they are sold. Countless people surrounded and begged, but it was useless. Don't fight for it. People who live in the underground city don't need to buy wine. We will give it to our compatriots who stay on the ground. Although he said so, no one listened to him. Knowing that wine is useful for insects, how could these people not buy wine? He watched a few people sneak up to the people in line behind her and whisper to each other as they passed the crowd. Her eyes flashed. She knew clearly in her heart that this was a middleman. Don't think that middlemen disappeared after the natural disaster. No way. At a time when supplies were becoming increasingly scarce, everyone was trying their best to find a place with money. Not to mention those famous good places such as plantations, livestock farms, etc. Even places like beancake production workshops can find money as long as you are willing to study hard. If a person has connections and channels, he can get some supplies, so he can live better than the lowest level people. Secondhand dealers also emerged. Their customer base is very wide. In addition to ordinary people with good conditions, there are also talented people. Some talented people dislike the high transaction fees of the mall, so they will choose to trade privately without going through the system, so that the fees can be much lower. This includes the wine seller. I don't know where these people got it from, they are really powerful. As they walked away, Ji forgot about the group of people. When she returned home in the rain, she was soaked. Yuichio appeared swayingly, and seeing Ji like this, she began to nag, "Hold an umbrella. What should I do if I get tanned? It's tanned, and I don't have to apply foundation." Ji quickly took off her wet clothes at the door, and put them in the basin, then went into the bathroom to take a shower. God knows, even with the natural disaster, she still had to apply waterproof foundation and remove makeup every day. This is a bit too exquisite. Before the natural disaster, she had never painted it. Yuichio rolled her eyes, holding the basin of dirty clothes, squatting outside the bathroom, indignant. "Why do you want to live here? Otherwise, I will take you away. Let's go to the deep mountains and old forests. I can turn it into a big villa for you." "No, I still want to enter the game." Ji refused bluntly. If she doesn't enter the game, how can she carry out her garbage business? If she doesn't carry it out, how can she upgrade her space? How long has it been stuck here? I just saw a glimmer of hope, but I can't let it go so easily. The ball choked. It wanted to say, "You are different from those people. If you want to go in to do the mission, I can give you some special treatment." But it couldn't find a reason to say, so it could only wash clothes uncomfortably. While washing, it kept muttering, "This tattered clothes has patches on top of patches. There are more than 20 patches in total. What do you want it to do? And you always make me wash it. I am your boss, not a servant. Whose boss does the work? Is there any justice?" When Ji came out, Yuichio was still washing clothes with a cold face. To say it was washing clothes, it was just soaking the clothes in clean fruit water and taking them out. She heard it chattering, but she just pretended not to hear it. Since she gave Yuichio a status, she was not only free from the heavy labor in the space, but also saved time doing housework. She took such a big advantage, so she said a few words. Anyway, there was no loss. Ji had just taken out dinner, and was about to eat when she heard Yuichio come over and say, "The rain outside has stopped." Her heart tightened, knowing that the white fog was coming. A few days ago, she asked the ball if it could prevent the white fog, and got a positive answer from the ball. According to the ball, only the owner is allowed to enter this house, and those insects are illegal intruders, and will be excluded by the house. And the white fog is essentially composed of countless insects, so the white fog can't come in. She came to the bed, and the ball was very considerate to spread the metal on the window in front of it, so that he could see outside. The heavy rain that had been falling for several months suddenly stopped, and there was a lot of noise outside. People were not happy at all, but were terrified. They ran home quickly. Some people didn't believe it before, thinking that there would be no white fog with such heavy rain, but now they had to believe it. The heavy rain has stopped, so how far is the white fog? On the other side, the base took advantage of the rain to organize people to live in the underground city. Almost half of the people in the entire base will live underground. This large group of people includes most residents of District A and District B, and most residents of District C. Only a small number of people live in District D. They are too poor to pay the rent, so how can they afford to buy tickets to the underground city, villa area of District A? The pretty girl was wearing a clean sportswear, and her face was full of reluctance. "Mom, do we have to go underground? This place is not like City A, where the underground has been cleaned up. But here the underground has not been cleaned up yet. How miserable it will be if we go there. Haven't you heard about the white fog? It's impossible to prevent it. We have to go. The woman pulled her daughter to stop her from being willful. Have you packed up? Hurry up. If we can't catch the car outside, we be finished. The man was a little impatient. What kind of life is this? He was still dawdling. If he was really left behind, he would die without knowing how. Here we come, here we come. The woman pulled a woman. Each of them took 4 suitcases and ran out quickly. We're all gone. What should we do with the things in the villa? Don't worry about it. I've hired bodyguards. They help us keep an eye on the house when we're not here. The man's face didn't look good when he said this. He wasn't sure if he would hire bodyguards to look after the house, but there was no better way now. They couldn't take away so many supplies. The base wouldn't let them take all the supplies away. At most, they would send some people to help them keep an eye on the supplies. Even if they took some of the supplies underground, it would only be a very small part. Most of the supplies that couldn't be taken away had to be hidden in the villa. The woman had a bad feeling in her heart. She always felt that this refuge would not be peaceful. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped herself, but looking at her anxious husband and impatient daughter, she suppressed it. There was no better way now. I hope everything goes well. Chapter 488. She nervously pulled her daughter and followed the man to the gate. Someone was waiting at the gate and took them to the underground city for refuge. Except for the owners of the 6 most luxurious villas in the villa area, who did not choose to go to the underground city for refuge, all other people in the villa area would go to the underground city for refuge. These people did not have a fluke mentality, but what is the saying? The richer you are, the more you cherish your life. They had asked someone before, and got the news from the prophecy talent. They knew that this white fog could not be avoided unless there were more than 6 layers of special air filtration equipment. If it was 1 or 2 floors, they could still find a way to get it, but where can they get the 6th floor now? It would be better to stay in the underground city directly than to waste huge manpower and material resources. Some people who are smart have made arrangements in advance and built a light steel house in the underground city. They will move in now. Although the living standard will be lowered a little, they can bear it. Those who didn't get a light steel house also prepared tents and sleeping bags. Although it's a bit painful, it's like camping in the wild. Compared to those who went directly to the underground city with a thin blanket, their living conditions are already good. There were also people who helped with the luggage. When the rain stopped, the base began to organize people to go to the underground city. Those who bought tickets in advance, dragged their families, and carried large and small bags to the underground city. Those who didn't buy tickets looked at them with envy. Some people even had resentment, jealousy, and viciousness in their eyes. Why? Why can these people hide in a safe place, but they have to wait to die on the ground? Why should they be left behind, as they are all human beings? Who knows what that damn white fog has? Are the people left behind abandoned? Who can say this? Some people mixed in the team entering the dungeon and wanted to sneak in, but the ticket inspector had a good eye and found and caught them directly. The man knelt on the spot, hugged the ticket inspector's thigh and begged, "Please, please, let me in. I will die. I will really die." The ticket inspector was embarrassed, and it was useless to beg her. She couldn't make the decision. Just after the meeting, the leader specifically told her that if she let one more person in, she would be kicked out. Each person had only 1 seat, and if someone went in, she would have to leave. Thinking of this, she became ruthless and simply stopped watching and asked someone to take the troublemaker away. She thought the matter would end here. But after the man was dragged away for 20 meters, he suddenly turned into a turbid beast. It caused a panic in an instant. The people in the queue wanted to run, but they were afraid that they would lose their seats. For a while, it was not right to leave or not to leave. Coach Luo stood in the team with his son, looking solemnly at the man who had turned into a turbid beast. He quietly put his son behind him and retreated silently, trying to stay away. He knew more information. The most terrifying thing about this turbid beast was not its lethality, but its contagiousness. It was over if you got it. It was scarier than the Black Death. The patrol team responsible for maintaining public order saw this, and ran out in a hurry. They took out a prop and ran with the turbid beast, just like he did before. They had learned about the tragic situation of other bases during this period. This means that no one dares to let ordinary people kill the turbid beasts, for fear that if they fail to handle it properly, a series of turbid beasts will be brought out. So those soldiers, who have not become gifted, can only manage ordinary people, while the gifted form special forces to deal with turbid beasts. This incident happened 3 times in a row, and there were also suicide attacks, so the base had to compromise. Propose a new plan. Please don't get excited, everyone. We will vacate some space in the dungeon and let everyone in for free. After all those who paid for the space move in, we will arrange for people to enter, with priority given to minors and women. Each minor can bring one parent. Please don't delay. As soon as these words came out, those desperate people felt some hope, so they naturally stopped making trouble. The base was not just empty talk. The base chief specially approved and sent people to compress the original space and arrange as many people as possible. Without anyone making trouble, everyone entered the underground city much faster. After the last person who spent money entered the dungeon, the person in charge stood at the door, looking at the people wearing patched clothes and carrying all their belongings, and spoke in a deep voice. Children under 16 and their mothers, please step out. Leader, I am the child's father, the only family member. My wife died in a natural disaster. Can I go with my son? I am the child's grandmother. Why can't you let me go in with you? Everyone quarreled. The person in charge was overwhelmed. Quiet, quiet. People who stay on the ground are not doomed to die. The white fog will cause insomnia. You will not die if you touch it. Keep calm. The underground is not heaven. The resting place is less than half a meter. How can you squeeze into the same place with children with your big body? Come on, those who meet the criteria will line up first. Others will go in last. As soon as these words came out, many people started to discuss again. Some people want to go underground, and naturally some don't. Many people saw the situation and knew that they would not be able to enter the underground if they waited any longer, so they turned around and left. Isn't it just fog? It's nothing if you take good precautions. Finally, the gate of the underground city was closed, and the base that was bustling before became quiet in an instant. It was like an empty city. Before, the sound of rain was mixed with human voices, noisy and noisy. But now there was not even the sound of wind. After he finished his stroll, he carried his luggage and walked home quickly. The entire A area was basically empty. The people in the villa had money and food, but they valued their lives and had already run away. The ones left were ruthless people with gun licenses. Technical talents were organized by their units and had already moved underground with their families. Others who had some credit points also took refuge underground. Only a few people who were very confident in themselves would stay on the ground. As far as he knew, everyone in her building, as long as they could breathe, even their chickens, went underground. Only she didn't go. Of course, she also announced to the public that she went there, and even went downstairs in front of others. As for whether she went there or not, would anyone come to find her? Come check with her? This is the good thing about being a lone ranger, you don't have to explain to others. Just find an excuse. Her relationship with others is not to the point where they live together in the underground city and help each other. He moved his nose. It stinks, go home quickly. Now there is one more reason not to go underground. Stinky. Chapter 489. Someone was cleaning the toilet on the ground, and the whole base was filled with stench. The closed environment underground, with so many people eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, would probably suffocate someone to death. Back in the house, he signaled Yuanchio to lock the windows and start eating. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. At dawn, white fog began to spread. He slept peacefully at home. Yuanchio sensed that there were bugs trying to enter the house, and silently blocked them outside. It was full of silence. Only he was carefree. Apart from her, there were few people in the world who could sleep well. They believed that Wubyeoyu was not lying, but they secretly hoped that Wubyeoyu was wrong this time. It was extremely contradictory. No one on the ground or underground rested, quietly waiting for the arrival of this last time. From dark to dawn, the long-lost sunshine shone on the earth, scorching the muddy land outside, and the people who stayed on the ground did not wait for the arrival of the white fog. Their emotions also changed from nervousness and anxiety to anxiety and excitement. Is what Wubyeoyu said true or false? Why hasn't the white fog come yet? If they don't come, then aren't our preparations in vain? Wasn't the bulk wine and plastic sheets I spent money on in vain? When the crowd was rioting, some people's eyes were shining, and they were inexplicably excited. On the other side, Li and his men were doing the last round of patrol. After this round, they would not come out again for a while. They stayed to understand the situation on the ground and pass on information to the underground city command headquarters at any time. By the way, guard the plantation and livestock station. In addition to the two places that needed their support when attacked, when the white fog came, even if someone took the opportunity to cause trouble outside and broke into the house to rob, they didn't need to deal with it. A large amount of supplies had already been properly stored, and the remaining ones were those in the people's homes, which were not worth their lives. Miyu sighed as he walked. This prop is really useful. It was like a parasol was put on their heads, and the sun couldn't shine directly on them, so there was no need to worry about sunburn. Before, it was like daytime in the forbidden zone of life for them, but now they can move freely. The big black dog walking in front of the team moved its nose, raised its front paw and pointed at a store. A few people looked at each other, and Miyu immediately rushed in and shouted, "Don't move, put your hands up. If you move, we will shoot." A big gray rat with huge teeth and sharp nails was lying on the ground in the house. At this moment, it was pointed at by 7 or 8 guns and was about to piss. The big rat rolled its eyes, lay on the ground, sniffed back and forth, pretending not to understand. It was also squeaking. Let him go, let him go. He is just a big rat without IQ. Chili smiled, carefully picked up an instrument hanging on his body, and scanned the rat's body. Ding, intelligent creature. Rat, ? Nonsense, it has no intelligence, it is a fool. Okay. Take it away. Chili raised his chin, and the others stepped forward carefully. The gun was held up throughout the process, and the muzzle was always aimed at the big rat. No matter how the body moved, the muzzle was very stable. They are professionals. Looking at the 7 or 8 gun muzzles in front of him, the big gray mouse began to sweat on his forehead. He couldn't pretend to be stupid any longer. Fear of guns is something that humans have exaggerated in various articles and videos for decades. It is not something that can be forgotten in a few days by becoming a gifted person. He who knows the current situation is a hero. He stood up, raised his hands and shouted, "I didn't do anything, I just had nowhere to hide. Hide from the white fog." Do you think I believe it? If you don't resist now, the charge is still very light. After Chili finished speaking, several staff members immediately came up, took a prop, tied the big rat's neck, and pulled him to the end of the team. The big gray rat was dejected. If he had known that there were still people patrolling on the ground, he would have been more cautious. Now, he has not stolen anything and has been caught. This is so unlucky. When he thought about him staying on the ground at the risk of being attacked by the white fog, but ended up losing more than stealing the chicken, he wanted to cry. Brother, don't worry, I asked around. People like us who commit minor crimes will not be sentenced to death. We will be released after working for half a month or a month. The big gray mouse looked in the direction of the sound. In front of him was a gecko, but it had 3 eyes. A rope like his was tied around his neck, and he was dragged in the team. Next to the gecko, there was a toad jumping around. The bulge on its body was still moving, like it was alive, and it was quite disgusting to look at. Next to it, there was a snail, which was almost 3 meters tall. When the mouse looked over, it opened its mouth and a mouthful of sharp teeth were exposed. There were rows after rows, and he saw at least 6 rows. As it walked, the ground seemed to be corroded, with white smoke coming out, which looked quite poisonous. Mouse, are you here to pick up bargains too? The mouse had some shame, and chose not to say that he was here to steal. The gecko gave a look that everyone understood. That's right. Hey, it's just bad luck, buddy. Do you see the big black dog in front? The gray mouse looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a big black dog more than 2 meters tall running at the front of the team. I saw it. What's wrong? What's wrong? It was because he let us smell it. What's wrong? That nose is like a detector. I hit in the ceiling, but it took it out. The gecko was a little sad when he said this. He had been hiding since he became like this, just to get something big. In the end, he died before he could achieve his goal. He didn't get anything. The mouse didn't feel his sadness, and stared at the 2 tongues in his mouth in silence. It seems that this thing has a lot of lethality. Have you ever thought of resisting? The mouse whispered softly, raised his hand, and pointed forward. Why not? The gecko felt a little sad when he said this, and almost wanted to cry. He used to be a courier, oppressed all day long, and dreamed of becoming an oppressor. The natural disaster came, and he waited and waited. Finally, he waited for the transformation. Good guy, he has become the bottom of the food chain, and there is no hope of turning over. This fucking courier might as well be a courier. If you don't like it, you can quit. Look at our appearance. Haven't you ever wondered what those are? What? The mouse had a bad feeling, and he suddenly didn't want to know. Anal digging. Do you know what anal digging is? The gecko glanced at Su-min obscurely, and made a gesture. The hyena clan is a matriarchal society, and females are more fierce than males. The mouse looked over blankly, and Su-min noticed his gaze, and turned back to look at him. The mouse was so scared that he lowered his head quickly. Oops, my legs are a little weak. The gecko felt a little better when he saw the mouse's useless look. And that, the big bald baby flying in the sky, do you know anything? Chapter 490. Following the gecko's line of sight, the mouse stared blankly at another short and strong man, who seemed to have a bald head. Sensing that the man seemed to be turning back, the mouse quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Eating carrion is also eating meat. The gecko continued to point at the leader. It looks a bit like a silverback gorilla. I don't need to tell you what size it is in nature, right? That's the plus version. After the transformation, the chest muscles are bigger than your butt. And that, the flat-headed brother, and that. After saying all these, the gecko added in front of the mouse's blank gaze, they are all plus versions plus mutated versions. Each one is more ferocious than the other. The gecko felt that the suffering of natural disasters was not as miserable as his fate. The most miserable in the world. Why is he a gecko? Why can't he be a Komodo dragon? He doesn't mind the dragon drooling. He just hates that the drool is not poisonous enough. Aren't you afraid of being hurt by them when you say that? The gray mouse reacted for a while, and asked stealthily in a low voice. It's okay. The gecko also answered in a low voice, brother, I'm just making up for my mistake. What? In the increasingly terrified eyes of the mouse, the gecko was extremely flattering, and raised his voice. Leader, I make a bread, you guys try it? After saying that, he opened his mouth, and a bubble appeared in his mouth. A piece of bread that grew bigger and bigger appeared in the bubble, and finally became the size of 2 basketballs. Chile, the silverback gorilla disaster version, kept moving his feet, signaling the team members to reach out and take the bread. Seeing the size, he expressed his appreciation. This mouse is quite emotional. Well done. Keep going. We don't want idlers in our team. The gecko nodded and bowed. Okay, just watch. The mouse then realized that he was being used. He looked at the gecko as if he saw a traitor. You used me? I treated you as a teammate, but you treated me like this. What a shitty talent you have. The mouse felt abandoned. He trusted the gecko so much just now. We are all adults. What's the point of using or not? Why are you saying that so harshly? Childish. Besides, brother, you don't have anything to lose, right? The gecko sensed the mouse's emotions and said that if he was lucky, he might get a piece of chocolate, so he continued to attack. You don't have anything to lose. And you heard so many inside stories. How can you bite me back? You are not a decent person. You eat with the bowl in your hand and curse your mother when you put it down. You? The mouse's eyes turned red with anger. How could this man be like this? You, don't blame me for not telling you. We will be locked up with these patrolmen for a while. If you are not useful, be careful. You may not be able to bear it. Although the gecko's talent is not very powerful in combat, it can produce 3 kinds of food every day. It can be big or small, enough for him to eat alone, and there is still some left. He is a commander without any troops, and he has no shortage of food or drink. He came out just to make some money. Improve your living standard. I didn't expect to die before I could accomplish my mission. I failed miserably. You, don't change the subject. You are wrong. The mouse felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Besides, we were both captured, so who is nobler than who? Why is it wrong? The talent is mine, right? You know a lot of things you don't know, right? So what do you have to be angry about? You are a bit too much. The gecko scolded the mouse, calling him an ungrateful villain. The mouse felt like he was going to die of anger, but he couldn't argue with the gecko, so he could only hold his anger in. The emotions were getting stronger and stronger. The gecko didn't take it seriously, but was very happy. His talent was to collect strong emotions and turn them into food. The stronger the emotions of the people around him, the more he liked them. Don't look at him talking about the mouse now, but he felt uncomfortable. Originally, the food he ate every day was his own, but now he had to hand it in as his own money to buy his life. It was so miserable, he was really bewitched. He wanted to stay and go to the villa area to make a big profit, but I know I can't take advantage. If I had known this, I might as well exchange food for winter cotton clothes. Oh, I can't think about it. My heart, liver, spleen and lungs hurt when I think about it. Chile and his friends had already heard the conversation clearly, but they didn't have time to teach them a lesson. They had to catch as many of these illegal and stealing talents as possible before the props were used. After all, those who dared to stay at this time were all very capable. If you miss one, you will lose. Following the big black dog, everyone ran quickly to the next location. As the team behind Chile grew larger and larger, the prop time was almost up. He was about to lead the team back when one of the team members suddenly moved his nose. Captain, something is wrong. Chile was startled and did not ask. Everyone pay attention, speed up and run back. At the command, everyone took a step and ran quickly towards the patrol team. When the patrol team was building, they dug an underground shelter. Once they went there and closed the door, they were completely safe. The talented people tied behind him also ran quickly. No one was lagging behind. Even the snail, sliding on the ground, was so fast. In the blink of an eye, they ran several meters away. Suddenly, Chile's heart moved. Sensing something behind him, he turned back sharply. The white fog behind him quickly filled up, like surging white waves, trying to engulf them. Run! As Chile shouted, everyone's movements became faster and faster, and soon the first team member turned into a monster. He turned into a giant vulture, with a bald head and feathers like sharp swords, reflecting the light of metal. He took a few steps, limping, and was slapped on the head by his teammate next to him. Change back, stupid. It's not your turn to change when none of us can change. This prop has a distance limit. You took off and turned into a roast chicken before you flew a few meters. Oh! The vulture changed back obediently. The next second, a gust of wind blew, and everyone was swept up, and the speed increased to a higher level. Finally, before the white fog was about to engulf them, everyone rushed into the patrol station. Closing the door was not enough. Everyone quickly found plastic sheets to wrap the door. Even so, a little white fog still floated in along the door. The white fog rolled into a ball and flew towards the people in the house. As a result, before they got close, a huge snow-white anteater opened its mouth and swallowed them. Chapter 491. After eating, the anteater felt a little unsatisfied, smacking his lips, as if he was still not satisfied. This white mist was like a drink to him. It tasted quite good. Chile stood by the window and waved his hand. Others go downstairs. Muyu and I will stay on duty. He looked out the window through several layers of plastic cloth. This white mist was very thick and looked very sticky, like mucus. The bugs inside were so small that they could not be seen clearly. If Wubai had not said that there were bugs inside, they might not have guessed it. If you come into contact with this white mist without knowing it. Thinking of this, Chi Li's eyes gradually darkened. Can you be a little more capable? You eat this thing without knowing how polluted it is? Su Min's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw that Muyu had turned into an anteater, putting his head close to the gaps in the plastic sheet and sniffing. It looked particularly wretched. The corners of his mouth twitched. I wonder if turning into a beast also affects IQ? Why does this look so wrong? Okay, forget about him. Go and have a rest. Ask those gifted people what abilities they have. We don't raise freeloaders here. If they don't have abilities, beat them up. Yes. Oh, by the way, take out the pollution detector to see how polluted this white fog is. Yes. Underground city. In order to prevent everyone from being blinded, the base made a small lamp, one every 10 meters. Under the dim and not very bright light, everyone was noisy. There were too many people, and the staff was too busy to handle it. They were only responsible for leading people to their assigned places, a 0.5 meter by 1.5 meter muddy ground, and no longer cared about it. The area of each room is the same as the family. Those who pay will live in the center, and those who don't will live near the toilet. This also gives those who pay a little psychological comfort. Can you change our location? Yes, it will be so smelly in the future. The location is limited, we can't choose, just make do with it. The staff was overwhelmed. Now all the trivial matters came to him, and he was really too busy to handle it. Try to solve the problems yourself if you can. I am responsible for hundreds of people, and I am too busy. You cannot change places. The place is so small, you are assigned to where you are, you cannot move around. This is also for the good of everyone. If the place of residence can be changed at will, then people with strong martial arts will live in more and more spacious places, and people with weak martial arts will live in smaller places. Before returning to the ground, everyone will rest in this tiny place. Whether they will live comfortably in the future depends on whether they are fully prepared. The underground environment is worse than the ground, and there is a smell of earth. It is cold and gloomy. The muddy ground is damp. Although there is no water, if you sleep in this place for a long time, eczema is commonplace, and rheumatism and rheumatoid arthritis are inevitable. Those who have no choice can only lay a layer of plastic sheet, and then spread the bean cake flat and sleep under them. This way of living can keep out the cold at ordinary times, and you can eat it when you are hungry. So everyone discovered the benefits of bean cake. It can keep you full, and it can beat people. It can also be used as a mattress. There is no better invention in the world. People with the means are more particular than these people. First, put plastic sheets and wooden boards on the ground, and then put yoga mats on them. This is the best living environment. Forget about tents, the place is small and can't be set up. This is enough to make people envious. Let alone the life of people living in villas. Show off wealth, naked show of wealth. Many people came over to watch the fun. As things were placed one by one, they also exclaimed in admiration. These villa dwellers, who got the light steel houses from nowhere and put them on the ground, the living environment is terrible, and they have attracted a lot of hatred among the people who sleep on the ground. They are simply outstanding. It's like modern society descended into primitive people. The living standards are hundreds of years lower. As we were admiring them, we saw several strong men coming out of the light steel house, standing around the house, with arms folded and legs apart, staring at everyone with a very intimidating look, and it looked like they were not easy to mess with. Everyone had to look away, disperse, and return to their own places with bigger butts, but many people began to have some thoughts in their minds. This was the closest they had ever been to the rich people in the villas. What if? The crowd was in a mess, with children crying, women screaming, and men scolding, one after another, making a lot of noise. The people living in the few light steel houses rolled their eyes when they heard this. It was so annoying. Coach Luo and his son were preparing a place to rest at night. With Jihee's tuition, his life is much better now than before. This time, he was well prepared and bought bean cakes and water in advance. He also brought bedding. He was concentrating on making the bed when Luo Yu suddenly said, "It's windy." "Dad, it's windy." Coach Luo frowned. Where does the wind come from underground? Standing in Luo Yu's position, he felt it and found that there was no wind at all. "Son, you can play by yourself. Dad still has to work." Luo Yu lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't lie. There was indeed wind just now. How come it's gone now? The base leaders are gathering for a meeting. In front of them is a person with a mechanical talent. The big screen projected by his eyes is broadcasting the situation of the ground base in real time. At this moment, everyone saw the white mist, and their expressions were solemn. This white mist is too sticky. It's completely different from what they imagined. It's more like soup than fog. Zoom in. As the voice fell, the camera was infinitely enlarged. Everyone can finally see the thing lying on the camera. They were small white bugs with long and thin mouthparts, more than 10 legs, a pair of wings, and a long tail. They were densely packed and kept crawling in front of the camera. At a certain moment, they seemed to feel the sight of the crowd, and the bugs suddenly stopped moving and turned their heads to look over. Everyone seemed to be staring at the bugs from a distance. The air was suddenly quiet. Fuck. I don't know who cursed. This balance was broken in an instant. Countless white bugs excitedly flapped their wings and tried desperately to get into the camera. Everyone felt that they were about to suffer from intensive phobia when watching this scene. It seemed like the whole body was itching. It was as if those little bugs were drilling into their bodies. The next second. Snap. The monitoring was suddenly interrupted, and the eyes of the mechanical talent were red. He covered his eyes tightly to prevent himself from groaning. His talent allowed him to transform into a machine, but it also put a burden on his body, and he also had perception when he transformed into a machine. Just now, those little bugs seemed to have drilled into his eyes. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 492. Excuse me, Xiao Lu, take Xiao Qiao out to rest. As the mechanical talent was taken out, the entire conference room fell into silence. This little bug gave them a very bad feeling. It was like it had thoughts. Do they have IQ? That's not good. Jihee woke up and walked around several rooms. The vegetables had been watered and the fill light was turned on, so there was no problem. She suddenly had nothing to do. She is very busy every day, and she is a little uncomfortable with today's free time. Eating breakfast slowly, Jihee asked the ball, "Boss, is the white fog coming outside?" "It is coming, but I blocked it outside." The ball spared no effort to give Jihee a sense of security and showed off its ability. "With me here, you can rest assured." Jihee nodded and said nothing. Although the ball was blowing, its strength was still no problem. After eating, she closed her eyes and entered the storage space. Finally she had time, so she wanted to replan the space. Although a large number of materials were exchanged, more weeds were collected, which was a bit messy. If possible, she still wanted to make the pollution level of these weeds as low as possible, so that the energy stones she exchanged would be higher. And as she wanted to reduce the pollution level of these weeds, she had to keep them in the space for a longer time. Yuanqiu saw Jihee close her eyes, and secretly glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. A little guilty. In fact, there is no such thing as energy conversion props. There is no such thing in the entire universe. Jihee's energy conversion prop was a trick it created, and inside it was a teleportation array. Jihee put plants with pollution levels below 40% into it, and after it sold them, it would give her the energy stones it earned. Of course, in the process, it would make a small profit from the price difference. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed in the ball's eyes, and it quickly picked up the rag next to it and started to wipe the floor and wash clothes. The drier it was, the less guilty it felt. Without it, could Jihee get the energy stones? No. Is it wrong for him to make a profit from the price difference as a middleman? No. Thinking of the energy he lacked and the work he had done during this period, he immediately became confident. What kind of status does he have? If others want to talk to him, they have to see if he will respond. And someone of his status came to be by Chilin's Nani, washing clothes and mopping the floor all day long, and he was just short of cooking, and he didn't even charge the Nani fee. What's wrong with making a profit from the price difference? How can you let a donkey work and not let it eat? No matter what, he is also working as a Nani to support himself. Not bad. Jihee felt the wind around him, opened his eyes, and looked at the ball that was rubbing the floor frantically, without saying anything, and closed his eyes again. This ball seemed to have mysophobia. Time passed quickly. This was the third week that the white fog filled the world. When the white fog first came, the base still had a signal, the mobile phone could be used, and he could still browse the forum. But in the second week, the base signal was cut off. The mobile phone became scrap metal again. If it weren't for the game chat channel, he wouldn't even have a place to watch the fun all day. At this moment, she was putting supplies on the shelves. Although the fog had come, her energy stone business had actually picked up again. Chung Jun came to her again. He wanted to exchange energy stones for Tingala and Montana fruit. He said that the Montana fruit was gone, all sold out. This thing is feed in the interstellar space, and the price was not expensive when she put it up in the mall. When she used polluted grass to recycle before, she put up the Montana fruit first. Except for the 10 kilograms she prepared to keep for seeds, the rest of the space was sold out. Not a single one left. There is still some Tingala. She got this in the arthropod park. He sold it once a long time ago, but because it tasted bad, the sales were not very good, so she took it off the shelf. It has been lying in the space, not moving. Now Chung Jun directly named it. She thought about it for a while, and quickly reacted. Tingala is the raw material of the nutrient. Although this thing is unpalatable, it is particularly anti-starvation. There are no side effects such as constipation after drinking it. Much better than that bean cake. Chung Jun came to her to buy it, probably because he wanted to make a nutritional supplement. After all, the food problem must be solved. After thinking it through, he also agreed happily. Who does it matter if it is sold to? She doesn't eat it anyway. But he didn't plan to sell it cheaply. She also needs energy stones now, but she doesn't have the capital to sell them cheaply for charity. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Okay, 2 kilograms of Tingala for 1 E-level energy stone. Chung Jun, Boss, please make it cheaper. This Tingala tastes bad. 10 gene of Tingala for 1 E-level energy stone. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. This Tingala is the raw material of the nutrient. Do I need to tell you its value? Half a tail of Tingala can keep a person from being hungry for a day. 2 gene. How many people can eat it? You won't get constipated after eating this stuff. He doesn't know how many people can eat half a tail of Tingala. But this doesn't stop her from making it up. Everyone's appetite is different. Some people eat half a bowl, some eat 3 bowls. How do you calculate it? But he had seen the nutrient supplement, and it was very thin. She guessed that not much could be put in. Half a tail might be too much. Otherwise, wouldn't the noni bark of the segmented insect be stripped off? No matter how fast the bark grows, it can't be stripped off as fast. Chung Jun and he went back and forth, and the two of them bargained for a long time, but neither of them gave in. The final price was 100 E-level energy stones, and 200 kilograms of Tingala, and he gave 10 hairs of water bears as a gift. He made up his mind, and would definitely not sell it at a cheap price. At this price, you can buy it or not. If you don't buy it now, wait until the extreme cold comes, and those people have no food source. Maybe the price will go up. Chung Jun finally agreed. Holding the energy stone, he sighed. It's the country that has the strength. 200 energy stones are taken as soon as they are said. Her space can be upgraded. Area D. As the area with the largest population and the worst conditions in the entire base. Half of them had no choice and were forced to stay. The fog has arrived. Lack of money, food, and water. In short, The three shortages. When the white fog first came, everyone was afraid and huddled in the safe house they made, neither talking to others nor going out. They even reduced the number of times they went to the toilet as much as possible, just to open the curtain of their bed less often and prevent the white fog from coming in. The poor had their own way of living. They did not intend to give up on themselves. Not only did they find cloth to make themselves a full covering clothes and masks to wear 24 hours a day, they also prepared extra plastic sheets to build a small safe room for themselves on the original bed. Chapter 493. If there are enough supplies, these people can survive until the fog passes. They have confidence. Besides, the base has not completely ignored them. After counting the people who stayed, they sent people to seal the windows for them. As long as there is no external force to damage them, the white fog will not come in on a large scale. With the door closed, they lie on their small beds covered with plastic sheets, and the living environment is still acceptable. In the first week of the white fog, humans were afraid because of the unknown. Everyone in the house was very honest, and they lived in peace for a week. But be careful, no matter how little you eat, you still have to go to the toilet and drink water, right? It takes courage to eat and poop in the house. Unless you are forced to do it, you really can't do such a courageous thing. Some white mist will inevitably be brought in during the action. After the white mist is brought in, it will soon disperse, so that the tiny white flying insects flying in the air will not be seen by the naked eye. Unknowingly, people have been attacked by flying insects. Changes will not be noticed at first. People who live in a large dormitory just feel energetic and not sleepy at first. They think it is a good thing. Before, I was busy fishing outside every day, and there was a lot of work left at home. Now I finally have some free time. Some people sew clothes, and some people play cards together. I feel so relaxed. I don't have to work, I can lie down every day. How happy I am. Cards are made by drawing numbers on plants with pollution levels exceeding 40%, so that they can be used as playing cards. Everyone jokingly called it leaf cards. It was a cheap form of entertainment. In the second week, everyone started to get nervous. The water they collected was not mineral water, but was placed in a dirty plastic bucket. After a week, it was already a little dirty. Unlike living underground, the base could have a dedicated person to take care of food. They ate their own food and drank their own food, and even began to save on bean cakes. They were afraid that the white fog would not pass, and people would starve to death first. That would be fine, but they found that falling asleep became difficult. Originally, they were very tired. When they were at the base, they could fall asleep as soon as they lay on the bed without even dreaming. Now, they toss and turn for a long time before falling asleep. When people can't sleep, they tend to have wild thoughts. Many details and things that they had ignored before would appear in front of them, making them toss and turn. It was as if they were stuck in a dead end, experiencing it over and over again. Those shameful and painful experiences kept repeating. This matter was not over. They were so irritable. This was just the beginning, and they could still fall asleep at this time. Although it was a little less, it was not enough to cause insomnia. But slowly, they found something was wrong. At the beginning, they could sleep more than 10 hours a day, but by the second week, it was reduced to 5 hours a day. This was still considered a good sleep. By the end of the third week, many people had begun to be unable to fall asleep. With bloodshot eyes, they curled up in the safe house built with plastic sheets, listening to the chaotic sounds around them. Irritable. Opening their eyes wide, they pressed their faces against the plastic sheets, trying to see the excitement outside and distract themselves, but they could not see anything. Because the windows were sealed, they had no money to buy lights, and the house was dark. They dared not open the door, and the light had long gone away from them. They were like cockroaches living in the dark, struggling to survive. The wine they had spent a huge amount of money on before had long been used up. Now they had no way to deal with the white fog, and could only endure it day by day. Many of them had already felt dizzy and swollen in the head. Even if they did nothing, they felt extremely tired lying in bed, weak all over, and sore in the waist and knees. I even started to feel chest tightness, shortness of breath, stomach pain and acid reflux. I kept opening my mouth to breathe. Even so, I still felt like a big stone was pressing on my chest. The physical discomfort was accompanied by emotional anxiety and depression. The friction between people began to increase. The person in the next bed turned over too hard, or the person who went out to the toilet closed the door too loudly. These small things could cause them to fight. At this time, some people could not sit still. They secretly gathered together, formed small gangs, and started to smash, loot and rob. Oppress those who are weaker than them. Tear open the safe houses of these people with their hands, take away their food and water, and use their bodies to block the door. Give it to me. You are a waste. You will die sooner or later. Why not let me eat it? I have been wanting to cook some bean cake porridge for a long time. My teeth are about to break because of this broken thing. Give it back to me. Give me back the bean cake. Please. Without the bean cake, our family will starve to death. Then you go to hell, you go to hell. Some people huddled in bed, indifferent to the actions of others, staring blankly, muttering to themselves, 3 days. I haven't slept for 3 days. I haven't slept for 3 days. They had nowhere to hide. The place was so cramped that there was not even a place under the bed. The weak old people and women could only beg. Beast, beast, let go of my daughter. Let go of my daughter. I fight you. Dad, Dad, save me, it hurts. His daughter cried heartbreakingly. She was just 17 years old, stuck at an awkward age. She couldn't become a gifted person, and she was 1 year older than entering the dungeon. At this moment, she was surrounded by 5 men, tearing her clothes and struggling desperately. The others huddled aside, covering their heads tightly, and no one dared to move. It seemed that they could not see the tragic situation in front of them. Ha ha ha. Didn't you scold me last time? I asked you to scold. Scold, keep scolding. Are you going to scold me anymore, As the man spoke, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the woman's face. Her twisted face made him look like a devil. A short man, all his limbs were broken, twisted in an abnormal posture, and his whole body was being pinched by the neck and pressed into the pit. He rolled and struggled. The hatred in his eyes was almost like a ghost. What did he do wrong? He had been kind and tolerant to others all his life, and was polite to everyone. He worked as hard as a bee, without stopping for a moment, desperately accumulating supplies. But it was still not enough to move to the underground city. Because he still had to eat. If they took out all their points, they would have enough money to buy tickets, but not enough to buy bean cakes. But it doesn't matter, as long as they are alive. He built a safe place for his daughter. They were very careful and always paid attention, using a little alcohol to disinfect every day. Until now, when others can't sleep, they can still sleep 4 hours a day. If he persists like this, he is absolutely confident that he can survive. But when he was full of hope, these gangsters rushed out and destroyed his daughter and his family. Chapter 494. Just because he cursed that person a few times. But this person molested his daughter, and he stood up and cursed him a few times. Is he wrong? As a father, is he wrong to protect his daughter? His wife died in the extreme heat a long time ago, and his daughter is his only one, his life. Listening to his daughter's heartbreaking cry behind him, he hated it. He hated this world. Hated this dirty world. All these garbage deserved to die. Now his limbs were broken, his food was taken away, and he was pressed into the feces, and was about to choke to death. There may be no hope of revenge in this lifetime. The daughter's heart-wrenching screams have gradually weakened. The despair in his heart has reached its peak. Why? Why is it him? Why is it so difficult to live? He hates these beasts and everyone here. They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Kill. He wants to kill everyone here. The world in the man's eyes seemed to be painted with a layer of red paint, and the whole world turned dark red. The ridicule and sneer of others in his ears gradually faded away. The sound of the heartbeat was infinitely amplified in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. He heard it. He heard the truth of the world. This garbage world should be completely destroyed. The next second, he seemed to be inflated and began to grow slowly. The men around him, who were originally laughing, stood stupidly. There was complete silence. They stared at this constantly changing man in horror. Fear spread in their hearts, but their feet seemed to be out of control and could not move at all. Monster. The man turned into a monster. The change was completed in just 1 minute. Finally, someone moved his mouth and said 2 words silently. He thought it was very loud, but in fact it was very small, almost inaudible. But with this beginning, the man's next shout became deafening. Run! There is a monster! But it was too late. The monster changed very quickly, rushed out quickly, tore the man who was laughing wildly just now into pieces in an instant, and swallowed him into his stomach. In the law of the jungle, the relationship between the hunter and the hunted was instantly changed. He ate them one by one. He swallowed all the men into his stomach. As he swallowed more and more people, the power of the turbid beast became stronger. He began to attack others. He even did not spare his own daughter. He lost his mind the moment he turned into a turbid beast. Ah, the turbid beast! The turbid beast appears! This scene frightened the people in the same room with him. They tried to hide by rolling and crawling. But it was useless. The people in the room, one after another, were eaten by him. Their resistance was useless to him. No way. If they continued like this, they would die, really die. No one would survive. In extreme fear, in order to survive, people turned around like headless flies, broke through the door downstairs, and rushed into the white fog in a panic, disappearing in an instant. The white fog harmed them, but this was also their only chance to survive. The white fog that was still entering the room through the gap now followed the broken door, as if entering an empty space, and instantly swept across the entire floor, and continued to drill in through the gap. The people who were guarding the room next door were also in a panic. What should they do? Damn it! Where's the wine? Where's the wine? This. The man took out a homemade spray bottle, and began to spray the wine out. As the inferior wine was sprayed, the white mist disappeared in pieces, and a small pile of white dust appeared on the ground. Before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, the door was knocked open with a bang. The turbid beast rushed in. Monster! Monster! The companion's voice trembled, and his eyes were full of fear. Damn it! There is white fog outside the house and monsters inside. No matter which choice you make, it's a dead end. Where's the patrol team? Find the patrol team. Yes. Yes. Let's find the patrol team. Let the patrol team fight the monster. Let's go into the white fog. Scalping looked at the monster that rushed into the house to eat people, gritted his teeth, and pushed a woman in front of him into the monster's mouth. He successfully delayed time with the help of the woman. He rushed to the door without looking back, carrying food and water, dragging his family. Feeling the wind coming from behind. Run! Scalping pushed his wife hard, and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the turbid beast. He was ruthless, lying down, stretched out his legs to trip a person who was running out, and kicked the turbid beast. He couldn't die, his wife and children couldn't live without him, so these people had to die. Ah! Scalping! Scalping! You will not die well. Taking advantage of the time when the monster's mouth was blocked, Scalping rushed into the white fog without looking back, grabbed his wife, who was standing helplessly on the side, and rushed into the white fog. Hold on to my son, hold on, don't let go. His wife nodded in panic, holding the child tightly. The family rushed into the white fog. They might not die if they entered the white fog, but if they stayed, they would definitely die. District D was in complete chaos. Countless people left their rooms, and went into the white fog. They were like homeless beasts, ready to find a safe place to live. There were turbid beasts chasing them from behind, and they were eager to get away. The farther away, the better. So District A, far away from District D, was now like a toothless tiger, like a vault with its door open, and was undoubtedly their best choice. Rich in supplies and safe. Countless people who escaped from Area D were looking for a way to Area A in the fog. The excavation of the underground city did not stop until people came in. This time, the white fog made the leadership more aware of the importance of the underground city. A large amount of resources were allocated to the excavation and construction of the underground city. Working day and night. If that day really comes. If the white fog does not dissipate, extreme cold will come, and turbid beasts will attack the city. Perhaps moving underground will be the only way out for mankind. With this idea in mind, the base began to recruit workers and invest in underground construction. It was bound to build an underground kingdom. As a last resort, in order to give people hope, the base also told the people about this. People always have to have hope in life. Otherwise, there will be chaos sooner or later. People listened to the noisy sounds of excavation, smelled the faint stench in the air, ate the hard bean cakes, felt the coldness of the mud under them, and drank the water with a mixed taste. I just hope the underground city can be built so they can move into the house. These days, one day at a time is enough. Why are your feet so long? You kick my face. Do you know? It almost made me vomit. Why are you squeezing? This is my territory, don't you know? The base was in a hurry, and the area was divided by tree roots. The area was very narrow. Now that they have lived here for a long time, the line has long disappeared. In order to prevent people from making trouble, the base has set a time for people to go to the toilet. Small toilets cannot exceed 5 minutes, and large toilets cannot exceed 15 minutes. Chapter 495. These people usually lie down or stand in their own places when they have nothing to do. They are not allowed to walk around casually. They say that if they don't exercise, they won't be hungry, and this can save money for everyone. In order to prevent boredom, the base also uses loudspeakers to play novels or let former stars sing for these people. It can be regarded as a way to kill time. Those who can live in the base have long been accustomed to being disciplined, and they are used to being disciplined. But as time goes by, and they live close to each other, many families have conflicts. Here, Coach Luo blocked Luo Yu behind him, and looked at the small fight in front of him. He frowned. The people around him, all holding their luggage, stood aside to watch the excitement. The two men pushed and shoved each other. This has turned from a one-on-one fight to a group fight. The weapon is bean cake. He swung it, and went straight to the back of the opponent's head. The onlooker shouted, "Don't hit the back of the head, hit the face. Hit the buttocks, it's okay to hit the buttocks. Hey, break your arms, break your arms." When the authorities arrived, the two families had already beaten their heads into pigs' heads, covered in blood. They rolled into a ball. But fortunately, no one was in danger of death. The situation was quickly brought under control. After a long investigation, the authorities found that the cause was a very small matter. The man's feet in one of the families were so smelly that it gave the people next to him a headache. The man said a few words, and the man felt embarrassed, so the two of them started fighting, and it turned into a group fight. "Let's go dig the soil." The patrolman looked unhappy, and took both parties away. This situation has happened many times in the past few days. They are so busy dealing with such trivial matters every day that they can't even drink a sip of water. These people do nothing but lie down and listen to the radio, and they can still cause trouble. It's really worrying. Coach Luo saw that the battle was over and asked Luo Yu to stay still. He walked behind the group of people and stopped the leader. "Report, I found something." The team leader turned around and saw a disabled person, feeling a little surprised. Knowing that this was a capable person, his expression eased a little. "You said? I guess there is a hole in the underground city, and the white fog has come in." The team leader's face was not very good. "You can't say this nonsense, you have to be responsible for it." "Yes." Coach Luo continued, "I have felt the wind at the position we were assigned, and I have calculated that many people around me can only sleep 6 hours a day now, which is much less than before. There is no work to do at this time, and there is no need to set an alarm. People sleep to kill time and save food. No one will sleep for only 6 hours, leaving so much time for the eyes to wander. That is mental illness." This discovery should be thanked to his son Luo Yu. Luo Yu has always remembered this incident, and finally when the wind blew again, he pulled him to feel it. He felt something was wrong, but no one said it, and kept it in his heart. After all, it is normal to have wind. The underground city also needs ventilation, and it doesn't mean that everyone is sealed up in there. Wouldn't that mean they are buried alive? In order to prevent death from lack of oxygen, there are several ventilation holes in the underground city, which is normal. If they live underground, there will be ventilation holes, and it doesn't prove anything if they blow occasionally. But as he observed, he found that the people around him began to lose sleep and became irritable and angry, which was a bit wrong. The person in charge did not change his expression and patted his shoulder. "I know about this, don't talk nonsense. It will easily cause unrest, understand?" Coach Luo nodded and said nothing. The person in charge's expression eased a little. "Then you go back first. I will handle it, don't worry." Coach Luo looked at him, opened his mouth, and finally turned back. The person in charge looked at Coach Luo's back, and several thoughts flashed through his mind, with an unpredictable look. He turned his head, and talked to others as usual. He secretly passed the message behind his back. After reporting the matter, Coach Luo felt it a few more times, and he didn't feel the wind blowing again. Thinking that the base had handled the matter, he was relieved. A few days after the incident, Coach Luo suddenly found that he was being targeted. The base had issued a notice before moving underground. After moving underground, they would also make bean cakes and sell water every day, to ensure their basic needs. To encourage those who live underground not to store so many bean cakes at one time. Buy as you eat. The same is true after they come in. All of them are divided into areas, and someone will push a cart to sell bean cakes and water every day. According to regulations, each person can buy once a day. Coach Luo found out for 3 consecutive days. He paid the same amount of money, but his bean cake was smaller than others, and the water he and his child received was also less than others. Not to mention washing, it was a bit difficult to drink. Looking at the half bowl of water in his lunch box, Coach Luo tried to hold back, but still couldn't help it. "You gave me less water." He paid the same amount of money, so he should have filled his lunch box. "Oh, it says that water is tight, and the child should drink less from now on." The person fetching water was a little impatient and urged, "Hurry up and leave after you finish, there are still people waiting in line behind you." "Why does that person have more water than me?" Coach Luo tried to be calm, but couldn't help pointing at the person next to him. That's because his child is older than yours. The staff casually perfunctorily glanced at the person in front of him. He was a disabled person, and he didn't know who he had offended. He didn't know who he was. He was really pitiful. Next one. Hey me. Coach Luo was pushed away, and the person behind him held the lunch box in both hands and smiled flatteringly. Sorry to bother you, my mother is sick, and the doctor said to drink more water. You are a good person, help me get one more sip. Yes. The staff filled him with a full box of water. The man took it with a smile, thanked him profusely, turned his head, and looked at Coach Luo, who was still standing there, holding the water in his left hand, and pushing him with his right hand. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave, don't delay the staff from getting water. Coach Luo looked at the lunch boxes of similar size in the hands of the two people. He had half as much water as the other person. The man was very impatient when he saw Coach Luo's behavior, and walked up to push him. You are missing an arm, not a leg, and you can't walk. What's wrong, are you deaf? Coach Luo didn't say anything, holding the water in his only intact hand. If a fight broke out, the water would definitely spill, and he would be taken away for causing trouble. That Luo you. Looking at the indifferent staff in front of him, he turned around and walked away without saying a word. The man who pushed him cursed all the way. When he was far away from the water outlet and past him, he left a message in his ear. You have offended someone. Quickly find a way to use your connections, and find someone to make peace, otherwise this is just the beginning, and you will suffer the consequences in the future. Chapter 496. While talking, the man did not stop and quickly disappeared in the crowd. Coach Luo lowered his head and walked slowly. When he saw Luo Yu, his expression had returned to calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Dad, you are back? Why is there so little water today? I was thirsty just now, and I drank on the way back. It's okay, Dad, if you are thirsty, just drink more. I am a small group of people, and can't drink much water. I've finished drinking, you drink the rest? He lived a rare, peaceful, and busy life. Previously, the major organizations were reluctant to exchange energy stones and food for supplies, and Jihe's store sales suddenly dropped sharply, but since Chung Jun contacted her, it seemed like a switch was turned on. Her business has improved so quickly. First, mushrooms are selling well. The air-absorbing mushrooms and air-spraying mushrooms obtained from the underground mushroom ridge have been selling particularly well in the past few days. People have to use their brains to survive. The white fog came suddenly, but people calmed down and began to think of ways to deal with it. At this time, not only people in country A moved underground, but also people in other countries. Everyone has the same idea. You think moving underground is right, and coincidentally, others think so too. So everyone moved into the underground city. Some countries that have already moved underground are showing off their foresight. Look at how flustered you are. They are still smart and are at the forefront of the world. There is no threat to life. So people start to think. So many people eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in a closed environment. Just thinking about the smell is not good. Some people with a keen sense of smell couldn't help it. Especially those farmers with a lot of food. After all, the natural disaster only lasted for 2 years, and the food was not eaten up yet, so they thought of the air spray mushrooms and air absorption mushrooms sold in the 50 billion store before. Not to mention the air absorption mushrooms. Once placed in the house, all the bad smells can be absorbed, which can be called a magic weapon for purifying the air. As long as it is used, the bad smell within a few hundred meters can be absorbed. Give them a piece of clear air. The sales of air spray mushrooms show its excellent side. Some people have tried it, and found that although the insects are dense, they are small, and have no chance to resist the strong wind. Just spray them with air spray mushrooms, and they will be blown away. Theoretically, if there are enough air spray mushrooms, people will not have to live underground. So some farmers took food to Jihe, bought air spray mushrooms, and moved back to the ground. The quality of life is different. Just put the air spray mushrooms in a circle, and blow them outside to blow away the white mist. Create a clean sky for them. Some people have also tried using large electric fans, and the effect is similar and useful. It just consumes too much fuel. It doesn't fit. Comparing food and fuel, the farmer said that it is better to spend food. There is plenty of food, but the fuel is gone, and it can't be mined now. Chung Jun was no exception, and bought a lot of it. But he used energy stones. He didn't care, energy stones were better. In addition to selling goods, the sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes she planted in her space also matured. Maybe the beneficial insects were placed for too short a time, so the yield only increased a little. He was a little disappointed. She and Yuanchio worked hard for a day to harvest all the mature crops and plant corn. The rice and flour in the space were enough for her to eat and drink for the time being. Before they were eaten up, she didn't plan to plant rice and wheat. Corn was good, convenient, and had a high yield. In addition to these, she also had to harvest air-absorbing mushrooms and air-spraying mushrooms every day. She planted the rotten wood for these two types of mushrooms, and during this time she turned into a little girl picking mushrooms every day. This is the only one in the world. One person supplies the world. Harvesting every day in short supply. Ji sold all the newly grown air spray mushrooms today, and sat on the lazy sofa. After stroking the small bag of energy stones in his hand with care, he sent them all into the space, watching the progress bar below the display bar move slowly, and finally stopped at 66.4%. Exhaled. Finally saw some light. This progress bar started to show at 60%. No matter how much was paid before, there was no response. He almost thought it was broken. I will see the progress now. If I keep selling for a while, I guess I can get enough. I have to take out more supplies next time I enter the dungeon, otherwise I will probably run out of stock in less than 3 months. In order to get this energy stone, she even used a lot of rotten wood. She pulled her eyes away, opened the store, and continued to put supplies on the shelves. Although the mushrooms were sold out, the shelves could not be empty. This was her last stubbornness. Some time ago, she exchanged weeds for props, and she sold most of the supplies she got from picking up garbage. What is hung up now is acid paste. The quantity is not too large, and the exchange item is energy stone. I guess no one will buy it. Just hang it casually. Make the store look not so desolate. He never intends to sell lethal props such as square ice fruit and vine ears, no matter how expensive they are. What if someone gets it and uses it to deal with her? Isn't this asking for trouble? She has a clear idea of what money can be made and what money cannot be made. At worst, she can go slower, but don't make trouble for herself. After putting the goods on the shelves, Ji took out the first batch of wheat plants she had exchanged and began to test them. After being placed in the space for a long time, and with her daily release of her talent for purification, the pollution level of this batch of wheat plants finally dropped to 6% today. She tested several plants in a row before putting this batch of weeds into the energy converter, staring at them carefully. The plants disappeared quickly. After a while, an energy stone appeared under the machine. Ji picked it up and tested it. It was D-level. Quite satisfactory. If this goes on, she will be one step closer to upgrading her space. She has to work hard. The ball hit in the corner, facing the wall, with his eyes shining, and he was in a good mood. If he sold this batch of vegetables with such low pollution, he could earn 3 E-level energy stones. Happy, as expected, following by Qilin is his happy destination. Just a little food sticking out of his mouth is enough for him to enjoy, not to mention that he has been sleeping next to Qilin every day recently, and he feels that the pollution on his body has been reduced, and his mood has become peaceful. Happy, happy, happy. Boss, it's time to wash the sheets. Hey, here, do that, I wash it. He was squatting next to the bucket watching the ball washing the sheets, and suddenly felt that the ball in front of him paused. Chapter 497. He frowned. What's wrong? Nothing, a few mice came. Yuanchio took out the washed sheets and hung them up. A few people came downstairs, but it's okay, you just stay at home, they can't get in. People from Area D are coming? She didn't expect Yuanchio to answer, she just talked to herself. I saw someone say in the game chat channel before that the people on the ground turned into turbid beasts, and I guess there are already some in Area D of the base. It is possible that these people came here to avoid the turbid beasts. But how did they find Area A? Area D is far away from Area A. When there is no white fog, it takes about an hour to walk. Now that the white fog is spreading, these people are not lost. Thinking about it, he is not going to go downstairs to check. As long as these people don't come to provoke her, she is not going to care. To put it bluntly, this matter has nothing to do with her. The houses downstairs are all empty. If they want to live there until the white fog dissipates and the owners come back, they should worry about how to drive people out, not her. As for whether those people would pry open the doors one by one and find her home, he said. Downstairs, Scalping and his men pried open the door and moved in. As soon as they entered the door, they were surprised. Boss, this house is really nice. It's like before the natural disaster. Oh, there's a mattress. I've forgotten what a mattress feels like. There's also a cotton coat. I guess it was prepared in advance for the winter. It looks at least 80% new. One person went to the kitchen to look for something and found a bean cake. He immediately put it in his arms and looked around furtively. Seeing that no one noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder everyone says that District A is rich. You didn't even take the food with you. This is a bargain for him. He found this bean cake, so he should enjoy it all. Everyone remember to seal the doors and windows. Don't take off your protective clothing. Each person has a room. There are many empty houses in this building. If it's not enough, you can pry open a few. Scalping smiled with a simple face. After giving instructions, he watched everyone rummaging around excitedly. He took the opportunity to pull his wife and children out of the house, and pried open a house on the 6th floor. His wife held his son, and said nothing the whole time. As soon as the door was closed, Scalping urged, "Search quickly. This house was previously occupied by a middleman. Middlemen are rich. It is impossible for him to take away all the supplies. There must be a lot in this house." Her wife nodded silently, and quickly pulled the child into the house. Their son is 18 years old, taller than his mother, and can search things faster than his mother. Scalping leaned against the door, looking at the comfortable environment in the house with the help of the flashlight, and only now did he breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they can settle down. A few days ago, the turbid beasts broke out in Area D, and Scalping rushed into the white fog with his wife and children. They broke into a house in Area C, and temporarily moved in. But he knew that this was not a good idea. This place is too close to Area D, and the turbid beasts might attack at any time, and they would have to run for their lives. They might not be as lucky as this time next time. If they can't escape, the 3 of them will die here. So he kept looking for the right opportunity. Finally, he met people from other D areas and formed 6 families. They hit it off, and prepared to come to A area together. He had this idea mainly because he had a certain degree of confidence in his own strength. He was not an ordinary person, but a gifted person who awakened in the late stage. He could not enter the game, so naturally he was not as rich as other gifted people. But he was cruel. On a chance occasion, he took advantage of a gifted person's inattention and took the opportunity to kill him and seize his property. One of the props was similar to a map navigation. The gifted person he killed had marked the commercial street of Area A on the map. And a middleman he happened to have dealt with lived in Area A. He even knew which building he lived in. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would not be a man. With this map, he had the confidence to lead people to Area A even in the fog. Of course, he didn't need to tell others this secret. As long as he told them his identity as a gifted person, they would obey him. After all, the power of an individual is limited. He needs power, authority, and someone to be with him, so that he can protect his family. So he gathered a group of people, walked and stopped along the way, and finally came to Area A. He successfully found the home of this middleman. Husband, come and see, there are so many foods, and grains, corn kernels." His wife's excited voice came from the house. "I also found bean cakes. Mom, I have some here, and I have salt here. There's so much salt, at least 1 gene. His son came out of the house excitedly, and showed Scalping what he had in his hand. "Okay, put it away quickly. Check the house several times inside and out." Scalping was very satisfied. The supplies hidden in this house were worth his long journey. This building will be his base camp in the future. In the next few days, they each lived in a house, and stayed there peacefully for a few days. These people now have poor sleep quality. Although they are wearing homemade protective clothing, they have been walking in the white fog for too long, and have been unable to sleep at night. That is, they could only sleep for a while by drinking and getting drunk. They wanted to find sleeping pills, but medicine is harder to find than food now, and they really couldn't find any. No matter how many houses they opened or searched, they couldn't find any. They could only hold on. In this situation, they just felt weak all over. They rested for several days before they got together again. Scalping was lucky. He made preparations in advance. The masks were soaked in wine. The family can now guarantee 2 hours of sleep every day, which is much more stable than these people. He stood up and suggested, "Brothers, we are all eroded by the white fog and can't sleep. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Although we can't sleep, we are invincible now. These bugs have no effect on us. This is our chance. If we miss it, we will miss it. Anyway, the buildings nearby are empty. We should sweep the nearby buildings first to get more supplies. If the white fog dissipates and they chase us away, we should also take some things to run away, right? In addition, what if there are sleeping pills in this place?" Chapter 498. Sleeping pills? These 3 words touched everyone in the room. They hadn't slept for many days, and their bodies had already experienced various discomforts. The most urgent wish at this moment was to rest. After discussing it, everyone had no objections and started to act together. In addition to the house they were living in now, they began to search floor by floor, not letting any house go. After all, this was Area A. There were many gifted people living in this building before. Even if the whole family went to the dungeon, they would not come back. There were many supplies left in the house. Everyone knows that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Not to mention the poor families, those who have a little food, more or less, have left some food at home with the idea of leaving a way out for themselves. The least may be 2 to 3 caddies, and the most may be 4 to 5 caddies. It is hidden so well. But these prying people turned the house over more thoroughly. It was not their own home in the first place, so they didn't feel sorry for it. They started to destroy it when they entered the house, and took away all the tables and chairs. They can be split and used as firewood. Some people checked so carefully that they even took off the legs of the table. As a result, they looked. Hey, there was food hidden in the legs of the table. Even the bed boards could not be left out. Tear them all down. The people in Area A are living a comfortable life. Can they still sleep in the bed? And the mattress? Take them out. Take them all out. There is still room for things to be hidden in this thing. The same goes for clothes. You don't have to worry about patching them up. You can still wear them after you take them back and pack them up. A group of people turned people's homes upside down like locusts passing through. All the materials were piled up in the corridor, and Gao Ping was responsible for keeping and distributing them. Gao Ping got the most, so he ignored the sneaky movements of the people when they were looking for materials. When the people were prying the door downstairs, the ball sensed it. After a while, it decided to tell Ji-hee, the people downstairs are prying the door, and they are about to pry it to this floor. Ji-hee was picking spinach in the house, and frowned when he heard it. When did it start? It's good that the ball has strong defense, but sometimes it's not very convenient if the sound insulation is too good. Just like now, she didn't hear any sound downstairs in the house. An hour ago, the ball suggested, "Why don't you stay in the house? They can't break into our house. Are your anti-theft measures still useful now? If they break the door, if she goes out, everyone will know that she has been living here, and there will be endless trouble. Unless they are all killed, this matter will definitely never end. But if they don't go out, they can't pry the door open, so they will keep prying, which is also very annoying. Then we have to teach these people a lesson. Let them be scared." Ji-hee thought for a while. Does your anti-theft function have super glue? Super glue? The ball's brain turned frantically, thinking about new ways of interstellar anti-theft. At a certain stage of technological development, primitive methods such as prying doors have long been eliminated. They now have anti-theft systems. When the smart housekeeper detects an illegal intrusion, it will immediately transmit the intruder's head portrait or related information to the regional patrol machine data. At the same time, the protective shield will be activated. Theoretically, as long as there are enough energy stones, you can turn your house into a turtle shell. The kind that no one can get in. Yes, use glue or mouse sticky board to make them stick to my door when they touch it. Unless you cut off the handle, you can never remove it. But don't stick them for too long. Stick them for an hour or two, and then let them go. And don't forget to broadcast on the loudspeaker to scare them to death. If they still don't retreat, then I can only send them to the west. She just wanted to stay at home quietly. If these people didn't know, she didn't mind letting them know. Ah, yes, don't worry, it's definitely available. Although Yuanchio didn't understand much, he couldn't say he couldn't do it. It's a mouse sticky board. How could it not be available? I have this function. He was suspicious and asked with certainty. You hesitated, you don't have it, right? How is it possible? Yuanchio bounced up suddenly, and the voice of rebuttal was more firm than the oath of joining the party, and the voice was particularly loud. I have more than 10,000 anti-theft modes. I have to choose the one you like from among them. I have to choose for a while. The ball defended himself while searching in his warehouse. Kill these rats. What doesn't he have? He can do anything. They say the more guilty one is, the louder one's voice becomes. Ji felt that the ball seemed to be guilty. She was skeptical about the more than 10,000 anti-theft modes it mentioned, but she was not prepared to argue with it. Turn the door to transparent mode, let me see. He had seen that kind of transparent door in the copy of Mushroom Chicken before, and thought it was very useful. Okay. The ball agreed very happily. It knew this mode, transparent mode. Take a look. He walked to the door, and found that the front door of his house had become transparent. and he could see the dark corridor. The ball conjured up a metal sofa. Lie down for a while. Lie down for a while. You can use your phone. They are searching downstairs. Come up and call you. Wait a minute. I set up a surveillance camera. After he put on the clothes he had prepared before, he took out a prop. This is a children's toy. It doesn't have any big functions. Click it once to record, and click it again to close it. You can only record one section. If you want to record the next section, you have to delete the previous one. It is just right for this. Erect a closed metal room to separate the house. The ball did as he said. A metal room was erected instantly. It locked he and the door together. If the door is opened later, the white fog will definitely take the opportunity to come in, so it is easier to deal with it this way. After the metal door was erected, he reached out and quickly opened the door, and stuck a shiny toy on the upper right corner of the door. Then she closed the door gently. There was no sound during the whole process. The noisy sound downstairs provided cover for her, and no one knew that the door upstairs was opened and closed. The white mist rushed into the house the moment the door opened. He had been prepared. She wore a full set of protective clothing, stood in the closed metal partition, took out the alcohol spray, and sprayed it from top to bottom, back and forth several times, not even leaving any dead corners. When she was sure that there were no bugs that slipped through the net, she waved her hand to let the ball open. After taking off her clothes and hanging them on the door, he sat on the metal sofa and took out a bowl of mango sago and started drinking it. When she finished the bowl, the people downstairs hadn't come up yet. This efficiency is not good. She simply fell down and lay directly on the sofa. The metal sofa was not as hard as she imagined. The ball would control the metal to customize it along the curve of her body. Including the softness and hardness can be adjusted. It is very comfortable. Here it comes. The excited voice of the ball woke he from her drowsiness. When she opened her eyes, she saw a group of people holding a flashlight coming upstairs. Chapter 499. He also came to life and sat up straight. This was the first battle of her house. Whether it was a dragon or a tiger, it was time to pull it out for a walk. 8 men came upstairs. Their eyes were red, their faces were haggard, they were skinny, and they were wearing ill-fitting clothes that were 80% new. After they went upstairs, they discussed and chose to open the house opposite first. She laid down again. It was estimated that she would not come out for a few minutes. Scalping was cautious to the core. He knew that the methods of the gifted would not be ahead. He asked others to pry the door open, and he followed behind, waiting for the door to open before going in to supervise these people to find supplies. The search on the 19th floor was relatively smooth. Although nothing useful was found, a lot of thick clothes were found, which was not bad. There were also a few women's clothes inside, just right to take them back for his wife to wear. After several people finished searching, they turned around and went to the next door. This was an ordinary anti-theft door, the same as the one downstairs, and it didn't look special. Several men squeezed in the corridor, skillfully took out crowbars, and inserted them into the crack of the door. The next second, a huge flaming red lip suddenly appeared on the gate. The thick lips opened and began to spit at them crazily. Puff, puff. It was like a machine gun shooting, and also like a fairy scattering flowers. The big red lips were full of water. It opened and spit, spitting non-stop, without breathing, and when it was excited, it stretched out its long tongue to wrap the people hiding behind it. Several people subconsciously opened their hands to cover their faces, and they couldn't open their eyes because of the liquid full of saliva. Anyone who has been sprayed with water guns knows that no matter how much water there is, closing your eyes is an instinct. When the red lips were relieved, everyone subconsciously wanted to wipe the water off their faces with their hands, but they found that they were frozen. Everyone was frozen. They were frozen in the moment with their right leg forward, left leg backward, upper body backward, lower body forward, hands raised to cover their faces, and teeth bared. The glue could actually penetrate the protective clothing and reach the flesh. Now they were stained with both the people and the clothes. Can't move. Woo. Someone wanted to speak, but found that when the lips were fixed, people couldn't speak. He could only make sounds, and couldn't make any other sounds. Some people wanted to move their legs, but found that their joints couldn't move, so they could only maintain this posture. This is unscientific. Even if they were covered with glue, it's impossible that they couldn't move at all. Everyone tried to make sounds to communicate with their companions, but it was useless. They were nailed on the spot, and couldn't even open their eyelids. No matter how they tried, the whole person was like a wooden man, motionless. The glue setting effect was so good. In order to make them even, the big red lips were sprayed on the left, then the right, and on the top, then the bottom. Feeling that the back was not taken care of, he licked it with his tongue to ensure that everyone was equally covered. Only one person avoided it. That was Scalping, who was hiding in the opposite room. He was cautious by nature. When others opened the door, he hid behind everyone. When the red lips just took shape, he kicked the person in front of him without thinking, and quickly closed the door, directly locking everyone out of the house. There was no glue on his body. At this moment, when everyone was standing still in a girl's face-covering posture, he didn't have time to rejoice, but found that his door couldn't be opened, no matter he kicked or pulled the door. The door didn't move. It was sealed so firmly. Scalping wiped the sweat from his face, and tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. The food found downstairs was not brought up at all, and there was no food or water in this room. If he stayed in this room, it would be fine for 1 or 2 days, but if it lasted for a long time, he would probably starve to death. Thinking of this, he tried to comfort himself. He closed his eyes. It's okay, it's not desperate yet. At worst, he can just climb down from the window. A living person will never die from holding his urine. He stood up and walked to the door, looking at the group of people who were trapped outside the room. He was quite satisfied, but the soles of your feet haven't been sprayed yet. What if they run away with it? Yuichio argued. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't make time. After saying that, he used his consciousness to twitch the big red lips. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? The sole of the foot is leaking. How do you do things? You're laid off like this. You're laid off. You're not good at talking, and you're not good at doing things, so I have to eat the spoils with you. The big red lips immediately stretched out their tongues to lay the person flat, and sprayed at the sole of the foot again. After spraying, they put the person on and pushed him. Not bad, not moving. The ball secretly glanced at Ji-hee, and seeing the expression on Ji-hee's face, the whole ball immediately became proud. How is it? Did I do a good job? It was the one who found the red lips, so it was the one who did the work, so there is nothing wrong with that. Ji-hee nodded. How long can this glue last? 3 days. If you think the time is short, you can continue to spray after 3 days. The ball means there is enough glue. So long? Ji-hee was a little surprised, but didn't say anything. 3 days is 3 days. I won't starve to death if I don't eat. Ji-hee saw that the door opposite was closed, and there was a living person inside who hadn't been sprayed. But she didn't plan to go in and pull the man out. The gate was blocked, and he couldn't get out. He would starve for 3 days, so why would she go and rescue him? There was a surveillance camera at her gate. When the time came, she would hand it over to Chi-Li, and the patrol team would naturally take care of them. As a caring citizen, she provided clues about the vicious criminals, and could earn some money. The punishment now was much heavier than before the disaster. If you rob a bean cake, you would be taken away to eat for 3 days, and infested with worms, not to mention their crime of breaking into a building. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out for half a year or a year. No matter if you are a gifted person or an ordinary person, once you are in the hands of the patrol team, all the punishments are eating raw insects and digging tunnels. Don't even mention how bad it feels. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he will be skinned alive before he can leave. As for why it's only 1 year, of course no one can survive more than a year. They don't eat well, work hard, and live worse than black slaves. What kind of physique can withstand it? Seeing that they were standing well, Ji-hee told Yuichio to hold on, and turned back to the house. Although she couldn't go to Coach Luo's place to exercise, she couldn't stop her 5-hour daily exercise. After half an hour, the family members downstairs finally realized something was wrong. This building is too quiet. This is obviously wrong. With so many people walking in and out of the building, even if they are far away, there can't be no sound at all. Something happened. Chapter 500. The people who stayed behind hurriedly ran upstairs, and saw several people stuck upstairs by glue. The child's father. Brother Huizi, what's wrong with you? Woo woo woo. The several people who were stuck tried their best to make sounds, asking their families not to come up. But their families didn't understand thoroughly. A woman rushed up and frantically pulled the man to pull him down, but found that her hands were also stuck. The tearing pain made her gasp. I'm stuck. Scalping's wife also came up, and when she didn't see her husband, she shouted, Where's my husband? Where's my husband? Have you seen my husband? A man lying on the ground heard the familiar voice, and began to hum, but no one could understand what he was saying. Finally, the group of people worked for a long time, leaving a woman, who was also stuck, and went downstairs. They were going to find tools. Wow, what can we do? The woman's hands were stuck, and she couldn't pull them off. If she pulled them hard, It would hurt as if her skin would fall off. Amid the howling of ghosts and wolves, the people who had gone downstairs came back up with knives. They were ready to cut the clothes. As soon as the knife went down, it was found that it was also stuck and couldn't be pulled off. What should I do? Woo-woo, they are going to starve my son to death. Everyone was howling like ghosts and wolves. Scalping, who was standing behind the door, heard the sound and shouted, "Wife, wife, I'm in the house, I'm locked in the house." Husband. Her wife wanted to open the door, but she was afraid of getting stained, so she could only stand at the bottom of the stairs and cry. "What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. You go back first and take care of the kids. Wait a day and see if the glue is still so sticky, then I find a way." Scalping tried to make his voice calm. He is the head of the family. If he messes up, it will be the end. You divide the supplies, take the others downstairs first, lock the door, and don't come out. We will find a way. Chung chung. You can't just leave like this. Speak clearly. Why is your husband in the house, but my husband is stuck outside and can't move? A skinny woman held Lao Gao's wife tightly and wouldn't let her go. She had seen that Lao Gao was treacherous before, so she asked his Lao Wang to be careful. What's going on now? He's been tricked. Why are you so treacherous? Didn't you see the character of my Lao Gao? How much did he help you along the way? How many times did he save you? If it weren't for Lao Gao, you would have died on the way. You didn't see it when you were helping, but now you blame us for something that happened? What? If you keep doing this, we live our own lives. Scalping's wife was not polite, and she sprayed a series of words that made the other unhappy people speechless. Now all their men are stuck, and only Lao Gao may come out. He may be needed in the future, so we can't tear our faces apart. Stop arguing. Our top priority now is to find a way to save the men. This is not the time for internal strife. At this time, someone stood up to smooth things over, and the others followed suit. Yes, yes, we should help each other. Yuichio heard the noise outside, curled his lips, and said nothing. Ugly. Turning his head, he saw Ji sweating profusely while exercising, and considerately brought a glass of water over. Bai Qilin is still pleasing to the eye. 3 days later, when Ji remembered the person outside, he saw that the person in the corridor had disappeared. There was still a pool of blood on the ground. It had dried up. She looked at it, but didn't ask Yuichio what happened. She turned off the surveillance and went into the house. After everyone was glued to the door, the whole building returned to its previous calm. Scalping waited until the next day and found that the door still could not be opened. He didn't know how long the glue would last. It could be the next second, or it could be a month. So he chose to save himself. He tied a knot with his clothes and went in through the window from the 18th floor. After much effort, he landed safely on the 18th floor. His wife met him in the house downstairs. The first thing Scalping did after landing was not to eat or hug his son, but to ask them, "Have you packed all the supplies I asked you to pack before? Let's take all the valuables we can take, and leave all the clothes behind. We just need food and water. Run quickly." "Lao Gao, we are staying here well. Why do we have to run? You are free now. This 19th floor is weird. We can just not come up." His wife was a little unhappy. She just settled down, and she wants to leave again? Women's opinion. So many people are stuck and can't move. If they find me running down, can those old ladies stick to me? Will I care about it then? They are all freeloaders. Their men may become mummies. How can I take care of them then? He didn't tell others that he pushed them. He still wanted to keep some image in front of his wife and children. Okay, don't be so stupid. Pack up quickly. Let's go before others find out. His wife was still a little unhappy. Where are we going? Where can't we go? There are so many empty houses. Just find one and move in. Scalping kept urging them. In the end, Scalping's family took away all the food and precious supplies they could. The others upstairs were constantly trying to find a solution, and their voices were so loud that they covered the sound of the 3 people going downstairs. When the others in the building wanted to come to them to discuss, they opened the door on the 6th floor and found that no one had left. I don't know how long they have been running. What else is there to understand now? We were left behind. I told you that Gao is not a good person. What can we do now? He took away all our public supplies. They tried countless methods, such as watering and spreading mud, but nothing worked. No matter how hard they tried, their men were stuck in place. If they hadn't been able to get some water into their mouths, they would have died of thirst before they could be saved. Some people regretted it at this time. They regretted not stealing, but being more cautious. If they had been more cautious, they wouldn't have been stuck in place by the glue. They had so many supplies that they hadn't used up. Why are they so unlucky? The group of people downstairs later regained their freedom, and did not try to break through Jihee's door again. Many people thought that there must be good things in Jihee's house. Otherwise, they would not be willing to put props on the door. But here comes the problem. How to break through the door? Long-term insomnia made them very irritable, and no one was willing to give in. Several people quarreled again about how to break through Jihee's door. Emotionally, they started fighting directly. The plastic alliance broke down directly. Chapter 501. When Jihee thought of the people downstairs, she asked Yuanxiu and found out that they had been gone for half a month. Jihee, the house is too soundproof. It made her a little passive. She quickly put the matter behind her. There was new progress in the space upgrade. I thought it would take 3 or 4 months to upgrade the space, but there was new progress in the past few days. It was brought to her by her good friend Shui Maoxiong. A few days ago, someone asked her in the background if she still had Shui Maoxiong's hair. This thing is very expensive. Even Jihee gasped when he saw the price in the system. She had put it on the shelf a few times before, and the price was energy stones. 10 hairs could be sold for an E-level energy stone. Yes, you read that right, selling by the root. It was simply exaggerated. In the end, after 2 days of listing, no one bought it. It was really hard to sell, so she had to take the hair off the shelf. Her mentality was very calm. She also understood very well. This hair is really too expensive. The hair is as thick as her hair, the long one is 30 centimeters long, and the short one is less than 10 centimeters long, but it is sold so expensively. This price intimidated those who claimed to be rich. The fur of the water bear naturally became a slow-selling product in her store. Those not so valuable near-expiry products were sold in large quantities, and this good thing that can reduce pollution was not sold. It was only natural to take it off the shelves. Now someone came to her and directly asked for this expensive thing, and did not bargain. Jihee's mind about money immediately tightened. She subconsciously kept a watchful eye, and sent a read but no reply. Hey, I just didn't see it. On the other side, she quickly asked someone for information. To her, being a lone ranger has this disadvantage, that you are not well informed. Such a small matter is not worth her using the fruit of omniscience. She had to spend some time on herself, act as a spy, and infiltrate other organizations to inquire. Including but not limited to snooping on the chat channel, using the names of her husband's sacrifice to heaven and Hong Fuqitian as a stepping stone, and inquiring about information in the name of being someone's younger brother. She found more than 30 bosses for herself at one time, and joined many organizations, and only then did she get accurate information. The pollution level of water sources in some places has increased, exceeding 40%. If there were no water bear hair, these people would die of thirst. For the time being, it is still in certain areas, not globally, so some local organizations can still be stable for the time being. But it is only temporarily. This water, with a pollution level of more than 40% cannot be drunk. It is simply a chronic poison, and it will poison you if you drink it. After poisoning, it will also harm the people around you. That's why I came to Jihee, intending to stock up some water bear hair in advance for emergency use. After knowing the news, Jihee still felt a little uncomfortable. It was indeed their right to tell her or not. But her account with 50 billion said 2 messages in the world for free, notifying the heavy rain and the heavy fog, without asking for any reward. She was like a living lay phone, at least saving tens of thousands of lives, right? As a result, she was really a saint who killed the saint first in the end times. Under the pretext of bad news, everyone kept their mouths shut, and no one sent her a message. So they are planning to take advantage of her, right? What? You can't drink water with a pollution level of more than 40%, but she can, right? These people are really amazing. Not only did they not tell her, but they also plan to take advantage of her? What? Can't find other sheep? They just want to take advantage of one sheep? Aren't they afraid of getting stressed by taking advantage of the sheep? She closed her eyes, took a break, and when her emotions were stable, she opened the store. A qualified businessman should not lose his temper. A businessman is sweet-mouthed but cruel-hearted. Come on then. She hung the fur of the water bear, and specially picked the short fur, and sold it at 6 times the price. This mall is interesting. The fur is sold by the root, not by the length. The 10 centimeters long and the 30 centimeters long ones are the same price. Don't blame her in the future. She also wrote a note under the goods. If you soak in or drink water with a pollution level of 40% for a long time, the probability of turning into a muddy beast is 100%. It won't scare you to death. It depends on whether you rich people buy it. After writing, she instantly felt that the depression in her heart was reduced a lot. Sure enough, it is better to embarrass others than to blame yourself. The smile will not disappear, but it will be transferred. They are anxious about drinking highly polluted water, and it is difficult for her to upgrade the space. Isn't she anxious? That small piece of planting land can be walked through in a short time. If you don't buy bean cakes, the corn and sweet potatoes you harvest are not enough to feed the pigs. If she doesn't expand it, her livestock will have no food. The space upgrade has been delayed for a year. She is more anxious than these people. This is her obsession. If she doesn't upgrade, what will happen if she becomes a demon? He had just finished hanging the fur of the water bear when she could hear the roars getting louder and louder. It seemed to be approaching the building. She immediately stood up, went to the window, and signaled the ball to open the window. During this period, she could vaguely feel the turbulent waves under the calm surface. Before it rained heavily, people could go out to work, and the base was in charge, so everyone's life was relatively stable. During this period, the white fog was everywhere, and the visibility was extremely low, as if entering another world. She couldn't see outside clearly, but she could still hear the roars of the turbid beasts, and the sharp cries of humans from time to time. The fact that she could hear them proved that the turbid beasts were close to Area A. Even though she was a gifted person, she didn't have a clairvoyant ear, and she couldn't sit at home and hear the sounds in Area D. She could hear it occasionally before. But during this period, she could hear it several times a day, and the frequency had increased a lot. Today, it seemed to be not far ahead. He hesitated a little, wondering whether to go downstairs and take a look. She was mainly afraid that the blind beast would knock down her house. Where would she live then? She had paid the rent for this house in advance. If the house collapsed, wouldn't her rent be in vain? She was not afraid of Bai Wu. She had made preparations before the announcement of Bai Wu. The stretching clothes salvaged from the copy of Guru as could be used. This prop can be used on the model to make a full-body garment as desired. Little White Mist, there is no way to deal with her. After thinking about it, he put on the props and changed to the face of hammering your head, and prepared to go downstairs. She was a little worried. Her home, she will protect it. Old second, don't go, okay? The ball appeared instantly, hugged Jihee's thigh tightly, and didn't let her go. There are several turbid beasts downstairs. That garbage thing is coming. What should he do if his big baby is hurt and turns black? Chapter 502. I'm afraid our building will collapse. Jihee didn't want to go down, but if the building collapsed, where would she live? It will collapse, we won't die. What are you afraid of? Just stay in the house, we will be fine. The system was so angry that it wanted to curse. It couldn't bear to curse by Qilin, so it could only curse He Qilin. It's all because of that wicked He Qilin. Why haven't you gotten close to Bai Qilin yet? Have you forgotten your identity? It's all because of the empty title of Marshal that you were blinded. Jihee and Yuanqiu talked for a long time, but seeing that Yuanqiu refused to let her go downstairs, she was ready to give up. Suddenly, she felt the whole building shake. She quickly held the door to stabilize her body. The turbid beast hit the building. This won't do. It will be extremely cold soon. If the house collapses, where will she live? She opened the door and ran downstairs. Yuanqiu was stunned at this time. Looking at Jihee's back as he jumped down, she was so angry that she almost cried. You won't die even if it collapses. As a result, Jihee did not even turn his head back. It was so angry that it banged its head against the wall upstairs. Woo, damn it, damn the turbid beast, why are you banging against the building? You might as well bang me. You might as well bang me to death. The white unicorn has now awakened its true form and stabilized. The fragrance emanating from her body cannot be hidden in front of the turbid beast. It's like putting meat in front of a tiger's mouth. Putting honey in front of a black bear. Putting shit around flies. Isn't this a living seduction? As soon as Jihee appears, these turbid beasts will attack her crazily. What should I do? A certain consciousness cursed the black unicorn, cursed the turbid beasts, and then cursed the awakening law of the white unicorn. Can't say anything, can't do anything. He is so frustrated. Woo. Qili and his companions are fleeing. They dare not stop for a moment. There are 6 or 7 turbid beasts chasing behind them, or even more. If they stop, the consequences will be disastrous. Run quickly, don't stop. They had estimated the harm of the white fog before, and believed that a small number of bites would not have serious consequences. The gifted have strong physical strength and fast metabolism. Even if they are bitten, they can metabolize it after a while. That's why the base reserves some personnel on the ground, so that they can protect the base buildings in case of any accidents. After all, humans can't live underground forever. When the white fog passes, they still have to return to the ground. This is true at the beginning of the white fog. They prepared food in advance, not only enough bean cakes and water for so many people, but also some dried meat and nutrients. Plus, there was money in the system account, so they were not worried about starving to death. Even those talented people they captured were not allowed to eat for free. Let them be self-sufficient. Previously, the base recycled various plants too quickly, and there were not enough people. Some plants were not completely picked, and those with pollution levels above 40% and below 40% were mixed together. These people were just in time, responsible for picking out those with pollution levels above 40% and putting them aside. As for plants with pollution levels below 40%, they had to keep them for themselves. Because they didn't want to die without knowing why, these people picked vegetables very seriously. Chile and his friends thought they could wait for the white fog to end peacefully. As a result, a month later, something was wrong with Sun Jingjing. First, he felt uncomfortable all over and always felt thirsty. No matter how much water he drank, his mouth was dry. In addition to thirst, his skin began to break out. Layers of skin began to fall off. His whole body was red and swollen, and his spirit began to decline. It looked wrong. Everyone guessed, and later Muyu had an idea and said, "Is he short of water?" Under everyone's gaze, the more he spoke, the more he felt that it was true. Look, his prototype is a creature similar to a killer whale. Since he is a fish in water, no matter whether it is fresh water or seawater, can he not be out of water for a long time? He hasn't been in water for almost a month. He is dry, itchy and flaky all over. Isn't the symptom of lack of water? Everyone looked at each other. It seemed to make sense. Finally, Chile made a decision. Let's soak in the water first. Sun Jingjing was a little reluctant. Forget it, Captain, water is too precious now. No one knows when the white fog will disappear. We have limited water. It would be a waste if we take a bath. Soak. Chilidwa didn't say a word. He also had another consideration. They were experiencing the same situation on the ground. There were so many gifted people underground, so there must be aquatic animals. What should they do? Should they open the door and put them up? With this worry, they put a large tank of water. It turned out that this was the case. Less than an hour after Sun Jingjing turned into the original form and soaked in water, the peeling, dryness, redness and swelling on his body disappeared. The whole person came back to life. She immediately told the relevant leaders of the underground city about this discovery. It happened that they also encountered the same problem, so he solved their urgent problem. But Grandfan still had something to worry about. The water source is limited, and it is a waste to use drinking water all the time. Just pour the water once, and a bunch of people line up to soak. One goes in and another comes out. It's a good idea, it can be recycled. But they found that every time this gifted person came out, the water in the pool would be reduced. By this calculation, by the time the sixth person was soaked, the water in the pool would be less than half full. Their idea of soaking everyone in one tank of water was completely shattered. It was barely enough now, but as long as the white fog did not dissipate, they would not be able to return to the ground, and the water would eventually run out. It was impossible that there was not enough water for them to drink, and they could still take a bath, right? Grandfan immediately found the base commander and asked everyone to save water. As for those people in the villas, they should change their habit of taking a bath every day. You can only say what you want when the time comes. Now, let alone taking a shower, you should also save water for washing your face. Some people think more. Now the heavy rain outside is stopped. What if the water level starts to drop under the sun and there is no water in the future? With so much white fog, insects enter the water, and the water pollution level increases. What should we do if there is no water to drink in the future? Many people began to think of ways secretly. After Chile reported the news, he began to call on everyone to save water. But it was too late. The water level dropped very quickly. Because they found that when Sun Jingjing, whose prototype was a killer whale, soaked in water, his body would also absorb water. When he came out of the big water tank, the water inside would drop by half. That's not all. The gifted person whose prototype was a toad, who was captured later, also showed symptoms of dehydration. Chapter 503. If you don't want him to die, you have to soak the toad in water. Then they will not have enough water. Chile wanted to wait, but seeing that the white fog has been spreading for almost 2 months, and there is no sign of disappearing, he can't sit still. Captain, if Uzi soaks in water again today, we will not have enough drinking water. Muyu's lips were a little chapped, and he couldn't help licking his lower lip while talking. This damn natural disaster is really tormenting. It rained every day before, and we thought we would never be short of water again, but now we are dying of thirst. They were in the basement of the patrol team. They didn't even wash their faces except drinking water, and the water was still not enough. No need, Captain, I can still hold on. No need to soak in water. Ruse hid his peeling and swollen hands behind his back. He didn't want to drag down the whole team because of himself. The toad talent hiding in the corner opened his mouth, huddled himself into a ball, and didn't dare to speak. Buddy, if you don't want to take a bath, let me. I want to take a bath. I really want to. I feel the back of my bag is starting to itch. If I don't take a bath, my skin will peel off. Chile looked at the amount of water and silently calculated the number of people in the room. If the killer whale is not allowed to take a bath, the water in the room will be enough for everyone to last for more than a week. There is still 1 week left before the 3-month deadline to enter the dungeon. At that time, no matter whether by Wu retreats or not, as long as they don't want to give up their identity as gamers, everyone will have to enter by Wu. We have to go out now. No, let's pay for some water. Muyu suggested weakly. This statement was unanimously agreed by everyone. The dull atmosphere in the room was swept away, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed. Even Chile patted Muyu. This young man is smart. Come on, raise some money. Everyone started to raise their hands with a smile. I can take out 20 copper coins. I have 25 copper coins. After the lively, when the total number was counted, not only Chile was silent, but everyone else also stopped talking. Why are there only 2 silver coins and 15 copper coins? Where's the money? Why are you so poor? Chile tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. Where's the money? Everyone looked up at the sky. I bought the canned pork from the Wibioyi store. I also bought his expiring pork soup. The Wibioyi store occasionally puts on shelves some food that can be bought with silver coins. Because it is expiring, the price is much cheaper than the system mall. Where did many people spend their silver coins? Now in the entire store, only the Wibioyi store can buy cheap food. They spend all their spare time waiting for expiring food. Ruse blushed. He was big and hungry quickly. He had a pair of parents and a sister at home who needed to be taken care of. His salary was usually spent on food or on supporting his family. He only had 45 copper coins after taking out all his savings. Captain, aren't you a rich second generation? How come you only took out 30 copper coins? Chile blushed a little, cleared his throat, and didn't intend to explain, cancel this plan, and change to the second plan. Could he say that his grandfather was pretending to be a big shot and took out the family's food to participate in the 50 billion wool? In the end, the props were available, but the family didn't have enough food. The props were all good, and his grandfather was reluctant to sell them. Now the whole family eats and drinks from him. His silver coins had been spent long ago. Ruse, come with me, you stay. Chile thought about it and decided to take the risk. Ruse, come with me to the livestock station. Ruse's body was now red, swollen and peeling. If he could hold on for another week, no one would know what would happen. And with this physical condition, the chance of failure in the dungeon was very high. This won't work. The livestock station used to raise a lot of livestock, and there is a huge reservoir over there. He just contacted the staff over there, and the reservoir is still half full. As long as he goes there, Ruse won't die of thirst. Area A, where the livestock station is located, is close to the edge of Area B. It's not close to here, but it's much closer than crossing the base area to find water. No, Captain, I go with you. Muyu was the first to refuse. He was a bug controller, so he had an advantage in entering the white fog. No, Captain, I can go by myself. We don't know what's going on in the fog yet. We can't let you and I take risks. Sun Jingjing shouted. He is tall and strong, but he always cried when he was a child and was thin, so his mother gave him a girl's name to suppress his luck. No. Chile shook his head. The map is bound to him. Without him, the fog outside is so thick that Sun Jingjing will get lost in the fog even if he goes. After a discussion, it was decided that the team would be divided into 2 teams. One group stayed behind to watch those talents who violated the law, and the other group went to the livestock station with Chile. There were Muyu, Sun Jingjing, Su Min, the Toad Talent, and Han Ba. It's hard to say what the situation is like in the white fog, so there's no need to send so many people. You just guard our patrol station. Chile checked his equipment last. He brought a space button with food in it, so he didn't have to worry about starving to death. After the few people were ready, they asked everyone to retreat, opened the door quickly, and flashed into the white fog. It was all white outside the house, with visibility less than half a meter. They had a rope tied around their waists to prevent them from getting lost in the white fog. They were wrapped tightly all over, and under Chi Li's leadership, they rushed to the livestock station. They soaked their masks in wine before coming out. There was no need to worry about the bugs in the white fog in the short term. If everything went well, they would reach the livestock station within 20 minutes. There was a red line in Chi Li's sight. Following this red line, he could reach the livestock station smoothly. This is also a prop, so that the personnel left behind can be supported in time if something unexpected happens. Everyone was very quiet and careful along the way, and everything went smoothly in the first 10 minutes. Just when they thought the rest of the journey would be so smooth, Chi Li suddenly braked. The people behind him stopped quickly, and before they had time to ask, they heard a thunderous roar from the front. In the white fog in front of them, a huge, ugly, mucus-filled head suddenly appeared. It's a turbid beast. How could a turbid beast be in Area A? What's going on? Although everyone looked unhappy, they were still calm. This was not the first time they had killed a turbid beast. As long as they cooperated well, this turbid beast would be no problem. Get out of the way, follow me closely. Chi Li quickly dodged the attack of the turbid beast in midair while formulating a strategy. Chapter 504. The white fog is too bad for them. Now that one beast has appeared, no one knows that there are other beasts hiding in the fog. They came out just to soak Sun Jingjing in water. If they fight now, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. Several people didn't say anything, obeyed Chi Li unconditionally, and followed him to dodge in the air. Han Ba was even more. If it wasn't for soaking in water, he would have run away long ago. Hearing Chi Li's decision, he agreed with both hands and feet. Chi Li fled quickly with the people behind him. He found that the white fog was fair. Their visibility was poor, and the visibility of the turbid beasts was also poor. As long as they made good use of it, the turbid beasts behind them could be quickly shaken off. His idea was good. But he ignored the number of turbid beasts in the white fog. Before he could completely shake off the one behind him, he met another one at the corner. Now there were two chasing after them. Until this time, Chi Li could still remain calm. But when he ran into two turbid beasts while crossing a building, his face became very ugly. Damn it, have all the turbid beasts run to Area A? Everyone here has left. What are they doing here? He could no longer remain calm and shouted, run. The turbid beasts did awaken in Area D, but after they killed people and broke the glass, the surrounding environment was plunged into a vast expanse of white. The turbid beasts could not see people, so naturally they could not continue to attack. As for those who were alive in Area D, as long as they kept their mouths shut and hid in the white fog, they would not have to worry about being discovered by the turbid beasts. After the turbid beasts found that they could not eat people, they always had an inexplicable guidance in their hearts, which made them come here. It was hard to describe the feeling that there was something important here. But after they came, they could not find the important things, so they could only squat in the white fog. Chi Li, the unlucky guy, had to come out, so he ran into them, didn't he? After Chi Li and several others dodged the attacks of the turbid beasts behind him again and again, a turbid beast rushed too fast and directly hit the building beside him. The whole building shook. Chi Li was afraid that the building would collapse, so he hurriedly pulled his team members to run away. At a corner, they encountered another turbid beast and almost rushed into its mouth. Several people hurriedly turned around and went into the building, trying to jump out of the corridor window. At this time, life was the most important thing, and they didn't care about the house. The next second, bang, the turbid beast's head was stuck directly at the door. Its body collided wildly. The whole building was shaking. Chi Li and his team broke the window and ran away from the back of the building. She didn't notice that this building was Ji He's home. When she ran down, there were no more turbid beasts in the surrounding houses. But she could still hear the roar of turbid beasts not far away. It was still a different tune. She realized in an instant that it was not just one, but several. Each roar was different. She ran straight to the turbid beasts. Now she had to take a good look at what these guys were doing. Outside the house, a group of turbid beasts were excitedly chasing a few insects in front of them. Suddenly, all the turbid beasts stopped moving at this moment. Just like a sculpture. At this moment, they felt the meaning of life. It was a feeling. A feeling that made them chase it madly. Want to eat. Crazy desire to eat. I really want to eat it. Roar! The muddy beasts instantly gave up standing together and turned to run straight to Ji He. Xiang Xiang. They are coming. Ji He maintained the momentum of rushing towards the white fog. The next second, she exerted force on her feet and gently jumped back. When she looked up, she saw 4 monsters emerging from the white fog and gnawing at her previous position at the same time. The 4 heads even collided in midair because they were using too much force. A dull sound was made. Ji He, eh. She frowned, jumped up quickly and kicked hard. She stepped hard on the head of the turbid beast, jumped, and ran away. She wanted to lead these turbid beasts away. Her house couldn't withstand a second collision. And the houses in this place were too dense. If they fought here, the surrounding houses would not be able to stay. When these people came back and found that their houses had collapsed, how sad it would be. When she turned around, she saw her poor building again and quickly avoided it. It was all cracked. Who are the careless ones who messed with the turbid beasts in the white fog? The turbid beasts behind her were like they had their own navigation system, chasing Ji-hee madly, much more excited than chasing Chi-Li and the others just now. Ji-hee ran and jumped quickly between the buildings, and each time she was able to nimbly avoid the bites of the turbid beasts and walk them straight to the destination. She had already figured out the level of the turbid beasts from their attack power. For E level to D level. D level should have been promoted by eating a lot of people, or they are gifted. On this planet, at this stage, only the lowest level of turbid beasts should be awakened, and D level is a bit beyond the scope. Star has a systematic understanding of turbid beasts. The level of turbid beasts is not what you want to awaken. It depends on the energy. The higher the energy, the higher the level, and vice versa. The planet where Ji-hee's hometown is entering the initial stage of awakening. The turbid beasts awakened at this stage can only be the lowest level. If you want to awaken to the D level, it is impossible unless you are the chosen beast among the turbid beasts. These turbid beasts are a bit tricky, but if you are careful, you should be able to deal with them. Ji-hee thought while running. According to what she knew, there were a few houses that were not so densely distributed at the junction of Area A and Area B. She wanted to go there. In the white fog on her left, Chi-Li, who finally got rid of the turbid beasts and recalibrated his direction and headed straight for the animal husbandry, didn't know that he would meet more turbid beasts in a while. In a larger number than before. Chi-Li and his companions were just celebrating the fact that they had gotten rid of the muddy beasts that were chasing them relentlessly. Without saying a word, he corrected his direction with sweat all over his forehead and headed straight for the livestock station. If he had known there were monsters hiding outside, why would he come out? He could just spend money to buy some sewage to soak the big fool. Soaking in sewage may not kill him immediately, but if he is bitten to death by a muddy beast, he will be finished. Chi-Li gritted his teeth, carefully identified the direction, and encouraged the team members behind him, "Hold on, we will be there in 2 minutes." Yes. The urgency in the hearts of several people relaxed a little. There were too many turbid beasts just now, and they all thought their lives were over. If they can successfully enter the livestock station this time, they will not come out no matter what. This is simply suicide. Chi-Li's smile has not faded yet, and he heard a series of fighting sounds. His face changed, and he didn't even have time to speak, and quickly pulled the team members to hide. A group of people squatted in a row in the corner. The backs were pressed tightly against the wall, not daring to move. At this time, not to mention Chi-Li, even they felt that something was wrong. There are things ahead. There are still a lot of them. In addition to the running and panting, there was not even a roar. This is very wrong. Chapter 505. Although the people couldn't see each other's expressions in the white fog, they stuck to the wall with their heads exposed and looked in the direction of the wind. The white fog had been dispersed over there. The people could clearly see a completely black shadow moving among the monsters. A random kick could send a beast flying. I was a little curious why the monsters didn't make a sound. After watching for a while, I realized that they didn't want to roar. It was because their mouths were full of saliva and they couldn't shout. Before the original saliva can be spit out, the mouth will be filled with secretions. It's like they are extremely greedy. With all the saliva, they can't shout at all. Everyone watched a muddy beast want to roar, and was choked by saliva. Although they don't know why, they subconsciously feel that it is a bit ridiculous. Chi-Li quietly took the props and aimed at the fast-jumping figure. This person is too strong. He is so strong that he doesn't seem to be someone in their base. He can still handle it with ease under the siege of so many muddy beasts. This is really beyond their imagination. You know, even they need at least 4 people to fight a turbid beast. This fighting power is so strong that it doesn't seem like a human. Chi-Li's mind was flying, and he felt that he had discovered a huge secret. I just don't know when this person was hiding in the base. What is the purpose of this person hiding in the base? Subvert the base? Chi-Li concentrated his mind and wanted to use props to fight Ji-hee's whole body. He found that this was not easy. This person's jumping speed was too fast. It's a bit difficult. After trying for a long time. Finally, I found an opportunity. Beep, underage life detected, respect privacy, no exposure. A huge sound rang out in this area. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Ji-hee looked up. Chi-Li felt that he seemed to have a look at the mysterious man. His teammates didn't even hesitate for a second, and immediately moved away from him, retreating 3 or 4 meters away. For this reason, they cut all the ropes on their bodies. It means that the relationship is over. Chile was left alone to face the mysterious man's gaze. He must not have checked the almanac before going out today. Otherwise, he would not be so unlucky. He raised his hand awkwardly, as if he wanted to say hello. The next second, he saw the black figure rushing towards him. The several muddy beasts behind him also pounced on him. In Chile's vision, several ugly and fierce giant monsters full of mucus, more than 3 meters tall, rushed towards him. He turned around and ran away in fear, screaming, brave man, I was wrong, I shouldn't have used that against you. Please let me go." He did not pause for a second. No more running. The moment she saw these people, she felt that it was right, absolutely right. These people were the culprits who hit her house. If she didn't give this guy a concussion, she would take his last name. Chile ran madly. The next second, I felt a sudden gust of wind behind me, and the whole person was kicked into the sky by a huge force, and hit several team members in a spinning and rolling spiral posture. Ah! Miu stood there, subconsciously trying to meet them, but was pulled by Su Min and ran away without looking back. Look behind you, there are 8 turbid beasts. If they bite you, you won't even have a chance to become excrement. Captain. It was the captain who started it first. It's so rude to use props against others. You deserve to be beaten. Don't worry about it. No. Miu felt that his breathing was a little uncomfortable because he was pulled, and his speech was intermittent. The electronic map is in the hands of the captain. Without him, we don't know the way. Su Min, Yes, let's go and save the captain. Several people hurriedly stopped to save Chile. As a result, they were beaten together. After being kicked into the sky, he never came down. Miu couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to transform into a beast, but as soon as he started, he was hit hard on the head by Su Min. Be honest? They were kicked into the sky, and were able to safely avoid the attack of the turbid beast. How terrifying is this person's strength? They were the first to provoke. If they don't let this person calm down, it will be difficult to end. Just hit me. I'm not as skilled as you, so it's not shameful to get beaten. After Su Min figured it out, she screamed as miserably as she could. Several people screamed one after another. He was silent after hearing the screams. If she didn't know the strength of her kick, she would have thought they broke their bones. Why are you pretending? He almost broke her building, and now he's still pretending with her. Chile and others were kicked by in the air like balls, and they didn't even land. He almost fell into the mouth of the muddy beast several times, and kicked his limbs wildly in fear, but was kicked out every time. He was dizzy, and his voice was hoarse. He was in a very miserable state. Just when Chile felt that he was about to give up, his mask was pulled down, and a slippery thing was stuffed into his mouth, and then he was kicked to the wall. He hit the wall and rolled down. As soon as he fell and stopped, another person fell on him. A moment later, all of them lay on the ground motionless. "I settle accounts with you later." A clear young voice left this sentence and turned around to fight with the turbid beast. Han Ba the toad regretted it. He really regretted it. Didn't he just try to steal 2 sheets and failed? Why is he so unlucky? He felt that his back was not so itchy now, and he could still stand up. If he had known that he would encounter so many problems when he came out to find water today, he would not come out even if he died of thirst. Chile lay on the ground, propped up his body with his arms, and tried to dig out the water from his throat. Then he found that the thing had slipped down his mouth into his stomach. It was too late to do anything. He felt pain all over his body, and it felt swollen, and he suddenly felt so wronged. What the hell is going on? As soon as he looked up, he found that several team members were lying on the ground like dead dogs, motionless. "Hey, get up, let's run quickly." Chile said that if they didn't run now, it would be too late later. Why run? We have been fed the poison, so it's too late to do anything. Miu said that the thing just now was quite delicious, slippery, and a little sweet. "Captain, why did you use the props on him? Aren't you provoking him?" Su Min said that it was all the captain's fault for not recognizing reality and taking the initiative to provoke, otherwise they would not have ended up like this. "You said you would use it, and you turned the volume up so loud. Why don't you use a big speaker to play it publicly?" Yes. The toad also nodded in agreement. Doing bad things so ostentatiously, too arrogant. If someone stabbed you with a prop while you were fighting, you would be happy. Su Min didn't know how to say good things about the captain. He seemed okay at ordinary times, but why was he so unreliable at the critical moment? Chile expressed grievance, It was my first time using it. How could I know it would shout out? It didn't say that when it was introduced. Chapter 506. What should we do now? Sun Jingjing asked weakly. As soon as this was said, everyone stopped talking and looked back at the man beating the turbid beast fiercely. Silence. He lay down again without saying a word. Forget it. Forget it. It seems that this man doesn't want to kill them. Lie down for a while first. Whatever you want. After he killed several turbid beasts around, she turned around and found that these people were still lying comfortably. She raised her eyebrows, unhappy, walked over, kicked each of them, and said, "Pay money." Chili and his friends, who were forced to travel the world because they couldn't afford water, said, "Compensation." "What money?" Muyu's voice was a little stuttering, but he still spoke bravely. He sounded familiar, turned his head and looked at him. "You invaded my privacy and hurt my dignity, so compensate me 5 gold coins. She didn't want to say that the house was almost collapsed by them, so she had to make up a random reason. The 5 poor guys were silent. It's no exaggeration. They might not even be able to collect 1 silver coin with all their bodies. 5 gold coins? They don't have any after selling it. What's the matter? Are you not happy? Jihee's voice was sinister. It seemed that she would pick up a knife and cut them all in the next second. No, it's mainly because we are poor, really poor. Chili said that in order to survive, he was willing to expose his own scars. We are so poor that we can't afford to buy water, so we thought of going out to find water. Jihee's voice sounded more and more familiar, but she didn't show it. She threatened them. It doesn't matter if we don't have money, we still have kidneys, right? Give me 1 kidney for 2, and I let you go. Everyone, I don't really want to have my organs removed. Several people trembled, looking like frightened quails in the white mist. They stuttered. It all comes down to poverty. After some threats, Jihee finally remembered why these people sounded familiar. Isn't this Chi Li and his group of followers? Isn't that stuttering kid Muyu? If that queen isn't Su Min, then who is she? The one leading the way, smiling flatteringly, must be Chi Li. It was all because they were wrapped too tightly. Now only the lower half of their faces were exposed. Who could recognize them? In order to avoid making a mistake, Jihee took off Chi Li's mask and took a look. He recognized Chi Li's face at a glance. He quickly put it back on. After all, they were people he knew, so the anger in his heart subsided a lot. Then he thought of the beating he had just given them. Jihee felt a little guilty. But it disappeared quickly. It's not her fault. She was lying at home, but these people had to run around and cause her family to be implicated. It almost collapsed. Looking down at them squatting in the corner in a cowardly manner, the corners of her mouth twitched. You can't see it normally. How can they be so flexible? Blinking, she stepped forward, pinched the mouths of several people, and stuffed a green ball into each of their mouths. Chili wanted to struggle, but Jihee held him down and force-fed him, so he couldn't struggle free. Under her great force, Chili looked weak, pitiful and helpless. Seeing that Chi Li's resistance was ineffective, the other people looked at each other, and did not use Jihee's hand, so they swallowed it obediently. I ate it before, so I'm not afraid to eat another one. Jihee glanced at the others, said nothing, stood up, jumped into the white mist, and disappeared in an instant. Chili started to pick his throat frantically again after Jihee left. After a long while, nothing came out. He looked haggard. When he looked up and met the gazes of the others, he was just a little relieved that they cared about him. But Muyu said, "Are we still going to the livestock station?" "Yes." Jihee said goodbye to Chili and the others, walked in the white mist, and soon returned home. Her eye mask was a prop, with a map uploaded inside. If you follow the arrows, you won't get lost in the fog. As soon as she entered the door, Yuanqiu came up to her, observing her in circles, and chattering, "Are you okay? Are you not hurt? I told you not to go out, but you insisted on going out." "No." Jihee shook her head. She was very careful. She was afraid that her blood had mutated, so she tried her best not to get hurt outside. Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay if she's not hurt. It's okay if she's not hurt. That turbid beast is dirty. Don't let that dirty blood flow through the wound and contaminate its big treasure." Since she knew there were many turbid beasts in the white fog, Jihee didn't stay at home. In the next few days, she went downstairs to kill the turbid beasts at a fixed time every day, one morning and one night, amid the crying of Yuanqiu. She didn't go far, just patrolled around her home. If there were any, she would take them to the low house near the livestock station to kill them. If there were none, she would go upstairs. It would be extremely cold after the white fog was over. She didn't want to have no place to live in the winter, and squeeze in with those people. Houses in the base are in short supply now. even in Area A. If this house collapses, it will be difficult to find an independent residence. As the fight went on, he felt a little strange. Are there so many turbid beasts in the base? There are 6 or 7 every day. Are there still people alive in Area D? Little did they know that the turbid beasts in the base were quietly gathering towards Area A. The people in Area D felt that the turbid beast had left, and they were so happy that they almost cried. Before, when I was hiding at home, I could always hear the roar of the turbid beasts, and I couldn't sleep at night, which made me feel worse than death. I don't know what happened these days. The muddy beasts all ran away, and the surrounding environment became quiet, and I no longer have to worry about living here. Although there is still white fog. But it is better to live than to die. They can still hold on. After Li and his friends ran into the livestock station and solved Sun Jingjing's water shortage problem, they gathered by the pool for a meeting. Miyu suggested, I see there are testing props in the mall. Why don't we buy one? I always feel unwell. I agree. I agree. Several people nodded. Even Toad Hanba nodded. Finally, the question came, where's the money? As soon as this question came out, everyone was silent. That poor silver coin, buying the kind of prop that can scan the body is just like using 20 cents to go to the supermarket. You can only look but not buy. What should we do? We ate 2 kinds of things. What should we do if we are poisoned? Li was not worried about this. Don't worry, we won't die. Why? Muyu's eyes lit up, waiting for Li to give constructive advice. You can kill a chicken with a kitchen knife, but why do you have to feed it medicine? What a waste. Li collapsed on the stool, looking very lonely. With his fighting power, we can't beat him even if we fight him. If we really wanted to kill him, we would have done it long ago. How can we leave you without even a broken bone? Chapter 507. Although the mysterious man beat them up, it hurt a lot at the time. But when they came back, they found that their skin was not even broken, just purple, which looked scary. It can be seen that the man showed mercy. Before, they saw that the man kicked a turbid beast and kicked its head 180 degrees. If he really kicked them with that strength, they would all be in trouble. So you're just going to ignore it? Muyu was a little worried. He always felt something was wrong when he sat there. When the people from the underground city come back, let's look for relevant talents. The fees there are cheaper. It's cheap, but a full body scan costs half a pound of dried sweet potatoes. They are only responsible for inspection, not treatment. I won't go. Sumin stood up and stretched. She was the least injured. I think it's okay. Don't take your life lightly. Looking at Sumin's back, Muyu was a little anxious. The next second, he heard Sun Jingjing also say, I won't go either. I have a thick skin. I guess by the time they come up from the underground, the bruises on my body will have disappeared. Why waste that food? After saying that, he went back into the water. Did you check the chat channel? Do you know that there are some people with special talents? Can they control people's bodies by touching them? What if they turn you into a puppet? Miyu watched Sumin leave and Sun Jingjing bubble in the water. Both of them looked like they had nothing to do with it, and he was so anxious. Besides, that person suddenly appeared, and we don't know his identity. Are you just going to leave him alone? Underage child? Are there any underage boys in our base who haven't gone to the dungeon? Should we look for them? Li was lying on the side talking to himself. This underage boy made him inexplicably concerned. That? Hanba touched Muyu tentatively. I think you have something more to worry about now. What? Muyu looked back and didn't take it seriously, but his eyes widened instantly. No, aren't you a toad? Why do you have hair? After a while, several rabbits of different colors gathered together. No one wanted to talk. Some of these rabbits were 1.7 meters tall, and some were 1.8 meters tall. They had colorful fur on their bodies, and looked very fluffy, but a little depressed. Several of them turned into big rabbits in a very short time, and their mouths were accompanied by bad breath. No one wanted to talk at this time, just feeling embarrassed. But they had to say nothing. Finally, a rabbit buried its head in its arms, covered its mouth, and asked, when can we change back? No one answered. They all ran away because of the stench. This was the effect of the first black ball he fed them, a prank snack that turned people into halitosis rabbits. Because of the bad breath and smelly meat, they are rampant in nature. No animal wants to eat them. The detector didn't detect anything, so he was ready to beat them up and turn them into rabbits. Later, she found out that they knew people, so she decided to reduce the punishment by half. There was no antidote for the prank snacks, so they had to turn into rabbits in these 3 days. But after they turned into rabbits, they couldn't eat meat anymore. They could only eat grass, otherwise they would vomit. Bean cakes are not pure vegetarian. They still contain a high proportion of insect powder. Afraid that they couldn't find grass, and would be hungry again, he fed them interstellar compression capsules. This thing is not very useful, and it has no taste. Eating it can keep people from being hungry for 3 days. He found it when he was circling in front of Guru's house. It is a high-end version of energy supplement. I will feed them this now, just in time for them not to have to eat for the next 3 days. He was kind-hearted, but Chi Li and his friends were scared. They didn't take it seriously on the first day because they weren't hungry, and just thought it was a side effect of the rabbit transformation. They weren't hungry on the second day, which was not right. They forced themselves to eat bean cakes, and actually started vomiting. On the third day, they found that they were still not hungry, which made them completely panic. How could they become anorexic after turning into rabbits? This side effect is quite strong. Several rabbits gathered together and were about to discuss, but they opened their mouths. Ugh. Disperse. So the rabbits could only shout at each other, several meters apart, so that at least they would not faint from the smell of each other's mouths. 3 panicked rabbits were talking about conspiracy. One stupid rabbit was silent, and another rabbit was in a daze. In the end, they all agreed that they were framed and had anorexia. This is ruined. Where can anorexia be treated now? What should we do? On the 4th day, they woke up and finally turned back into human form, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they survived. They unanimously decided to close the door and never go out again. It's too dangerous outside. Until the day of entering the dungeon, the white fog had not dissipated. All the talents, whether they lived on the ground or underground, knew that they could no longer hide. Unless they didn't want to do the mission, they would have to go through the white fog. Someone had already posted a photo of the white fog in the chat channel. The talents also knew how thick the white fog was. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was so thick that even the light of the flashlight could not shine out. It's not easy to walk to the gate of the base smoothly. Just when they were worried, they heard the loudspeaker of the base. Please pay attention to all talents. The base will organize people to leave the dungeon 3 hours before the copy mission starts. At that time, relevant staff will lead the teleportation array in front. If you are a talent who wants to do the mission, please don't miss it. Please note that there is no fee here. Please restrain yourself. If you get lost, we will not be responsible. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It is said that it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. Following the base, if there are any natural disasters or man-made disasters, the base will find a way to solve them, and they just need to follow. This time, if there is no base to lead the way, they want to cross the entire base, and who knows how many things will happen. But why 3 hours in advance? Even if there is white fog, it will not take 3 hours, and they are not crossing the entire base. Some people with smart brains will understand what is going on after a little thought. They didn't go straight to the gate this time, but to leave time to deal with the turbid beasts. During this period, everyone was free and spent more time on the chat channel. The most talked about thing, besides the fog outside, was the turbid beasts in the fog. Everyone had heard about the outbreak of turbid beasts in the hospitals in the bases of Country A before, and everyone said all kinds of things. The most widely accepted guess was that the turbid beasts were transmitted through blood and saliva. Unreliable guesses also included eye contact, brain wave transmission, body odor transmission, etc. The fact that there was no outbreak of turbid beasts in their base hospital instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Not to mention that people in other bases were curious, they themselves were also curious. Chapter 508. They are all fighting the turbid beasts, so why are the people in their base hospital discharged so quietly? What's the problem? The top leaders of the base have held several meetings to discuss this issue, and they also want to send people to the ground to conduct an on-site investigation, but considering the white fog, they have temporarily shelved it. But the investigation of the cause of this matter has been put on the agenda, and has become a very important task. After all, this is the only good news among countless bad news. If their base really finds a way to overcome the infection of the turbid beasts, then their base will be amazing in the future. The status will surpass the A city headquarters. After all, even a city had an outbreak of turbid beasts, and many people died, but their city did not. The leaders of the base walked with the wind these days, and they were no longer anxious, and their condition was visibly better. It is true that happiness nourishes people. Everyone was mentally prepared for the turbid beasts hidden in the white fog. There will always be people who do not follow the ordinary path. Some talents just don't want to sleep in the big bunk bed underground, so they bought enough sleeping pills and wine, and just want to sleep in their own homes. This base is not mandatory. These people will post some photos of white fog in the chat channel, including the things that they have seen turbid beasts before. With the experience of turbid beasts attacking the city before, everyone is not so afraid of turbid beasts this time. After all, they don't have much else, just a lot of people. Turbid beasts, it's just an energy stone collection point. When the time comes, everyone is fully armed and follows the talent of the base, quickly leaving the dungeon and coming to the long-lost ground. The pictures sent are far less shocking than seeing them in person. The white fog was as thick as flower water. It seemed to be flowing, which made them resist from the bottom of their hearts. But after touching the sleeping pills in their pockets, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, they still have a way out. They can take drugs if they can't sleep. The white fog made their vision very limited, which was a bad feeling. They bent their bodies, their hearts were beating like drums, and every step they took, they felt that the turbid beast was hiding not far away, ready to attack them at any time. This fantasy made sweat begin to seep from their foreheads. The vigilance was raised to the highest level. The tension gradually increased with the passage of time. At the beginning, they were only a little nervous. After all, there were many people. But as time passed, not a single turbid beast appeared, and the tension gradually climbed to 100%. Even the sound of their companions walking would make them turn back nervously. Even the gifted person, who was in charge of leading the base, began to slow down his pace, holding up his shield and being extra vigilant. This situation was very wrong. He must be responsible for the people behind him. What do the people in other bases say? They have encountered turbid beasts and are fighting. The woman frowned. What's going on? Thinking of the information she got before, according to the response of the people left on the ground, there was an underage boy fighting turbid beasts in the white fog. The boy was very strong and could kill turbid beasts independently. She had a guess in her mind. Could it be that all the turbid beasts in the base were killed by the boy? But she quickly rejected this idea. Impossible. The base is so big, and the fog is so thick. Even if the boy wanted to kill all the turbid beasts, he couldn't find them. There must be some conspiracy waiting for them that she didn't notice. The journey that was supposed to take an hour was turned into 2 hours. When they were almost at the gate of the base, and the props indicated that they were 200 meters away from the destination, the tension did not subside. Everyone stood back to back, holding weapons, and looked around vigilantly, afraid of falling into a trap. They didn't know why, but they always felt someone was watching them from behind. Roar! Finally, they encountered the first muddy beast they encountered today. At this moment, they didn't feel scared, but a big stone in their hearts fell to the ground. There was a feeling of relief. Finally, I waited for you. Whether you come or not, my heart will be weak. When there was still 1 hour before entering the dungeon, he handed over the last energy stone to the space. Watching the progress bar jump to 92%. She exhaled. Finally, the space is finally going to be upgraded. This time, she has waited too long. During this period, she can kill 6 or 7 turbid beasts every day, and sometimes she can kill 10. She thought she could maintain this number, but yesterday, she waited for more than an hour, and only 3 turbid beasts came to her. She knew it was over. The takeaways delivered to her door were probably over. It seemed that the time was almost up. Finally, she was ready. Put on the mask. Put on the masked hooded suit necessary for walking through the white fog, asked Yuichio to look after the house, and went straight to the gate. The journey was peaceful, and they arrived at the gate of the base smoothly. He vaguely felt that there were people in front of her. She knew that they might be the gifted people of the base, so she did not go over to join in the fun. She stood quietly and waited. When the time came, everyone disappeared in an instant. When she opened her eyes again, he came to a huge garbage dump. Various rusty mechanical fragments and unknown garbage piled up like mountains, forming one dirty and messy garbage mountain after another. He couldn't help but wrinkled her nose when she smelled the stench at the tip of her nose. How to describe this smell? Like rotten soil. It's like a fermented green pond. The smell goes straight into the nose. And there are people standing around her, densely packed. This is a multiplayer large-scale game copy. No one moved, standing quietly in place waiting for the system prompt. Dear game players, hello, welcome to Samsung, the daily work of the recycler. There is no pure garbage. The existence of each place must have its meaning, just like a garbage dump. Please find 20 ores, and hand them in within 3 days. The system prompt was short, and the introduction to the task was also very simple. This was the first time for everyone to encounter such a situation. As the voice ended, a portal appeared on the back of their right hands, just like the one hanging in the air before. The black was mixed with silver, and it was spinning non-stop. He looked over, and saw that the clothes that had covered her before suddenly had a piece missing on the back of her hand. The speed of rotation on it seemed to be magical, which made her a little fascinated. Under the whirlpool, there was a big duck egg hanging there. Or, how can there be or in this garbage dump? This task seems quite simple, only 20? De Lang? Where are you, De Lang? Gather, gather. The noisy voices around brought Ji back to reality. She looked up and looked around. Perhaps because of the white fog outside, everyone standing in the copy wore masks and dressed neatly, making it difficult to tell who was who at a glance. Chapter 509. Some people looked around and found the surroundings okay this time. They had already pulled down their masks and started looking for their teammates. But it was obviously a bit difficult. They were standing too close together. If they wanted to find someone, they had to go through the crowded crowd. Ji frowned. She felt something was wrong. This dungeon was a 3-star dungeon. It couldn't be as simple as a 1-star or 2-star dungeon, right? As soon as this thought came up, there was a rustling sound in front of him. The sound gradually became louder, and there were many places, as if some animal was crawling. There was a sense of oppression coming from far away. Everyone fell silent in an instant. The world was filled with only the sound of breathing. Everyone looked at each other, subconsciously looking for a place to hide their bodies and stop making any sound. This was not the first time they had entered the dungeon, so they should have been mentally prepared. Ji was the same. As soon as the sound was heard, she quickly jumped onto the surrounding garbage mountain, trying to climb to the top. It turned out that this action was a bit difficult. The entire garbage mountain was covered with a sticky and slippery substance, like glue, with some stickiness, and when she lifted her feet, it would stick to the soles of her shoes. This required her to use a lot of force. But it was not enough to use too much force. The metal parts under her feet looked relatively hard, but when Ji stepped on them, the metal would break. If she did not stand firmly, she would fall down easily. None of this mattered. What mattered was that the metal parts would make a loud noise. With each step she made, the sound of the breaking was much louder than the sound of her climbing the garbage mountain. When Ji crushed the 6th one, she was motionless, because the creature that made the loud noise had already crawled out from underground. All the sounds around her disappeared instantly, whether it was the crowd that was pushing and shoving just now, or the people who were running around like headless flies looking for a place to hide, all stopped making any noise. She looked up at the huge creature in the distance. How to describe it? It looked very strange. It looked like an inverted metal barrel on its head, but the metal barrel looked like it grew out of the flesh and fit perfectly. Its body looked like a flesh-colored snake, and it was shiny in the sun. It had no feet, only a pair of front paws, and the 3 toes were widely separated, with long and sharp nails. There were 5 of them. The largest seemed to be as tall as a 3-story building, and the smallest was as tall as a 2-story building. They had no eyes and no mouth. They made no sound after they appeared, but stretched their heads to sense around, and their long and sharp claws moved back and forth in the air. Listening to the sound of claws cutting through the air, everyone stood still, motionless, exchanging glances with each other. Now it depends on who will be the first to break this confrontation. After about a minute or two, these creatures began to get a little anxious, and they moved their bodies to slide along the garbage heap, leaving a trail of sticky liquid. Ji thought. She knew what the glue-like thing on the garbage mountain was. It was the body fluid of this creature. These creatures poked their heads through the gaps between the garbage mountains, touching the garbage mountains from time to time. The whole garbage mountain was shaking. Ji was grateful for the slime, which allowed her to stand on it and pretend to be a gecko. Her hands and feet were glued, so she didn't have to worry about falling off. Their huge heads moved up and down in the air, as if they were looking for something. The tip of the tail then emitted an electronic sound. Hello everyone. Don't be afraid. We are good animals. Welcome everyone to our Ironhead Earthworm clan's territory. Our clan is warm, hospitable, kind, and especially willing to make friends. On behalf of our clan, I welcome everyone to come. As long as you don't mind the simplicity of our clan's territory, we welcome everyone to live here permanently. After this was played, everyone remained motionless. The Ironhead Earthworm continued to shuttle through the garbage mountain, and the sound on its tail did not stop. But, we have a small request. That is, everyone who comes to our territory must register, which is also for the convenience of management. You can understand this, right? We still have to buy tickets to go to the park, right? If you are willing. Please stand up, and take the initiative to identify yourself, so that we can register your personal information for you. After this, no one took action. The air was quiet, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone has discovered that this creature is blind, and his nose is not working well. They walked through the garbage mountain. Sometimes they were just a little bit away from encountering people, but they couldn't find them. Everyone chose to keep silent when they didn't understand the situation, waiting for a fool to appear and serve as a pathfinder for everyone. The iron-headed earthworm's tail shook faster and faster, as if it was a little impatient. The electronic sound continued to be emitted, echoing throughout the garbage mountain, and those iron-headed earthworms went back and forth, constantly patrolling. In this case, we have to publish a recruitment notice. The work content is also very simple. Just spray potions on the stowaways. If you can't handle it, you can call us to help. Remuneration. According to the completion of the work, we are willing to provide or to all hard-working employees. What do you think? Mentioning everyone's breathing became a little rapid. Maybe this is the correct way to complete the task, participate in the work and get ore from this monster? The electronic voice continued. As long as you are willing, you can become an upright manager, and we only ask you to spray the potion. Personal items, we don't want. Of course, please don't think too much. We won't do anything to those stowaways. We just want to find out how many guests have come to our house. This will make us feel safe. Under the combination of soft and hard tactics, some people wavered. A person behind Jihi shouted, "How much do you give?" Hearing the voice, the huge heads of several iron-headed earthworms paused for a moment, and then quickly came over. The speed was so fast that the wind blew on Jihi. Her heart tightened, and she couldn't help but look up and stare. The huge head cast a shadow, covering Jihi completely, which made her feel a little depressed. Something was wrong. At first glance, what the monster said was all right and reasonable. But the problem was that its attitude was too good. Even the goodness was a little wrong. The built-in translation software, the overly reasonable requirements, and the payment. It happened to be what they needed. If the task was really that simple, and everyone became an employee, then everyone could easily get the ore. But if everyone became an employee, who would they mark? Should they mark themselves? Chapter 510. Several huge monsters surrounded Jihi's head, bringing a visual sense of oppression. She heard the sound of several people around her swallowing their saliva involuntarily. The man who spoke just now has begun to regret it. He shouldn't be the first to speak out. But it's too late to say anything now. The monsters have been attracted by him, and are surrounding his head. The tip of the tail keeps making sounds, and it can be seen that it is very excited. How much ore? Of course, it depends on how much you want, or is easy for us. As long as you do your job well, you can get as much ore as you want. Have you decided to join us? It's really simple. The work is easy, and there is no pressure at all. Jihi lowered her eyes, and began to look for a way out. It's confirmed. He has bad intentions. She has been tortured by life for a long time. When she heard such a voice full of human care, her first reaction was not to be happy that she had picked up a treasure, but to feel that she had stepped on a landmine. Have you ever seen a black-hearted capitalist say that he can pay as much as he wants when he opens a salary? There is only one situation. They don't plan to give it to you at all. You go out and ask for a salary of 5,000, and the HR in charge of recruitment will belittle you and give you 3,000 in the end, saying, you can do it if you want, or there are plenty of people who will do it if you don't want to. When you go home and struggle, and finally decide to do it, they will say, oh, wait for the notice. This is the process of the black-hearted capitalists. The man behind he seemed to be shaken, and he was still asking, how many people can you spray the potion for 20 ores? What if it is not completed? Stupid. When he heard the word 20, he wanted to curse. Who bargained and showed his trump card first? If you say that, won't it be taken advantage of? How about daily settlement? After finishing today, everyone except the last one will get 20 ores. What do you think? The mechanical electronic sound was calm. The body of the big earthworm kept swaying from side to side. He watched as the big head of the iron earthworm above her head quickly sank, and went straight to the place where the sound came from. She quickly fell to the ground with her whole body prostrated, and stuck to the garbage mountain, barely avoiding the big head of the iron-headed earthworm. But the people behind her were not so lucky. A total of 4 people failed to dodge, and were touched by the iron-headed earthworm. Oh, I found it, little cutie, there are still 4 of them. So now do you 4 want to become our employees? The faces of these 4 people were very ugly, especially the 3 who didn't speak just now. It was fine, who would have thought that there was a fool standing next to them? It's really a drag. The iron-headed earthworm rubbed back and forth, outlining the figures of the 4 people. The electronic sound behind them kept making soothing sounds. Don't be afraid, we are a very friendly and kind race. Don't worry, the 4 of you will become our new employees, and we will definitely treat you well. Don't you want ore? Don't worry, there is as much ore as you want. It's very good, and it's not too precious for us. After the 4 people calmed down a little, while they were not paying attention, the iron bucket on the top of the iron-headed earthworm's head suddenly cracked a gap, and a forked tongue stretched out from it, licking the 4 of them unexpectedly. Green slime stuck to their heads, and began to flow down from the top of their heads, looking sticky and slimy. Oh my god, what is this? It's disgusting. One of the girls cursed and touched the thing on her head with her hand. But this slime was very sticky, and she shook it off a few times, but it didn't get rid of it. She was wearing a black sportswear, her hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, and her expression was a little bit collapsed. After several iron-headed earthworms licked the 4 of them, their huge heads began to move away, and their bodies gradually crawled away. At the same time, a cross-body bag and spray head similar to the one used to spray pesticides were thrown to the 4 of them. There was a bang. It was like hitting someone's heart. Congratulations to the 4 of you for being accepted. The salary is 20 ores, and there are countless foods. The employees who spray the most will be selected as excellent employees by us. There will be rewards. Is there anyone else who wants to become our employee? Just make a little noise so that I can hear it. Jihi no longer cared about the iron-headed earthworm. She looked at the 4 people standing in front of her with vigilance. They seemed to have accepted their fate. The girl with green slime all over her head, after finding that the slime on her head could not be completely cleaned, chose to bend down and pick up the sprayer. Jihi's heart tightened. He had to run quickly. In addition to these 4 people, there were about 6 or 7 people standing on this garbage mountain. Because of time constraints, and the fact that the garbage mountain was not easy to climb, the more than 10 people standing were not too far away. Because of the distance, Jihi was standing at the highest place, but it was only a few steps away. If those people sprayed the people below, she couldn't run away. What to do? She had to find a way quickly. Jihi quickly scanned the surroundings. All she saw was garbage, piles of garbage, and there was no place to hide. No, Jihi noticed with sharp eyes that there was a black hole at the foot of the garbage mountain next door. It was not big, but not too small. If she turned into a sandman, she should be able to get in. She was about 7 or 8 meters away from the big hole. Normally, it shouldn't be a big problem, but now her feet were particularly sticky, and it was hard to lift them up, so she probably couldn't jump that far. What to do? While Jihi was thinking, the 4 people behind him had already picked up their messenger bags. Without saying a word, they figured out how to use the spray and started spraying around. Ah, I'm going to kill you. What the hell is that? It's so sticky. What came out of the spray can was the green mucus licked by the iron-headed earthworms, which was very disgusting. After hearing the spraying sound behind him, Jihi didn't even hesitate. He put all his strength into his feet and jumped towards the black hole. The next second after she jumped, the girl sprayed her with green slime. Stop! Only a fool would stop. In midair, she took out the sand scorpion fruit that she had prepared long ago and crushed it. At the moment of crushing, she was covered by a net bag. The net bag made a sharp sound, attracting several iron-headed earthworms to crawl towards her quickly. Jihi could hear the sound of the body sliding close to the ground. It could be heard that he was very anxious. She looked up at the person who threw the props. Chapter 511. It was the man who spoke first, with an ordinary face, who was now looking at her with a smug look on his face. He was lip-syncing silently. Jihi didn't understand, but she said it didn't matter, she would teach him a lesson. She turned into a gust of sand and got out of the gap in the net bag. She grabbed the big net with her left hand, and a big stone appeared out of thin air with her right hand. She threw it towards the man. The man seemed to be startled, as if he didn't think Jihi could escape. He quickly moved 1 meter on the spot and dodged the stone. Just as the smug expression on his face appeared, a stream of water covered his head. He subconsciously closed his eyes. The next second, the water column formed on the top of his head, turning into a toad croaking towards the sky. It was particularly yawning. It was also cadenced. Anyone who was not deaf could hear it. The prank prop that Jihi got, the blessing of the screamer. It can be transformed into any shape and scream according to the owner's wishes. It can last for more than 2 hours, and it is guaranteed that the person's ears will be tinnitus after the scream. After the man reacted, he raised his head again and faced the huge heads of the 3 iron-headed earthworms. The next second, bang! A big rock hit his head while he was not paying attention, and a bloody hole was directly smashed. This employee, please work seriously. As the iron-headed earthworm spoke, the mask on his head opened a big mouth, and green mucus flowed out of the big mouth, splashing all over the man's face. Man, he didn't even care about the frogs that were still howling above his head, and the green mucus that was sliding down, and picked up the nozzle, and sprayed everyone around him. Some people can't stand seeing others do well, when they can't get good things for themselves. Men are like this. Screams came one after another. With this group of troublemakers, spraying people with spray bottles, the whole garbage dump is no longer as peaceful as before, and it has become a mess. The sound of the iron-headed earthworms is obviously much happier. They crawled quickly on the ground, and the electronic sound was much louder. Come on, don't fight or grab. You are all our good employees, come, bring our employee props. People who were sprayed for no reason were not happy in the first place, and now that they have touched the sprayer, how can they resist, holding the spray bottle, spraying everyone they see, regardless of whether they know each other or not. We didn't know each other in the first place. Why did I get sprayed with green water on my head, while you are still safe? Why? I don't care about the consequences. If I die, I have to take someone with me. Look at me, I'm coming. Green clouds are pressing down. On the top, the situation in the field changes rapidly. Just now it was quiet, like a garbage dump with no one there, and suddenly it became as noisy as a vegetable market. Countless running sounds were accompanied by angry curses. Iron-headed earthworm was very happy. Ha ha, don't hide, don't be afraid, come on, everyone should be drenched. Wow, so much, really so much. He lay at the entrance of the cave, using a metal plate to block the black hole, and looked at the chaotic scene outside through the gap. Some people took the opportunity to escape, while others were drenched in green in the chaos. Turning around, he also became the one who sprayed green mucus on others. The person who was hiding in the last second may become the one chasing others in the next second. The scene was very chaotic. She quietly closed the metal plate, placed a stone underneath, and followed the black hole down, gradually moving away from the noise. The hole was very deep and crooked. Some places were very spacious, and he could walk straight. Some places were very narrow, and she had to turn into sand and lock it into a long strip to get through. As she walked, he found that the road ahead was blocked. He took out a flashlight and shone it in front of her. A flesh-colored barrier blocked the entire tunnel. She first took out a stick from the space, touched the barrier, and felt the elastic force coming from her hand. She exerted force. The stick sank in. Could it be a living thing? Jihee's heart skipped a beat. She retracted the stick and tentatively reached forward. Try to touch it. The skin shed by the iron-headed earthworm, full of elasticity, very smooth, not easy to be cut by sharp objects. With fireproof and cold-proof effects, it is an excellent material for making protective clothing. Note: iron-headed earthworm, a greedy and evil race, full of lies, not a single truth. Iron-headed earthworm, isn't that the huge flesh-colored creature just now? It can be evaluated by talent like this, so the green liquid is not a good thing, right? What is its use? He thought of several possibilities, and finally could only draw a question mark. There is too little evidence to guess. Since she knew that the thing in front of her was useful, and not a living thing, he was not polite, and reached out to collect the thick wall in front of her into the space. Looking at the big pile put into the space, she estimated that at least 4 or 5 people's protective clothing could be made. However, if even their shed skin can be used as protective clothing, and is not afraid of fire, then the skin they wear on their bodies is even more invulnerable. Thinking of that body size, he thought in her heart that it would be better for her to go around it unless it was absolutely necessary. As the skin of the iron-headed earthworm was taken away, the hole in front of her appeared again. He continued to walk in. As she walked, she found that there was no longer one road in front of her, but many. She guessed that the spaciousness should be formed when the iron-headed earthworms drilled underground. She walked several times in a row and found that not every hole would have the skin shed by the iron-headed earthworms. Except for the piece of skin at the beginning, she never found anything else in the big hole. Not to mention the ore, she didn't even find the skin shed by the iron-headed earthworm. He was confused as he walked. Could it be that the ore really had to be obtained from the iron-headed earthworm? But Tianfu said that they were full of lies. Could what they said just now be true? At another fork in the road, he was confused between the big hole on the right and the small hole on the left. He squatted down and shone the flashlight in, and found that it was very deep inside, and he couldn't see what was inside. The hole is about the same size as the dog hole at home. It is estimated that only a child of 5 or 6 years old can get in. After hesitating between the big hole and the small hole, he decided to go through the small hole. There is no other reason. Curiosity. Want to know how this small hole was created, and whether there are other creatures in it. The sand that he turned into became very long and went all the way inside the black hole. The inside was more spacious than the outside. If she had to lie down at the beginning, she could walk forward on her knees now. The speed was much faster. As she walked, she found that the hole was getting a little wet. She blinked and touched the wet place. It's a bit prickly, and it feels rough and hard. What is this? Turning on the flashlight, the black leaves caught her eye. Chapter 512. There are red lines in the middle of the leaves, just like blood vessels, flowing non-stop. Black fluorescent grass, a plant grown by the drooping rat. Swallowing it can have anesthesia, hemostasis, and other effects. Note, the drooping rat, smart and timid, with a sensitive nose, likes to plant and take care of plants. Drooping rat? A new creature has appeared. Can this drooping rat have he put the flashlight in his mouth while thinking about the task, and stretched out his hand to carefully start pulling the black fluorescent grass. She was very serious in her actions, trying not to tear the roots as much as possible. She knew the principle of eating one meal, and then eating every meal. If this black fluorescent grass could be kept alive, she would have another general on the road to earning energy stones in the future. A few minutes later, he carefully took the roots of the black fluorescent grass off the wall. After putting it into the space, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The roots of this black fluorescent grass are particularly long, several times longer than its outer skin, leaves and rhizomes, and the roots inside are very thin. He must be very careful not to break its roots. She lowered her head, and casually took the flashlight out of her mouth without looking back. She turned off the flashlight, and in the darkness, she stretched out her hand to rub her numb legs from kneeling just now, and slowly adjusted her body shape. Her attention was all behind her. Halfway through the digging, she noticed a figure behind her, who seemed to have fallen from the top of the cave. When she found that she was pulling out the black fluorescent, it seemed to jump over here, but soon jumped back and hid to the side motionless. It's not big, but it looks like a big ball of fur. Now she moves her hands and feet, as if she wants to retreat, but she doesn't dare. She looks very alert. He lowered her head, as if her attention was on her legs, but she actually took the net she just picked up out of the space. The man dared to throw the net at her, so he naturally didn't think about taking the net back. She was too lazy to explore why the man who didn't know her just now took the initiative to provoke her. This is how the gifted are in the mission. There are no friends, except for teammates. Everyone is an enemy. And she doesn't even have teammates. That means everyone is an enemy. They rob each other of resources and props, and sometimes they frame someone for nothing. There are only so many things, and if there is one less person to fight for them, he will have a greater chance of getting them. Screaming net bag. With automatic navigation function, the trapped person will be paralyzed and unable to break free from the inside, and will scream to remind the owner to capture him. If he hadn't used the sand scorpion fruit in advance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of having mucus poured over his head. She picked up the big net and slowly aimed. The creature seemed to sense something was wrong and wanted to retreat. She didn't even turn her head. She swung her right hand hard, and the net flew backwards quickly. The creature screamed and fled far away quickly. The speed was surprisingly fast. He turned around and chased it for a second, but it disappeared. But there was a scream in the distance. She ran forward quickly. Finally, she found the creature following the scream of the net. Under the light, the creature had fluffy hair and looked gray. It was crying and gnawing at the net. Its entire body was tied up in a tic-tac-toe pattern. It was just, how to say it, it was a little pitiful. But the big devil he obviously didn't have the heart to sympathize with women. She put away the net, picked up the creature's ears, and held it in front of her. It had gray hair all over, 2 red cheeks on its round face, small eyes that were narrowed into a slit, a pair of big buck teeth, and a round tail that looked like a ball. It has 4 ears, and it can't move if it's caught. Where did this little cutie come from? It was caught like this. What should I do? It's going to be eaten. He moved closer, his face very close. The fluffy creature was frightened and trembled. Tears flowed more. The fur on both sides of the eyes were wet, and the whole creature was shaking. Silent crying. He felt that his image at this moment must be a supervillain. Choo-choo rat, smart and timid, with a sensitive nose, likes to plant and take care of plants, is kind, and is a vegetarian. There is a certain probability that the plants he grows will awaken special effects. Note, I like creatures that are full of kindness. Kindness? Isn't that what she is talking about? She is the kindest. Her nickname is Great Kindness. Ahem, My name is Great Kindness. How about you hang out with me in the future? In the eyes of Chue Rat, Jihee's big face was smiling very sinisterly. How could this monster get into Chue Rat's hole? It also took away the food grown by Chue Rat. This is a bad beast. Woo woo woo. Chue Rat is about to be eaten before he is full. The mouse was so sad that it cried out a big snot bubble. Jihee took it away with some disgust. He took out a piece of paper with his other hand, shook it in the air, and began to wipe its snot. Look how good I am to you. I didn't dislike you even when you cried out snot. You will never find such a good person except me. Jihee coaxed it, and seeing that it was still sobbing, he simply took out the crisp and tender tip and stuffed it into its mouth. This is the prop obtained before, which can improve the favorability of vegetarian animals. Chue Mouse was crying so hard that he choked on the food. He chewed it subconsciously. It seems delicious? Low pollution? Not sure, try it again. Seeing that Chue Mouse had stopped crying and his mood had stabilized a little, Jihee took out a piece of Chinese cabbage that he had used to tease the rabbit and stuffed it into Chue Mouse's mouth. Chue Mouse chewed it subconsciously. Then he stopped crying, holding the Chinese cabbage in his hands, and his little mouth kept moving. Seeing it squinting its eyes, and chewing attentively, Jihee put it under his arm and started walking forward. When Chue Mouse finished eating a piece of cabbage, he realized that he had forgotten to cry. Just as he was about to cry, Jihee grabbed his mouth and said, "My vegetables are rare cosmic vegetables with a pollution rate of less than 5%. They are very expensive and sold in pieces. If you eat them, you have to pay me. Give me 10 gold coins. If you don't have money, ask your mom and dad to pay to redeem the mouse." Hearing 10 gold coins, the poor Chue Mouse didn't even care to cry. He was bent by the huge amount of money, and was stunned on the spot. Looking at Jihee now, for some reason, he always felt that she was not such a bad person, and tried to defend himself. "You stuffed it into my mouth. I didn't eat it on my own initiative. Besides, I don't have any money. It really didn't have any gold coins, it was very poor, it didn't even have any copper coins. Will you eat it if I stuff it into your mouth? I said I wanted you to smell it." Jihee was unreasonable. "Just tell me whether you ate it or not." Chapter 513. Eat. The poor rat man was short-sighted and had no aura. Jihee's conscience was hurt by his childish voice. "If you don't have money, you can work for me to pay off your debts. When you pay off your debts, I will let you go." The big devil Jihee showed her fangs. Looking at the pair of squinting eyes, she smiled kindly. "Pay off? Dream? You don't eat or drink? How can there be a day when you can pay off your debts? I will squeeze you dry." Thinking that there would be Chue Rat in the space to free her hands in the future, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. After threatening, she did not forget to give a sweet date. "I won't let you work for nothing. How about this? I will pay for your meals every day in the future, and you just help me farm. Apart from farming, I won't let you do anything else." After Jihee finished speaking, he immediately took out a piece of cabbage stalk and stuffed it into Chue Rat's mouth. "My welfare benefits are quite good. How about following this standard in the future?" Choo Mouse didn't want to eat, but the aroma of the cabbage flew into his nose. His mouth was out of control, and he began to chew involuntarily. God knows that since he was born in this hellhole, he has never eaten such delicious vegetables. This simply made him crazy. Addictive. Too addictive. After eating half a piece, he regained his sanity, and couldn't bear to say anything more, so he took the other half out of his mouth and held it with his front paws. "You really don't want to eat me? Do you like it more or does it like it?" Jihee pointed at the cabbage stalks. "Follow me, and eat cabbage every meal. Then the food must be delicious." Chue nodded, thinking that what the man said made sense. So, Jihee's first employee was deceived by 2 cabbage stalks. She was very satisfied and encouraged Chue. "Do you have any relatives here? You go out to work and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, while your relatives eat dirt at home. Isn't it better to work together, so that the family can be complete?" Jihee tried to persuade her, and take a few more employees away. No. Chue Rat lowered his head, not daring to look at Jihee, and his voice was a little trembling with nervousness. His hind legs also turned inward. Who is Jihee? An expert in lying. She could tell at a glance that the rat was lying to her. Okay. He was on guard against her. Alright. Anyway, there were still 3 days left for this copy, so it was still early and not too late. Jihee pretended to believe it, skipped the topic, took out a prop, tied it to Chue Rat's chest, and said that it was dark and he couldn't see the road, so he asked Chue Rat to help lead the way. The naive Chue Mouse remembered how Jihee held the flashlight at the beginning, so he believed it and walked in front. He held the mouse chain with his left hand and touched the earth wall with his right hand. Do you know where the ore is here? There is no ore here. Chue Mouse was very sure, and from time to time he took out the cabbage stalks and licked them, and then held them in his palms with care. This place has only soil, some stones, and strange and unpalatable plants. Oh, and that stink bug iron-headed earthworm, there is nothing else. He glanced at the Chue rat, who was leading the way in front of her, and said nothing. Was the rat telling the truth or a lie, since the system task said it was, or it couldn't be that there was none, so the rat was lying to her? But it didn't seem like it. This rat didn't look like a rat with that kind of IQ. He felt that Chue rat hadn't lied to her just now. There must be something missing. Unable to figure it out, the man and the rat continued to move forward. He said that Chue rat would lead the way, but she would make her own choices at the intersections, and would not let Chue rat choose. It was quite peaceful for one person to go all the way. The mission time was quite sufficient. He was not too anxious. She walked forward and saw things on the road. At this time, she chose narrow holes. Chue Shu ran in front, and she crawled behind. Judging from Chue Shu's relaxation, this hole was either dug by her or her relatives. There was only soil in the hole at the beginning, and now some stones and other things can be seen on the ground. Some were buried in the soil with only a corner exposed, and some were even buried in the soil. This was discovered by He after she had searched consciously. She had tried to dig out some stones and passed them to the teleportation array in her hand, but unfortunately they were all spit out by the teleportation array, indicating that they were not rare at all. He hesitated for a moment, but still put the stones into the space. It took a long time to dig it out, so it can't be thrown away like this. It can be used as a brick to hit people when it is brought back. With this mood, she walked and stopped along the way. In addition to various unknown minerals, she also found a lot of black fluorescent grass. After he said he wanted to transplant this grass outside, Chue Mouse was very enthusiastic to help. This grass is bitter and smelly. He has been tired of eating it since he was a child, and is not interested in it at all. Its claws are particularly good at digging the soil, and its speed is several times faster than He. It dug out the roots of the black fluorescent grass in a few strokes, quickly and well. Did you plant all these grasses? Not all of them. Chue Mouse shook his head, holding the cabbage given by He in his mouth, and licked it from time to time with care. This place is seriously polluted, and other grasses except black fluorescent grass cannot survive. Seeing that it looked content with cabbage, He did not poke at the loopholes in its words. How about I trade with you? 1 cabbage stalk for 5 black fluorescent grasses. He took out 5 cabbage stalks and tested them with a detector. Ding, edible, pollution level less than 5%. Ding, edible, pollution level less than 5%. Looking at the cabbage stalks in He's hand, Chue Mouse's ears almost stood up, and he nodded frantically. Okay, how many do you have? As many as you want. He held the cabbage stalks like playing cards, and waved them in front of Chue Mouse. I want the roots intact. Put them together for me, and bring me back in 10 hours to get them. Okay. Chue Mouse's eyes widened, and he stared at the cabbage. His head moved back and forth with the cabbage. He wanted to eat. He smiled, and put all the cabbage into the space in front of it. He looked at its reluctant expression and said nothing. It's better to be reluctant. Only when you are reluctant can you take the bait. Let's go to the big cave. But it's very dangerous over there. The Chue rat raised its tail, and scratched the ground casually. It was very resistant to hearing this. It dared to go here, but it couldn't go over there. Sometimes the iron-headed earthworms over there will come back and eat us if they catch us. I will protect you. He reached out and picked up the Chue rat and tied it around her waist. This is her precious employee in the future, and he can't let it die. Chapter 514. Chue rat struggled a bit, but seeing that he was tied too tightly and couldn't get away, he stopped resisting. Then let's be careful and don't make any noise, and we be fine. Can you tell me about the iron-headed earthworm? He crawled quickly in the small cave, passing by stones he had never seen before and bones of some creatures, and picked them up and put them into the space. What can they tell me? They eat everything, but they are never full. They always issue some unfounded bounties, and trick people into digging for treasure in the garbage mountain, just to give them food. It's simply the biggest liar in the universe. Chue Mouse was full of indignation when he mentioned the ironhead earthworm. His great-grandmother and uncle died in the mouth of the ironhead earthworm, but he couldn't take revenge. But they are blind. As long as you don't make any sound, they won't see you passing by. After saying this, Chuchue Mouse seemed to remember something and asked Ji hurriedly, "You haven't been marked by them, right? Is it the green mucus?" "No." Ji immediately remembered the employees recruited by the Ironhead Earthworm before. It would first spray mucus on the employees, and then let people help them spray other people. What will happen if they are sprayed? What? Hee. Then you can never escape again. No matter where you go, they can locate you. The rat was a little sad. After marking the food, they will not eat it all at once. They will let the food run away and reproduce on their own, making the food think that they have escaped. But when the food reproduces to a certain scale, they will suddenly appear and eat the food. Jihee's heart moved. Isn't this farming? Humans raise livestock in their own farms, give them food, let them reproduce, and then eat them. This iron-headed earthworm doesn't give food, just like grazing, letting livestock fend for themselves, which is worse than humans. Although the ultimate goal is the same. Eat them. The man and the mouse chatted as they walked, and soon found the entrance of the iron-headed earthworm's hole. Chue Mouse was a little scared. The whole mouse was shaking involuntarily, and it didn't speak, showing great resistance. Ji thought about it, found a rope to tie its mouth. This is also for our own good. You said that the iron-headed earthworm can identify its location by sound, so we should be more careful. The squirrel's eyes were narrowed, and even if they were open wide, they would only show a small gap, so he couldn't tell whether it was angry or happy. He assumed it agreed without hearing any sound. After tying it up, he turned off the flashlight and entered the big cave quietly. The cave here was much easier to walk than the small cave. The soil at the bottom of the cave was very solid, and every step was very stable. The top of the head was high, so he could stand up straight. After walking through several caves in a row, he did not find the ore required by the system, but he found a few skins of iron-headed earthworms. This iron-headed earthworm can really shed its skin. Since entering, he has found 3 shed skins in total. It can be seen that it sheds its skin frequently. He was walking quietly, and suddenly heard the sound of people running violently in front of her. Someone is coming. She found a sticky ball, and quickly stuck it on her back. She put force on her feet, and stuck to the top of the wall like a gecko. Holding her breath, he hid in the darkness and waited quietly. There were 6 breathing sounds in total. Soon, 2 figures ran over in the darkness, a man and a woman. In the heavy panting, the 2 people ran through the darkness like a gust of wind, and 4 people carrying pesticide bags were chasing behind them. None of the 6 people spoke. The people behind chased and sprayed, and the green mucus sprayed far away, splashing all over the tunnel. Ji frowned. It seems that she needs to put on a shoe cover. Since she knows that this mucus is not a good thing, she must not stick it on her shoes. The 4 people ran away from Ji like a gust of wind. But she did not fall behind, but chose to wear medical latex gloves. She saw the night as day. It can be clearly seen that someone in front did not follow the main group after running away, but chose to walk back quietly. The man raised the spray in his hand, and approached Ji little by little. There was no sound throughout the whole process. Ji watched him approach, and saw the look on his face becoming more and more excited. The distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer. She only needed to take one more step, just one step, and the mucus spray from the sprayer would spray on her body. As soon as the man took a step, Ji stepped on the tunnel. The next second, the whole person appeared behind the man, stretched out his hands, and with a slight force, he directly broke his neck. It was as easy as twisting a sausage. The man didn't even have time to react, and he fell down helplessly. Ji took advantage of the situation to grab the man's body, helped him lie on the wall, and reached out to take the backpack behind him. The mucus of the iron-headed earthworm has a positioning function, helping the iron-headed earthworm find prey. Sure enough, it's not a good thing. She put the mucus aside, and quickly began to search the body. This man is pretty good. Ji went straight to the chest, side waist and other hidden places, and found a total of 5 props, 2 of which were useful, and 1 was an attack prop, which was somewhat similar to an electric net, and could trap people's movements. Another one is a positioning tool. The other 3 are more auxiliary, and she carefully classified the tools, and put them in her own toolbox. Maybe they will be useful in the future. She continued to explore. She didn't find anything like or on the man until the end. She could only let go in disappointment. She reached out, and picked up the slime backpack next to her. The backpack felt soft, but the surface was very smooth. Ji couldn't guess what it was made of. She didn't care. As long as she can disguise herself as the captor. The mouse was tied up, and couldn't make any sound. The whole mouse was like a broken phone, vibrating non-stop. Jihee's lower back was almost numb from the vibration. She took off her gloves and touched its fur. It was a little prickly. Seeing that it hadn't recovered yet, she reached out and stuffed a small tomato into the mouth of the mouse through the gap of the straps that bound its mouth. The vibration stopped. She turned out a shovel and bent down to dig a hole. She wanted to bury the body. After seeing so many strange props, maybe someone can go back to the past through the props and know what happened to the body. It is never too much to be careful in a dungeon. Besides, it won't take much time. Jihee was strong and quick, and he dug 1 meter deep in less than a moment. At this time, the rat behind him began to vibrate again. It was like a reminder. It also vibrated when it found someone before. Jihee's first reaction was that someone was coming. She quickly jumped into the hole and raised the sprayer. But after waiting for a while, she didn't hear the sound of running. Chapter 515. The vibration in the lower back never stopped. After thinking for a while, she opened the bandage on Chue Rabbit's mouth and opened a small gap. You better be okay. There is fruit in that hole. Delicious fruit. Chue Mouse was very excited, but his voice was very low, and he seemed sneaky. I ate it once before, and I will never forget the taste in my life. It must be. Jihee raised his eyebrows, jumped down the pit again, and put Chue Mouse down from his lower back. Where is the fruit? After the rat landed, it quickly began to dig the soil. Its claws were very long, and it dug the soil up. It was faster than Jihee. She raised her eyebrows, put a grape in her mouth, and ate it while watching the rat digging a hole. In less than 5 minutes, Jihee saw a black vine head emerge, and the rat was visibly excited. She quickly squatted down to help. The black vine was getting longer and longer, and the fruits below soon appeared. They were black and round like potatoes. A large piece of fruit grows when you pull it out. There are quite a lot of them. When Jihee pulled out all the fruits, she was surprised by the yield. There were at least more than 100 fruits on a vine. The yield was quite good. Iron ball fruit, also known as plant meat, although it is a plant, it tastes like meat. When it is roasted in the fire, it will expand. After it grows bigger, the fruit will randomly appear in 2 situations, poisonous or non-toxic. Good stuff, she likes it. Isn't this something similar to barbecue? When the time comes, sprinkle some cumin and chili powder to make the kids next door cry with envy. It's just that the random appearance of toxic and non-toxic things is a bit unfriendly. Jihee was just about to take away the iron ball fruit when she saw the drooping mouse, who was so excited just now lowered his ears, and looked very disappointed. She felt something in her heart and gently touched him with her arm. What's wrong? Weren't you very happy just now? The pollution level is too high, it can't be eaten. The drooping mouse squatted on the side, holding the remaining half of the cabbage stalk, biting a small tomato in his mouth. The sweet and sour tomato juice seemed to flow down its mouth to its heart. It felt like its painful heart had been redeemed. This is what rats should eat. Jihee took out the interstellar detector and aimed it at the iron ball fruit. Ding, the pollution level is 48%, not recommended for consumption. The rats were not surprised at all. They live underground, and their noses are their detectors. They can tell whether they can eat it or not, and whether the pollution level is high or not by just smelling it. They don't need this thing at all. The iron ball fruit in front of them exudes a fishy smell in its fruity fragrance, which is stronger than the fruity fragrance. It is obviously not edible. Jihee said nothing and quietly put the iron ball fruit into the space. She had harvested a lot of things in the interstellar space before, but she didn't test them. She assumed that these foods were edible. Now that she thought about it, many of them should have exceeded the pollution standard. And her space had the ability to purify long ago. As long as you put it in and take it out to eat, the food will meet the edible standard. This time should be no exception. After tying the Chue rat back to her back, Jihee jumped out of the pit, kicked the man's body in, quickly covered it with soil and stomped on it. Chue rat, your nose is so good, can you smell the smell of the iron ball fruit? It depends. After being tied up for the second time, Chue rat was already very used to it, and even relaxed. I don't know how many layers of iron head earthworm mucus are covered in this hole. This mucus can make my sense of smell go away. I have to dig it up before I can smell it. Jihee understood it now. Then I dig the soil. If you smell it, shock me. Jihee tied its mouth again, picked up the shovel and dug while walking. When I was walking just now, I felt that the soil under my feet was very flat. I dug it hard and found that only the top layer was flat, which was the product of the green mucus of the iron-headed earthworm. After solidification, it was somewhat similar to cement, and also a bit like asphalt. Under the green mucus, there were stones of different sizes, and some unknown animal bones. There were quite a few of them. Many creatures must have died in this cave. This iron-headed earthworm eats and spits out bones? It doesn't seem so. The digestive ability of that thing should be very strong. Then it should be the remains of animals that died for other reasons? The meat rotted, and the remaining bones? Gee, he walked and dug, making a mess of the whole hole. The Chue rat behind her waist did not respond, so she kept digging. When she was about to dig to the hole, the Chue rat, which had been invisible, shook. Gee, he took it down from her waist with understanding. Chue rat attacked, digging the soil crazily. After playing the role of an excavator for about 5 minutes, a familiar black vine appeared in front of Jihi. Can this fruit be planted? Jihi looked at the dozens of fruits that were dug out and felt a little itchy. The yield is higher than that of potatoes. It can grow too fast. This thing needs to absorb the mucus of the iron-headed earthworm to grow up. We can't raise it. Chue rat shattered Jihi's dream. My great-grandmother's great-grandmother once tried to get the green mucus from the mouth of the iron-headed earthworm, but failed in the end. Can we get the mucus of the iron-headed earthworm? Jihi suddenly became excited. She found that this mucus has many functions. If nothing else, it can be used as asphalt cement when paving the ground. When it falls asleep, it drools. That mucus is its saliva. It can have as much as it wants. But their sense of smell is very sensitive. They can hear the slightest sound of the wind. Chue Mouse is not optimistic about Jihi and wants to persuade her to give up. We have been successful before, but we found that the pollution level of the iron ball fruit grown with green saliva cannot be guaranteed. Some are not worth it. It costs several Chue Mouse's lives to get the green saliva, but most of the fruits grown are inedible. Isn't this a pure waste of life? They tried it once, then gave up decisively and chose to plant black fluorescent grass. Although this thing tastes terrible, it has a high survival rate, and most of the time the pollution level does not exceed the standard. It is considered the life-saving food of their tribe. Jihi was thoughtful. The most important thing in front of her now is to complete the task. As for the green slime, she can only take it after the task is completed. If there is time, then forget it. How to remove the green slime that sticks to your body. Jihi felt that there must be a way for the Chue rat, otherwise their tribe would have been extinct long ago. Water, wash with water. Sure enough, Chue Mouse knew it very well, but then he said, "It's a pity that there is not a drop of water here. We usually don't drink water. It's harder to find water than to escape from the mouth of the iron-headed earthworm. If you are sprayed, it's better to stand it. If you are lucky enough to survive the pursuit, the effect of the green mucus will fade over time, 10 or 20 years, and then you will be free." Jihi, Chapter 516. In the past 10 or 20 years, I don't know how many times I have been caught. It's hard for others to find water, but it's not hard for her. Apart from other things, in order not to arouse suspicion, she would take a bath at home and didn't pour out the bath water. Now there are still a lot of them in the space. While talking, the iron ball fruits on the ground were dug out. Chue Mouse found one of the fruits from the pile with some excitement and held it in front of Jihi with both hands. This fruit can be eaten. If they are lucky, the food from this fruit will be enough for all the rats to eat for a week. It is a great harvest. Jihi took out the pollution monitor. Ding, pollution level 35%, edible. Jihi touched the rat's hair that was blown up by excitement, reached out to take the fruit, and affirmed its behavior of finding good things and handing them over. Took out a grape and stuffed it into its mouth. Very good, keep working hard. I will not let you down when the year-end bonus comes at the end of the year. After saying that, she bent down and reached out to collect a long bunch of fruits on the ground into her space. Others can only throw away plants with high pollution, but she is different. This fruit can still be saved, so we can't give up like this. Where has Chue Mouse ever worked? He didn't know that this was the boss's catchphrase, commonly known as drawing big cakes. After hearing this, she was extremely excited, and even the grapes in her mouth tasted sweeter. Both the man and the mouse felt very satisfied and continued to dig forward. After more than 2 hours, Jihi's space collected a lot of unknown stones and animal bones, but did not find even a piece of, or that the system was satisfied with. Just as she reached a crossroads, she heard footsteps coming from the front. With a wave of her hand, she took away the shovel, raised the sprinkler in her hand, and stepped forward while stamping her feet. She was afraid that the other party would not hear her. Fighting was a waste of time, and she didn't want to waste her time on this. She had encountered several groups of people before, and these people were either being chased or chasing others. After seeing the bag behind Jihi and the sprinkler head in front of him, they would quickly turn around and leave. For both sides, she had been marked and was no longer valuable. This time was no exception. The heavy breathing in front of her paused after hearing her deliberately made footsteps. Then she turned and left at a faster speed. He ran a few steps quickly, making a hunting posture, looking at the three backs in the dark, and suddenly looked familiar. Isn't this? She ran a few steps quickly, and just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, she saw the three people running away at a faster speed, so she had to stop. Forget it, just run away. He shrugged his shoulders, conjured up a shovel, and started digging on the spot. In the following time, with the help of Chue Mouse, he found thousands of kilograms of iron ball fruit and more than 30 skins shed by iron-head earthworms in a whole day. Thousands of kilograms sounds like a lot, but it is just a matter of dozens of vines. The yield of iron ball fruit is very high, often dozens of kilograms can be harvested from one vine, and some can be hundreds of kilograms. It is particularly high-yielding. But the fruit is very polluted. Only 3 fruits with a pollution level below 40% were found in an afternoon, and the remaining thousands of kilograms were all inedible. But these 3 fruits alone have made Chue Mouse very happy. You should know that they never dare to dig holes here, and most they look around the hole. That place has been dug out by them for a long time, and there is rarely any harvest. These 3 fruits, they usually spend several months and may not get them. The higher the harvest of these various fruits, the worse the harvest of minerals. In a whole day, he couldn't count how many holes he dug, and found hundreds of stones he didn't recognize, but none of them met the standards. All wrong. He has made up her mind. After harvesting the black fluorescent grass, she will go back to the ground to take a look. Maybe the ore is not underground, but on the ground? It's hard to say. Chue Rat walked in front, leading the way. He carried the shower head, and ran recklessly in the cave. People who sense the voices of one person, and one rat along the way hid subconsciously. So arrogant, they must be traitors of those humans. It's not about how strong these traitors are in combat, whether they can win or not, but what if someone takes advantage of them during the fight and sprays them with green slime? These traitors, who are barefoot, are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They have been sprayed and are unscrupulous, but they can't do that. He sensed someone, but pretended not to see him. He ran quickly in the cave, and soon found the small cave he had been in before. Not long after entering, he found a pile of black fluorescent grass on the ground. There were a lot of them, and they were piled neatly. The root system of each plant was intact. It can be seen that they were very attentive. He pretended not to notice the drooping rat head leaking out of the hole in the distance, and walked to the side of the black fluorescent grass to start counting. 1, 2, 3. 125 plants, right? He saw Chue Rat nodding frantically. He counted out 25 cabbages, and put them on the ground. This is the promised reward. If you are willing to continue the trade, then after 10 hours, it will still be 1 for 5. The Chue Rat in front of he moved his ears and feet, glanced at he, and asked in a low voice, "Can this vegetable be exchanged?" Seeing he frown, it thought he was unhappy, and quickly added, "If it's troublesome, forget it. I just think the shelf life is a bit short. It would be better if it could be longer." He pretended not to understand the subtext and took a step back. "Then let's forget it? Cancel the deal?" "Oh no, don't cancel it, don't cancel it, we can still continue the deal." The Chue Rat in front of he said hurriedly, and because of his anxiety, his squinting eyes seemed to be a little wider. "This cabbage is very good, very good." He smiled and said nothing. "Are you kidding? What if I give you pumpkins and potatoes that are durable? If you are really full and have enough food for you to store for several years, how can she take Chue Rat away? Isn't this just digging a hole for yourself?" He quickly put all the black fluorescent grass at his feet into the space, put Chue shoe on his waist again, and quickly crawled out. "What's your name? I can't call you Chue shoe, right? My name is Chue. Then is there Chue? He was joking at first, but Chue shoe really answered with certainty. "Yes, my eldest brother is called Chue, but my eldest brother was eaten by the iron-headed earthworm." Chapter 517. The voices of the man and the mouse gradually faded away, and the 5 mice squatting in the cave began to whisper. One of the mice looked down on Chue. "Is that stupid boy stupid? He just said whatever he was asked. I taught him in vain. Isn't it up to you?" The chubby mouse next to it glanced at it. "Why don't you follow my advice? Why don't you say it's up to you?" The mouse didn't think so. He had something to say. "Okay, let's go and see the leaves quickly. My old bones are almost gone, and I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious food." After the oldest rat said this, The other two stopped talking. Several rats quickly climbed out of the hole and headed straight for the cabbage. With the help of the rats, Jihi found the hole leading to the ground very smoothly. One person and one rat stuck their heads out to look outside. It was already dark, and it was quiet outside, as if no one had ever appeared. Jihi retracted his head and tied the rat's mouth again. The rat was already used to it, and was neither afraid nor resisting. It was obediently hung behind Jihi's waist. Jihi wore a mouse pendant on her waist, and nimbly got out of the cave. As soon as she stepped onto the ground, she found that the ground was even more sticky. The place where she landed before was still dry, and there was only mucus on the surrounding garbage mountains. Now even the ground was covered with mucus. The mucus reflected light in the moonlight and looked like a mirror. In order to catch food, these iron-headed earthworms actually covered the entire garbage dump with this unknown mucus. This is really amazing. He carefully raised his foot and walked forward. The whole world was silent. In this environment, every step she took made a slight sound. She looked down at her feet. As she lifted her feet, the glue on the ground seemed to be trying to keep her, pulling out long threads and making sticky sounds. This sound was like the sound made when transparent tape was stuck to the skin and torn off. There was no way to avoid it. As long as she walked, as long as she moved, it would make a sound. He thought. She understood why there was no one on the ground. This sound is so obvious. To the iron-headed earthworm, it is just like a louse on a bald head. It is obvious, right? But to her, it is not a big deal. It is time to take out her treasure. Green elf. Sitting on the cloud, he controlled it to fly close to the ground. The iron-headed earthworm is tall and big. In such a moonlit night, flying in the air is too obvious. She chose to fly close to the ground. The green elf took Jihi with him, and they flew silently. She found that the garbage dump was taller than she had imagined. At first, they landed at the outermost part of the garbage dump, and the garbage mountain was relatively low, about a few stories high. Now the garbage mountain around Jihi was so high that she couldn't even see the top of the garbage when she looked up. Shuttled through the garbage mountain, Jihi tried to find something different, but unfortunately she was disappointed. Each garbage mountain was covered with mucus, and the garbage inside was of various kinds, and it was hard to tell what it was. This is like a garbage dump with no wool to be pulled out. It also emits a strange smell. But Jihi did not give up. Back home, she could pick up the leftover mineral water bottles and sell them for money. So why is metal worthless here? She had planned it all. Since Jihi came here, there was no reason to go back empty-handed if she didn't find anything useful in the end. These broken copper and iron can be recycled and reused. Aren't various countries recycling metals? Maybe this is the code to get rich. The more Jihi thought about it, the more he believed it. Having overcome the psychological pressure, he felt calmer when looking at the garbage mountain. He was also starting to feel hungry. Jihi randomly pointed to a garbage mountain and asked the green elf to stop, then took out a shovel and started digging. It would be safer to hide inside if he wanted to eat. Otherwise, eating in public would be like not pulling up your pants after going to the toilet. This is too much of a disregard for others. Jihi took out iron plates and steel bars as support while digging. There were all kinds of garbage piled up high above her head. If one of them fell down, she would be buried alive. While digging, Jihi also pricked up her ears to listen. If those iron-headed earthworms crawled over, she would stop immediately. Those would be hard to find even with open eyes. In this situation of multitasking, Jihi suddenly heard the crisp sound of the shovel touching the metal. She looked down in confusion. Under the shovel, a red metal corner was exposed, and it was dented by her shovel. This sound sounded different, very different. She quickly stretched out her hand to dig away the garbage around her. The red metal object gradually revealed its appearance. Jihi accelerated the digging speed, and while digging, he had to be careful of other garbage falling down. Finally, after more than half an hour of busy work, the metal object in front of him revealed half of its body. She found a rag from the space, and quickly wiped the stains on it. Through the transparent glass, she saw red metal ore inside. Ore? Is this the ore required by the system? Jihi had many questions in her mind, but her hands were working faster and faster. It took her almost an hour to finally dig out all the vending machines that were almost as tall as a person. Looking at the vending machine in front of her, Jihi seriously doubted whether it would work. She tried to smash it with a shovel, but she thought it would not work. As a result, she smashed the glass-like screen with a few hits. Jihi? ? What's going on? This is not what she imagined. She was confused, but her hands had their own ideas. She subconsciously took out the ore from the glass cabinet and put it in her palm. The black vortex spun quickly, and soon swallowed the ore in her hand. A number 1 appeared on the back of her hand. Is this done? She turned her head and looked at the 7 defenseless ores in the glass cabinet. How embarrassing is this? Without any hesitation, she quickly sent the ore away along the teleportation array. The number on Jihee's hand also reached 8. Looking at the empty vending machine, she finally had the mood to sit down and study. There was a display screen on the right, which showed a big cross. She pressed it several times, but the cross didn't disappear. She was so angry that she slapped the display screen, and the glass-like display screen had several cracks. I've seen the old people in the village repairing TVs before. The signal is not good, it doesn't matter, just tap it. No sound? It doesn't matter, just tap it. No image? It doesn't matter, just take a picture. In general, take a picture wherever there is something wrong. That's the right thing to do. Jihee used the slapping method this time, also with the idea of breaking the jar, but he didn't expect it to be so effective. With one slap, the big fork was slapped away. It entered the normal mode. Chapter 518. She quickly looked through it. There were pictures of the 8 kinds of minerals she had obtained before, and below the pictures, there were exchange items. They were strange. There were skins shed by iron-headed earthworms, black fluorescent grass, bones of unknown creatures, etc. After touching, these exchange items would form a virtual image in front of Jihee out of thin air, rotating 360 degrees, ensuring that he could see it clearly from any angle. Jihee looked at them carefully one by one. She had the skin of the iron-headed earthworm and the black fluorescent grass, but she also had uses for them, and didn't want to give them away. She wanted to see if there were any other things. Clicking on one of them, Jihee looked at the bones of the monster that was pieced together, and felt that one of them looked familiar. Wasn't this the bone she picked up and put into the space because she felt it was strange in the afternoon? This bone was round and plump, and looked snow-white, with a pearl-like color. It would emit a beige light in the dark hole. It would emit heat when held in the palm of the hand. It looked very expensive. After digging it out, Jihee also used her talent to test it, but her talent didn't respond. She didn't think much about it, and just put it into the space. She is not afraid of bones or not. She has eaten a lot of pork ribs, but she has never been afraid of them. Now she is afraid of the bones of an unknown animal, which is a bit hypocritical. She took it out, and compared it with the virtual image. Yes, it is this. She looked carefully at the amount of, or exchanged below, for bones, 1 ore. Is this really not written randomly? Jihee seriously suspected that this thing was tricking them. Anyway, they were all teleported away. Who knows if it went from the left pocket to the right pocket? This way, the bones can be recycled and the ore can be put into the pockets in the end. They can't get anything except a little salary? Jihee reached out, and clicked the button below to start releasing bones. Anyway, I don't know what they are used for. Rather than betting on the future, it is better to hold on to what you have now. She knew that the 2 things that worked would not be let go, so she could only hand over this thing that she didn't know the use of. As she touched it, the teleportation button gradually expanded and eventually turned into a black vortex similar to the one on the back of Jihee's hand. It's just bigger. She put the bone in, and it was swallowed immediately. After putting in 4 bones, the vortex waited for a while before slowly spitting out a milky white ore. Jihee put her hand on the back of her hand, and the number on the back of her hand was 9. That's right. She put all 16 bones in the space into the teleportation array at once, and finally saw the number on the back of her hand showing 13, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She had used up all the bones she picked up today, and she could only go dig tomorrow if she wanted more. The black vortex waited for a while, and after finding that no bones were transported away, it slowly disappeared. Jihee looked at the other exchange items again. There were branches made of metal, and skulls made of glass. She looked carefully, trying not to pass by a treasure mountain without recognizing it when digging underground. After memorizing the appearance of all the exchange items in her mind, Jihee carefully put the vending machine aside, and stood up to fill the garbage hole she dug out. As a result, she found a purple crystal in the hole at a glance. She bent down and curiously took out the crystal. As soon as she approached, she smelled a faint fragrance. Like the fragrance of flowers, but also like the fragrance of fruits. Very elegant. Purple fire crystal, a mid-level mineral, rich in heat energy, will diffuse outwards and emit heat after being smeared with snow, which lasts for 2 to 3 hours. Note, born in a garbage dump, grows in a garbage dump, born smelly, grows fragrant. Jihee, This talent has been quite peaceful these days. No more arguing, the words you recite are quite rhyming. Anyway, This is also a good thing. It is much better than the feces of the floating cloud beast. She had considered burning the feces of the floating cloud beast in the extreme cold before. How come this thing is not much better than that? Chue-Chi, do you know where to find this kind of ore? He took Chue-Chue mouse from his waist and found that its head was drooping, and it had been sleeping for a long time without knowing what year it was. Oh, there are a lot of them. Chue-Chi rubbed his eyes and pointed in a random direction. It's over there. He followed the direction of its claws and found an unknown metal with green rust. She reached out and pulled the metal out, and there was indeed a purple crystal behind the metal. It was so easy to find. With a purpose in mind, he followed the direction of Chue-Chue mouse's finger and found 7 or 8 pieces in a row. This is a bit inefficient. Can we improve the efficiency? He stuffed a grape into Chue-Chue mouse's mouth, thinking about buying in bulk. There is a garbage pit underground, and there are a lot of them there. Chue-Chi was holding a grape in his mouth, and his speech was unclear. He pointed to the distance and drew a huge circle in the air with his hand. There used to be a big hole over there, but it was later filled with garbage. Over time, the garbage melted, and it was full of purple fire crystals. If you want, I take you there tomorrow. Chue-Chi, you're awesome. He quickly stroked his fur. It was really good. Although he was timid, the natives were different. He knew everything. She quickly found all the purple fire crystals that were easy to find around her, and then sat in the garbage mountain and started to eat. In order to find a place to eat, she dug a hole, but it took her an hour or 2 to eat. While she was eating, Chue-Chue rat dozed off near her calf. In the dungeon, he had long been accustomed to eating the kind of food with little taste, and today was no exception. She ate ordinary wontons one by one, and felt that there was no smell. But while she was eating, a black worm crawled out from the cracks of the garbage heap. It looked a bit like a cockroach, with wings behind it. It was about the size of an adult's fist. After hearing the sound, Chue-Chue mouse quickly woke up, took a look at the bug, let down his guard, and began to feel sleepy again. What kind of bug is this? He ate quickly while touching Chue-Chue mouse with the back of the spoon. It's just the most common bug, not poisonous, edible, but a little bitter and smelly, not delicious. Chue-Chue mouse said, yawning. They are quite vigilant, not particularly easy to catch, but there are many, and you can always catch them if you are patient. They would catch them, and eat them when food was scarce before. Don't say that vegetarian animals don't eat meat. They are almost starving to death, so they can't continue to be stubborn, right? They have to eat a bite at least. But although this bug is edible, it's not very delicious. As long as they are not starving to death, they won't eat it. Chapter 519. He nodded. She originally thought that if it was easy to catch, she could catch some to feed the chickens in the space. I bought a lot of bean cake powder as feed before, and I don't know what's in it. Pigs don't like it very much. Chickens can eat it, but they don't like to lay eggs after only feeding them bean cake powder. The nutrition is obviously insufficient. She still has to catch some of these bugs when she has time, otherwise the chickens won't get enough nutrition. But she's not in a hurry. She finished the food in the bowl in a few bites, sat down, and started drinking water. I don't know if they felt the threat from Ji and Chue-Chue rat. These bugs were crawling around in the distance, but they had no intention of getting closer. Because they were far away, Ji didn't bother to care, and just pretended that he couldn't see them. Just as she was thinking about how to catch them, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, and the sound of a big bug crawling quickly behind her. She moved her ears, put away the water cup, bent down and walked out, wanting to see which warrior dared to come to the ground under such circumstances. The black bugs fled like water when they sensed Ji approaching, hiding in the gaps of the garbage mountain, and disappeared. Ji squatted at the entrance of the cave, and with the moonlight, he saw several people running outside. It turned out to be Chili, Muyu and Su Min. The 3 people were running frantically, but the sticky ground under their feet caused them a lot of obstacles. They couldn't speed up at all, and saw that the distance between them and the iron-headed earthworm chasing behind was getting closer and closer. Don't run, don't run. What are you running for? Let me lick it, I swear, just one bite. The iron-headed earthworm's deceiving voice kept coming. But Chili and the other 2 said nothing, gritted their teeth, and ran desperately. Ji sighed when he saw their red faces and their faces distorted by the wind. After tying Chue-Chue mouse back to his waist, he took out a talking doll. This is a robot similar to a ball, very soft, and can be controlled to walk and talk. It is a kind of children's toy. I took it from the garbage pile of Rabbit's sister. Ji had played with it before. I don't know what's broken. As long as I press the switch, it can't control the sound, and it's particularly loud. Isn't this just right for use? She pushed hard on her feet and jumped onto the garbage mountain next door. The sound of the chase was loud, and the sound of her jumping did not attract the attention of the iron-headed earthworm. But it did not escape the eyes of Chi and the other two. The main reason was that he did not want to hide it. If the three of them could not see her, how could she save people? This thing always requires a mutual consent, right? After Chi and the other two noticed their hearts skipped a beat, and then they looked at and found him familiar. The one-piece black suit, with a pair of dragonfly-like mirror designs on the eyes. Isn't this the tough guy who beat them up in the base before? Several people had discussed the identity of this person before, although they didn't come to a conclusion, but it was certain that this person didn't have much hostility towards them. So when Chi and others were tied up by the iron chain thrown by they only struggled for a moment, gave up resistance, and were pulled to the garbage mountain by her. And a big round ball rolled down on the ground. As it rolled, it made a sharp cry, "Come and chase me. I can't catch you. Hey, I can't catch you. I piss you off. I can't catch you." The ball was moving very fast, and the sticky things on the ground had far less impact on it than on the three people. Although the ground could see its reluctance, it didn't hinder its forward steps. It rolled away in a few seconds. The first thing he said after pulling the three people to the mountain was, "Strip, quick, strip all." Chi was a little confused, but he still did as he was told, and quickly took off his clothes. Miyu silently asked, while taking off his clothes, "Why are you taking them off?" After he finished saying that, he placed a half-person high bucket next to him, which was half filled with water. The robot's voice was deafening, echoing throughout the garbage dump. It was estimated that the other iron-headed earthworms would come looking for it soon. He didn't want to be watched. She quickly explained, "You have green mucus on your body, and you need to wash it with water to clean it." By the moonlight, he could clearly see that there was reflective liquid on the heads, necks, clothes, and pants of several people. She guessed it was green slime. These three people must have been sprayed. With this slime, the iron-headed earthworm can track the three people. Even if they hide, they are transparent in the eyes of the iron-headed earthworm. This is meaningless and must be washed off. But they are running for their lives at this time. So how can they have time to wash their clothes? He thought very clearly. Since her life was not endangered, she reached out to save them, which was considered to be worthy of them. After saying this, she saw Chi was still a little embarrassed when he took off his pants. So she reached out her hand and tore off his pants. The sides of the pants are shiny, why not take them off? Chi didn't dare to struggle with his hands, and didn't dare to say a word. Looking at Muyu next to him, he was stunned. Su-min had already taken off her clothes and pants quickly when he finished explaining. Now she was wearing a small vest and shorts, and plunged into the water, to wash her hair frantically. The speed was much faster than the two of them. Two old men didn't chase an old woman. Chi's first time getting on the sedan chair made he impatient. He pulled him up and pushed him into the bath water. He used the same method to bathe the dog in the pet store before, and rubbed him hard. Her bath water was very clean, and it was still clear now, not dirty. Anyway, she would not use the clean water in the space to shower them. She used the water outside to shower herself. So how could she use clean water to shower others? It was good enough to have someone shower. Seeing Chi like that, Miyu was startled, and quickly took off all his clothes and pants. After Chi was rubbed and pulled up, he also dove in, rubbing his hands frantically. He can do it himself, don't bother the boss. Less than a minute had passed, and the three people were standing there wet, shivering in the environment of several degrees above zero. The robot behind them was loud, and the surround sound line resounded throughout the garbage dump. But it seemed that all these efforts were in vain. The intelligence of the iron-headed earthworm was obviously not low, enough to distinguish which was a robot, and which was a living thing. The robot's voice could at most cause him trouble, but it could not shake his determination to eat meat. It didn't even hesitate, just rushed straight towards the few people like a large truck driving at high speed. He turned around and looked at the gradually enlarged head, and the huge mouth that was already faintly opened. The distance between the two sides was less than 4 meters. Looking at the open mouth, and the faintly protruding tongue, Chi and the other two were tense. Chapter 520. He casually threw out a golden chain, and tied up the three people. The next second, she jumped to the garbage mountain next door. The three people in midair covered their mouths tightly, not daring to make a sound. The garbage mountain, where she was plunged into by the iron-headed earthworm. Countless garbage fell from the sky and submerged the iron-headed earthworm. He did not relax. She was like flying a kite, dragging the three people and jumping quickly in the garbage mountain, and the whole person jumped farther and farther. The iron-headed earthworm behind her had already pulled its head back from the garbage mountain, and was chasing after Ji quickly. "I've already told you that I won't hurt you. Why don't you believe me? Stop now. Let me have a good chat with you." The huge body, the fast speed, the sound of the wind cutting through the wind was in Ji's ears. She knew very well that she couldn't run away by dragging these people. Although the three people didn't make any sound, such a big thing would make a sound of cutting through the air in the air. This was too easy for the iron-headed earthworm, with sensitive hearing, to distinguish. This won't work. Ji jumped violently, avoiding the attack of the iron-headed earthworm. When he fell again, he gently threw the three people to the garbage mountain next to him. The sticky liquid instantly stuck to them. The three people pursed their lips tightly, without saying a word, like insects stuck on a spider web, motionless. Ji jumped quickly, and moved away quickly. The iron-headed earthworm hesitated for a moment. It seemed that the sound of the wind was a little wrong, as if it was a little lighter. But the sound of Ji's footsteps falling hard made it forget this little bit of wrongness, and quickly chased after it. The three of them watched the giant quickly disappear in front of them, and they breathed a sigh of relief silently. But the roar of the iron-headed earthworms in their ears let them know that this matter was not over yet. A few minutes later, when the three of them felt goosebumps all over their bodies, Ji came back. The time was too tight just now, and the chains that bound the three people were not taken off, and the three people were still tied together. Without saying a word, she grabbed the three people and shuttled through the garbage dump at a flying speed. The three people experienced the feeling of flying again, at a speed faster than before. The wind blew on their faces, making them unable to open their eyes. When Ji was avoiding the pursuit of the iron-headed earthworms, he saw the figures of others hiding, and heard the sound of the other two iron-headed earthworms appearing. He knew that he couldn't drag it on any longer. This time, he dragged the three people, faster than before. In a few jumps, he disappeared behind a mountain of garbage. After stuffing the three people into the safe hole, he dug his luggage. Ji quickly blocked the hole exposed outside with garbage. Only one hole was left for looking out. This is not to prevent iron-headed earthworms. After all, they are blind and cannot see. If they do not make any noise, it does not matter if they just sit outside. This is to prevent other humans from doing bad things. After she blocked the outermost hole, she looked around to make sure no one noticed. When she turned around, she found that the flesh on the faces of the three people was squeezed and deformed, but they dared not move. It was like three frozen human models. Ji, you guys move, keep quiet, it's okay. A clear male voice came, and everyone recognized it as the voice of the man in the base, and they felt relieved. Although Ji said so, the memory of being chased just now was too deep, and the three people were very cautious throughout the whole process. After sitting down, 5 minutes had passed. Chile tried his best to ignore the fact that he was shirtless, and wearing only underwear at this time, and tried to correct his attitude. "Hello, thank you for saving my life. My name is Chile, and my previous behavior was very complaining. If there is anything we can help you with, please feel free to tell me." Ji nodded, and she was not prepared to be polite. "Come, take a look at the bones on it. What do you have? For 3 life-saving favors, you just need to give me 3 oars." After these words came out, the three dared to look at the red object behind Ji. They had noticed it before, but the gifted people were very careful about their personal privacy and the clues they got during the mission. They had just been saved by someone, and they turned around to spy on the clues of others. This was too ungrateful. But now that this person said so, they looked openly. You don't know until you see it. When they saw it, the three people's eyes lit up. Let's not talk about the big hole on the left. If they are not mistaken, the interface on the right is the trading interface, right? Is this the channel for exchanging, or? The three looked at each other, and Sumin reached out and clicked on them one by one. While they were looking, Ji sat aside and didn't say anything. Besides, Miss Sumin's figure is really good. These long legs. This honey-colored skin. She really envied it. If she had skin of this color, she wouldn't have to put on foundation when she went out. Sumin noticed her gaze, turned around, and smiled. Brother, do you look good? Looks good. Ji made an androgynous voice, sounding like a 16 or 17-year-old boy. But aren't you cold? No. Having said that, Sumin still took out clothes from the space button, and the three of them quickly put them on. Pure black sportswear, but the quality looks very good. When Sumin was putting on her clothes, Ji noticed that there was a space button growing in the flesh on her right arm. It should be a special way to make the space button and the flesh grow together. I just don't know what to do if I want to change the space button in the future. After Sumin put on her clothes, she took out more than a dozen stones and a few bones from the space button. After putting these minerals in front of Ji-hee, Sumin pushed them forward and said with a smile, "Although my brother said that only 3 minerals are enough, we know that this life-saving grace is far from being repaid by a few stones. But we didn't find that much. These stones are all we found underground, which can be exchanged for about 5 ores. If you don't mind the small amount, we give it all to you. Of course, this amount is definitely not enough to save your life. If you need us 3 in the future, just ask." Ji-hee nodded casually and said nothing. The 3 of them expressed politeness again and then stopped talking. After all, the last meeting was not very harmonious, so it was inevitable that they would be a little awkward this time. The air became quiet. None of the 4 people spoke. Just when Chile wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, Muyu suddenly twitched his nose. The next second, he turned into a huge long-haired anteater and rushed out, grabbing a cockroach in his mouth. He ate it. Those fast cockroaches became slow and stupid in Muyu's mouth. Chile hurriedly shouted, "Catch a few more."